The year is 1988, and a young Masami Hirosaka, world champion from 1987, travels from Japan to Sydney, Australia to race in the Australian Championships. It's a warm-up event of sorts for the World Championship the year to follow, 1989, when the world's eyes turned to St Ives. History records that Hirosaka would win both two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive at that Australian Championship event, 1988, the reminder. His engineers, so the rumours go, came, took some dirt from St Ives, went home to Japan, built a replica track, designed the tyres, and came back the following year. History tells us with this car, this two-wheel drive associated RC10 prototype, a Yokomo YZ870C, swept the 1989 World Championships. The first man ever to do so. That's the story from history. This weekend, this day, we're back in Sydney, Australia, as drivers from around the world try to replicate Masami's feat, coming here for a warm-up race to do the research. Hirosaka changed the game, raised the level of professionalism in the sport, and now you can't do a World Championship event without doing your work first. As I said, there are drivers from 9 countries here. The big teams are here. Team Associated is here. Shoemaker are here. X-Ray are here. Even Kyosho are here with their new car having a look at this venue. They're all here to try and replicate what Hirosaka did in 1989 as the world's eyes turn back to Australia this year, the 40th anniversary of the Electric Off-Road World Championships. We're here this weekend at Hills Off-Road RC in Sydney's northwest. We're about a 20-minute drive away from that track in St Ives as we do it all over again. Drivers from 9 countries, drivers of the calibre of Michael Orlowski, of Spencer Rivkin, of Daniel Kobbevik, of Martin Bayer. They're here this weekend for one reason, that is to learn this unique venue, to learn about this unique surface, this low-bite dirt surface that we've not seen outdoor off-road World Championships run on in many years. We've gotten through practice yesterday. It's two-wheel drive day today. We're getting set now to go into 5 rounds of qualifying, 3 A finals. That's what's on the menu for us today. We'll do it again tomorrow in 4-wheel drive day, but today it's two-wheel drive day. We're going to be led through the day by the 2 voices that you'll know very well, wherever you are in the world. Australia's own Mitch Pratt and the man, the myth, the legend, Scotty Ernst. I'm just about ready to throw over to those boys. They're going to talk us through some of the names that we need to look out for over this course of this day. Just before we do that, I want to tell you 1 or 2 things about the track. You can see it behind me. Low surface dirt. It's set here in Australian bushland. There's a couple of keys to this track. One is that double chicane section you can see on camera right now. The second is the front side double-double. In two-wheel drive today, particularly this morning when there's moisture in the track, getting drive to clear that first double is a real challenge. The drivers that can make that double, that's a big advantage in qualifying. If you can make that double consistently, by the time we get to finals this afternoon, you'll see the surface change, the grip levels will come up. That advantage of making that double will go away. That's probably enough for me. I'm about ready to hand over to Mitch and Scotty. Remember what Masami did in 1988. He came here for the warm-up. He learned. He came back with prototype cars specially built. That's what we're expecting to see out of today. People coming and learning and going away to work on what exactly they need later in the year as we do a World Championship race. Scotty, Mitch, over to you. Take us through the day. Let's get this race underway.
Thank you very much, Scott. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone watching online, wherever you are in the world. It is time for the 2025 IFMAR 10-scale buggy pre-World Championships here at Hills Off-Road RC on RC Race Media. My name is Scotty Ernst. I am here with my tag team partner, Mitch, on the mic. And Mitch, this is something you and I have been really excited to do.
Man, it has been a long time coming, that's for sure. We've been looking forward to this one for a while. Obviously, the Hills have done an incredible job getting the track ready. Track is looking incredible. The grass is growing through beautifully. Beautiful and green layout on the inside infield there. Hopefully not many races looking to drive around on the infield, but nonetheless, they've done an incredible job setting everything out, and track is just looking absolute premium.
You and I had the pleasure of racing on this track and this layout back in October. We were down here for the Nationals, and as fun as it is, and much like Scott commented on, those 2 sections that he highlighted, the chicane that comes through and that front side double is definitely a challenge. A lot of the guys trying to get the forward drive to get that double. It's definitely can be a game changer.
Yeah, early morning as well. That first double is going to be super tricky. We're going to see cars struggling to get that, and a lot of drivers going to just take it single into the double. And just for a safe line, trying to find that little bit of time can be a big risk as well. So that first double is going to be really, really special for the drivers that can get it down, can get a couple extra tenths of a second or getting that early on. But later in the day, as Scotty earlier said, we will find majority of drivers doing that double, if not everyone, to try and get that extra time out of the track.
Absolutely, absolutely. Since our visit here in October, and I've traveled to many races, talked to many of the racers, everybody was so keen to do it. When they saw the pictures from the Nationals and everything, everybody was so excited to be here. And, talking to all the top drivers, I had a great talk with Marcus Kerr from Denmark, associated driver. He's just like, he's never been on anything like this. It's so in awe. And the vibe of this facility adds to what is going to make this such a great thing. It's kind of in a park setting, kind of in the forest, if you will. There's cockatoo birds flying over, cawing and everything, where you see the silver trees, the eucalyptus trees. I'm waiting to see a koala bear up in the trees here. I don't know if we're going to see them, but it's just got an amazing vibe here, and that's what's going to make this race, as I've said for months, probably the best world championship in a couple decades.
Yeah, the outdoor setting is incredible. We are literally surrounded by trees, forest. You wouldn't think that we're in the city of Sydney. We are straight up just surrounded by beautiful nature here. Greenery everywhere. We have had a lot of rain in the last couple of weeks. It's just brightened everything up as well. So beautiful contrast within the surrounding area. Yeah, on the animal front, there is a lot of bird life around here. They're absolutely squawking around the trees. The cockatoos, the galahs.
I said it wrong. Kookaburra.
Kookaburra, yeah.
Kookaburra birds. Yeah, exactly. And it's pretty amazing. And we're standing here right outside the studio here, and everybody's kind of looking at the track and checking it out. And it's really going to be an exciting week. We want to thank fine folks at Team Associated for sponsoring the live stream. Big thanks to them. They're obviously big-time player in all forms of off-road, and it's great to have them here being part of the World Championship and sponsoring the live stream.
Yes, yeah, exactly right. Massive up to the club to getting this all underway here. We got a huge weekend ahead of us here. Obviously, two-wheel drive day kicking things off. 5 rounds of qualifying before we get into finals action, and the racing will be hot later on today. So make sure you keep on tune in for the World's warm-up. We got a big day ahead of us today, Scotty.
Yesterday was a mad thrash for these guys. It was practice, but it was 2-wheel, 4-wheel, bam, 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 the entire day. They pounded through 6 rounds of practice, and they had really no time to break, and it was really a challenge for them. But now we shift into can we say a little bit more relaxed mode? It's just all 2-wheel drive. 5 rounds of qualifying, finals, triple for the A. They're intending to try to do triple for everybody. I don't know if they're going to be able to fit that in the schedule. We'll see. And then tomorrow we switch over to 4-wheel drive. So it's going to make for a great event. Just a great track. As you and I experienced when we raced this in October, Mitch, that the track evolves so much in this morning section to the midday and then to the afternoon when the traction really comes up.
Absolutely. The track will change seconds throughout the day. The early morning sections, it'll be extremely slippery, icy almost, you could say. I know that sounds probably strange for a lot of American viewers or viewers that are used to high grip tracks and stuff,
exactly.
But the track will change immensely as we go through the day. As it'll groove up, we'll get a nice blue or black groove showing up with the rubber getting laid down on the layout, and we will see a lot of setup change throughout the day for all drivers here. So it will be extremely interesting to watch how the track evolves, as well as how each driver decides to change their car to suit the actual track, the clay, and realistically how their lines change throughout the day. Their lines may change going into the front double, try and get the first double down. They might try and stay the inside lines, just go single, safe line.
Yeah, I couldn't do that double much when we were here, and I was running stock, and it was a struggle. Eventually we got it, but it's definitely the most challenging, especially in the early rounds. But 5 rounds of qualifying is what's scheduled. We're going to take the best 3 of 5. Then they're going to do a resort or a regrading after round 2 and after round 4 is what's going to be done. After round 2, it's going to be based on your 1 best. After round 4, based on your 2 best. So it's going to be interesting as the reshuffle goes. I want to give a shout out, good morning to some of the folks online. What's up? Gavin Vucina's checking in from back in the USA. What's up? The dad, where in the world is Scotty? I am in Sydney, Australia this week. RC Racing checking in from New Zealand. Greetings to you. Welcome to the broadcast. It is going to be an awesome couple days of RC racing, 10-scale buggy style, here from Hills Off-Road RC. As they are opening the track, is the first lucky, if you call them, on the wet track. I was, when we ran, short course, when we were here in October, we were the first group on the track, and it was much, far more muddier. Is that a correct word?
Yeah.
And, yeah, our trucks, it added a few kilograms to it after the first round. So the first heat is going to get a little bit of mud on the tires, but that's all right.
Yeah, tie wear at least will be minimum to start off with. We'll kick up a notch as we go throughout the day. Yeah, it's short course racing here, and the Nationals a couple of months back, awesome fun. Banging wheels all the way around the track, close racing. But here today, we're talking all about buggies, two-wheel drive buggies kicking things off. So everyone's starting to line up for the first heat of the day. Will be icy out there. Everyone's starting to check on in. Almost everyone checked on in here.
We see Andrew Selvaggi name on the score sheet here, but he's not going to be, he's not racing, only because he's here helping the team. He's a team manager down here, down under for Team Associated, so he's full throttle just helping the guys get things ready. Yeah,
Selvaggi, Team Associated Australia team manager. He's often working his way around the tracks and very accomplished both mod and stock racer. The last couple of years been doing a bit of stock racing. He went over to the US for the Worlds as well, over in Arizona. So good bit to catch up on Andrew at some point in the weekend. But yeah, good to see he's helping out the rest of the Associated team.
Seconds to the start of
good morning, more guys checking in. We're going to have 10, quite the international audience this week for 8, sure. Hello, Chris. How you
7,
doing? Good to have
6,
you following along. Nate,
5,
welcome. Simon Johnson, Steve Thorncraft, welcome to the show. It is a beautiful Saturday morning here. The sun just coming up over the hills here at Hills Off-Road RC. The top group is out there to Marshall. And the loop is live here as they are rolling them off for our first round of qualifying here of the pre-World Championship 10-scale buggy here on RC Race Media, presented by Team Associated. See, most of these guys are going to single here out of the gate. Coming into that 4-pack, the front double-double. The chicane is so much fun to drive. You remember, man, just when you nail it right, you get two wheels up on each curb and you just like straight line through it. You're like, wow, I nailed it.
Just rocking it through sometimes, eh? You can just Rick rocking wheel to wheel.
And then next round, you know, you hit it too much and you go fumbling onto the front straightaway. So, not that I've done that at all, but yes.
Which heat do you think we'll see cars constantly doing the double-double first up?
Well, obviously the A and the B group are going to try it. I think you know, part of the A group is still going to struggle to do it, or they're going to have to take a very, very wide line coming out of the chicane into it to be able to do it. So it won't be the preferred line, but that's what they're going to try to do it. We got Stuart McMahon first across the loop there for his second lap, 36.5 lap.
Good to see Hugo Tsang out there as well.
Seconds.
Currently sitting up in P3 last time around, a 37 flat, so finding his feet out there now. Everyone going single into the doubles there, so single over into the double. Working their way on to the chicane coming down the hill here. We're following along at the moment through the double. Nice clean line there going towards the top of the hill.
There's it might be hard to see, but there's definitely some elevation changes here at the Hills Off-Road. The back little short stretch into that step off, that's a couple meters higher than the front straightaway is, and it's definitely you got to nail it right. If you go too aggressive in that back double and you flat slap it, you definitely lose a lot of momentum going into that back session.
Yeah, for sure. And the other thing as well, we're seeing it a little bit in this heat. Obviously, the grass itself is still very damp.
Yes.
So you hit that grass and you will lose a whole bunch of time. You definitely don't want to be running over that grass, and it'll impair you for probably not just that corner itself, but probably for half the lap after that whilst you wash that the water off of your tyres.
Good way to wash the tires, though.
Yep.
Get a good cleaning of the tire and car for sure. Maybe do that after when you drive at the scrutineering. We're on Chikuba, your leader right now. Now Chris Lander takes it. Chris just doing his best lap. Chikuba making a trip here from Japan, representing Kyosho. Long time. Been with Kyosho for decades.
After 3 minutes, the top drivers are Chris Lander.
Chikuba's got a cool pit
Chikuba,
net that he
and
has
Hugo
over on
Tsang.
his pit spot from the Yatabi Worlds way, way back. Like old school. He's been with Kyosho, like I said, for decades.
Spencer Rivkin's first World Championship win there as well.
Chris Lander at the top of the board here on a 8-lap 5:01. Now Lander stepping up 36.2. Yesterday we were in the 27s for the top pro guys, lap time wise. Once the track was really grooved up, really starting to rubber up.
Starting to see those lines early on here where the cars are running those inside racing lines. It will sort of push a little bit of that marble dirt to the outside of the track as well. That'll clear up as the day goes on. As mentioned there, we'll start to see that blue or black groove start to show up. But just early on in the morning here, we'll see those little marbles start to show up. Don't want to be running offline early on as well. That will hurt quite a lot once you get into those marbles.
Oh yeah, and it's downright muddy on the outside racing line. Chikuba that time by did a 36.7. Lander did a 36.5. Hugo Tsang did a 35.1. That's hot lap of the race right there for Tsang.
Riley Lander as well, 35.2 last time around.
Very good lap. Zac Panic, son of Ben Panic, longtime RC enthusiast for many, many decades. He was a hardcore dad yesterday. He's like, nope, Zach
After
is not
4
getting out
minutes,
of school.
31
It's
seconds,
only practice.
The top drivers
He'll
are
be
Chris
fine.
Lander, Yoshiyuki Chikuba, and Hugo Tsang.
Lander 36.3, Chikuba 37.3. Tsang still with that 35.1. There's 34.0.
Looking for a
10,
9-lap pace out there
8,
at the moment. Chris Lander on that
7,
9-lap pace.
6,
Everyone else doing an 8-lap run
4,
so far. Still got a little bit of
2,
time, just about to run
1.
on out. So it looks like 8 to 9 laps is the pace to run at the moment in these early stages. We'll see that bump up a bit as we get to the top heats. Everyone making their way around. Final couple of laps working their way around as Chris gets around for another lap there.
Stuart
So he will enter
McMahon.
his last lap around now. Hugo coming across the line there,
Zac
35.9
Panic
last lap, so nice
Andrew
consistent
Carrick
towards
done.
the end of that heat. There's Zac Panic as well. So a couple of
Riley
cars, top
Lander
3
done.
drivers still live out there at the moment. Hugo, Chris and Yoshi still running around. Still waiting for them to finish.
5 rounds of qualifying is what they're going to run today. Pretty much non-stop throughout the day, and then
Yoshiyuki
finals
Chikuba
later
done.
today. Two-wheel drive will be finished by the end of the day today. A couple cars still
Chris
hot on
Lander
the
done.
racetrack.
All drivers
come
are
around.
finished.
There you go. Chris Lander
Hugo
going to set
Tsang
the
done.
pace.
The race
9
is
lap and
completed.
5:33.
Up next,
So top 3
race
drivers
number
actually all
2.
doing a 9-lap run there.
TWD modified.
So originally early on it was only looking to be at 8, maybe even a 7-lap pace. So started to pick up as we went through there. Even in that heat alone, the pace started really picking on up. We're going to chuck it over to Scotty in just a moment, having a bit of a chat with Chris Lander. We'll get him next time.
One minute to the start of the race.
So once again, good morning to everyone watching on in around Australia and wherever you are
45
checking in
seconds
from.
to the
Let
start
us
of
know
the
where you are
race.
checking in from, actually, guys. We like to see where everyone is checking in from around the world. I'm sure we will get just about every country around the world with quite a big event. This one, obviously,
30 seconds to the
pre-Worlds.
start of the race.
Practice for a lot of international drivers that have made their way out here to Sydney at Hills RC for the pre-Worlds. Gavin, yes, there will be a new layout for the world titles. A lot of that information will come out shortly after this event, I would say. So look for that information as they sort of make their way info out there and stuff. But yes, there will obviously be a new layout for the world titles.
Hey, Gavin, as Mitch said, yes, I was talking to the organizers this morning about that, what the plan is. And they're going to start in August. They're going to start with the change.
James Whitbourne.
And they're going to get new grass, new sod to put down and everything. Unfortunately, they're only going to have about 5 weeks for it to set. This is a public park, so it is open to the public, so they can't close it for, many months. It'd be great if they would, rebuild, just put a new layout in now. But they got to kind of keep it closer to the Worlds. So they'll put new turf down. Then they're going to change the track from two-wheel drive to four-wheel drive during the event. They're going to change some jumps, bring an excavator in, kind of change the jumps during that turnover day. And so there will be a new layout. The rules, the IFMAR rule states it got to be a majority, not majority, but a good portion of the track needs to be changed. So they'll be doing that in between. So new layout, new grass, new layout 2 to 4-wheel drive, all that kind of good stuff.
30 seconds to the start.
Some more shout out. Jonathan Ment checking in all the way over from the pits. Welcome. Good to have you here. Good to have everybody's following along. This is going to be.
So second round of qualifying or second heat of qualifying about to kick off here. Should see sometimes tumble a little bit more here. 9 lap the pace is time to beat. Got Ron Kirby will kick things off in this one.
Kurt Wenger hasn't checked in. Kurt's here from Team Associated in the USA, owner of Shell. So,
Ron Kirby.
Oh, there you are. Kurt, you're supposed to be like on the race.
Kurt
you're missing your heat.
It's muddy and
Trent Johnson.
There you go. There you go. You hear it right from the man.
Ryan
he doesn't want to get his car all dirty and everything. So he's like, he's fine. Wallace. I'll sit this one out. I'll scope out the track.
Rob Smith.
Check the times as they make their way around for their first lap, heat 2. A couple of cars making their way through the grass there. Won't help their first lap around. Hopefully can wash that water off pretty quickly. Still no one doing that double-double quite yet. We will see that later on. So first one around will be Ron Kirby. Everyone checking on through for their first laps around now. Caden Hill with a 35-2. 35-3, 35-3, so fairly consistent in the 35 for most drivers around for their first lap.
All right, heat 2 of round number 1. Gavin, if you're ever going to go to World Championship, this is one you want to do. Who cares if it's far? Make it happen. Start saving your pennies. Save that $10 on that coffee, every day. And yeah, this is going to be an amazing World Championship. I know people that are coming down just to spectate it. They've always wanted to go to Australia. They're going to make a little holiday of it, take some vacation, and come down. They're going to have a huge bleacher section here. It's going to be just spectacular for sure.
Rio Motor getting around out there, yes. There will be a couple of those this weekend. We do still have a bit of an old school feel out here in Australia. Everyone says that we're about 10 years behind. I feel like we're probably about 20, to be honest, sometimes. So yeah, we will see the odd rear motor. It is very low grip at the moment. It will come up as the day goes on, but those rear motors, they're going to generate that rear grip for these cars at the moment.
Oh yeah, they're going to be hooked up, especially this first round when there's, no track. We just had Andy Cook roll by us, and Andy is kind of one of the leaders of the vintage side of the world here with his company that makes a lot of the vintage thing, GP3Ds. And if you watch the opening when Scott Guyot, he had his car. So kudos to Andy Cook and his vintage passion that he has. And he's got some Masami replicas this weekend, and it's pretty amazing. He ran his replica Yokomo car yesterday. It was dialed. It was really cool. Had the pink wheels and the whole package.
Yeah, and it looks awesome. They are proper cool looking. They are old school spec, but man, they look wicked running around the track. Modern buggies obviously don't really represent what the real deal cars look like, but the old school cars, man, they look wicked out on track, generating that rear grip.
Got Caden Hill out front leading away, 33-1. That lap, the hot lap of the race. He is on a 9.509 TQ time. Chris Lander had a 9.533 in the previous heat. Kane looking to step that up. Ryan Reynolds in this one. That Canadian flag is not correct. We'll get going to race control. We'll try to get that. I was working on the system this morning, trying to get everybody's chassis and flags this morning in there. But we're going to help Jerry here, kind of during the break. So everybody that'll pop up. Hopefully you're on the screen here, maybe for the second or third round today.
Yeah, fast lap at the moment, 33.1, so we're getting closer and closer to the 32-second laps now. Pace of a 9-lap run, 5.08 for Caden Hill, leading the way at the moment. Got Ryan Reynolds 2. Ron Kirby now back to 3. One minute remaining out there at the moment. Caden Hill still leading the way here in qualifying round number 1, heat number 2. Sun's starting to belt on through now. A couple of patches on the track. We're starting to see that sun just creep and peek on through, so that will help the track dry out. Will still take a little while for that sun to really start to poke through those trees. Quite heavy bushland around here. But
what's the temperature going to get today? About
24.
20,
yeah,
26,
24 degrees Celsius. Fahrenheit, that's 80? Something like that?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, somewhere around that. Yeah, I'm trying to convert everything, you know, I got to talk in meters, I got to talk Celsius and everything like that.
The top
Can't,
drivers
talk that American,
Ryan
freedom units.
2 feet behind or whatever, 3 feet behind. No, it's a meter. Caden out front on a TQ time, 9.508. Chris Lander from the previous heat set it at a 9.533. Ashley just doing best lap there, 36.9, backs it up with a 37.6. Trent Johnson with a 34.0. James Whitborn does 34.7. That's his best lap.
Yeah, time finishing up there. So we'll have drivers making their way around. A couple might get through for another lap here, but Caden making his way around. Find a couple of corners, going to work his way down the straight here, trying to wrap this one all up. Comes home with a 33.9. Nice consistent run there from Caden Hill. 9-lap run, 5.07.7. That is new time to beat as everyone makes their way around to finish off on their last lap. Ron Kirby having a good run as well. Ron Kirby running the red and orange.
Blair Wallace done. Ryan Reynolds done.
Kane looked like going to set quick time here. 9.507 for him. Good run. He's got hot lap of the race, 33.1. Very good run there for Caden, Ron, James, Trent. This one winding down.
Trent Johnson
you see the results there on your screen. Caden takes it. 9-lap 5.07. They got blowers at each section that blow off the track, so it keeps it real consistent. That's what we do at a lot of tracks back home at our track back in Milwaukee at Trackside Hobbies. We do that, and it kind of keeps the track consistent and makes for the fairest possible.
The idea actually came for at least from this club, from the actual Arizona World Titles. We had a couple of, the club president from here went over to the Arizona World Titles and, saw what they were doing, saw how well it worked. And obviously they decided, well, may as well do the same thing. It keeps the track just so nice. As you can see, everyone going around with the blowers, getting the track, getting all those marbles off the racing line and blowing them to the side of the track.
Zac Panic, how you doing? High
and
five.
It will make the track better as the day goes on.
Good to see you. All right, they're getting the track dialed in. We got heat number 3 coming up. So more shout-outs to everybody. That's Alex Saveski. What's up, Alex? Hope you're doing well. Alex, did you get in, were you able to get in touch with Jeff Brown from SXT? I hope you guys were able to get that sorted out. Brent Wilson, good morning. How are you? The dead. What countries have I been to?
Well, what countries have you not been to?
There's a lot.
Mr. Worldwide.
I hit my when I went to Antarctica 3 weeks ago.
Oh, yeah,
that was my 42nd nation that I was to, and I was fortunate enough. I've been to all 7 continents in the world. And Tony and I were talking. I have raced RC on all 7 continents.
Brad Burko.
Jeez.
Because
Lachlan Williams.
I might have did a little RC.
How was the track down in Antarctica?
Oh, it was great. It was dialed.
Yeah?
Yeah, dialed. Really snow. Yeah, a lot of ice. Yeah, it was pretty amazing.
Yeah.
But what an amazing experience it was to be able to go down there. It was really unforgettable.
45 seconds to
Much
the start
like being
of the
here,
race.
announcing with you, unforgettable. Here at the Pre-Worlds, here on RC Race Media. Big shout out to Team Associated. Thanks for their support, making it possible for us to bring you the broadcast here at the Pre-Worlds.
Yeah, heat number 3 on track now. So a couple of quick drivers in this one. Lockie Williams. He's generally a stock driver. He's come to play with the mod boys this time, though. Track's still pretty slippery out there, so we'll see how he goes in his first qualifying heat here. Aydin Young as well, another qualified stock driver running in the mod rounds as well. Brad Verco.
Man, we got some legends in this one, Mitch.
Yeah.
I mean, Brad Verco, Scott Giles, Andy Cook, they've been doing RC for decades.
Yep.
I mean, we're talking 2, 3, 30-year, veterans of the RC. Brad, a former four-wheel drive national champion in off-road way back in the day.
Way back.
We don't want to say that he's old, but it was 1993 when Brad won his first national title. So he's been doing it for a while.
I was exactly -3 years old at that point.
I was doing okay. What was I? 93. Yeah, I was out of the Navy already,
Lachlan
so
Williams.
I was living life. I just opened the hobby shop then.
Yeah.
And racetrack.
Brad Verco.
All right, off and rolling
Camden
race.
Camilleri.
3 round 1.
Gavin
Time to
Webb.
beat Caden. Laid down a
Scott
9.507.
Andrew Cook.
See if anybody's going to be gamesy and
Mark
try to
Toia.
do the double. Nope, everybody's
Scott
single.
Giles.
Everyone's being smart out there at the moment. Not pushing it too hard, just doing that safe line, especially first lap around. It's always sets a precedent for the rest of the heat, doesn't it? If you end up on your lid for the first run around, it just ruins the whole rest of the heat.
We got a couple rear motors out there in this one. I saw Andy Cook. Andy's, as we talked about him in his GP3D, kind of got the Masami replica car. And we just, Brad Verco's also rocking the red, or the orange, but he's got a rear motor car.
Yeah, Brad Verco's running around that rear motor, going through the S's at the moment, over the double-double, goes safe line again, into the second double. Car looking pretty good out there in these low grip conditions.
Absolutely.
Up the top of the hill there, gets a little bounce on, a little bit of a chassis slap on. Gets those front wheels popped up in the air, working his way down the hill now. Nice little whip through that tabletop. Over to the right-hand side and making his way onto the straight. Last time around for him was a 33.8. See what he can do this time around. Going to back it up with a 33.7.
Not bad.
Camden currently leading the way, 33.2. Hot lap of the heat from Camden last time around. Still finding pace out there. It's an all-Aussie heat, this one. Rob Maycock making his way up the heat as well. Rob's from Brisbane as well. He's one of our locals from our track back up home. He will be quick later on through the day as well. He will find his feet, I'm sure. Used to the high grip back up at Chargers.
Following Andy Cook around with that Masami replica that Scott Gillott highlighted early at the start of the show, and it's just really amazing. Andy has a great passion for the vintage side of our world, been doing it for ages, many decade, long time racer. Great 12-scale racer, ran a lot of 12-scale, and he started making 3D print and vintage stuff a few years ago, and it's been just a massive success for him. The vintage scene here, Mitch, down under is huge. They're going to have the vintage bash, what is that, October? This year, I think it's going to be in October. They had over 300 entries last year. I bet you guys have over 400 this year.
It's been massive, and it just grows more and more every single year. I know they're actually looking at the potential of having a couple of international drivers for this one, and big international drivers as well. So I know a couple of sneaky names might pop into that list of drivers coming over for it. So that will be an incredible event, and one to look out for any die-hard vintage fan.
They just had a vintage race last week at American. We have another one. Team Associated is putting on a big vintage bash. Going to be in Las Vegas. What better place to hold the race than in Las Vegas? So we're going to be at the Orleans in Las Vegas, October 16th through the 19th. And the legend himself, the GOAT, Masami Hirosaka, will be there signing autographs, taking pictures and everything like that. And no doubt a bunch of the other big names. I know Cliff Lett's coming, Jay Halsey, you know, a bunch of guys. I'm hoping see guys like maybe Gillott Jr. there and stuff like that. It would be pretty epic to see there. So I've been fortunate enough to be asked to be part of that. So we're going to have a big vintage bash in Vegas. So to our international guys, you ever want to go to Vegas, do it. Bring your toy car with you. We'll do a little vintage racing for sure. Man,
that sounds incredible. Definitely on the bucket list. Vegas. I have been there as a youngster, but never old enough to spend some real money. But probably for the best though, Scotty, isn't it?
It is, yes.
But,
absolutely.
Camden's still leading the way out there. 32.8 last time. New hot lap from Camden. See what he can do to back that one up. He makes his way down the straight. 33.3 again. So he's currently leading the way, looking at a low time on the 9:501.6, almost cracking into that 10-lap pace. See if anyone can grab that 10-lap run early in the first round of qualifying.
We're following Scott Hill, one of the club members here, a big part of the success of Hill's Off-Road RC, and they are just not wasting one moment in preparations for the World Championships, and it is going to be just an amazing event. Obviously, you can see the track here, folks. It is as pristine and beautiful, and definitely the greatest, 10-scale track we've seen for outdoor in decades, and it's really going to make for a great event that we have here later this year.
10 seconds ticking on down now. Camden leading the way. Scott Hill we're following on board with, getting that double nice and clean as he works his way to the top of the hill. Everyone making their way around. 32.7 last time around for Scott Hill. That is hot lap for him. Lockie Williams with a 32.7 as well. That is hot lap of the heat. So Lockie Williams finding his feet late on in this heat. Camden coming across the line there. 9 laps, 5:02. New time to beat there. Scott Hill comes across the line. We followed around with him last half of that heat. Andrew Cook as well. Coming around for P3. Andy Cook. Great run there in the vintage car. A couple of cars still making their way around here.
Rob Maycock done.
So Camden going to take that one. Set time to beat of a 9-lap run, 5:02.1. So right on the edge of a 10-lap run.
Finished.
Scott Hill only 2.5 seconds behind. Andrew Cook another 4 seconds after that. Everyone making their way off the driver's stand, and the blowers come out once again. Track starting to see a little bit more sunlight out there now, so still just peeking on through those trees there. It will take about an hour or so before we start to get direct sunlight onto the track, so it'll sort of just be a little bit patchy here and there. We're going to chuck it over to Scotty Guy for an interview.
We're here with Camden Camilleri, round 1 of qualifying 2-wheel drive day. Camden, tell me a little bit about that run.
Yeah, so it was quite slippery, especially the first straight after the loop. So I was just really careful with the throttle, not going too aggressive on it. So just trying to keep it smooth and not crash.
You do your racing down in Victoria, don't you? Do you get here very often?
Well, yeah, I do race in Victoria. There is Kilo, which is very high grip, and Knox, which is fairly low. So this is quite similar to it in that aspect, especially in the mornings.
Well, it's a nice start to the day. All the best as qualifying continues.
Yeah, thank you.
Phoenix Eggleton. Daniel Kobbevik. Antoni Caretti. Logan
So
Toia.
cars back out on
Ben
track at the moment. So heat
Gillott.
number 4, qualifying
Ben
round number 1 off 2-wheel drive.
Carter
All
Sims.
2-wheel drive today.
1 minute to the
We'll
start
kick
of the
off in
race.
4-wheel drive tomorrow. So everyone can focus on their 2-wheel drives today. Get them dialed on in throughout the qualifying rounds. 5 rounds of qualifying before we get into
45
finals action.
seconds
And
to the
man,
start
I'm
of the
keen
race.
for some action later on with finals.
Going to be exciting day 4, sure. They got a great process, everybody. Bring cars down end of the straightaway, go over to tech inspection or scrutineering, then out to Marshall. Other guys from
30
previous race
seconds
blowing
to
off
the
the
start
track,
of the race.
keeping things rolling.
Once again, this layout the same as what we raced on at the Nationals, and we had some good battles in short course, especially. I was running modified and buggies, but we both had the short course running the 10.5 blinky modes, and we were banging wheels all the way around this track.
10,
so we expect to see similar
9,
with the buggies
8,
running around this track
7,
side by side. A lot of
6,
overtaking opportunities. but also a lot of opportunities to make mistakes on this track. About to get underway here for heat number 4.
Logan Toia.
Logan
Samuel
Toia going to
Muffet.
lead things off. He's made the trip
Phoenix
over from New
Eggleton.
Zealand.
Daniel Kobbevik.
Logan Toia also
Carter
running
Sims.
in the Asian Buggy Championships
Peter
only, I believe it was last
Andrew
weekend.
Gillott. Ben Cribben.
Had a pretty solid run over there
Fuma.
as well at one of his home tracks
Antoni
over in New
Caretti.
Zealand. All cars now off and running. So we'll see who can set the pace early in this one. Looking for a 10-lap run for any of these drivers. A lot of quality drivers in this heat. Got Daniel Kobbevik in this one as well. So Toia, first lap around, a 32.8. Starting things off, Muffet Man, Samuel Muffet with a 33.1. Daniel Kobbevik straight to the top of the timing sheets with a 32.778. Everyone's starting to check on in out there at the moment. A good morning, Lee Grace. It is good to have you following on here. Incredible post from you the other day, mate. You are one of the strongest blokes I've ever met, I gotta admit, mate. Lee, keep on going. So Kobbevik leading the way out there at the moment. So we follow along with Carter Sims at the moment, working his way into the chicane. Down through the chicane we go. Into the double-double. So most drivers still electing to go for that single
After 1
double
minute, 30
option.
seconds.
Safe
The top
line
drivers
there.
are Daniel Kobbevik, Logan Toia, and Carter Sims.
Still the option of doing the double-double. A couple of drivers stunned, inch closer and closer to it, pushing that little bit harder to try and see whether they can make it consistently. Just landing just before the knuckles, so that way they don't punch straight over onto their lid. Crossing the line there, Carter Sims with a 32.8, getting a little bit out of shape after into turn 1. We follow on board now with Kobbevik, working his way to the top of the hill, currently at the top of the timing sheets. Looking at that 10-lap run pace at the moment. Got a couple of drivers looking at a 10-lap run pace. Peter Seckold now up into the 2 spot with 32.1 last time around. Hot lap of a 32.0 from Kobbevik though. We follow him on to the straight around turn 1. Over the little hip jump to the short chute on the back straight down the snake. Chicane we go into the double-double. So Kobbevik getting that double down. Nice little whip off the second double as he works his way to the top of the track. Little step down there. Scotty mentioned before, there is a lot of elevation. We're almost built onto the side of a hill here. Doesn't show up as much on camera. In person though, there is quite a big elevation change. A good 2 to 3 meters between the back of the track and the front straight here. Working his way down the front straight. So around turn 1, turn 2, into the chicane. There goes Kobbevik.
After
Running
3
a
minutes,
little bit
the
wide
top
there
drivers are Daniel Kobbevik, Peter
as he worked
Seckold,
his way
and
through the
Logan Toia.
double-double. So getting that wider line, setting himself up for the double-double. He's found a nice consistent line to get that double down.
Two or 3 meters. I would have to convert that to feet.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So we'll have to measure it during the break. We'll go out there.
All
and,
right.
yeah, exactly.
I'll get the laser level out. We'll find
There
out
you go,
how many
exactly.
degrees we
You're in
have.
the landscape business, so you
Yeah.
get it right.
Yeah.
Kobbevik out front, 10, 5, 22, solid run over Logan Toia. As I said, Logan from New Zealand, he ran the Asian Buggy Championship. We were in New Zealand last week.
Yep.
And he did very, very well.
Yeah, good little battle going on down the straight there. Working their way through the back of the track onto the chicane there. Kobbevik in the midst of that. Bit of a sandwich in between a couple of Aussies at the moment. Actually, no, that'll be Toia just in front of him, isn't it? So Kiwi just in front of Kobbevik. Kobbevik making a big travel over here to Australia to find his feet here on these conditions. I do believe Kobbevik has actually been doing a fair bit of testing on dirt track back home, so he's probably somewhat comfortable out there.
Yeah, he's been
After
putting some
4
time
minutes,
in, trying to
31
get
seconds,
ready for
top
the
drivers are
pre-worlds and the
Daniel
worlds.
Kobbevik, Logan Toia, and Carter
Behind him, he's
Sims.
got one of the legends here from Australia, Ben Panic. Ben's been doing it for decades for sure. Him and racing now with his son Zac. Zac was earlier in the earlier groups. For another father and son enjoying the
10,
hobby that we all love so
8,
much.
7,
It's awesome part of
6,
being able to share it with your
5,
kids.
4, 3, 2.
So follow on board with
1.
Logan Toia, just behind Kobbevik now. Last couple of laps working their way around now. Kobbevik last time around at 31.509. That's about 3 hot laps in a row he's done there. So just starting to find his feet. Track's still getting better and better out there.
Kobbevik and Toia, the first ones to start making that double.
Andrew Gillott done.
As they got a bit
Criven
more
done.
experience and
Peter
getting things
Seckold
figured
done.
out. Square it up nicely, make that double the last couple times. Definitely the faster way around.
Antoni Caretti
Do have to
done.
run a slightly wider line on the
Daniel
entry
Kobbevik
though.
done.
They lose a
Correct.
little bit of time
Logan Toia
on the entry to the double.
Ben Panic
You
done.
can probably pick it up as you work your way through the actual double itself. It doesn't lose as much time hitting that knuckle, slowing you down, accelerating for the next double. So probably
All
a
drivers
marginal
are
gain at the
finished.
moment, but that gain will get
Carter
bigger and
Sims
bigger as the day goes on when you can
The
hit that
race is
apex,
completed.
get on the gas, and push your way through it.
This one's in the book. Daniel Kobbevik from Norway sets the pace. 10 lap, 5:20. Logan Toia, 10 lap, and Carter Sims, verse 3, into the 10 lap runs. All right, we're going to throw it down to Scott Gillott. He's going to have a chat with Mr. Kobbevik.
Round 1 of qualifying continues. We're here with Daniel Kobbevik all the way from the other side of the world. Daniel, how have you been going with dialing into conditions here?
It's difficult, clearly in the beginning of the day. It's slippery and low grip, but it's good fun. Yeah.
I want to ask you about that double, the first of the double jumps. Looks like it's pretty tricky to make it, but you found a nice line on the inside there to clear that double?
Yeah, you need to go a bit wide, and then it's quite easy to clear. Yeah.
And lastly, just dialing the two-wheel drive buggy in particular seems to have been a real challenge this weekend so far. How's your two-wheel drive working?
Yeah, the two-wheel has been a bit difficult. The four-wheel has been really good, but yeah, it's good practice for the wheels.
Beautiful. All the best for the rest of today. Scotty, back to you.
Okay, track is open, guys. Track is open.
Matthew Couper.
Thank you, Scott. I
Michael
appreciate it.
Orlowski.
Good to hear Daniel's
Horne.
thoughts on the track. Give us
David
a
Botta.
chance to shout out to everybody
Calvi
that's
Keto.
watching online. Hello, everybody.
Fuma Saito.
Good to have you following along.
Martin
Hey,
Bear.
I get a big shout out. I got
Bartosz
family
Orlowski.
online. A big hello to
1
my
minute
daughter,
to the start
Sarah
of the
Ann,
race.
and hello to my granddaughters,
Sturdy.
Callie and Skyla. Hi, how you guys doing? I got to share a couple days with them when I got back from New Zealand. We had
45
a
seconds
good
to the
time
start
for sure.
of the race.
That's
So
awesome.
cool to have my family checking things out. Matt Gonzalez, what's up? Maddie, how you doing?
That is you.
Maddie G. Probably, Maddie, you coming to the Worlds here in end of September?
Better be.
Kosh Kelly, how are you? Miklos Abados, what's up? Miklos checking in from the UK. How you
30
doing?
seconds to the
Good to
start
have
of
you
the
follow
race.
along. We'll see you in about a month, a little over a month. We'll be back in the UK for up at legendary Robin Hood Raceway for Scotty Ernst UK
15
Showdown. I hold
seconds
a
to
big
the
race
start
there,
of the
man. It's a good
race.
time. Outdoor AstroTurf. It's like so
10,
cool. We
9,
ran in the rain the
8,
first year. It was
7,
it was awesome.
6,
I was kind of like,
5.
well, what do we do? And everybody's like, no, we race. It was great. Yeah, it was awesome.
All right, about to kick things off here. Heat number 5 for two-wheel drive. Round number 1 of qualifying. Sturdy will kick us
Christopher
off here.
Sturdy.
Christopher Sturdy
Aydin
from Brisbane,
Horne.
Australia.
David Botta.
Everyone's starting to
Michael
work their way
Orlowski.
around for their first lap.
Bartosz
Checking them on
Orlowski.
in.
Calvi Cato.
Our B sort.
Fuma
And we look
Saito.
at the names in this one. I mean,
Martin Bear.
jeez.
Matthew Couper.
Again, we're going to
Ray
work on
Munday.
getting more of the country flags and chassis information. We'll get that throughout the day. Whenever we got a break, we're going to go over there and help these guys do that. But you mentioned Chris Sturdy, the first one to roll out. Chris Sturdy, a legend here down in Australia, 12-time national champion. He's been around the block a few times.
All different categories as well.
Yeah.
He's
Done
literally everything. He started out with on-road. So we are following on board with Sturdy at the moment. So yeah, started out with the on-road. And he's worked his way to the off-road scene. Seems to enjoy that a lot more. I've had a good couple of battles with him. Usually when he comes to overtake me for the second or third time. But no, he's an incredible driver from back up in Brisbane.
You didn't have to add that in there. That could have stayed behind the scenes, you know what I mean?
I've gotten close to him the odd time.
I beat-
Very rarely, but the odd time.
I beat Brian Kinwald once. I was at Snowbirds in the AMA 19 turn on road. I beat Brian Kinwald. We're not going to, don't have to say that he broke.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
hey,
yeah.
I beat Brian Kinwall.
Yeah,
so, hey,
exactly.
you beat a world champ, you're like you world champ, right?
Yeah, exactly. We've got Davey Batter out front. Now, Davey making the trip over from California. Maybe part of the
After 1
Coyote
minute,
crew.
30 seconds,
His father
the top
running
drivers
Coyote
are David
Hobbies
Bakla,
out there. And
Aydin Horne.
awesome little track. Have you been to Coyote Hobbies?
I've never, and I've watched many live streams and stuff like that. But really cool that he able to make the trip here and get his first experience on this type of outdoor. He's used to indoor kind of high bike, so it's really cool that he was able to get here. Very, very talented young man, and great kid, great driver.
And one thing I got to say about Coyote, I'm a passionate food eater. I love my food. Very obviously if you see me in person. But man, they have the best hot dogs over there. No kidding. I've spruiked it so many times, but the hot dogs at Coyote Hobby is the world's best. Not best in RC, the world's best. I went to a Texas baseball game whilst I was over in the US. Doesn't even compare the hot dogs there. I can tell you right now, the best hot dogs, you want to get the best hot dog in the world, get to Coyote Hobbies.
Really?
Yeah, 100%.
Ha.
Kuki Kato leading the way out there at the moment, 31.500. Few drivers on 10-lap pace in this one as well. Davey Batter up in 2, having a decent run. Aydin Horne as well. Horne family well-renowned in RC as well. Had a good chat with them over in the US at their world titles. Really cool family, the Horne family as well. Yeah, Aydin participating in the track walk.
The track walk, yeah. I watched that last night. That was awesome.
Christopher Sturdy.
You can check it out. They did a tour of the racetrack here and talked about all the sections, and him and Andrew Gillott did that, and it was really, really cool. Here we got Koki Kato from Japan leading the way. Him and Aydin Horne back and forth. We're on tied with the TQ. Kobbevik did a 5:20. We're on a 5:20 for both Horne and Kato. Kato now stepping it up to a 5:19, so just a tick under that time from Kobbevik. We got a $1:30 to go.
How cool is it to see 3 different nationalities, top 3? Kuki Kato, Aydin Horne, Christopher Sturdy. Pre-world here. We'll have racing on later. I'm sure we'll see that all the way through the top, say 15, 20 drivers, all different nationalities, all racing out for the win.
Also in this one, we have Michal Orlowski, who just ran 12-scale Euros Sunday. Had to catch a flight before the event was over. Couldn't stay for the podium as he had to get on a flight to get down here to Sydney. So from 12-scale to from high traction to low traction. Yep. Totally different discipline. But he said it only took him a few laps to kind of get back up to speed. We got young Bartek Zalewski in this one. Young driver from Poland. He grew up much like Michal, racing in our EOS off-road series, and he's become quite the gun. Big competitor in our EOS series that we have.
Seconds.
Yeah, so I'm doing a couple of practice laps at his home track, and that is probably even looser grip than what it is actually here a lot of the time. And more of a dusty grip for his home track by the looks of it. They have Astro on the faces of the jumps there, but nonetheless, really good setting to have some practice lap before coming into the pre-worlds. And it'll be a great set out for the Worlds later in the year as well. So a great opportunity for him.
Aydin Horne here in the all-white. Last lap, 32.2. He's 2/10 behind Sturdy. Kato, 3/10. There's Kato. Hot lap of the race for him at 31.4. Going to move Koki Kato to the point. Him, Sturdy, and Horne separated by 0.4 of a second to top 3 guys. Kato last time at the top. Sturdy 0.1 behind him. Aydin Horne 0.4 of a second behind him. We follow Kato on the racetrack right now.
Fuma Saito done.
See what there's Sturdy across the line at 32.1. There's a 32.4. So if Kato maintains the pace on this one, he is going to take the current TQ, and he does there with a 31.0. Back-to-back hot laps there for Koki Kato. Rocking the Associated going to move him to the top of the leaderboard right now. 10 lap, 5:19.
Michael Orlowski really finding his feet in the last few laps of that heat as well. 30.6, hot lap of the heat by quite some margin. So he did 2 of those in a row, the last 2 laps. So it took him a while to sort of really find his feet in that heat, but once he sort of got there, he started really picking up the pace and getting back into the heat. Couple of seconds off the leaders, but nonetheless, He found a fair bit of time towards the end of that heat.
Yeah, his first 2 laps were really bad, 37.5 and a 37.2. So he gave up, 8, 9 seconds at the start, and he ended up being 8 seconds off the pace. So Orlowski, don't count him out. He'll be just fine.
Heat 6 of 6.
Big hello again to everybody watching online. Glenn Dower, how are you? Stay up. Why go to sleep? We'll get enough sleep when we're dead. Hang out with us here. Simon Johnson, how are you? Diego, good to have you. Gavin, I'll try to find out what wing they're doing. Matthew Gonzalez, good deal. You told him to watch for the drop bears. That's very good. Yeah, drop bears very dangerous here. You got to be cautious of the drop bears, especially when you're walking over to the bathroom. And
the loos over there, man.
Exactly.
You never know when they're going to fall on you.
Yeah, exactly.
They come out of nowhere.
You got to be. Andrew Silvaggi stopping by saying, "Hey, what's up?" We're saying nice things about you when you're on the board there.
Only
1
occasionally.
minute to the start of the race.
Yeah, drop bears, man. They are an integral part of Australia.
Yes.
Yeah.
Marcus
One of the many things that can kill you
Munday.
here
Absolutely.
in Australia.
Yeah, 100%. I think they keep a lot of the tourists away, so it's very integral to Australians' nature. Our beauty.
Lachlan, Donnelly. Chase
All
Lemieux.
right, and now
Jordan
we got our
Hazard.
top heat 6.
Rinderknecht.
Lachlan, Donnelly, Spencer Rivkin, Jeremy, Lachlan, Donnelly, and Chase Lemieux. Got Jordan Essingen in this one. Jaden Edmonds, Marcus Carup, Ari Bakla, and Tom Rendernick. Tom Rendernick, another one of the young guns from United States, making a switch over to Schumacher this year. Good for him to be able to make the trip down. Chase Lemieux, who was here with us in October, did very well. Able to make a couple podiums here when he ran last time here. So we
30 seconds
getting
to
ready
the start
to
of the race.
rock and roll. All the marshals are out there. We're getting ready here for our top heat. Everybody lining around the track here to check this one out. Is it going to be international or is it going to be local there, Mitch, taking the getting the first round?
Oh, it's tough, that's for sure. They're giving the front straight a quick blow off before we get going. I think it might have just gotten missed, unfortunately.
Yeah, as much dust on it, they didn't.
I think I did hear a little bit of yelling from up top saying, come on, quick, jump on a blower. But it's going to be tough. I know the local drivers here probably do have a bit more advantage in the morning when it is looser grip compared to the international drivers, but and you never know. Like, a lot of the local drivers said it was slipperier than they've had it in a long, long time, if ever, as when the practice were going around yesterday. So it could be a level playing field, to be honest.
It's going to be exciting for sure. More shout-outs. We got more guys signing in from around the world. Philip Martin checking in from Austria. How are you? Austin Whalen, welcome. Josh Payne, Payne's online. Oh. All right, we're getting ready to rock and roll here. Race 6.
8, 7, 6, 5.
They got lots of countdowns
Lachlan,
and beeps
Donnelly.
in here.
Spencer Rivkin.
All right, Lachlan Donnelly, your top
Lachlan
seed,
Munday.
local,
Chase Lemieux.
one of the fastest guys in
Jordan
Australia.
Jaden Edmonds.
Really, really good
Marcus
guy.
Caretti. Ari Bakla.
Rivkin with an early mistake there
Tom
through turn
Rinderknecht.
2 on that little hip jump. Caught him out just slightly there, so he's actually dropped off early from Lachlan Donnelly.
Chase just made a mistake. Sorry to interrupt there. Chase just trying to do that double. A lot of these guys trying to get it figured out. Chase come up short, drop him way back. That's the start of this one.
Majority of drivers now getting that double down. It's still challenging. Still have to find that line getting into that first double. It can cost you a whole heap of time if you mess it up and needing a marshal. 3 to 4 seconds quite comfortably.
It's probably the comment you made about locals having an edge. That section right there, you know, it definitely, these guys meant Lachlan. They've had, you know, thousands of laps on this track in these conditions. So, but just as you say that, they both make a mistake. Lachlan Donnelly making a mistake there. Going to change it around here as they come gripping and ripping down the straightaway.
Tell you what, old school Ari Bakla currently leading the way out there at 32 flat from his first lap. Jared Ment in 2. Spencer Rivkin now back up to the 3 spot after that first lap error. Didn't cost him a huge amount of time. Managed to square it back up and get on the gas and underway. But he'll find his way back up to the top. I wouldn't be surprised at all. But Ari at the moment leading the way as we follow on board with Spencer Rivkin and Lachlan Donnelly working their way around the right-hand side.
You talk about the guy that's got probably the most laps on this track, Ari Bakla. His company is not far from here, and HEI is an importer of many of the brands, including X-Ray, and so he's definitely got the laps around here. 8-time national champion is Ari. He's at the top of the board, leading the way, working through the field right now. Got some traffic. They come into that awesome chicane. Ari just sends it over to curbing, single. As he comes up on a little traffic gives him some love, gets him out of the way, and Ari Bakla out front leading away on a TQ time, but not by much, Mitch. Koti Kako did a 5:19.0, or 10 rather, 5:19, and we're 2/10 off of that. So Koki Kato's time right now holding out of the B sort.
Yeah, great time from Koki Kato. We'll see if the track really starts to grip up through this heat as well. I know a lot of drivers started pushing harder and harder towards the last sort of minute to 2 minutes in the last one. We're starting to get to that point of this heat as well. So we'll see if times start to really drop down. But yeah, Ari still leading the way out there, having a great run at the moment. Hot lap from Lachlan Donnelly at 31.255. Still pumps out a new hot lap last time around. So Ari Bakla leading the way by 0.6 of a second.
After 3 minutes, the top drivers are Ari Bakla, Lachlan Donnelly, and Jared Ment.
Awesome race going on. Continue to find Ari. Ari's got to figure it out there through that front side double. Lachlan Donnelly working his way back to the 2-spot. Rivkin 31.0. That's Rivkin's hot lap. 0.9 of a second. We are on a TQ time by hundredths of a second right now as Bakla over Rivkin, Ment, Donnelly, Munday, Caretti, Essergen, Edmonds, Rendernick, and Lemieux.
Everyone on their push now. So once again, we're seeing that last minute and a half, 2 minutes. Everyone's starting to push back to try and get to those top of the timing sheet. Spencer Rivkin down to a 31.0. 31.0 also for Ari Bakla now. Jared Ment with a 31.4 last time around. Everyone's starting to pop their hot laps in the last couple of laps. Tyres probably getting a little bit warmed up. Body's probably getting a bit warmed up on the standard L. It is a little bit chilly up there at the moment. 1 minute left on the clock. Ari's still leading the way. He's got a decent little gap out there. Looking to set time to beat from this round.
Ari Bakla dropping a hammer now, picking up the pace. We're on a solid TQ run now. About 1.1 seconds of the time from Koki Kato. Kato right now would take a 2 overall for the round. Kobbevik would be 3. Sturdy would be a 4. So guys out of the B and C sort into the top 5.
Yeah, Ari running that X-ray. Looking smooth out there as well. Working his way around the track for another lap. We got 30 seconds left on the clock. Coming down the front straight around turn 1. Ria looking pretty locked in as he worked his way around that first turn. Into the chicane they go. Using every bit of the track and a little bit more through the chicane there. Last time around a 31.3 with 10 seconds left on the clock. Looking for that TQ time. Spencer Rivkin finding a little bit of pace in the last lap around. Bumping us up to the 3 spot overall. Lachlan Donnelly not far behind. So it's getting close towards the end of this heat. Donnelly with a 31.0 last time around. Needs another one of those on this lap.
Bakla out front. Hot lap of the race on lap number 9. Continuing to pick up the pace here. Old school laying it down out there, showing he's still got the skills to pay the bills here, trying to put it at the top of the board. He's on a 10.5.16. Lachlan Donnelly moves to the 2-spot. Ment, Caretti here, all on the last lap, all going to go 10 laps. Definitely mixing up the top 10 here on this final lap. How's it going to lay down?
Ari Bakla with a massive gap now out over the rest of the field. About 3 seconds in front of everyone in this heat. Keeps it on track for the last lap. Lost a little bit of time on that last lap. The 31.884 still safe in the top spot there.
Solid run there. Ari Bakla going to take the top heat here and set number 1. Koki Kato out of the B group. Koki is going to get a 2 for the round. Third is going to be Lachlan Donnelly. Daniel Kobbevik out of the C group going to get a 4. Chris Sturdy going to get a 5. Jared Ment goes 6, Aydin Horne 7. Marcus Caretti going to get an 8. Matthew Couper 9, and Spencer Rivkin round out your top 10. A great run there in the A group as that brings Q1 to a close. We're going to throw it down to Scott Gillott. Scott going to have a few words there with your current TQ.
Ari Bakla, that is a pretty nice way to start two-wheel drive day here at the Pre-Worlds. Pretty tidy run in slippery conditions out there.
Yeah, look, I'll take that. Car was working good, but I'm going to have to say, yeah, be honest, it all comes down to experience. We've done I was going to say 1,000, millions of laps around this track. So I'll say experience paid off there.
I did hear you talk last night in some social media stuff about having a pretty wide setup window in the car. Is that what's kind of played off for you this morning?
Absolutely. Didn't change it from the practice run 6 yesterday. And I think that's probably the best thing about the XP2. It has grip and the window is wide, so it allows us to bank solid runs like that.
So, I mean, you've spoken there about the millions of laps you've done around here. What can we expect from this racetrack over the next kind of, let's say, hour or so into round 2? Well,
yeah, it'll start to sort of dry out a little bit, but I think the next 2 rounds will still be quite slippery. So 1, 2, and 3 will probably be quite slippery. And then about midday to 1 o'clock, when the sun sort of gets quite high and the whole track gets some sun on it, that's when it'll start to groove up and grip up.
And do you have a kind of a setup plan that you work to as those conditions change? Just whisper in my ear what the setups are for round 2.
Change nothing.
That's Ari Bakla. That's a beautiful start to the morning. Round 1 of qualifying, straight to the top of the charts. All the best for the rest of today.
Thank you, guys. Cheers.
We'll throw it back to Scotty and Mitch as we head into round 2 of qualifying here at the World's Warm-Up at Hills RC in Sydney, Australia.
Round 1 in the books, Mitch.
Ari Bakla. Far out. Wow.
One for the old guys.
Yep. Yeah. Let's see if he can continue that as the track changes now. That car looked sweet out there in those low grip conditions, and I've seen that before with Ari. I remember my first time ever meeting Ari Bakla was actually at Ride, New South Wales titles, on a very low grip track that they had at that point. This is before they oiled it and did all the grippy stuff to it. And man, Ari's car on that low grip track was just absolute at a premium. Dominated. So not the first time he has dominated on a low grip track, that's for sure.
Hey, more shout outs to everybody. I said a shout out to Josh Payne early. What's up, Payne? Hope you're doing well. I'm sure you're gonna make a World's appearance, right? You're gonna, even if you're not racing, you'll probably just come down.
Next,
Dennis Rice, welcome to the show. Alex
modified.
Jared King, welcome. Magic Matt. Good to have you folks. Hunter King, what's up, Hunter? Hope you're doing well. Oh, man, if you're ever going to come to the Worlds, this would be the one to go to. It's amazing. What a beautiful track. I wish I could come down here and run at a World. You know, Mitch, I've been blessed. Somebody asked me how many Worlds I've been able to commentate, and I have to count them. I don't remember. But I've never raced a World Championship as a competitor.
Right. There you go.
It's like I'm a failure because I really want to do that. You know, it'd be awesome just to partake in one. When they were the 8-scale on-road Worlds, I've been racing a lot of 8-scale lately, on-road. And they said the Worlds are going to be down in Chile. And I'm like, maybe I can go. But then I got a big race in America that week. So,
I've been lucky enough to race at 2 Worlds now, the last 2 Worlds that we've had.
You don't need to rub it in.
No, it's been incredible. Actually, Hoodie Arena was definitely a highlight. The track and the setup that they had over in Europe and Slovakia. And then, America. And America being the pinnacle of RC, in my opinion. But indoor track as it's so common over there, but we have changed things up over here in Australia. And this is what we run on. This is what we run week to week on, as long as the weather holds out for us. This is our homebrew of racing. So we're so excited to have the Worlds over here for the first time in a long, long time, since '89, for 10-scale off-road. We have had a couple of other World titles in the last few years. We had a GT World, Sony, a year or so ago. And so it's not the first Worlds we've held by any means, but it's the first 10-scale off-road Worlds in a long time. We are looking forward to it.
We've got like 3 Worlds in like 2 years because you had the GT Worlds, you got this World's coming up, you got the motorcycle. Motorcycle World's going to be there in Sydney. So, got a short break that is giving these guys a chance, but still, I mean, it's been an hour since we started. So these guys, mad thrashing, not going to have a lot of time to make too many big changes.
Yeah, I can
1
see
minute
everyone
to the start
wrenching
of the
over there at the
race.
moment, trying to find a slightly different setup at the moment. Might not have enjoyed that run around and trying to find the grip. But the grip itself is going to change quite a lot before they get out and track for their second run. The times we'll see a change a lot between the heats and stuff as well. We're starting to see more and more sunlight start to poke through the trees out there now. The track will start to warm up. The grip level will come up as we get through this round as well.
See, as we're going through the top 20 here, you see some of the guys that are, normally in the top. Rendernick gridded 19th with that one. Bartosz Zalewski, the young man from Poland, 17th. Martin Bayer is 16th. Orlowski, 14th. David Bada, 12th. Lachlan Munday, 11th. So no doubt these guys wishing they'd have a few of those laps back. Chase Lemieux, not even. Chase had a really tough run.
Early crash.
Yeah,
early
crash. Yeah, a couple of them there. So he'll get it back as these guys get ready to rock and roll. And round number 2 of qualifying coming up here in just a few moments.
Decent sized track here at Hills RC. Once again, old school style to an off-road outdoor here in Australia is the common theme. Pin tyres on the rear. That's what we love over here. Fair few drivers running pins on the front as well. Some ribs, pins and ribs is the common theme. So the Royal Speed tyre is the tyre for the pre-world and also will be the tyre for the world titles. Just about to get things back underway here. Drivers making their way up onto the stand. Couple more minutes and we'll have cars back out on track. We watch on the stream, you can see the beautiful scenery in the background there with a couple of tents set up right beside the track. How's the contrast, Scotty?
It's beautiful. I'm looking out of the Team Associated studio here, and I'm looking for some koalas. No koala sightings yet.
Yeah.
But these are all eucalyptus trees. You see the kind of silver, kind of shiny looking trees. And that's what for you guys it's nothing, kangaroos, cockatoos, they're flying in herds of them above us this morning. That's all exotic animals to us. So it's pretty cool.
Recently moved to a new place, Scotty, and we actually have peacocks that come and visit us almost every day. There's a whole family of peacocks that will wander through.
Around.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Trying to keep them out of the house. The little baby ones, they'll come up and have a look at you. They get spooked pretty quickly and easily, but yeah, the mum and dad peacock, they will quite literally come and have a chat to you.
Wow. I didn't know those were like wild here. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
This is a beautiful park setting they have. There's a football field right over there. Plus, they use it for cricket also. When we were here in October, they had some cricket going on there, and a cool walk trail that goes through this little park and everything like that. And I haven't experimented by walking through. I'm worried about them drop bears dropping down. So, but yeah, we'll do a walkabout, I'm sure.
I know you probably played a bit of baseball in your time. Have you ever played cricket?
No.
Oh,
I have
man.
zero understanding of it.
Yep.
Zero. I mean, obviously it's got to be a challenging game, and watching the guys, the pitcher when they're trying to hit the stick, I have no idea, what it is, but yeah.
What's the spider situation like, Scotty? That's a good question for you. See, for me, it's okay. I'm not a fan of spiders, but I can deal with them. I think we're used to them over here now.
Yeah, I know my daughter, she's like deathly afraid of spiders, but we haven't had any yet. I should be looking under the tables here, because just sitting here, well, you got everything in Australia can kill you. I mean, it's like you got 25 of the world's 30th most deadliest snakes or whatever, and everything. But we've had no spider sightings yet, or no brown snakes, or what's the deadliest snake here? Brown snake, is that the?
Yeah, they're up there, King Brown.
Yeah.
They're well and truly up there. I think we've got taipans, red bellies.
When we were here in October, they said, over at Marshall Spot 9 over there, they saw a brown snake over there by the grass. I'm like, I'm not marshalling by 9.
It's the baby browns you got to watch out for because they don't know their own strength yet.
Oh,
and,
really?
Yeah, they will they'll knock you around a bit, that's for sure. You held a baby
that's right.
brown.
In Brendale, we found on a track there was a baby, dead snake. It was, I don't know, it was probably, what was it, half a meter probably? Yeah, no, it wasn't like It wasn't like tiny, but it was dead.
Oh,
so
bugger.
that was, yeah.
Track looks awesome. Yes, it does.
All right, so as we get, they're calling drivers up to driver's stand, getting the marshals out there from group number 6. We're going to take a short pause for the cause, and we'll be right back here on RC Race Media, continuing coverage presented by Team Associated of 2025 IFMAR Pre-World Championships.
About to kick things off for second round of qualifying here at Hills RC for the IFMAR Pre-World titles. Cars working their way around, everyone
Ashley
working their way out onto the
James
front straight for
Whitmore,
their warm-up lap.
Rob Smith, Ryan Reynolds, Nick Poole, Blair Wallace, Trent Johnson, Ron Kirby, Caden Hill.
So we see a couple of rear mount cars coming back out on track again. Grips starting to come up now. You can see on the track that dry line starting to work its way out.
I like how you said dry. I like how you just added the into that. If you guys notice on the timing screen here, you see race, well, it should be race 2. Oh, they already set it up. So, well,
30 seconds to the start of the
I
race.
think they. Well, yeah, but everybody checked in. But I wonder if they preset the heats and changed everybody's race numbers.
Order.
15 seconds to the start of the race. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
All right, so in between the rounds, I'm going to run into the race control, and I have a question because I'm just
Ron
wondering.
Kirby,
Normally in IFMAR,
James
they
Whitmore,
rotate. Each
Trent
round
Johnson,
starts at a different
Ashley Koval,
race.
Nick
Yeah,
Poole,
so he.
So technically,
Blair Wallace,
this should be called race 2, but
Rob
it's called
Smith,
race 1. So they may have renumbered
Ryan
the races.
Reynolds,
We'll check that. So
Kurt
when I
Wenger,
talk, I don't sound like as much of a fool as I am.
Yes, generally at IFMAR races, the qualifying order will change. So, if say first round, you'll start at heat number 1, obviously. Second round, you might start at heat number 4, and then go through to 8. And then the last 2 rounds actually change it right up. They go, I think, reverse round as well for one of the rounds.
Yeah, they do that. But did you say race 8 or race 8?
8.
8.
8.
Race 8.
We got one over in the middle at the moment. Marshall's making their way over to it. Backing up and running now.
So a new round, new TQ will be decided. We're doing 5 rounds total. Take the racer's best 3 of the 5 based on your points. Following the track here, Ron Kirby. A long-time member of the club. Been doing this for a long, long time. It's something that we don't have in America is clubs. Everything is business kind of run. It's a hobby shop with a racetrack, things like that. But outside of America, it's 90% of the racetracks in the world are all clubs.
The top drivers are Caden
And
Hill,
it's
James
a group of
Whitmore,
members
and Ron
that
Kirby.
make it possible. And, you know, it's guys like Ron have been doing this for a long, long time. Much like Jerry, the scorekeeper, Jerry. This is his home club, but he's 3 hours from here.
Yep.
And this is his home club, and he volunteers his time. He volunteered to be a scorekeeper here at this event. So it's, you know, guys that have a passion for the hobby and, you know, share and give their time to the clubs that make it possible.
Yeah, Ron getting a little bit wrong there, ending up on the grass. We saw the spray coming off the wheels
the
there.
roost coming off.
Yeah, made for good viewing, I'm sure, on the screen. But yeah, Ron would have been kicking himself for that mistake, just roosting that tyre. So took a little while to wash out. Looks like it's starting to get the grip back onto him now. He was sitting in second before that mistake. We'll drop him down a little bit after that. But yeah, Australia, quite a big country. I think a lot of people don't quite realise. You see a sort of a flat map of the world, and you see America is just huge. It's 90% of the world. Yeah, and you see little Australia down here.
Yeah, but if you put Australia, it's bigger. It's
Yeah.
almost coast to coast.
Same size.
How long does it take? It takes like almost 6 hours to fly to Perth from here, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
It's a much longer flight from here to Perth than what it is from here to New Zealand. It's almost 3 times the amount of in air time to get to Perth, which is just on the other side of the country, than it is to get a whole different country from here. So yes, it is a very big country.
Got Caden Hill leading the way,
After
34-8.
3 minutes 8 seconds, the top drivers are Caden Hill, Kurt Wenger, and James
Yeah,
Whitmore.
Caden Hill leading the way, 34.8 last time around. Ron Kirby still sitting in the 2 spot. Having issues with the timing by the looks of it.
On our side, not on the... Yeah. On the track right now. Last time by was Caden, but these guys getting their second run of the day on what is you couldn't ask for a nicer day here in Sydney, Australia. The pre-World Championship 10-scale buggy. Excited for the end of September, start of October, when we'll be back here on a new layout. They're going to change it up. Change the design, put some new turf, new grass down. I'm going to have a huge bleacher section where you see the pits are. If you get a view of that, we'll show you in between. All the pits are going to move more into the car park. They're going to have a big bleacher section over here, and it's going to be pretty epic. And Mitch, I envision when you figure the World Championship, number 1, the fence is going to be lined.
Packed.
Elbow to elbow, you know, people just watching.
Yep.
And it's going to be just an absolute epic event. And we're excited to be part of it, bring it to you here on RC Race Media.
Well, we saw it for the Nationals, actually. They had a grandstand there for that.
Yeah.
And trying to get a seat, it was a premium. You could almost sell your seat, to be honest. If you felt like going for a drink, yeah, you might have been able to sell your seat for $5 or $10, to be honest.
Exactly.
The top
So,
drivers are Kurt Wenger,
follow
Caden
along
Hill,
with, at
James
the moment,
Whitmore.
Caden Hill working his way into a bit of traffic out there at the moment. Everyone trying to work together as they work their way up to the top of the hill there. Caden getting the inside line. That was a good move. 2 and 1. Working his way down the hill now over the tabletop. Little whip as he sets himself up for the next corner. And on to the Hills RC main straight away. Everyone's starting to work their way around on their last laps. Second round of qualifying. Time's getting quicker out there still. Everyone's trying to work together as best they can. Couple of cars coming through the chicane there as well. Clattering wheels. So our leader making his way across the loop there to wrap things up for himself. Slowly starting to warm up out here at the moment. Once again, the sun is slowly starting to show on through. Was quite a chilly morning this morning. I still have my jacket on. I know you still have your jumper on as well. Fair bit cooler down here than what it is up in Queensland. That's my home area. Queensland, we're sitting probably about 23, 24 most of the mornings. Whereas down here, it feels closer to probably a 15, 16, maybe up to 18 degrees Celsius now.
I guess I need to get a conversion chart here. I need to learn, you know, to remember. So My first time learning Celsius when I was in Thailand, and it was so hot. I knew that 30 degrees was really hot. And that's when I knew, all right, I can back it down from 30. So I know if it's, 75, 80, you're going to be, at 18 to 20 to 23 degrees.
Yep, exactly right. I think it was 120 at the Worlds in Arizona when we were over there. 120 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, no, I'm fine. I remember the first time I went to Arizona, I went to Hobby Action, awesome track.
Yep.
I went out to get my rent-a-car, not thinking because, I'm not the sharpest tool in the drawer. I got my rent-a-car and grabbed the steering wheel. I burned my hands on the darn steering wheel because it was so hot. They joke about me living in Milwaukee. We got cold. When it's
All
20
drivers are
degrees.
finished.
Well, I don't know Celsius. You know what I mean? But I'd rather have the cold than
The
hot.
race is
But
completed.
hey, we're gonna throw it down
Up
to the one
next,
who's got guy.
race number
He's
2.
got somebody queued up for an
2WD
interview. It's a
modified.
surprise.
Heat
Take it
2 of
away,
6.
Scott.
It's not a good start. Here we go. All right. There we go. All right. We'll just get over that little tech glitch. We've got the microphone in hand. Kurt Wenger all the way from the USA. How was the trip down under, Kurt? Long way.
Yeah, we powered through and stayed awake and been sleeping like a baby every night. We're working hard out here. Track came around a lot that round. I was feeling really good. I ran my car the same from yesterday, but different battery. We're letting it rip.
You set out round 1?
Yep. I don't have anybody to work on my car or clean my tires, and I'm trying to help everybody else. So it was nice to kind of just watch and get a feeling for how everything was, and then I got to dip my toe in the pool and drive some laps out there.
All the very best for a continuation of qualifying.
Thanks.
Scotty, back to you.
Next, race number 2. 2WD modified.
So
Heat
that's
2 of 6.
Kurt Wenger, if you don't know him, the owner of Shell Racing, part of a Team Associated team. He used to be a full-time engineer with them, worked there full-time, and then started his own company, and still gives help and advice. Obviously, coming down here to support the team, give engineering
Webb,
advice as they
Aydin Young,
work and try
Mark
to perfect
Doyle,
their cars here for the
Lachlan Williams,
much different conditions than
Brad
we have
Burko,
back in
Rob
America.
Maycock, Camden
Yeah,
Camilleri,
sure. He's probably looking at this track
Andrew
going,
Cole,
I wonder what
Scott
we can
Giles,
do to
Scott
make
Hill,
these cars a little bit better out there. Trying to find that sort of on-power grip. That's a key out here at the moment, especially whilst it's slippery in the mornings. So everyone's starting to work their way around on their warm-up lap. Making their way back to
1
the
minute
line
to the
now
start
as we're
of the
about to
race.
kick things back off for heat number 2.
"45 seconds to the start of the race.
So these guys gridded up here as we have our next heat coming up. You see the sun starting to shine
30 seconds
on
to
the
the
driver's
start of the
on the
race.
driver's stand. You see Coyote, Team Coyote, one of the great sponsors here of this event, along with all the banners you see around.
Yeah, we are beautiful layout
15
here. We
seconds
got
to the
our
start of the
track
race.
corner names here as well.
10,
We'll work way
9,
through those as we
8,
get through the
7,
weekend.
6, 5.
Things about to kick off here for our second heat. Second round of qualifying for Tour Drive.
Camden Camilleri,
Camden to
Scott Hill,
kick things off
Andrew
here.
Cook,
Camden having a good run in the first
Lachlan
round.
Williams, Mark Doyle,
Hunter King, yes sir.
Gavin Webb,
We lost communication
Rob
with the
Maycock,
scoring room, so we're trying to,
Scott
I
Giles,
don't know if the IP address changed or
Aydin
something,
Young,
so we're working on that to get the
Brad
live
Burko.
scoring up and running. So you're stuck with listening to the sultry sounds of Mitch and Scotty then, and we'll tell you what we know.
One of our local animals might have ran off with
Yeah, could have been.
internet.
Could have been.
Might have been that Kookaburra. We have to get an interview with that Kookaburra. He hangs around quite a lot. He's a local here.
He is. We got a great picture when here in October. Chase feed him, and he hangs around, and he will swoop down and eat the sandwich out of your hand.
Oh, yeah. You look
Zero
away for
fear.
2 seconds. You look away for half a second, and he will grab whatever you have in your hand. He is not afraid of humans.
No, not
and
at all.
He knows there's a free feed out here.
Yes.
Especially if he's quick around the place. Oh, a bit of chaos going on at the moment out there. A couple of cars upside down. A couple of cars struggling to get up that little step up the top of the hill there. A fair few drivers making a mistake to get up the top there. We work our way around onto the front straightaway. I believe we are on board at the moment with Rob Aycock,
1 minute 30
making
seconds.
his way through the
Top
chicane.
drivers are Brad Verco, Gavin Webb,
Gone
and
single
Lachlan
into the
Williams.
double still, so we'll still see the lower heats going, the single before hitting the double. Later in the day, we expect just about everyone to be hitting that double. Still won't be consistent though. A lot of drivers in the lower mains will still find it tricky. The run up into that first double is short, no matter whether you have grip or not. So that line coming into the double, if you can carry that corner speed through, you're doing a lot better than if you have to quickly hit that apex, get on the gas and go through with it. So apex on that corner is tricky to try and hit in this early morning stages to hit that first double.
We're getting a couple of rear motor cars in this one. Brad and Andrew in this one. All right, laps getting completed here. Lachlan Williams top of the board, followed by Gavin, Rob, Mark, and Brad.
Lockie Williams leading the way out there at the moment as we follow on board with him, working his way around the back of the track. Got a fair bit of clear track in front of him at the moment. Right on his rear, I believe it might be Gavin Webb. Check as they work their way through onto the front straight. Actually, it might be Scott Hill as they work their way across the line here. So Lockie Williams and Scotty Hill. No Saito out there. Lockie leading the way in this heat. Currently on a 9-lap 5:03 pace. So good run so far. Lockie leading the way. Last time around, 33.8, 33.4 for Gavin Webb last time. So Gavin on a good time as well. Mark Doyle in the 3. Brad Verco running that rear mount in the 4 spot. Rob Maycock in 5. Scott Hill in 6. Aydin Young in 7. Everyone working their way around. We have 3.5 down with 1.5 left on the clock. Lockie Williams with about 1.5 seconds over Gavin Webb at the moment. We chuck it on board now. Gavin Webb going through the double. Got a bit of traffic around him as well. Got a rear mount just behind him. Yeah, Andy Cook, I believe, just behind on Gavin Webb there. Working his way down the hill there, getting a little bit out of shape through the tabletop. Once again, that elevation coming into play as they work their way down that hill. Hard to get these two-wheel drives stopped at that apex corner after that tabletop. See most drivers sending it a little bit long and just trying to hit the anchors, bring that rear end around. By Gavin in the midst of traffic at the moment through the double, doing the safe line, single into the doubles. Getting a little out of shape at the top of the hill there as well.
After 4 minutes 31 seconds.
So Lockie Williams still leading the way. Gavin Webb in 2. Brad Verco now up to the 3 spot running that rear mount. We follow on board. A little train coming down the front straight into this hip jump. The Pro Tech RC whip has been designated.
8,
into the double. Nice safe line again. Just going safe line all the way through this heat for Gavin Webb.
1.
Everyone's still live at their time has expired. Everyone still keeps on going. So Lockie Williams looking to set time to beat in this one. He's got a decent little gap back to Gavin Webb in the 2 spot. Brad Verco in 3. So Lockie Williams comes across the line there with a 9-lap run, 5:02.6.
Mark Doyle done.
We've got a cone on the straight there. Oh,
Scott Hill done.
Everyone making their way around for their final laps here, looking for Scotty Giles and Aydin Young. Scotty, long time racer, a good fella.
Scott Giles done.
And just Aydin still to finish here. Good to see Aydin having a run in modified, looking to try and set himself up for a run at the world titles. Everyone done from this heat. So Lockie Williams setting time to beat here. 5:02.6 with a 9-lap run. 33.3 his hot lap. Gavin Webb also with a 33.3. We're going to chuck it down to Scotty Guy, who's got Lockie Williams, winner of that heat, and overall a time setter. Down to you, Scotty.
We are here with Lockie Williams as we go into round 2 of qualifying. Lockie, one of the young members here at Hills. Nice run for you out there, Lockie.
Yeah, it was a good one. Just kept it clean. It's a bit slippery out there, but kept it on all fours and just drove the race.
We're talking a lot about how the track changes through the day. Did you notice any change there from round 1 to round 2, or is it still fairly consistent?
It's still pretty slippery out there. I mean, there's just not much grip. It'll get better throughout the day. We'll get a groove, but for now it's just low grip.
Thank you very much. All the best as qualifying continues.
All right, thank you.
That's Lockie Williams as qualifying round 2 continues. We're going to throw it back to Mitch.
Yes, track is over.
And cars starting to work their way back out on track now. Brian Hawaiian, good to see you checking on in.
Gillott, Ben Panic,
Hopefully see you at a track
Antoni
again
Caretti,
soon.
Carter Sims, Ben
Let us know where you are checking in from whilst you are watching on here, guys. Love to know where you are checking in from. Sure, we have multiple countries watching on at the moment for our IFMAR pre-worlds here at Hills RC in Sydney, Australia. Track conditions not much different from the last couple of heats. A little bit more sun still coming through. It's slowly working its way through those trees. Track's still very damp at the moment though. We will see it really start to bed in later on. Probably once we get to about 10 o'clock local time here in Sydney. You have to check where that time lies where you are from.
30 seconds to the start
About
of
to
the
get
race.
underway here. Couple of big names in this one. Kobbevik, Logan Toia from New Zealand, Carter Sims, Ben Cribben, Andrew Gillott, our top 5.
15 seconds to the start of the race. 10.
10 seconds
9,
ticking on down
8,
now. About to get
7,
back underway.
6, 5. Daniel Kobbevik, Logan Toia,
So
Carter
Kobbevik
Sims,
kicking things off
Ben
from this
Cribben,
heat.
Andrew Gillott, Samuel Muffet,
So everyone
Peter
makes their way
Seckold,
around, entering their first
Antoni
lap.
Caretti,
Checking off
Ben
here.
Panic, Phoenix Eggleton,
Looking for a first lap. Good first lap for all drivers. A lot of drivers now starting to get that double down. Most drivers in this heat, first lap around, they're going straight into it. Trying to find those couple of tenths of a second from the first go around. So Kobbevik comes out swinging with a 32.0. Toia with a 32.3. Carter Sims with a 33.6. Cribben with a 33.3 as well. So on board with Kobbevik at the moment, working his way around the back of the track. The step down into the step up, around and down the hill we go now up to the tabletop. Getting it pulled up in time, making the apex quite nicely. As we come down the Hills RC, main straightaway for another lap. That time around a 31.962 for Kobbevik. See what laps he can do. See if we can get into the low 31s, even into the 30s from this heat. Looking for a 10-lap run, a fairly mid-level 15 or a 16. 10 laps from 5.15, 5.16, I would say, would be the go-to time from this round.
After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers are Daniel Kobbevik, Logan Toia, and Peter Seckold.
And from one Scotty to another here, we got Scotty Guyot now jumping on the commentary.
Good to join you, Mitch, and just in time as we get into these quick heats. Kobbevik continuing to lead away in front, and Logan Toya's been looking really strong all through practice yesterday. feeling really comfortable with the car. One of just a couple of guys running the Yokomos. Nice early start, 32.5 last time across the line for Logan.
Yeah, Kobbevik really starting to pull that back on in now. So Kobbevik from the last round had a really good run. Looking for another good run in this round as well. So he's got a 1.5 second gap over Logan Toia. We are closing in on the halfway mark now as we pick up with Logan Toia coming down the front straight away.
Kobbevik just about the same pace as he ran in Q1. He went 10.5.19 in Q1, running 10.5.20 at the moment, and just picking up the pace as the run continues.
Yeah, we saw last round as well, Scotty, that the last 2 minutes we really started to see the time start really flying on in. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see that again now, as Kobbevik last time around a 31.953 on Q. A lot of drivers out there last time around putting their hot laps in, a 33.3 for Phoenix Eggleton. 33.1 for Ben Cribben as well. So hot laps starting to come in thick and fast out there with 2 minutes left on the clock. Kobbevik looking to set pace. He's got a 4.5 second lead now over Logan Toia in this heat with 2 minutes left on the clock.
Minutes, the top drivers
He went,
Kobbevik
did go P4
Logan
in
Toia
round 1 of qualifying, so a nice early start to the morning for the Norwegian Shoemaker driver. Toia continues into Eggleton, bumping his way forward. He sets his hot lap of the race, 32.8 that time by for the young local driver, 11 years old at the moment. Turns 12 on two-wheel drive day at the Worlds a little later in the year. Fantastic experience for him.
Bet your bottom dollar he'll be here as well. Young gun, absolute superstar, early age here for young Phoenix Eggleton. Starting to find his feet out there, making a couple of mistakes in this heat. He's got a couple of quick drivers coming up, closing on in him at the moment. Kobbevik, 31.585 last time around. See what he can back it up with this time as he works his way into turn 1. We follow on board at the moment with young Phoenix Eggleton. That time around for Kobbevik, a 32.3, slightly slower than his last few laps. Lost a little bit of time somewhere out there that time around. So we follow on board with young Phoenix Eggleton, currently sitting in P5 for this heat. Toia last time around a 32.0, so still he's finding his feet. About 6 seconds off the leader of Kobbevik. Less than a minute now on the clock. Drivers under a minute left on track. So round number 2 of qualifying here for two-wheel drive. Well, Phoenix getting really nosed down there as he went over the hip jump there. Managed to get it back on his wheels though, that's the main thing.
Still seeing green popping up across the board. Toia was quick last time around, 32, but now dropped back to a 33 this time by. So losing a little bit of time late in the run is Toia. Muffet continues in 3. Cribben, one of the local X-ray drivers, up in 4. Seckold likewise sitting around that same spot. Eggleton, Seckold, Cribben, Gillott even they're quite close together through the midfield. Mitch, as we go inside the last 10 seconds for this run.
7.
Kobbevik continues out front, 32.2 that time by, going 10.5.20. Fastest of the round and just a smidge off his Q1 time. I had a look at the results from Q1, 1 second between 2nd and 7th. Kobbevik right in the middle of that gaggle of cars.
Yeah,
Ari
small
Bakla,
mistakes.
quick out front.
Small mistakes will hurt quite a lot out here. Run slightly wide, you're going to lose half a second to a second easy. So those small mistakes are really going to hurt. Out there at the front now, so Kobbevik looking to take that one pretty comfortably. Had about 10 seconds over Logan Toia. So track seemingly hasn't picked up a huge amount of grip from the last round. Fairly clean run there from Kobbevik. Very equal lap times, very equal overall run from Kobbevik as well. So track still holding that similar pace from round number 1. Similar grip level by the looks of it. No one doing a ridiculously quick time as of yet. Kobbevik with a 31.6 on his last lap around takes that heat.
Yes, I did. Yep, in the first round. Yep.
So Kobbevik taking that one. Toia into Samuel Muffet, the Muffet Man. In the 3 spot, Ben Cribben rounding up P4.
Race number 4. 2WD modified.
Gonna have an interview now with Scotty Ernst and Logan Toia. Chucking it to you, Scotty.
All right, thanks, fellas. We're here with Logan Toia. Logan, quite a bit different scene than the last time you and I seen you. We were doing 8 scale, but this week it's all about 10 scale. You had a pretty good run there. Take us through that one.
Yeah, it was a bit sketchy. Track's getting really slick at the moment, which is as per usual. It's what we've seen over the last couple of days, and the same at the Nationals when I was here. But yeah, car's good. Car's working well and consistent. Just need to piece a whole run together with it's sort of low 32, high 31 average. But that's what we're aiming for, and we'll see what we do in the next one.
For me, I've known you just as 8 scale, but doing this 10 scale, what do you like better, 10 scale or 8 scale?
I enjoy 10 scale more. I've done 10 scale all my life. I've done it for 11 years now, so I've been racing 10 scale since I was 6 years old.
Oh, wow, that's awesome. See, now I learned something new about you. This track and this club has done a magical setup here. It's just going to make for an amazing event this time, but also the World Championship. That's going to be an exciting experience for you.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. My first World, so I'm amped for it. That's why I've been here twice now. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. It should be cool. And meeting all the guys, it's been awesome. It's been a dream of mine to do this and see all the people I've looked up to for years. It's so cool. So.
All right, well, best of luck and good job.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, there you go, Logan Toia, one of the many faces that are here at the Pre-Worlds. Back to you guys in the Team Associated studio.
We got our cars starting to line up
here.
here.
Good chat there with Logan Toia, the Kiwi Yokomo driver over here for this week. We'll get Scotty back in the booth in just a minute. Mitch, it just continues to ramp up now. We go to this next heat. Kuki Kato was P2 in round 1 of qualifying. He's going to lead us away this time.
Yeah, very quick in that first round of qualifying. We'll see what he can do in the second heat. See, this will be another representative run to see how the track has come up in grip or hasn't come up in grip at least.
10.
Hope everyone catches a quick sight of Logan Toia's socks there as well. They are hot, quite hot. About to kick off here for the B sort.
Kauki Kato, Christopher Sturdy, Aydin Horne, Matthew Couper, David Botta, Michael Orlowski,
Everyone checking on through here. Kuki Kato will lead them away around for the first lap.
Munday.
Last car over the line there. So around the back of the track we follow on board with Kuki Kato.
I'm back. I missed you, Mitch.
Welcome back, Scotty. Our leader down the front straight away. The first time around, a 32.552 for Kuki Kato. Sturdy with a 32.6, but Matthew Couper, 32.0, hot from the get-go. Michael Orlowski, here we go, finding his rhythm out there now, 31.9. How's that for a kickoff lap?
Good to see Michal doing a better opening lap. His first round, he had a 37, backed up with another 37. So he gave up quite a bit of seconds there in the first round. So obviously, if you're any type of racing fan, you're familiar with Michal Orlowski, his World Championship, multiple European champion, ETS touring car. He's the first driver to ever win 10 consecutive ETS events. He is just an absolute machine, and no doubt he'll get things sorted out. They got Trish here. Trish, the engineer from Schumacher, made the trip over. They got a great, strong Schumacher team. As we follow Seth Orlowski right now, rocking the Schumacher. Michal's done a great thing for the brand. Schumacher, a legendary brand, Mitch, been around. Robin and Cecil Schumacher have been part of the RC industry for decades upon decades, and they absolutely have an undesirable passion for the hobby.
Yeah, the car looking good out there at this moment as we work our way through the chicane there. Over the double, gets it nice and clean. Got Davey Batter right behind him. Caught a little bit short on that first double there. You could actually see the time difference between that very minor mistake of just catching the knuckle of the jump and not being able to get the power down quite as quick. Dropping off the back of Orlowski that's there. So good representation. We could see it on screen there. Down the front straight away we go with your leader, Michael Orlowski, starting to find his feet out there in this run. A 31.6 that time again. Currently sitting in P2 from the previous round, so his time's looking a lot better from the previous round at least. So much better start, to say the least.
And they're so time's pretty close to what they were in the first round. It'll be a bit quicker. Ari did a 5.16. Ari threw down an amazing run. Orlowski looking to put on a good run here, possibly put him in the top 10. He was out of the top 10 in round 1, so definitely going to be one of his throwaways. As we continue to follow Orlowski out front into Schumacher at a 31 forward. That's his best lap of the race.
Minutes,
he is on a 10.5, 17, just about a half a second off Ari's first round TQ time. So we expect some of these guys to go maybe a bit quicker.
Matthew Couper having a good run out there as well. 31.4 previous laps. He works his way towards the loop this time by. We'll check it off as he crosses the line. Kukikata with a 31.8 this time around for Matthew Couper with 31.7 as we jump on board now with Matthew Couper. Very bright paint scheme for Matthew Couper. Yellow, blue, pink, yellow wheels. Yellow wheels are quicker, Scotty. Did you know that?
Yeah, yes, I do. Yes. And I'm sure Jason Ruona, who's here, Jason will remind us that more world championships have been won on white wheels, so I'm sure he'll remind us of that as he always does. Minute 15 to go in this one. Couper on point. Orlowski, Kato, Sturdy, and Davey Bada. Bada just throwing down his best lap there, 31.6. Aydin Horne doing his best lap there, 32.3. Couper on point, 1 at 10, 5.17. About a second off the time, the fast time from round number 1 from Ari Bakla, as we're just under about a minute to go.
So track's starting to build up a little bit more heat. You can feel the heat starting to radiate on into this associated booth. So Matthew Couper now a hot time, a 31.387 last time around. He's going to back it up with a 31.222. So Couper to the top of the time machine. He's got a comfortable little gap over Orlowski now. Kukikata in the 3 spot. Sturdy not too far behind, a couple of seconds in the 4 spot. And Davey Batter from California in the 5. So about 20 seconds left remaining now, Scotty.
In the whole seating concept of racing, you think you need to be in the A sort or at least a B sort to have a chance at setting a top 10 run. But the proof is here as a couple of these guys, Kato and Sturdy, from the first round qualifying, they put top 5 runs in from the C group. So all you got to do is be on the track, have your best runs. Doesn't matter which group you're in. You got a chance to put in some top 10 runs. We're doing 5 rounds of qualifying. We'll count the racers' best 3 of 5. Couper still on point. Orlowski 1.6 back. Kato, Sturdy, Bada, Horne, Martin Bayer, followed by Saito, followed by Zalewski. That is your 9-car order here as race number 4 comes to a close.
Matthew Couper done.
Matthew Couper looking to top this one. Michael Orlowski still to finish. Gets a 31.3 on the last lap. Closes that gap right on down to 0.6 per second. But Matthew Couper still holds on to that top spot for this round. With that as well, Matthew Couper, the Couper family obviously well known at this track, well and truly entrusted into the foundation of this club here.
When we were here in October, Couper not in the best sorts, as he had broke his leg, I think playing soccer, wasn't he? Something like that. Yeah, he was in bad shape. So yeah, in much better shape here. Cast is gone and crutches are all done. But Scott Guy going to have a little chat with Matthew.
We're standing here with Matthew Couper, round 2 of qualifying. Matt, that looked like a pretty tidy run for you.
Yeah, it was a good run, that run. Made a few setup changes. I felt a bit more comfortable in the car after that, so a bit more happy, a bit more used to the track now because it's not usually like this, so put in a good run, which I'm happy about.
So say some more about that, because you know this place really well, but you're saying it's a little different to what you're used to.
So, well, it's been rolled and it's really slick compared to what normally it would be. Usually the tyres are just sitting on top of the surface. Usually they tend to dig into the surface a bit more, but today they're just on top. It's like a polished surface, so it's a lot more slippery than it's ever really been.
What does it mean to you to have guys from 9 different countries around the world here this weekend warming up for the Worlds at the end of the year?
Yeah, it's really cool. I've been looking forward to this meeting for I've just been thinking about this past week. I've just been nervous, ready for it. But yeah, it's really cool to have all these guys come down here and see what it's like in Australia.
Well done in that one. You battled all the way with Michael Orlowski, got the win in the end. Within that group fastest so far. You go Marshall and see what these guys can do now.
Cool. Thanks, mate.
That's Matthew Couper. And we had to quickly jump off the track there. We're going to hand it back now to the Team Associated studio with Mitch and Scotty.
Donnelly. Tom Rinderknecht. 45 seconds to the start
Scott
of the race.
just about getting run over there. He had to get off the racetrack. But, man, the sun, you can feel it here. Yeah. The sun is starting to shine into the Team Associated broadcast studio here, and it's really more and more shadows going away and more sunshine. We've said it a dozen times already how beautiful this track is and how beautiful the weather is here. It's making for a perfect experience for many of these people. First time here at Hills Off-Road RC, and it's definitely going to be just an epic 10-scale Buggy World Championship. Kind of old school, you know. Love it.
Absolutely. And now we are into our top heat, so keep an eye on this one.
All right, I got the B sort coming up right now, or the A sort rather. This is Ari, Lachlan, Jared, Marcus,
10,
Spencer,
9,
Lachlan, Munday,
8,
Jordan, Tom,
7,
Jaden, and
6,
Chase Lemieux.
5.
These guys getting ready to rock and roll.
Ari Bakla.
So Ari is going to roll
Lachlan
out first.
Donnelly.
He was your round 1
Jared
TQ.
Mint.
He did a 10-lap
Marcus
5:16. Couper just did a
Spencer
10-5-17
Lachlan Munday.
in that one.
Jordan Isaacson.
Kobbevik had a 10-5-19. Orlowski had a 10-5-18.
Chase Lemieux.
So Bakla getting a little out of shape as he worked his way through the chicane down the hill there. Managed to gather it up before the double. Hit the double-double pretty clean still. So top two drivers looking to break away a little bit early in this lap even. But both Ari and Rivkin trying to pull a little bit of a gap over the field early in this one. So Donnelly. Donnelly actually, sorry. I'm getting the cars mixed up. Rivkin and Donnelly.
They are kind of close.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? In the paint schemes and everything like that. But Lachlan Donnelly, one of the top drivers here from down under. Got many laps here on this racetrack. Spencer's got experience here at this track because he came down here and ran the Nationals back in October. We follow Lachlan Donnelly out front leading the way. His opening lap was a 31.2. Bakla had a 31.9. Marcus Caretti here from Denmark, 31.9.
Donnelly on top spot at the moment. Marcus Caretti, yeah, good second lap around that time. A 31.575, not slowing down anytime soon. Donnelly with a mistake there, though, so it's going to cost him a little bit of time. See where he comes back out. Doesn't seem to have lost a huge amount of time. Still not too far behind Ari on track. Check it as they cross the loop in just a moment here. It might allow Marcus Caretti to the top spot. See right now.
And he does. Caretti moves to the top of the board. Back-to-back 31.5s there for Marcus. Marcus having a good run. Lachlan Donnelly is second. Donnelly, your reigning four-wheel drive Australian national champion. Jared Mint, also one of the top Australian racers here, sitting in the third spot, followed by Ari Bakla. Rivkin in the 5. Munday showing 6. Renderneck, followed by Lemieux, Isagan, and Jaden Edwards. Round out your 10-car field here in qualifying round number 2 of our top heat. After seating, Marcus Caretti on point, 10-lap 5:17 TQ time.
Caretti having a great run in here. Jared Mint now bumping right up to the 2 spot. Rivkin starting to find his feet out there now as well. Up into P3 with a 31.006 that time around. So a lot of drivers starting to put their hot laps in. Once again, we get towards the halfway mark. Tyres starting to heat up. Track getting better and better as the run goes. Caretti still leading the way. He's got 0.8 of a second gap over Jared Mint and Rivkin. Rivkin and Mint, equal time between those two. Donnelly now pushes back up to the 2 spot after a decent lap of 31.6 for him. Rivkin now bumps back in front of him, a 31.2.
3/10 apart between the associated drivers, Caretti and Rivkin. Men right behind him, so Lachlan Donnelly right behind them. Time to beat, 5:17.630. Matthew Couper laid down in the previous heat. These guys right now about 3/10 under TQ is Marcus Caretti.
Bakla bumping up a couple of spots there. Donnelly drops him back down. Jared Mint drops him back down as well. So Caretti still leading the way. Rivkin up to the 2 spot. Tight between the top 5 drivers. Only a couple of tenths a second separating top 5 drivers at the moment.
Following Spencer Rivkin here on the racetrack right now, 3/10 of a second behind Caretti. Spencer last lap, 31.7, matching the lap time from Caretti. Spencer driving the associated purple and white. Last time by, like I said, 31.7. Let's see what he's got this time across the stripe. Rivkin 31.4, Caretti at 31.5. They're separated by 0.3 of a second. 1 minute to go on the race clock.
Caretti putting his hot lap in last time, a 31.5, not quite as quick as the hot lap of Spencer Rivkin, but nice and consistent from Caretti. And that's probably the main thing out there in these early stages. Hot lap not too key, as long as you can get around the track consistently on your pace.
Right now, Caretti, Donnelly, and Rivkin all better than the TQ. TQ right now, 5:17.630. We're top 3, top 4. Ari Bakla now ahead of the TQ. Jared Met only about 0.4 off that TQ time. 30 seconds ago, Caretti still on point, leading away.
So time's very similar still from the previous round. Track really hasn't evolved as much as I expected. Last couple of 10 seconds left on the clock here. So Caretti still leading the way, looking to try and set TQ paces. Donnelly now to the top of the timing sheets with a 30.986.
Donnelly and Rivkin throwing some heaters down on the last lap here. We got 9 laps in. This is the 10th and final lap for these guys, and it is wide open. We got 0.6 of a second between the top 4. Donnelly last time by to the top. There's Caretti, Rivkin, Bakla, and Met, your top 5. Donnelly had his hot lap last lap, 30.9. It's 0.4 of a second between him and Caretti. That's its lap number 10 coming to a close here. Let's see who's going to be there. Donnelly throwing down a 31.0. What's Caretti got to answer? A 31.6. Bakla a 31.6. Rivkin a 31.2 lap meant his hot lap a 31.2. As this one comes to a close, it was a barn burner on the final 2 laps. Round number 2 goes to Lachlan Donnelly.
Tom Rivkin also putting it out a 31.4 there as well. Chase Lemieux still to finish here. Rivkin really pushing it towards the end there, making his way back up to P2. Caretti dropping down to P3. Still a great run, both Rivkin and Caretti. So we're going to chuck it over to Scotty G, talking with Lachlan Donnelly, or TQ so far for this round.
Lachlan Donnelly cut a sway through timed practice yesterday. Q1 not quite so good, but a really nice fast finish to Q2 there.
Yeah, that was a good run. I got off to a really slow start on that run. I kind of struggled. And then I kind of found my groove in those last 2, 3, 4 laps and put in some good laps to claw it back a little. We know our car works really well in the second half of the day. We struggled a little bit, obviously, in the first one. And, yeah, it's good to get GQ in that run. And, yeah, we know the car works from here on out. So, hopefully, yeah, should be good.
How quickly are you expecting the track to start to dry now? The sun's just starting to get onto the track properly.
I don't think it's going to dry too quick. There's only 6 races to a round. There's not a bunch of cars on track between each qualifier, so I think it's going to evolve not too fast. But I think by the time mains come around, it'll start to rapidly increase. But through qualifying, I think it's going to take its time.
Well, it's a beautiful round 2 of qualifying, jumping straight to the top of the timing charts. He was parked there, a fixture all day yesterday. All the best as qualifying continues.
Thank you. Thanks, Scott.
That's Lachlan Donnelly. He's taken the win in Q2. So far, we do have 1 heat left. So let's call him the provisional fastest in Q2. We'll throw it back to Mitch and Scotty as round 2 wraps up next time out.
Scotty didn't have to jump out of the way as quick that time. He had to have a pretty good little bounce out of the way before cars got on track. It's good to see he's ready to go out of the way this time around. So we're going to have cars on track now. Will officially be heat number 6, but from the previous round it would have been heat number 1. So a little bit confusing here with that sort of side of things. We'll try to get it fixed up throughout it. So back to the start of the round here. So final heat of this round.
Lachlan made a good comment that, Mitch, that I didn't think about. Normally, again, we keep referring to my experience here was October when we got to run, and we had, I don't know, 25 heats or whatever it was. There was, 250, 300 entries. So, the track changed a lot quicker, and Lachlan, with only 6 heats, made the good point that the laps aren't being turned to as it was in previous events. So it's not going to dry as quick, and that's something I didn't think about. But that's why he's there and I'm here,
Very valid.
All right, so we're getting ready to rock and roll here with our last heat of the round. which is
10,
officially race
9,
1
8,
of our
7,
seeding rounds.
6, 5.
Couple of rear mounts in this heat again.
Chris
Love to see
Lander.
it.
Yoshiyuki Chikuba. Zac Panic.
All
Riley
right.
Lander.
These drivers getting called off
Stuart
as
McMahon.
they're rolling out.
Andrew Cara. Andrew Salvaggi.
Chris Lander first.
Stephen Hogginson.
Lead the way.
Hugo
Good
Tsang.
line there through the front side, double-double.
And Yoshiyuki following. He's one of the only drivers running the Kyosho buggy here this weekend as well, Scotty.
Couple guys here making a trip down from Japan representing Kyosho. Chikuba's been a mainstay in the Kyosho stable for decades. Good to have him here. Chris Lander, that time by 35.5. Chris Lander, a legend here, been racing since the 90s. He's been a long time RC racer here down under. Great guy, loves the hobby.
Whoa.
Oh, look out, Chase, coming in hot. Like you said, a couple rear motors. Pretty awesome. Good to see.
I think there was one over in Arizona. I remember there being at least one rear mount at the World Title Zone Arizona, which was pretty cool to see.
Guys just doing it for the fun. They just love the hobby and going to run. And on a high grip surface, the rear motor, not the best setup, but hey, he made it happen.
Wasn't super high grip at Arizona, to be fair.
Well, you're right. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, it is a little looser there.
Yeah.
That's true.
Didn't have any goop. I think
After
that was a big thing when it came to the Worlds in Arizona. No goop, so it was a slick tire. Definitely not a slick tire here, unless you just keep running them. You can probably get it to a slick tire if you really wanted to.
You could.
It wouldn't do you much good, but you could do it. Out front of the moment, we've got Stuart leading the way at 35.2 last time around. Riley Lander with a 35.8. Chris Lander just behind him, 34.9 that time around. So Riley and Chris, P2, P3. Changes up a little bit there now. Chris Lander up to the 2 spot, Riley Lander to 3. We follow a little bit of chaos going on through the chicanes there into the double-double. Everyone got safe line? No, not everyone. Right at the back there, going the double-double.
Oh, little bump, a little banging out there.
Gave him room in the end, though. Everyone working together pretty well out there at the moment on these low grip conditions, which can be quite challenging.
We're following Stuart McMahon out front. Part of the Campbelltown Hobbies crew. Big thanks to Campbelltown. Want to be a proud sponsor of this race, but heck, every race in Australia. They're big time supporters of RC down here. They got a big hobby shop set up here to make sure racers got everything they need. I gave props this morning, Mitch, because when I walked by, they got all the car kits lined up. They had a short course at the top of the stack, and I'm like, there you go. Priorities, I like it.
Yep.
After
Good.
3 minutes.
We need more. We need more short course.
Exactly.
When's the short course world coming, Scotty? Give us some info.
Exactly. Yeah, we need that for sure. Lander out front. Riley. Oh, we got a little family feud going on here.
Yep.
Chris and Riley, father and son. Chris the dad, Riley the kid. Oh, but Hugo trying to squash that. Saying, I don't think so. Hugo Tsang moving to the top of the board. On a 9-lap 5:25, just a tick off the current TQ time.
Chris Lander not too far behind. Riley Lander just after that. Riley putting his hot lap in last time around at 35.5. Chris that time around at 35.1. Riley making his way to the line. This time see what Riley can do at 35 flat. Trying to close that gap back up.
9-10. Following Riley around the track. 6/10 behind Dad. Go get him, Riley.
Beautiful line through the double-double there. Got that down ramp absolutely perfect. Working his way through the top of the track, down the step down, into the step up. Oh, we've got a car coming from the other side of the track there. Managed to work his way around it. Jared Ment was there ready to grab it.
Following Hugo Tsang. Around the racetrack right now. 9-lap 5:22. He had a 1.8 second lead over Chris. Hugo had just a tick of a problem that lap. Let's see how much he's going to slow him down. Like I said, he had 1.8 over Chris. There's Hugo. That time 37.4. That may give the lead to Lander this time, but we'll see. We stay with Hugo here through the chicane. Nice line there. Just taking it single in the front side doubles. 15 seconds to go in this one. We'll have a short break after this. They're going to do a resort or what do they call it?
Regrid?
Regrade, yeah.
Yep.
And they're going to put everybody in new heats based on their one best qualifying run. Using the points of that run. Then they'll do another regrouping, resort, regrade after round 4 based on your driver's best 2 rounds.
Time has expired here. Everyone's starting to work their way around on their final lap. See who can come across a line at the top. So everyone will finish it as they make their way to the loop. Hugo looking to try and take this heat out.
Stephen Hogginson done.
Working their way across the line now. Chris Lander trying to finish in front of young Riley Lander. See who comes out on top there. Riley takes it off him on the last lap.
Yeah, Dad.
Oh, so Hugo, we're seeing made a mistake. So slow lap here from Hugo.
A tragic
Riley Lander.
All drivers are finished.
Go, Riley. It's your birthday.
McMahon
Riley taking this one. Hugo, a tough last lap. There. Riley beating Dad. Good job, Riley. All right, this is going to be a good one here. Future rock star. Going to be interviewed by Scott Guy. Take it away, Scott.
We are here with Riley Lander, who has not only taken the win, but he's just taken down Dad. Chris, in a good one. Riley, you got there right at the end. How's the car working this morning?
It feels very good. It's handling well. It's jumping well. It's doing all that I want.
You didn't get to come to practice yesterday. You're off at school, I think it was.
Yeah.
So you took your first heat to get used to it, but you're feeling pretty comfortable now?
Yeah, it's quite a good track. It's very smooth right now.
Well, it's a pretty nice start to the day. Is it bragging rights to beat your dad? Does he have to pay for lunch or something if you beat him?
Maybe.
That's beautiful. Riley Lander getting that win in Heat 6. Well done, Riley. Heat 6 of round 2 of qualifying, getting there over his dad. All the best for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
That's Riley Lander getting bragging rights over his dad. Scotty and Mitch, let's throw it back to you as we've concluded now round 2 of qualifying.
So yes, break now here, guys. We'll have a couple of minute break before we get into round number 3 of qualifying. Don't go too far. We will be back with some racing action a little bit later. But we're qualifying round number 3 soon to come. See you soon, guys.
Welcome back to Hills Off-Road RC. I'm standing here with Jason Ruona. Jason, a long way from home. How was the trip over from the US for this one?
You know, it actually went pretty well. We went from Orlando to LA to Sydney, and then drove over. And Scotty, actually, I saw him in LA and got the opportunity to hitch a ride with him, and we had a good driver.
It is a long way from home, but it's also a long way from the normal conditions we've seen in 10-scale racing over the last few years. We're back almost old school. It's outdoor, it's dirt. We've kind of spoken about that a lot. What's your feeling as you drove in yesterday and as you got to see the track unfold through time practice yesterday?
Yeah, it's exciting for me because I think, there'll be a lot of eyeballs on this race as we get into the Worlds later. And, I think it'll help us give ideas to other clubs, organizers, racers that want to do more outdoor 10-scale racing. And I think it's something that we need to kind of keep alive in the business because we've gone to so much indoor racing, whether it's carpet or any type of indoor, kind of manicured track, which, this is a manicured track. It's just in a different way. It's nicely prepared. It's nicely built. It's smooth. It's just watered and it's outside, and you get the elements of the sun that determines really how the condition of the track progresses throughout the day, which is something I'm familiar with because that's how I grew up racing outside. And, I'm familiar with the morning, the afternoon, the evening transitions. And I think that's what you see here. And I think we'll see that at the Worlds. We'll see that with the different heats. There will be advantages here and there depending on how things kind of shake down, which heat you're in. So, but I think that'll make it interesting, and I think we're going to see some surprises here and there because of the track will have peak out moments where it gets quicker, and I think we're already seeing a little bit quicker between round 1 and 2 here, just by a little bit, and I think then there'll be a step at some point here today where I think it'll go even faster.
We've spoken a little bit about this being a warm-up. What does it mean for the manufacturers, for the drivers themselves to come to a warm-up? I mean, what's the focus, what's the thought process through the weekend at a warm-up as opposed to any other race meeting where you come to win that race meeting? What's the kind of learning, the objectives, I suppose, of being here?
When I did these as a racer, I always felt that it was important to do as a driver and a racer because I felt like there was a lot of adjusting that you needed to do to not only coming to a different place, but a driver stand. What's the view going to be like? Is it elevated? And you really start to dial in on the surface. You got to realize and think about what style you're going to drive with because, you can't just go out here and just full attack mode. You got to be somewhat, on the conservative side when the track is like this. And you got to know those things by looking at the color of the dirt. That determines, how hard you can really drive the car. So as a racer, that's what I would look at is I want to adjust to the driver's stand. Where do I like to stand? How does it feel? The depth perception. And really the layout doesn't matter so much. It's just about really adjusting to the surface and how you feel as a racer. And when you come back, then you feel like I've done it before. Yeah. And then you can really kind of put that next level of concentration into it as a driver. So I think that's the important side there. As a manufacturer, you're just looking for anything that you can add to help your guys be better and more prepared for what's obviously going to be a battle of really, really good guys. So the smallest little bit that maybe we can, add to it or help our racers, obviously it's a controlled tire event. So it kind of takes, for the most part, it takes the tire side out of it. We got some front tire open stuff we can do, but mostly it's more about, the accessories, the bodies, the wings, and, anything that we can do that we can pick up on that can help these guys because it translates into a lot when it comes down to when these guys are going to be fighting for tenths of a second. And you want to start up front here at any of these 10 scale type races, the Worlds. It's really hard to win them for further back on the grid. So you really need to be probably in the top 4. Outside of that, it's hard to win. It's not impossible, but it's hard to win, especially with today's racers and competitors. So we want to add anything we can. We got a great team of drivers, and I like to come to this stuff to just see where we can kind of add our 2 cents of an improvement to our racers.
So let me ask you about that then. You've been here through practice yesterday and the early parts of qualifying today. Have you started to spot any little opportunities that you might have, as the year unfolds to kind of help to bring an advantage to your drivers?
Yeah, before we left, I already kind of started, a list of things that I think would be nice to introduce or to have. Sometimes we use these races as sort of a launch for new products too. And, before we even came here, I kind of had a little list in my mind already. And yeah, some things are starting to come to mind about what we could do and what we could add. But, also it really helps you get in the mood, really. I think that's part of it too, is it helps you say, you get in the competitive environment, you get in the mood, you start to feel the surroundings and the sort of the pressure that comes with an event like this, and you start to really zone in on it mentally. And I think that's what it does for me is, I transition from, we might be racing 8 scale one weekend, or it's this or that, or a different type of track, and 10 scale and carpet, and it really helps you start to think about the direction that you have to go for that kind of genre or event. So that's what it helps for me.
Let me ask you, I mean, you've been around a little while, if I can say that without calling you old. I've been around a long time. You know, we're kind of throwing back almost to the era of, you know, one-off prototype cars that we saw in the 90s, even, you know, your own involvement in the design and building of the BJ4, that four-wheel drive car that kind of kick-started things for you. Is this track unique enough to mean that some of the vehicle manufacturers might come with something pretty special, maybe out of production when we come back in October?
You know, I don't know. It's a little different world today than it is, you know, in the 90s, because I think the customer really expects those items to be out and to be able to be purchased. And I think that was the difference that happened in the 90s, and as they were prepared to do whatever it took condition-wise to build the best car for those events, and it happened a lot over and over again. Today, you have to be prepared to sell that item, and so you need to really be a little more ahead of the game. You know, it almost has to be, it can be prototype, but you need to be right around the corner from selling it. Otherwise, it's hard to really capitalize on a successful product. So for a, you know, Associated and X-Ray or Schumacher or, you know, the competitors on the chassis side of things, I think whatever that they come up with for an event like this, they have to be ready to turn it on and sell it, because that's the day that we're in, where you have to be able to come back and say, hey, you know, it costs us a lot of money to attend this race, it costs a lot to do the prototyping, and you really got to be prepared to capitalize on it these days. And I think we will, I'm sure, see something. You know, we already have 2 prototype cars racing here this weekend in the 4-wheel drive class, so it's already happening, but they are production ready cars. You know, it's not the stealth cars we've seen or those from the other, you know, the years gone by, but there is 2 cars already being raced here, so you can see it's already happening. But I would imagine by the time we hit the race, those will probably be production cars, and which is good for the customer, and it's good for them because they can advertise, hey, we raced this, we did well with it, now we can sell it, and it's good for a business standpoint. And then I think we might be in the phase where you're going to fine tune. And I think maybe the cars we have here are probably capable of winning in the box configurations. But now it's about, can you add a little thing here or there that's really going to put you over the top? And I think we'll see that. I think we'll see a couple small things, you know, adapted to all the different cars here that, you know, could be a transmission case, or it could be a shock, you know, positioning or suspension, you know, type of configuration, where if you're not really super trained or into it, maybe the photos might get by you, but I think that's what we're probably going to see heading into it. And a lot depends on the results here. If you're struggling or you need some extra speed, then those items tend to pop up a little bit more often than not. So but I expect to see some new and some cool things here at the Worlds, which is good for the customer. I mean, I think we would all love that one-off prototype, you know, of the old days. We would like to see that vehicle that you've never seen before, and you're just like, oh my gosh, this was made just for the race, and because that brought excitement. But today, you have to be ready to sell it, and unless they're ready to do that, then I don't know that we'll see it. But we'll see little things for sure, I think.
It is very exciting to have those 2 prototype 4-wheel drives here, and maybe we'll chat with some of the drivers about that tomorrow, 4-wheel drive day. One last question for you. I know you're a student and analyst of the sport. You've been watching and paying attention. Talk to me a little bit about what you're seeing from some of the drivers this morning in 2-wheel drive day. Yesterday, timed practice was largely dominated by drivers who'd been here before, but today we started to see Kuki Kato, Marcus Caretti, for example, start to really push forward. What are you noticing on track from some of the drivers to watch out for this afternoon?
Yeah, I think it's just kind of the tip of the iceberg of what we're going to see as these races start to kind of, you know, come together. Is there's a lot of racers that can turn the times. They can get into those lap times that really put them in a competitive position. And so we're starting to see, like you said, the drivers that came in a little later than the others, they're starting to gain some speed. And to me, all that really says is it's going to be even tighter at the top than I think. You know, we're going to be probably running rounds where there's, you know, guys are going to be on the same second easily, you know, probably from 1st to 6th or 7th. I would suspect. And, you know, the layout, I think, it's nice for that, because you don't have these massive jumps and these other things that really, I think, can upset and cause traffic issues. I think this track layout seems like it races out pretty nice with the flowing turns and stuff like that. So I think we're going to see tight competition, especially when we get closer to the Worlds. And you're seeing that there's a lot of guys that can turn the wheel here, right? Like they're really good at doing what's necessary, even if they're coming from on-road, or you got Orlowski coming from 12 scale, and they start to get used to it, and then those times start to come down, and it all starts coming together. So what I think is going to happen here is that it's going to get closer in competition. Those little things we talked about for the cars are going to become more important, and then there's a big difference between driving when it's wet and driving when it's dry. And the guys that understand that you can adjust, it's not the same line every single time you hit the track. If it gets more grip, then you can start doing things differently. And it's the guys that start to pick up on these things and just adjust right away. Those are the guys that can take the advantage and start further up.
We're just about to wrap up here as we move into round 3 of qualifying. One final question. How much Australian wildlife have you seen yet? Any drop bears, hoop snakes, yowies, any of that kind of stuff floating around?
Oh, I've seen them all so far. Yeah, they've been right. They've almost they got me and Scotty earlier, but we were able to escape it pretty well. And we're watching out for Scotty got attacked by some snakes one time, and but we're making it through.
Jason, it's fantastic to have you here this week. We look forward to spending some more time with you across this weekend and later on in the year. All the best to you and the team as this race continues and as we work towards the Worlds.
Thank you, Scott.
We're going to throw it back to Mitch and Scotty as we get set to go racing in round 3 of qualifying here, two-wheel drive day at Hills Off-Road RC.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, we are back here.
10,
Round number 3 of qualifying. My name is
8,
Scotty Ernst. I'm here
7,
with Mitch on the mic.
6,
and we are
5.
here at Hills Off-Road RC for the pre-World Championships. Our coverage here on RC Race Media presented by the fine folks at Team Associated.
Kicking things off with the heat number 3, correct on the scoring board this time around. So heat number 3 will be up first here. So we cycle on through, similar to what we do at the World Titles. Changes it up every round, so everyone has a lot more equal positioning when it comes to the track conditions. No watering necessary between heats. Plenty of water already in the track still.
Plenty, yes.
Yeah, still there.
Overnight, there's plenty of water, lots of dew on the track and on the grass. Good morning, good afternoon to everybody watching online. We got the one and only Craig O'Brien checking things out. What's up, Craig? Hope you're doing well. You need, I saw your travel picture. You need to get on the Scotty travel program, buddy. We'll get you no more of those kind of seats. All right, we got old school here leading the way. Brad Verco, Antoni Caretti. Antoni, normally not a name you see in the off-road world. He is well known for his exploits in the on-road racing world. Antoni Caretti's been racing on-road for a long, long time. He's a former mod touring car national champion from back in the day. He's here representing Yokomo. Got a bunch of guys here running Yokomo, being led by Mr. Caretti. Oh, we got the young gun at the top of the board, though. Fabulous Phoenix. 11-year-old young Phoenix.
Home track of Chargers RC. They're about 5 hours, or probably closer to 4 hours away from their home track.
Yeah, they're a long way. They live in Grafton.
Yep.
Yeah. And, yeah, it's a bit of a haul, but they're passionate about it. Him and his dad love the hobby. And Phoenix getting faster. Each time I see him, 2-3 times a year, and he's getting taller and getting faster each time I see him.
Mr. Paul Mason checking in from Queensland as well. Paul Mason,
Good
I
night,
love
mate.
your work. I lost a stadium truck to Paul Mason once in a bet. He managed to win a race. I think the first and only race he's ever won. Took a stadium truck off my hand from that bet.
You raced for pink slips.
Yeah, well,
wow.
I didn't believe that he could win a single race in New Zealand. We were over New Zealand on a carpet track, and I said, if you win a race, you can keep that stadium truck, and he had no chance. And then the 2 litres broke, and just whole world opened up for him, and he won the race.
Hey, there you go. And I'm sure it reminds you of that every time, right?
Oh, yeah. Yes, he does.
All right, we got Mr. Peter Seckold in this one. Peter, the brother of our Matt, man up on the camera. Peter runs his own race series here. They got a round coming. They got a couple rounds here. They're part of the Sydney RC. It's in a really nice setup in a park. Fortunately, the park's going through some changes right now, so they had to close the track. But it's really it's open to everybody, and spectators come. We had the Chili Bowl Ride Cup there, and it was cool. Unfortunately, rain took the race from us, and we had to cancel it, but it was a pretty cool experience. Got Seckold out front, Brad, Mark Doyle, followed by Phoenix, Ben Panic, another legend in the Australian racing world. Been doing it for a long, long time. He's here racing with his son, Zac. Then Andy, followed by Rob and Caden.
Yeah, Peter Seckold leading the way at the moment. Brad Verco in 2, Mark Doyle in the 3. So there has been a regrade for this round now. So obviously we've seen a change of heat starting things off once again for qualifying round number 3. But there also has been a regrade. So we're seeing different names in different heats for this round. With 1 minute left on the clock, we still got Peter Seckold leading the way. He's got a 5-second gap over Brad Verco as we follow along with Phoenix Eggleton working his way down the hill now. Gets a stop just in time for hitting that apex using all the track there. Nice clean around there.
That was a good line there. Working through traffic really nice. Across the line goes Phoenix 32-2. It's on the 9-lap 5:03.
I'm sure we have Mother Eggs watching on. I'm pretty sure we saw a comment just before. So Mother Eggs cheering Phoenix on out in track at the moment.
After 4 minutes 31 seconds, the top drivers are Peter Seckold, Brad
Seckold
Verco,
still
and
leading the
Phoenix
way over
Eggleton.
Verco. Verco shortening that gap down though. The 34.3, slower lap time that time for Peter Seckold. Loses about 2 seconds on that previous lap. Puts Verco and Eggleton back into the hunt with less than 10 seconds now on the clock.
10.
See what they can bring out for their last few laps. They work their way around.
5.
Still following on board with Phoenix. Eggleton working his way through that double-double. Gets it nice and clean. Catches up on a little bit of traffic there. Has to just back off that a little bit. Doesn't cost him too much time though. Kept it on all four. Didn't tangle or anything. Gets it a little bit out of shape there as well. They've been working their way to the line now. See what we can do towards the end of this run. Looking to set time for round at number 3 of qualifying here will be Peter Seckold.
Ben Panic done.
Ben Panic putting
Phoenix
a 32.6
Eggleton
on the
done.
last lap down.
Antoni Caretti done. Mark Doyle done.
Top 2 drivers
Rob
working their way to
Maycock
the
done.
line now. See where they end up.
Peter Seckold
Seckold comes across the line with a 10-lap run, 5.24.
Brad Verco done.
Verco with a 10-lap
All
run as well,
drivers are
5.29. So about 6 seconds
Hayden
behind
Hill
there
done.
at the end for Brad
The race
Verco.
is completed.
Eggleton coming home in P3.
Phoenix just missing 9.500. Just missing it 9/10 of a second off of that 10-lap run, but good run there for Phoenix, followed by Ben, Mark, Antoni, Rob, and Caden. We're going to take a little switch here. We're going to throw it down to Scott Guide. He's going to have a chat with Peter Seckold.
And we are standing here in round 3 of qualifying with Peter Seckold. Nice run, Peter. How's the car feeling this morning?
It's been pretty terrible so far, to be honest. Track is so different than anything we race and practice on here during the rest of the year. The rolling they did beforehand, it's now very, very slick, and as we're just struggling to generate grip, so just trying to throw anything at it just to get a little bit of grip.
The other thing I want to ask you about as we look at the track at this time of the morning, you're in and out of the shadows all the way around. How much does that kind of play to your sight lines and your visibility of the car?
Yeah, it's definitely hard. You got the sun in your eyes, and then if you put sunnies on, you can't see in the shade, so you kind of have to have a hat and just kind of hope for the best. But yeah, it's definitely more grip where the sun is.
Well, it looks like you're making some progress out there. At least all the best as qualifying continues.
Thanks, Scotty.
That's Peter Seckold, round 3 of qualifying. Mitch, Scotty, back to you.
Andrew Gillott. Lachlan Williams. Andrew
And
Cook.
cars back on track
Camden
again here.
Camilleri.
Heat number 4. Looking to set things up. Samuel Muffet will kick us off for this heat. But yeah, track's still getting into the groove here. As Pete said then, yeah, the drier or the sunny parts of the track starting to build the grip now. But well, I mean, we're already into what, round number 3 of qualifying, so it's
1
taking
minute
its
to
time.
the start of the race.
It is definitely taking its time. More shout-outs to everybody that's
45
watching
seconds to
online.
the start of
Glad
the
you're enjoying the
race.
show. It's definitely 10 skill at its best here. Outdoors, old school, kind of loose conditions. You really got to drive it. It's making for a great day so far, and it's only going to get better. Good to have you guys found. Michael
30
Bruce checking
seconds
in.
to
What's
the
up?
start of the
How you doing?
race.
Bal Stang, how are you? Mr. Superman, he's happy. He's enjoying it.
Yep.
Definitely natural for sure.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
Don't know.
10.
Fuma
9,
Saito looking to make this
7,
one. I wonder if
6,
everybody knows there's a
5.
regroup. Check your heats, guys. Kurt Wenger, he missed the last heat. I don't know. He missed a couple heats
Samuel
already, though. But
Muffet.
all right,
Ben
off and
Cribbin.
rolling we are.
Jaden Edmonds. Fuma Saito.
So the Muffin Man going
Camden
to kick things
Camilleri.
off in this one. Samuel
Lachlan
Muffet.
Williams. Andrew
A little
Gillott.
bit out of shape there coming down the hill through the
Gavin
chicane.
Webb.
These guys all
Scott
hitting the
Hill.
doubles here on the first lap.
Yeah.
Andrew Cook.
May as well send it now. It's coming down to that sort of time. That front double-double is mostly in the sun now, so the grip will start to pick up on that section, along with obviously the front straight. Front straight completely engulfed in sun now, so we'll see that start to dry out quicker than any other part of the racetrack. Cars laying down the rubber onto the front straight for the first time around. So Jaden Edmonds going to lead things off early. 32.1 for Jaden. Ben Kribman with a 32.4. Samuel Muffet with a 32.9. Scott Hill coming around there as well. So we are first lap in, 1 minute down. Jaden leading from the first lap with 32.1.
Following Jaden Evans around the track, 32.1 last lap. 10 lap, 5.19. Backs it up with a 31.8. It's good back-to-back laps there for Jaden. Sam did a 31.5. Ben Cribbin, 32.5. Andrew Gillott Andrew now, 31.5. Andrew moving up to the 2 spot. Andrew, another one of those guys, Mitch, old school. He was almost 30 years rocking TLR.
Seconds, the top
and then a lot of things
drivers
have
are
changed,
Edmonds,
and he's
Andrew
switched
Gillott,
to X-Ray
and
now.
Samuel
But
Muffett.
30 years in one brand, that's a long time.
That is a long time.
It is.
A couple of things from that short break that we had as well. I had a bit of a chat to a couple of Schumacher drivers looking for a little bit of pace still out there. Still trying to change a couple of things, trying to find a bit of pace. Looks like Jaden having a better run on this one. He's running the Schumacher. He might have changed something for the better. 31.7 last time around for Jaden Edmonds running that Schumacher. So we'll see how he ends up looking to set TQ pace so far. He's got 0.6 of a second over Andrew Gillott. Gillott also changing to X-Ray recently as well.
But that's a big part of coming to the pre-worlds to try to figure it out. You know, these guys don't want to show up for the limited practice you have at a World Championships. And a lot of guys are going to stay here Monday and Tuesday after this event. The track is going to be open for open practice. Since it is a public track, you can do that. So a lot of the teams are going to stay and turn some laps. Jade Edmonds, your leader, but a small mistake there. Let's see a little whip going into the front side, double-double. Fumbling, tumbling, stumbling. Rubber to the dirt, and he rolls on, but going to cost him some time. See how many seconds that's going to be. Drops him all the way down there. 33, cost him about 2 seconds. Move Andrew Gillott out of the point. See what Andrew's got this time by. 31.9 for him.
After 3 minutes.
So good laps from Andrew Gillott, keeping it nice and consistent out there. Goes to the top of the timing sheet. Samuel Muffet and 2, Jaden Edmonds, dropping down to the 3 spot. Still not too far out of it though. Still got time to catch back up on this heat. 1 minute 45 left to go. So we follow along now with Gillott. Working his way around the right-hand side and on to the main straightaway. Down over the line we go. Into the little hip jump.
Sam did a 31.8, Jane a 32.0, Ben 32.7. Camden O'Leary did a 32.5. Gavin Webb 33.1, Lachlan Williams 32.8. Andrew Crook 32.7. Andrew rocking that old school Masami replica car. Rear motor. Making it happen out there, looking good.
Yeah, reseat into the sea heat.
Not bad.
Not bad at all.
Exactly.
So Gillott still following along board with, at the moment, making his way over the hip jump over the left-hand side. That time around for Gillott, a 31.856. Got 0.7 of a second over Samuel Muffet out there at the moment. Jaden Edmonds trying to work his way back into it after that mistake through the double-double. So we now jump on board with Samuel Muffet. Samuel Muffet making his way around the hip into the short chute on the back straight and into the chicane. Gets through traffic there. Thank you very much. Plenty of room there. Now clean tracker in front of Samuel Muffet. Working his way down into the step down, into the step up. Nice big whip there over the tabletop, setting himself up for the apex corner there. Coming down the front straightaway this time around for Samuel Muffet, pushing hard from that lap, a 31.8. But takes another 1/10 of a second out of Andrew Gillott with a couple of seconds remaining here. Gillott with a 3/10 of a second gap over Samuel Muffet. Jaden Edmonds a couple of seconds back after that.
3/10 of a second the gap. Gillott and Muffet. Edmonds about 2 seconds back for him. Camden Cavalier just doing his best lap there, 32.3. Same with Williams and Webb, all doing their best laps here on lap 9. Gillott in control, looking to go 10. Looks like most of the field here looking to go 10. A new hot lap from Camden. Andrew 32.2. 31.8 there from the Muffin Man. 33.5 from Edmonds. Sam that time, 36.5. A long lap there for Samuel on lap 10.
Jaden Edmonds done.
Coming close now between Jaden and Gillott. Gillott will take it off over Jaden there. So Muffet with a slow last lap hurt him dearly. Was in potential for the top spot from the last lap. Yeah, must have made a mistake early in that lap. Cost him a fair bit of time. So Gillott setting time to beat out there now. A 10-lap run, 5:20.262. Jaden Edmonds in the 2 spot. Peter Seckold holding on to P3 overall, 10 laps, 5:24.0. Coming higher and higher up the order now into the B seed for the round. So we're going to head on down and chuck it over to Scotty G. Having a chat with Andrew Gillott. Take it away, Scotty G.
We are here with one of Australia's fast, speedy veterans, multi-time national champion, Andrew Gillott. Andrew, how's that run for you?
Fast, what did you say? Fast, speedy veteran. It was good. You know, I stayed off the grass this run. Yeah, the grass is very wet, and first few runs I went on the grass and it was just a nightmare. So that time I kept it on the brown stuff. It was a good run, just clean, smooth. Probably could have pushed harder, but it bites you hard if you do that. So yeah, clean run. Happy with it. Good.
We saw you out doing the track walk with Aydin Horne last night. A very entertaining video. Encourage everyone to go and have a look at that. What did you pick up from Aydin, apart from some lingo that I've never heard before?
Yeah, just some lingo. Like he's only been here a day, right? So he hasn't learned a lot about the track. I think I was giving away a few of the local tips, but no, that was a fun interview with Aydin yesterday. I really enjoyed it. He's a larrikin like myself, actually. Takes the you know what a little bit, so it's good fun. Yeah.
All right, we'll let you get to Marshall. All the best as qualifying continues.
Thanks, legend. Cheers.
1 minute to the start of the race.
All right, we're back here online. Shout outs to everybody. Gavin Busina is still hanging out with us. Good to have you follow along. Retro RC, welcome. Been great, and they are getting through the heats. Ain't got time for that. We got to go through 5 rounds and finals. And they're trying to do triple finals for everybody. A, B, C, D groups, everything. So,
talking about lingo, what's your favourite Aussie lingo?
Crikey.
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 Crikey, mate.
Good eye, mate. You know, that's all. That's worn out.
Yeah.
No worries. You know, that's, you know, Crocodile Dundee.
Lachlan Munday.
We're just getting lucky there. Getting ran over by Ray Munday.
Good job there, Dad. Good job. Ray working hard.
Sprinting around. Can see the sweat running off his forehead there.
I think some of the guys might be forgetting about the resort, maybe.
Possibly.
Or maybe they had problems. I don't know. All right, so Lachlan on his hot lap here. Warming up. We get ready to rock and roll here. This is our B sort. Aydin, Lachlan, Davey, Tom, Jordan, Logan, Martin, Chase, Bartos, and Carter. We're having 2 regroups, a reseeding or regrading after round 2, and then again after round 4. After round 4, we'll take the racer's best
to the start
2
of the race
of the 4 rounds to set up round 5. So Aydin Horne going to be the first to roll out. Mackers.
15 seconds
exactly.
to the start of the
That's
race.
what they call McDonald's down here. Mackers.
10, 9,
Last
8,
trip to Vegas.
7.
Well, my only trip to
6,
Vegas. I very much so confused a security guard by asking where the Macca's was. No idea.
No idea.
No idea.
Where's the what?
Where's the Macca's, mate?
Macca's. You ever have In-N-Out?
Love it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Legend.
Yep. So we are looking for our marshals out there. So out in this one, Aydin Horne looking to start things off in this one. Lachlan Munday, very mixed field for this heat. We got just a bit of everything out there. Aydin Horne, Lachlan Munday, Davey Batter, Tom Rindernick, Jordan Isigin, Logan Toia, Martin Bayer, Chase Lemieux, Adults, and Carter Sims.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Got Glitch, also known as Matty G, cheering on Davey. Car's about to get underway here for
Aydin
our
Horne.
B heat.
Lachlan Munday. David Botta. Tom Rinderknecht. Jordan Isergen. Logan Toia. Martin Bayer. Chase Lemieux. Bartosz Zalewski.
Everyone checking them on through
Carter
now,
Sims.
working their way around on that first lap. Everyone going for that double-double. No safety lines here. Not so far at least. So Aydin Horne will kick us off for our first lap around as he works his way to the line. Check the lap times they're making their way around. So a 30.855 for Aydin Horne. Lachlan Munday with a 30.9. 31.6 for Davey Batter. Rinderneck with a 31.1. Jordan Isidon a good lap with 30.975, goes up to P2. Martin Bayer as well, 31.3.
Bartozalewski goes 31-3. Lemieux with a 32-0. Sims with a 32-1. So lap number 1 in the books. 10 lap 5:08. The track definitely faster, because this is the fastest we've seen. Our TQ times in the previous rounds were a 5:16 for Ari and a 5:17 right around there for round 2. So we are under 5 to 6 seconds faster.
And big change as well. Like, first 2 rounds were fairly similar.
Right.
Whereas this round, it's just really starting to heat up now. Previous round, we saw the time starting to drop from about that 2 to 3 minute mark, whereas straight on into hot times from this one. Jordan Isagen now to the top of the time machine. It's Lockie Munday, the 30.940 last time around, putting his hot laps in. Isagen coming across the line with a 30.757. Look at the top of the timing sheet from this round. Aydin Horne not too far out of it as well. Only a couple of tenths of a second back. Davey Batter with a better run so far in this heat as well. We are 2 minutes down with 3 minutes left on the clock in this one.
Jordan out front, 10.509. That's 7 seconds faster than the fastest time we had, a 5:16 from Ari Bakla in the first round. There's Aydin Horne throwing down his hot lap, 30.7, moves him to second, 5 tenths behind Jordan. Munday behind him, Davey Bada, 31.2 last lap, puts him at a 10 and a 5:12. Reynolds, 31.2. Then Martin Bayer, his best lap there, 31.2 there for Bayer.
Jordan Isagen making the switch just recently over to Team Associated as well. Was running the X-Ray cars for quite a few years. Working his way through a bit of traffic there, making it work. Squeezed on through there. So Isagen leading the way. Last time ran a 31.0. At 2/10 of a second over Aydin Horne. Might be a slightly slower lap there, getting a little bit caught up. 30.7, still held on to another 30. Aydin Horne with a 30.743, closing the gap as much as he can. A 4/10 of a second gap between first and second at the moment. Another second back after that will be Lockie Munday in the 3.
After 3 minutes.
Chase Lemieux just throwing down hot lap at a race there, 30.5. He's been struggling so far today. Got here late, had flight problems, missing the first 2 rounds. Davey Bada just doing his best lap. Bada now moving up to the 3 spot, 30.9. Aydin at a 31.5, 1 second behind Jordan. Jordan on point, 30.9. Bayer, his hot lap, 31.0, 31.9 for Carter Sims. Lemieux throws down to 31.8.
Bada going for a big roll at top of the hill there. Will cost him a bit of time. They should sneak away with a fairly quick marshal, but still lose a couple of seconds from that, I would say. We follow on board still with Jordan Isagen, currently leading the way out there. Got a second gap now over Aydin Horne. Having a great run is Jordan Isagen. Oh, as I say that, ends up on the grass around turn 3.
Your fault.
Jeez, commentator Kerr's catching out big time there. As we now catch up with the young Lockie Munday. Was sitting in P3, might change things up now. He was only about a 1.5 to 2 seconds behind Jordan Isagen. We'll have to see as they cross a loop with 45 seconds left on the clock. Geordie coming down the line here with Lockie Munday working his way around to the right-hand side as well.
Jordan falls at a 3 spot, 33.3. That's going to move Aydin Horne to the point on a 10-lap 5:10. That would be TQ time right now.
4 minutes,
6 seconds faster than the fastest time we've seen. This is our B sort here. Round number 3 of qualifying. Horne, Munday, Estrogen, Renderneck, and Martin Bayer shows in the top 5. This time by there for Horne, 30.8. Maintains that 10-lap 5:10 with Munday right behind.
Aydin Horne leading the way out there, having a great run. In this one, a heap of people in the chat cheering him home as well. Fair few Americans. Lockie Munday in the 2 spot. Jordan Isagen trying to fight back in the 3 spot. Tom Rinderneck in the 4. Munday in the 5. Had a good run as well. So everyone's still live out there at the moment as they work their way around for the final laps. Aydin Horne looking to try and take the TQ overall so far.
Aydin Horne done.
Coming across the line there with a 31.0. Lockie Munday coming home in P2, a second back. So good run there, still waiting on Isagen. He comes across the line as well with a 30.8.
Track still live. Here's a couple guys finish up. Bayer's done, Toya's done, waiting for Lemieux, Sims, and Zalewski. These guys coming down the straightaway. There's Lemieux wrapping up with a 30.7. There's Bartek across the line there with a 31.3 and a 31.7 for Carter Sims. Aydin Horne going to take this one with a 10-lap 5:10.
Good run there from Aydin. I feel like he's starting to find his feet a lot more out there now than what he has been the last couple of rounds.
All right, we're going to throw it down. Mr. Scott Gillott is going to have a chat with Aydin Horne. Take it away, Scott.
Go. We're here with Aydin Horne. Aydin, looks like things are starting to come together for you out there. That track looking a little bit better, and you look pretty comfortable.
About bloody time, as you guys would say. Yeah, no, first time here. This place is awesome. Definitely something to get used to. Haven't really driven anything like this in a long time, so slowly but surely building some pace, gaining some comfort out there, and that was for sure the best I felt all week.
We were just chatting with Andrew Gillott. You picked up some track tips from him last night. How was the chat with Andrew as you wandered around this place?
Well, yeah, you know, everything Andrew told me, I just really put it into my driving for that run, and I believe that is what is paying off for me out there.
It's the ripple strips, right?
Yeah, all about those ripple strips.
All the best for the qualifying as we continue.
Thank you.
That's Aydin Horne going fastest in his group and fastest so far in round 3 of qualifying.
Kauki Cato, Lachlan Donnelly, Jared Mint, Marcus Carruth, Christopher Sturdy, Matthew Couper.
Top heat up now, Scotty.
Going to be a good one as the track has quickened up as we expected. As the sun drying it out, more and more laps get on the track, and these guys get it figured out each and every run. Shout out to one of the Jackson Brunson checking in. What's up, Jackson?
1 minute to the
Hope
start
you're
of the
doing well.
race.
Good to have you following along. Martin Owen, what's up, Martin? How are you? Heard you had a chat with Scott Gillott last week. That was cool. He's a cool cat. Scott's, I think, the most knowledgeable guy, historian in the world of RC. He knows so much, and really cool to see. We get ready here for the top dogs here in two-wheel drive modified. Round number 3, we did a regrouping, reseed, regrading, whatever you want to call it. They call it something different everywhere in the world, but they did a regroup.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
And Lachlan Donnelly is going
10,
out first.
9,
he had a faster time
8,
than Ari.
7, 6.
Win a piece to them,
5.
though. Ari getting the first one, Donnelly getting the second one.
Yep. So X-Ray and Associated. As the beep start, these guys are going to get it called out.
Lachlan Donnelly.
Time to beat right now.
Ari
Aydin
Bakla.
laid down a 10-5-10.
Spencer Rivkin.
Thinking we're going to go
Kauki
faster
Cato.
than that by a little bit, but that was
Marcus
a pretty
Carruth.
solid run, Mitch, that
Daniel
Aydin handed
Kobbevik.
that one.
Nice clean run.
Jared Mint.
Very, very consistent.
Christopher Sturdy.
No special or hot laps
Matthew
or anything,
Couper.
but just beautiful
Michael
lines all the way
Orlowski.
around.
See, everybody pretty easy. Well, easy. I can say that because I had experience. It's not easy. These guys make it look way easy. Mitch and I raced here in October on this same layout, and yeah, it was not so easy. All right, Rivkin or Donnelly. How many times are we going to get Rivkin and Donnelly wrong paint job wise? It's going to happen.
I'm glad you've done it now.
Oh, yeah,
I don't
yeah,
feel so bad.
Exactly. We watch them as they come down the straightaway. Yeah, and I get it wrong for sure. I'm new at this job, so you know. All right, Ari Bakla at the top of the board here. Lap number 1, 30.3, 10.503. So we're 7 seconds faster than Aydin Horne's time. Ari Bakla, as he said after round 1, he's got millions of laps on this track. Hills Off-Road RC, been here 40 years. It's changed a lot through the years, but it's been a staple in the world of off-road RC here in Australia. Now Lachlan Donnelly a bit faster.
Mistake.
Ari, with a rare mistake from Bakla coming through the chicane.
So Ari on his roof coming through the chicane there. They would jump on board now with Rivkin. Currently sitting in P7. So that should bump things up around at the top now. Lachlan Donnelly taking the top spot. Kobbevik up in P3 at the moment, having a good run once again. And this one, he's going to bump right up to the 2 spot. Rivkin now up to the 3 spot. Kuki Kato up to P2 with a 30.261. Hot lap so far with Lachlan Donnelly. Previous lap a 30.012. Almost cracking the 29, Scotty.
Very, very fast here as the track continues to pick up. Donnelly, Kato, Rivkin, Caretti, and Jared Mint doing his best lap there. Followed by Kobbevik, then Sturdy, Bakla, Orlowski, and Couper. Kobbevik was in the C sort earlier. And Kato in the lower sort in the first round, but they had a couple top 5 runs out of the lower seeds. Now they're all grouped up here in the top 8. Lachlan Donnelly out front, 10 lap, 5:02. So we are 8 seconds under that time by Horne. Horne right now would get an 8, maybe 9, but it's still early in this one. 2.5 to go. Rivkin doing his hot lap. Hot lap at a race, 30.0 from Donnelly. Rivkin doing a 30.2. Donnelly that time 30.4. We got 2:20 left to go.
Ari there with a mistake right in front of Rivkin. Rivkin managed to squeeze his way right underneath the rear wing of Ari Bakla, going for a roll. Got away with it. Still did a 30.6, 1.5 seconds behind Lachlan Donnelly. So we now jump on board with a very similar paint scheme of Lachlan Donnelly. Caught us both out a couple of times now, so Lockie Donnelly working his way around the right-hand side and down the front straightaway. This time around at 30.0 once again. Banking right on that 29-second lap bracket. We did see a couple yesterday, though, I do believe, didn't we, Scotty?
We did. New hot lap there for Rivkin, 30.2. That's his best lap. His associated teammate, Marcus Caretti, doing his best lap, 30.3. Jared Met, 30.3. So all those guys on lap 6, the associate boy doing their best lap there. They're trying to keep pace with Donnelly. As Ari having some trouble there. Got the body a little bit jacked up after that wreck.
Yeah, really jacked up on one side. Hopefully stays on. Sure, it probably is in the back of his mind at the moment, just thinking hopefully that stays on board. It's not the cleanest of runs for Ari Bakla on this round. Currently sitting in P10. Just trying to make it work from this heat. 1 minute left on the clock, drivers. Still got 1 minute to go.
Donnelly on point. He's got 1 second to the good right now, Rivkin. Right now, the top 8 drivers ahead of Aydin Horne's time. So Horne looking to get a top 10. Lachlan maybe going to get a top 10 out of this one. But it's Donnelly, Rivkin, Caretti, Ment, Koki Kato round out your top 5. Orlowski just doing his hot lap right there at 30.3. Kobbevik throws down 30.5. Matthew Couper, 30.5. Caretti having a tough lap there, 32.6, followed by Sturdy and Bakla. But it's Donnelly and Rivkin separated by 1.1 out front here, qualifying round number 3.
After 4 minutes,
Rivkin putting in a hot lap of the heat a couple laps ago, 30.001. Can't get much closer to a 29 than that. 20 seconds left on the clock now. Rivkin coming across with a 30.2, drops the gap down to a second between him and Lachlan Donnelly. Jared Ment on for a good run here in P3. Kukikato in the 4. Michael Orlowski running in P5.
Ment really looking good here in this one. 10.506, just a couple seconds behind Ari Bakla. Orlowski now climbing up the board. Coming on strong here at the end, a 30.3, 30.6, and a 30.3. Starting to throw down some lap times after a little slow lap number 2. So Orlowski looking to crack into the top 5 here. He needs that as the first 2 rounds were a bit of a struggle. This one coming to a close. Track still out. These guys finishing lap number 10. Our top heat. As a couple more cars come around, here comes Orlowski, hot and heavy, gripping and ripping across the line. He goes. It is going to be Lachlan Donnelly taking this one, 10.502. Rivkin going to get a 2 for the round. Jared Ment's going to go 3 for the round. Orlowski moving up to 4. Matthew Couper going to go 5. Marcus Caretti 6. Daniel Kobbevik 7. Koki Kato 8. Aydin Horne gets a 9. And Lachlan Munday round out your top 10 here for qualifying round number 3. A great heat there, Mitch.
Yeah, Matthew Couper with a great result from that round again. He's really looking to set himself up coming into the mains, hoping for a top 10 result. So we're going to chuck it over to Scotty Gillott now, having a chat with our world champ, Spencer Rivkin.
Round 3 of qualifying. Spencer Rivkin starting to build into this one. Second for the round that time behind Lachlan Donnelly. And the sun's out. The guns are out. It's getting a little bit warmer out there. And the main thing I wanted to ask you about is we're starting to see some sun on some parts of the track. It's really starting to dry here in turn 1, for example. How tricky is it with the different levels of traction across as the shade and the temperature kind of builds now?
I mean, to be honest, the traction is kind of what it is. I think the biggest thing that's kind of challenging for the guys that aren't from here is just kind of the shadows. I feel like there's things that you're not really able to, I guess, predict exactly on a couple of different occasions. So obviously I was here for the Nationals. I kind of knew that there were shadows. The traction is definitely changing every time you hit the track. I think in general and any form of racing, the track evolution does change. But definitely you can totally tell that the lap times are getting faster, the paces are getting faster, and people are pushing the limits. We're also, everyone that's here I'm sure is changing their cars. I don't think any of us have hit the car with the same setup once. Or twice, for that matter. Yeah. So ultimately, I think we're all learning, and that's really what it's all about.
Well, all the best as qualifying continues. We look forward to some mains, but we do remember that the main aim here is to learn for October, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of different variations of how we're kind of testing. Obviously, I'm not going to give out what we're doing, but ultimately, at the end of the day, it's kind of knowing what the track's going to give you at a certain time of the day, and I think it's important whoever can know what to do for when the track's, giving you, I think will be the smartest. So we'll end up being, a better outcome than the next person. So.
Are you sure you can't give me any of those setup secrets?
It's not exactly any setup secrets. It's just more or less just having good experience with the team and working together and ultimately building off that.
Well, all the best as qualifying continues and the learning continues.
Yeah, yep, for sure.
That's Spencer Rivkin, P2, round 3 of qualifying as qualifying continues behind us. Let's throw it back to Scotty and Mitch in the Team Associated Race Commentary booth.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Thank you very much, Scott.
Zac
All right,
Panic.
we're off and rolling, Mitch here.
Ashley Koval.
Heat number 1.
Stuart McMahon.
Still round 3. We got a couple of heats here to finish up round 3.
Ryan
We got
Reynolds.
Zac Panic,
Blair
son
Wallace.
of Ben Panic.
Andrew Carra.
And one of the many father and son teams we have here this weekend.
Stephen Hogginson.
Yep. And Zach getting quicker and quicker as he runs. Every time I see him, he's getting quicker as well.
Absolutely.
Cool to see. Really cool to see. Panic's local to this area.
Dad wouldn't take him out of school yesterday for practice. Like, nope.
Good dad, but bad RC dad.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, good on Ben for the dad role, but bad for the RC dad. Say, come on, Dad, let them practice. You got the devil and the angel on your shoulder, right? The angel say, oh, it's okay, Dad, he can miss school. The devil, no, I'll keep him in school.
You ever get your birthday off at school?
Birthday?
Yeah, you get birthdays off? Nothing?
No.
No.
Not birthdays.
No.
The only time when I was younger, and where we're from, deer hunting, it was a big thing.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so we would get off of school and go deer hunting. Dad have to write a letter. Yeah, he's feeling sick or whatever.
Yep. Yeah, of course.
Nick Poole
After
leading the
1
way,
minute, 30
34-8.
seconds,
Zach
the
with a
top drivers are
35-1.
Nick Poole,
Ashley
Zac
35-1.
Panic, and Ashley Koval.
I don't know. That's not politically correct now to talk about deer hunting, though, is it? Or
No.
Can you even? I don't know if you can say that. Yeah. But I'm old school. My grandpa used to. Well, you guys got kangaroo hunting out here. That's right. I remember we were in Canberra when we were with Jerry and the guys, and Alex took us just outside the city. I mean, we were still like in the city, and right on the edge of the road, there were hundreds, like our headlights would shine on. There were hundreds of kangaroos.
Oh,
there.
yeah.
It was crazy. I mean, there might have been 1,000. I don't know. It was crazy.
Yeah, you don't have to go far to see a lot of wildlife around here. Realistically, Sydney, without actually going to a zoo itself, you can see quite a lot of wildlife in the city itself. So
we seen some here. We saw cockatoos flying around,
Yep.
kookaburra bird. Saw some drop bears over there. We got
Yeah,
walking to the
yeah.
bathrooms. So yeah, it's everywhere.
rainbow lorikeets, they love these gum trees and eucalyptus trees around here as well. Quite often see them flying in and out of the trees. Beautiful bird life around here.
Zac Panic leading the way. We got Steven and Rob on camera here. Rob last lap 36.7. Steven at a 35.0. Zac Panic, your leader.
Old school versus new school on track, battling it out at the moment. Ooh, a long jump there for the RC10. Oh, the under over. How do you like that one? Oh, and then turns to dust.
Zac, your leader. Through the chicane he goes. Up over the front side, single. That's the Scotty line. Zac looking good. Like you said, Mitch, getting faster and faster each and every time we see him running.
Doing really well out there in this heat as well, leading the way. Getting a little bit nose heavy over that tabletop there as he worked his way onto the front straight, around the sweeper. Hard to get on the gas on that corner, as we found out at the Nationals. You can't push it too much. You'll start to kick the back out too far sideways, and then you just end up fishtailing for half the straight. Be nice and gentle getting on the power here, especially whilst it's still a little bit damp. As the track dries out more, you can push it more and more, push it harder and harder coming onto the straight. Still is quite a tricky front straight to manage.
Zac last lap, his best lap, 34.3. Ryan Reynolds goes 32.8. Ashley Coble, 35.2. Nick Poole, 35.0. Rob Smith, 35.1. Stevie Higginson, 36.8. Blair Wallace had a 35.5. Ashley that time, 35.2. Andrew Carrick had a 38.2. That's Andrew's best lap. Ryan Reynolds out front leading the way. Not from Canada. Don't know why that's on there, but we're going to try to fix it.
Well, isn't Ryan Reynolds from Canada?
Ryan Reynolds,
the Ryan Reynolds?
Is there Ryan, or is this the Ryan Reynolds? You know, two ways to look at it, right?
There is a
right,
Ryan Reynolds from Canada. He is well recognised.
Eh?
Bit of a Deadpool fan here.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
My brother, Boomer, he's a big Deadpool fan.
Yeah. Final couple of seconds ticking down here. We've got Ryan leading the way. Zac Panic not too far behind, though. Time expires now, everyone. We'll keep on going. And
Zac just doing his best lap of the race there on lap 8. Going to take him to a 9-lap run.
Yeah.
Ryan right now 1 second in front of him. See if Ryan can keep the rubber to the dirt. Stay in front of Zac. Zac led most of this race.
Stuart McMahon done.
So they work their way around on their final lap now. Zac Panic with a 36.2 that time around. Slightly slower, unfortunately, for Zac. Allows Ryan a little bit extra of a gap, taking this heat. Nick Poole coming home in P3. Still got a couple of cars making their way around in their final lap. Blair coming home there in P7.
Andrew Carrick done.
Andrew in the 9 spot. Still waiting on Stephen and Rob. Still got a couple of cars working their way around. The old school and the new school still working their way around.
Rob Smith done.
And Stefan making his way around with the beautiful RC10
Stephen Hogginson
gold pan chassis.
The race is completed.
That is all cars done. So Ryan Reynolds taking the win in that heat. Zac Panic in 2. Nick Poole in 3. Ryan with a 9-lap run, 5:11.3. So likely that Donnelly will hold on to that TQ spot. As we're going to chuck it over now to Scotty Guide, talking with Ryan Reynolds.
We're standing here with one of the most travelled racers in Australia. Ryan Reynolds gets around all over the place. Ryan, tidy run that time.
It wasn't too bad. Look, fair too many mistakes, but car's getting better and better every run. Having a fair few issues with my diff and slipper clutch, but we're finally getting that fixed, and now time to finally be able to get a little bit of a setup on the car. So, not too bad.
You do switch from 8-scale off-road to some on-road racing, some 10-scale. Where's your true love? Which is your favourite category?
8-scale nitro, off-road, definitely for sure. Just, I don't know what it is, the internal combustion, it just, something brings it to me.
You stand up there in the driver's stand making those noises in your head, but all the best as qualifying continues.
Thank you.
That's Ryan Reynolds cleaning up in his heat in round 3 of qualifying as we continue. Let's throw it back to Scotty and Mitch.
Hugo Tsang. Trent Johnson. Scott Giles.
Cars back on track out there at the moment. Track really starting to heat up now. We're starting to see those lines work their way in. So yeah, Ryan Reynolds having a great run over at the ABC as well. Actually caught up a little bit of that, and I've never actually seen Ryan drive 8-scale off-road before, and he did awesome.
Very, very good. Absolutely. Big shout out to Sam Carstairs checking us out. Good day, mate.
To the start of the race.
Dimitri, how are you? Good to have you folks following along, watching on the YouTube and the book face. Good to have you following along. Qualifying round number 3 on the track.
30 seconds to the
Don't
start
forget,
of the
guys,
race.
please like and share. It helps us out big time. Excuse me. Especially as we try to build the audience here to get more and more eyes on our wonderful hobby. Folks like you that are spending the time watching it, please share it. It all
15
helps.
seconds to the start
We
of
get
the
ready
race.
for heat number 2 on what continues
10,
to be a gorgeous day.
9,
Not a cloud
8,
in the sky.
7,
Beautiful.
Sun is
6,
shining.
5.
Scotty Giles going to take
And
this
we-
one away.
These guys getting ready to roll out.
Scott Giles.
Had a good race in short course with
James
Scotty
Clifford.
down in Adelaide. running on the AstroTurf. We don't have. We've got one AstroTurf, proper AstroTurf track in Australia. And me and Scotty were having a wicked battle down there.
Scott told me that after he watched us run them here in October, it inspired him to go get a short course. And I was like, okay, that's the best compliment. Everybody knows around the world knows short course. I'm a huge fan. That's my favorite, and I absolutely love it because I know all the good that it did to the hobby when it came out and everything like that, and I've been loving it for years. And when I brought mine here, we had a hoot, didn't we, Mitch? It was a good time.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So Scotty, first lap, 33.3. That short course definitely helping him out here. All that practice with those big wheels, body roll, goes over the grass there. Once again, that short course running would have helped him with that as well, I'd say.
All right, lap number 1 in the books. It's Aydin Young to the top of the board, 32.8. Scott, 33.3. Then Riley, Ron, Trent, James, Hugo, Chris, and Chakuba.
Aydin Young, usually a stock driver. Having another run here in the mod class. Sitting in heat number 2 after the regrade. So we follow on board with Scotty Giles at the moment. And what colour would you say that is? Light blue? Corsa grey?
Corsa grey, I think, is the official term. My official term is blue grey. That's kind of what
Scott
color.
Giles and Riley Lander.
So Aydin Young now out to the top spot. 1.7 seconds over Scotty Giles from the first lap as we follow along with Scotty into the first few corners, into the hip jump.
I got to admit, though, as much as I didn't like it when that color first came out there a couple years ago, it's kind of grown on me.
Yeah, it's not bad.
No, better than factory white, all white. At least it got some color in it.
Looks better than mold.
Better than mold, yes.
2 minutes down. We've got 3 minutes left on the clock. Young still leading the way over Gilsey. Riley Lander up in the 3 spot. Riley having another good run here. Chris Lander down in the 5 spot. So father-son battle continues here after the regrade. Very evenly matched between them.
Hugo having a good start. Started in 9th overall here as they rolled out. He's worked his way now to the 3 with a hot lap of the race right there for him. 33.3 moves him up on a 9.508. Scotty Giles at the top of the board. 9.502. 0.01 ahead of Aydin Young.
Tight at the top at the moment between Young and Old. Hugo in the 3 spot. Riley Lander in 4. Chris Lander in 5. So we follow on board at the moment with Aydin Young leading the way now. 35.3 last time by for Aydin. See what he can come out with this time. A 34.9 for Scotty last time around. Hugo now to the top of the time sheet with a 32.1 for his lap last time around. Stays there with 0.6 of a second over Scotty. Tight for the top 3. 0.7 of a second separating the top 3.
Tsang looking sharp here in round number 3.
Oh, a mistake there for Hugo. Ends up on his lead. Quick Marshall. That's going to cost him a fair bit of time. So Hugo finally working his way to the lead. Started in P9. Would have cost him a fair bit of time. Probably 3 or 4 seconds, unfortunately, there for Hugo. We'll check it as he comes across the line. He'll have a bit of work still now to do. He's got a bit of time left in it. 1 minute 15 left on the clock. So he'll drop down to about P4. So unlucky there from Hugo. Ended up on his roof after the double-double. Aydin Young now back to the top of the timing sheets.
Hugo had such a strong run starting from the 9, but that was a costly there and going to cost him 5 seconds. Young, Giles, and Lander, your top 3. We just hit 1 minute to go. Scotty that time, 35.7. He losing a couple seconds on Aydin. Aydin had a 33.2. This time, 34.2. So everybody having a couple hiccups on that lap. Aydin still on point 9.505. Looking to go about 31st overall.
So 30 seconds left on the clock. Scotty sitting about 1.5 seconds behind Aydin Young. Hugo is still holding on to that 3 spot, so he's working his way back into it. He's got 3 seconds he needs to find with only a lap or so to go. Not much time left in this one now. Down the front straight away, we follow on board with Aydin Young. Working his way around the first few corners. A little reverse whip there as he goes over the hip jump into the snake chicane.
8, 7.
Tsang now back to the 2 spot. Get by Giles. Giles had 34.4. Give it up 2 seconds to Hugo.
1.
Riley 4. We are winding down here. Everybody pretty much starting to set. Chicuba still going to have 2 laps to go. Everybody else on their final lap. Looking to go 9 laps. Aydin right now 3 seconds to the good over Tsang. Chicuba's going to get 1 more lap. Everybody else will be done when they hit the line. Aydin Young is done. Lander done. Giles is done. Whitburn done. Kerber's done. Tsang is done. Wait for Trent, Chris, and Chicuba.
Good last lap there from Aydin Young, a 32.5. Finishing strong there. Finishing at the top of the timing sheets, just waiting on Chicuba as well.
Yep, track's still hot. He's still got about a half lap yet to go here.
Good to see all the marshals staying in position.
Yeah,
don't see that too often nowadays.
I thought that exactly. So well done. Yep. All right. That is time there. Chicuba finishes up. Aydin Young going to go hot lap of the race for him. The last lap. 32.5. Going to put 9.5 give him 31st overall, as that brings round number 3 officially to an end. So it will be Lachlan Donnelly taking his second TQ here of 2-wheel drive. That's a good way to do it. If you can get 2 TQs, very, very good run. All right, we are going to throw it over to Scott Guide. He's going to have a chat here with one of our racers. Take it away, Mr. G.
That's a wrap on round 3 of qualifying. In that last heat, Aydin Young getting the business done. Aydin, how's your morning unfolding?
It's getting better, definitely. It was a bit slippery in the first 2 runs, so we made some changes, and car's feeling really good after that.
Do you normally do your racing here? Is this your local track?
It's not my local track, but I've been doing a lot of racing here, getting ready for the Worlds.
So you really be looking forward to the Worlds, kind of on home turf, in hometown, so to speak. What does the next 4, 5, 6 months look like as you lead towards that event?
Just lots of driving in general, just as much as I can. We've been racing at a local indoor track every Thursday night, just trying to get as many laps as I can.
All the best about track time. Well, all the best as qualifying continues this afternoon.
Thank you.
That brings us to the end of round 3 of qualifying. I think we're going to throw it back into Mitch as we draw this round of qualifying to a close.
Jaden Edmonds, Samuel Muffet, Scott Hill, Gavin Webb,
So cars back on track here.
Saito,
Heat number
Andrew
4
Gillott,
on track now for round number 4 as well.
As fast as you ever been through 4 qualifiers in your life?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going nice and quick today, isn't it?
It
Will?
has, yeah. Jerry's doing a very good job keeping things on schedule. Jerry's the race director in there.
In schedule to have 3 finals for all the way down through the mains at the moment. So might even see 3 finals all the way through.
What do we miss in the chat room here as we are by? Stephen checking in from Campbellstown Hobbies. He's working at the shop. Big thanks to him and everybody at Campbellstown. They're big supporters of everything here and big part of the World Championship. Mac Tavish, welcome. Thank you very much.
Start of the race.
Jason knows all about them drop bears for sure. League race, welcome. Got round number 4. We're starting with race 4. It cycles each round. It kind of moves the race down. Next round we'll start with race number 5.
10.
Andrew's going to kick us off here in this one.
7, 6, 5.
Andrew, a staple in the world of RC here in Australia. 30 years he stayed with Team Losi Racing. Was a Losi guy for decades.
Andrew Gillott,
Mountain biking guy over in the US for the Worlds.
Samuel
All their warm-up.
Ben
They spent about 2 weeks, Josh Payne and Andrew Gillott,
Camilleri,
practicing, but on a bike instead of a RC car.
Gavin
So-
Webb, Andrew Cook, Scott
When
Hill,
we were in New Zealand last week for the
Fuma
Asian Buggy
Saito.
Champs, we went to this place that's got this mountain bike course, and then they got these luge.
Oh.
We went down to luge. Oh.
It's in Rotorua?
Yeah, Rotorua.
Yeah,
we went to Rotorua
beautiful.
for a day. Oh, it was awesome. They got these, just gravity-powered little scooters that you're in, and they were awesome. Worked perfect for me because they're fat guy friendly. So I had the edge over Tate, but I think I beat Tate most of the time. But
Yeah, that's
we're
easy.
gonna have to go to the replay. But yeah,
Pretty comfortable and
he
easy
took
to
me
beat
out.
Tate.
Oh no, we had a good time. He can't. I can talk smack because he can't defend himself right
Exactly.
now. So nobody will know that I'm lying.
What do you think of the essence and smell of Rotorua?
Oh, it was great there.
Beautiful,
the
isn't it?
smell of sulfur was amazing because they had big mud, hot, and I don't want to call them hot springs, but just coming right in the city, in the middle of the city, big mud pools that are roped off that are steaming and smell of sulfur. It was pretty fascinating to see it. It was a great experience.
The whole city is actually a caldera, a volcanic caldera.
Cold what?
Caldera, like a volcanic caldera.
Yeah,
So
well, I mean, you walk down the street and there's a mud pool right there roped off. Pretty amazing. All right, we got the Muffin Man out front. Sam leading the way, 31-4. Fuma Saito, 31-4. Andrew Gillott, 31-7. Ben Cribben, 32-4. Lachlan Williams with a 32-1.
Yes, Muffin Man leading the way out there at 31.1. Hot lap of the heat last time around. It's out of 3/10 of a second gap over Fuma from 2 minutes down. Gillott not far out of this one either, though. About a second and a half back after that. Track starting to heat up more and more out there. We're seeing those lap times starting to drop each and every heat. Currently in heat number 4, so we'll have even more quick drivers in the next one. See what times we can get down to there. We're still waiting on a 29-second lap. I feel like this round might be the round to see it.
I'm thinking for sure. Now that half the track's in the sun, the doubles going up the front side, the first double in the front side double section, pretty easy for most of these guys to be able to get. As this is our C group after our resort. Muffet out front, 31-2. Saito, 31-4. Andrew Gillott, 31-8. Cribben, 31-7. There's Jaden Edmonds doing a hot lap of the race, 31-1.
On the edge of those 30-second laps now from this heat.
After 3 minutes.
The chaos going on over that double section.
Fuma Saito and
So
Andrew
less than
Gillott.
2 minutes left on the clock, so fast time starting to come in thick and fast now. Fuma now down to a 31.439 as well as Jaden Edmonds with that 31.1. Gillott now with the 31.4 as well. New hot lap from him. Slow lap this time around for Samuel Muffet, a very slow lap indeed. 36.0 for Samuel Muffet, so dropped from the top spot all the way down to P5.
Ruh-roh.
So he was upside down after the double-double there. Just caught the edge of it. We're full on board at the moment with Samuel Muffet. I believe it'll be Jaden Edmonds. Thanks, matey. So Fuma leading the way. Gillott in 2, Ben Cribben in 3, Samuel Muffet in 4, Jaden Edmonds in 5. Fuma into the lead by 4/10 of a second. Looking to set pace for this round. 31.2 last time around. So Gillott in the 2. About 9/10 of a second behind after that. So on board at the moment with Fuma Saito leading the way. Working his way down the back straight. Coming down the hill now. Over the tabletop. Around the apex corner, he's got a bit of traffic right on his tail will be Lockie Williams. Down the front straight away with less than 30 seconds now on the clock. Another 31-second lap. That time around a 31.197. So consistent hot times there from Fuma. Gillott now down to a 31.2 as well. Still a second separating first and second.
10, 8,
Final 10 seconds ticking on down here.
6, 5,
Fuma still trying to pull that gap out, setting time to beat for the rest of the heats. Everyone's still alive, working their way around in their final couple of laps. Fuma again with a 31.465 that time around, waiting on Gillott. Fuma still live, going for another lap. Gillott will hit the loop and be done.
Good run here for Saito. Saito 10.515.
Andrew Gillott
Oh,
done.
slow lap from Gillott on the
Samuel
last
Muffet
one.
done.
Ooh, yeah, 36.2.
Edmonds done. Scott Hill done. Ben Cribben done.
Still about half the field still running.
Fuma Saito done.
There's Fuma Saito across the line there, 10 lap 5.15.
Lachlan Williams
Good
done.
run for him.
Camden Camilleri done.
The Muffin Man coming
Gavin
back
Webb
towards
done.
the end there after that mistake through the double-doubles.
All drivers are finished. Andrew Cook done.
They're going to wrap
The
it up.
race is
Saito going to
concluded.
go 10.515. Moffitt goes 5.20. Followed by Ben, Jaden, Andrew, Lachlan, Gavin, Andrew, Camden, and Scott.
Blowers out on track once again. We see that racing line starting to really pick up now. Sunshine around. Everyone cracking around with the blowers. Now we're going to pass it on over to Scotty Guy. Take it away, Scotty.
Round 4 of qualifying, and we're here with Fuma Saito from Kyosho. Tell us about your car.
Okay. So this is a couple of update from last RB7. So new big ball shocks and new shock towers, rear halves, and little bit additional so for bodies. So little so.
Racetrack is over, guys.
Perfect. Tell me something in Japanese. Tell us in Japanese how the weekend is going for you. In your language.
Okay. 今回初めて、日本オーストラリアに来て世界戦のプレーを受け参加していますが、まあ悪くはなく、もっとよくしていきたいと思ってます。はい。
Beautiful. All the best. Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
That's Fuma Saito there as round 4 of qualifying gets underway. We'll go back to Scotty and Mitch.
Thank you, Scott. We appreciate it. Good to have Kyosho represented here. Good run there for Saito.
Hopefully see a bit more of a resurgence from the Kyosho crew.
It would be great for sure. There's still a handful of guys that run the 8-scale program, being led by Little Bump Fion. He just won Femca race here in Vietnam
30 seconds to the start
with
of
his
the race.
8-scale program. So I get to see him in a couple weeks. We'll be at the Silver State. We got 2-wheel drive race 5 coming up. All right, we got race number 5, getting ready to rock and roll. We got Aydin, Horne, Lachlan, Munday, Jordan Iserton, Tom Renderneck, and Martin Bayer.
7, 6.
Also got Davey Batter in this one. So see how we go from this one. B heat coming to you.
Who's going to take this one, Mitch?
Aydin Horne.
Horne looked good once the track started drying out from the previous hit. I'm going to go with Horne.
I'm hoping Renderneck and Bayer got it figured out. Martin's been struggling a little bit. Definitely
Logan Toia.
new for him.
Chase Lemieux. Carter Sims. Bartosz Zaluski.
So Aydin Horne will kick it off for us as he makes his way around for his first lap. It'll be interesting to see how the Schumacher's cars go. As a lot of them were saying that they felt good yesterday when the track was nice and dry. So, the track starting to dry out here. Aydin Horne with a 31.7. Jordan Isagen, though, with a 30.692. Rinderneck, there we go. 30.973 from Tom. Lachlan Munday with a 31.2. Logan Toia with a 31.6. Chase Lemieux, 30.900.
Let's hope Chase got all the bugs worked out. He kind of started behind the 8 ball here, showing up late. Supposed to get here on Thursday. Ended up having flight delays, missed his flight, had to overnight in San Francisco and got here late. Heck, I left the day after him and I got here before him.
Slow lap that time around for Geordie Isagen, a 34.0, drops him right down the order. So Chase Lemieux now showing right up the top. Tom Rinderneck in the 2 spot, Logan Toia in the 3 as we follow on board with Martin Bayer.
Martin Bayer rocking the X-Ray from the Czech Republic.
After 1
Martin,
minute,
long
30
time
seconds,
X-Ray.
The top drivers are Chase Lemieux,
leading the off-road team for many, many years.
Lachlan Munday now up to the 2 spot with a 30.595. Tom Rinderneck though, 30.840 to the top of the timing sheet. So between the 2 Yanks at the moment, Tom Rinderneck and Chase Lemieux. Logan Toia not far out of it in P3. Oh, Chase dropping down there. Slow lap of 32.8. Not super slow on here. Probably a slight mistake somewhere around the track. Drops him down to P6 though. It is tight for the top 5 drivers at the moment. 2 minutes 10 down. We got 2:45 left on the clock out there. Tom still leading the way. A 31.1 that time around. Logan Toia with a 30.9. This time around, Toia slightly slower, 31.4. I need 1/10 of a second in it between Tom Rinderneck and Lachlan Munday at the moment. Tight at the top.
Bartek Zaluski doing 31.3. Aydin Horne 31.2. Following Rinderneck 31.1 last lap on a 10.509. So his best run going on so far of the 3 previous rounds. He's going to best right now. This is our B sort. Rinderneck that time 30.7. Rinderneck rocking the factory of white on white. Through the chicane he goes. Fast line, he's getting your right side wheels over that curbing. On the exit of the chicane. He's all alone here going to the backside double. Good run here. Lachlan Munday behind him, followed by Horne, Lemieux, and Bartek Zaluski. That's your top 5 with 2 minutes to go.
Clear track all around at the moment for Tom Rinderneck. Schumacher looking to be working a little bit better now. The track is drying out. So grip's starting to come up. Starting to suit those Schumachers a little bit better. You're seeing that with Tom Rinderneck leading the way out there. 0.3 of a second over Lachlan Munday. Aydin Horne in 3, Chase Lemieux in 4, and Bartek in a 5 spot.
Rinderneck out front 509.2 to 509.8 over Munday. And Horne behind him. Zaluski, Lemieux at 31.5 that time, moving to P5. Davey Batta just doing his best lap, 30.7. Martin Bayer doing his best lap, 30.9. Horne on lap 7, his best lap, 30.5. There's Rinderneck resetting his best lap, 30.5. These guys starting to feel the flow here on lap 7.
Yeah, Tom leading the way. He's got a second gap now over Lachlan Munday, so still putting down pace out there is Tom Rinderneck. Less than a minute on the clock now. Lachlan in 2, still holding on to that with Aydin Horne. Not far behind in the 3 spot.
Rinderneck looking strong out there. Excellent line coming into the sweeper here. Good tight line, center of the straightaway across the line. Back-to-back hot laps here for Rinderneck. That time, 30.5, puts him on a 10-lap, 5.08 pace. Into the front side, double he goes, nicely there. Still clean track in front of tough section here. This right-hander trying to keep your momentum up going up the hill to the backside straightaway. And that step off down. This tabletop is really difficult. You hit it too aggressive. You can see how his car kind of leaned to one side. It really depends how your car hits the face of that tabletop on an angle.
So we continue to follow on board with Tom Rinderneck leading the way. Gets it wrong, though, over the hip jump. So it's going to cost him a second at least. They had built up a second lead over Lachlan Munday. Catches the inside curbing there, and it can catch you hard if you just get it slightly wrong there. There's a little bit of concrete on the inside there, just covering the pipe. He managed to catch that. Kept it on all four, though, so it might not hurt him too bad. We'll see as they cross the loop this time around.
Aydin Horne done. Lachlan Munday done.
Where's Rinderneck? Rinderneck late to the line there.
Tom
Definitely cost him some time. Huge lap there, 33.0. Tough lap for Rinderneck. Moving Munday to point. Horne, where's Lemieux? Lemieux got a chance to move up. He goes to P2 in this one. So a tough last lap there for Rinderneck. A solid run, except them final two laps of 31.0, 33.0. That gives Munday the top spot.
All drivers are finished. Carter Sims done.
So tight there all the way through. Tom having an unlucky mistake on turn 2 of the last lap. Handing it off to Lachlan Munday. Taking it overall from that heat. Setting new time to beat. Chase Lemieux in 2. Aydin Horne in the 3 spot. Top 3 drivers separated by 0.3 of a second. So up next will be our top heat. We're going to chuck it over to Scotty G. He's going to have a chat with Australian Lachlan Munday.
Round 4 of qualifying. Lachlan Munday proving the point that you've got to stick with it right till the end. You came in really strong in that one.
Yeah, thank you. Just been working up to it all day, driving car, and in a good position in that one.
One more round of qualifying. I mean, the track's going to dry out. I think that means you guys might run in the very last round, like kind of last race, last opportunity. What do you do with the car for that last round of qualifying?
It really depends. The track, like in this stage, it can go one of two ways. It just depends on how long it stays in each way. Is it kind of in the morning when it's a bit wet, the grip's a little higher, then it drops as the track dries off, and in this condition, it can either stay dry or groove up and get grippy. So that'll really determine what we do with the cars. So it depends.
So we'll keep a close eye on the track as round 4 continues into round 5. All the best as qualifying comes towards its conclusion.
Yep, thank you very much. Thank you. Have a good day.
That's Lachlan Munday taking an early lead here in round 4 of qualifying. Two-wheel drive buggy here at the World's Warm-Up. Scotty, Mitch, back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Scott. Appreciate it very much. And an exciting interview there with Lachlan.
Yeah.
He was stoked.
He loves it.
Yeah,
No,
absolutely.
He's a really good kid as well. Our Lachlan Munday.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
So up now, our top heat. Our A seed heat. So Lockie Donnelly going to kick it off for us once again. Spencer Rivkin, Jared Ment, our top 3.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
As you're saying, we're going to roll off here, rate number 6. We got Lachlan Donnelly going to roll first, Rivkin 2, Ment 3, Orlowski, and Couper, followed by...
Caught me off guard again there. Marcus Caretti, Daniel Kobbevik, Kuki Kato, Ari Bakla, and Sturdy will finish it off for our top heat.
7, 6.
Who's going to take this one? Lachlan going to lock down TQ?
I'm going to go outsider. I'm going to go Orlowski.
Ooh, there you go.
Lachlan Donnelly.
All right, here we go.
Spencer Rivkin.
So we got 3
Jared
rounds in the books. Ari Bakla
Michael
took
Orlowski.
round 1. Lachlan
Matthew
Donnelly took
Couper.
2 and 3.
Marcus Carrera.
And Mitch is calling out
Daniel
saying it's going to be a
Kobbevik.
Schumacher over Orlowski
Calvin
moving to the
Cato.
top spot.
Orlowski's been working his way through into these heats. Early mistake there from Jared Ment. So it gives a little bit more breathing room to Orlowski as well. All playing in.
We'll see, maybe. I'm going to call you Notre Dame here if you predict this one.
So first lap around, Lachlan Donnelly a 30.4, Spencer Rivkin with a 30.3, Orlowski with a 30.5, Couper with a 30.8.
Following Donnelly here around the racetrack. It is purple and white.
Kobbevik straight to the top of the timer sheets with a 30.236.
Current TQ is a 5:09 from Munday. We're well under that right now, about half the field on a TQ time. 1 down, 4 to go. As that Kobbevik was top of the board there on the first lap with a 30.2. Everybody's starting to come around, complete lap number 2. Here 30.3 for Orlowski. Caretti 30.3. Couper 30.6. 30.2 for Rivkin and Donnelly. Rivkin now to the top of the board.
We're going to see a 29-second lap from this heat. If there's ever a heat to do, it'll be this one. 1 minute 30 down, 3:30. Still plenty of time on the clock.
I think you're right, Mitch. I think we're going to see 29.
Rivkin leading the way at 30.2 last time around. Rivkin comes around with a 30.4. Donnelly not far behind him at all. 200ths of a second. Michael Orlowski with a 30.222 as well. Right in the hunt. Kobbevik coming across with a 30.4. Top 4 drivers all tight right there. 0.2 of a second between the top 3 drivers. Top 4 drivers even. 3 minutes left on the clock here. 2 minutes down, 3 to go. Rivkin leading the way. Donnelly in 2. Orlowski and Kobbevik not far behind.
3 minutes on the clock. It's 1/10 of a second. Orlowski throwing down a hot lap of the race right there. 30.2222. Orlowski now to the top of the board. It's Orlowski, Rivkin, Kobbevik, Donnelly, Marcus Caretti throwing down his best lap. Followed by Couper, Bakla, Sturdy, Cato, and Ment.
Halfway mark here. Orlowski to the top now. It's Rivkin in 2. Kobbevik in 3 as we fall on board now with Michael Orlowski. Working his way down the hill over the tabletop. Little whip to set himself up for the hairpin. To the top right of the track and down the front straightaway. Getting on the power nice and early. Down into turn 1. Very smooth line into turn 1 that time around there. Not getting it out of shape at all for Michael Orlowski. Rivkin now back to the top of the timing sheets with a 30.250.
It's 0.2 of a second between Rivkin and Orlowski. Kobbevik right there, 3:10. Donnelly right there, 0.2 behind them. Half a second between the top 4 drivers. Bakla about 1 second behind. Followed by Caretti, Cato, Sturdy, Ment, and Couper. But it's Rivkin, Donnelly, and there it is. 29.7 there. Back-to-back 29s. How about Donnelly and Orlowski going first and second here with 29-second laps?
We knew it was coming and it came in quick there. So Orlowski and Donnelly both cracking into the 29s. Donnelly the first one to do it though with a 29.7. Orlowski to the top of the timing sheets by 0.2 of a second over Lachlan. Donnelly putting Rivkin back to P3. Rivkin going to make his way to the line as well. See where he can come out. Slower lap the time for Donnelly though. A 31.1. Orlowski now out to about a 0.3 of a second lead over Rivkin with 1 minute 15 left on the clock.
Rivkin going through the double-double. He is last time by 0.3. Him and Donnelly into the backside. Step off. Coming down the hill. Over to the right side. Tabletop. Just sending it they are. Orlowski still on point. 0.3 of a second last time by. We got 1 minute on the race clock. Across the stripe. Here's Donnelly across the line. 30.1. Rivkin at 30.3. Wait for Orlowski. Orlowski with a 30.3. So the song remains the same. Orlowski, Rivkin, Donnelly. Your top 3 here with 45 seconds to go.
Rivkin pushing hard through the chicane down the hill there. Getting it all 4 wheels off the ground. Trying to get it turned in for that double-double. Managed to get away with it though. Keep that on rolling through the tabletop. Working his way right behind on Lachlan Donnelly, the 2 purple and white cars. Working their way down the front straight, Lachlan Donnelly and Spencer Rivkin. That time around for Rivkin, a 30.189. Better lap that time. Orlowski with a 30.3 gap between first and second. Orlowski and Rivkin drops down to 1/10 of a second now.
10 seconds on the race clock. They're on their final lap here. 0.1 the gap. Orlowski and Rivkin. Who wants it more? Donnelly right now 7/10 behind those guys. As time on the clock has wound down, these guys are on their final lap. Rivkin at a 30.1. There's Donnelly, 29.9 for Lachlan. Donnelly. Rivkin throws down a 29.9. What's Orlowski got to say? Orlowski brings the heat on the last lap with a 29.8. Waiting for a few more cars to finish. A close finish in this one. As group number 6 qualifying round number 4, finding his way finally to the top of the board. Michal Orlowski going to take this one by 0.1 over Rivkin, Donnelly, Kobbevik, and Caretti. Woo, what a run.
What's my name, Scotty?
I'm Notre Dame, exactly. Mitch on the mic called it out, said Orlowski's going to make it happen, and he did. So this round right now, still the finish, but it's Orlowski, Rivkin, Donnelly, Kobbevik, Caretti 5, Jared Ment 6, Koki Kadu 7, Sturdy goes 8, Lachlan Munday 9, and Chase Lemieux round out your top 10. Take it away, Scott Guyette.
We're standing here with Michael Orlowski. It's got to have felt like a long 2 days, but you found your way to the top. Talk to me about the process of learning that you're going through this weekend.
Yeah, we're starting off quite slow. I mean, we're here for a long time. We're starting with the race, but we'll stay here until, I think, Friday or Saturday, so a lot of time. So we've been slowly chipping away, just trying to learn the conditions, the car, because we haven't had a lot of people driving our car here before, and I haven't run dirt for a very long time, like race-wise. We did some testing at home, but it's totally different. And I'm fresh off 12 scale on carpet, so I needed a few runs yesterday to get into the low grip rhythm. So yeah, just we're here to learn. So yeah, it's really nice and encouraging to be quick this quickly, because we have so much more time to learn. So it's very encouraging. And yeah, just enjoying my time in Australia. It's an amazing place. I'm in love with the country. It's my first time here, so I'm enjoying every day.
You should come move here and live here permanently. That would be fantastic. Looks like you're having to drive with a lot of patience out there. I guess, is that the key? Throttle, really controlled, disciplined kind of driving.
Yeah, it's really, I mean, on video the grip doesn't look that low, but actually we're working really hard to generate traction from the car, so power is also very important. So I'm running the Elserum Oxide ESC in my car, and I've been fine-tuning with a slower motor, running a really low or high turn motor, and just trying not to wheel spin and get as much grip as possible from the car, because you can actually do a lot with the electronics.
We knew he'd get there. He's getting there rapidly as qualifying draws towards a close. All the best for this afternoon.
Thank you.
That's Michael Orlowski going top early in round 4 of qualifying here at Hills Off-Road RC.
1 minute to the start of the race.
Back round to heat number 1 of round number 4 of qualifying.
You called it.
Called it.
This guy right here.
Yep.
Orlowski.
Those shoeies were starting to look good. You could see from when Tom was out there, you could see the track was coming to them a lot more. I'd say they've done a fair few changes. The cars look a lot more settled out there.
Yeah.
So
every time I walk by Orlowski, yeah, they're changing a lot. Trish, the engineer lead, is here, and they're got a good group.
Start of the race.
Making a lot of changes. Obviously, it's working. Another good run there for Rivkin. Good. Rivkin pulling out a 2. Lachlan, Donnelly, another solid run. Lachlan's got 2 TQs and a third. Kind of safe to say he's walked into the A.
9.
Think he made the A.
I'd say so.
Pretty good. Yeah.
Pretty comfortable.
For sure. Daniel Kobbevik, another good run. Marcus Caretti, he got a 5. He walked down off the drive stand, walked by the Team Associated studio here. He was kind of frowning, just sad, But when you're at that level, the 5th, I'm stoked with a 5th. I don't know about you, but, he's like, oh, man, could have been better.
I'll take a 5th and B, mate.
Exactly.
Stephen Hogginson. Stuart McMahon.
So off and running here. Heat number 1. Still in qualifying round number 4 as we shuffle on around through the heats. Ryan Reynolds to lead things off here. Zac Panic also in this one. Nick Poole, your top 3, kicking things off. Everyone looking for another clean run here. One more round of qualifying to come after this. Still got a couple of heats to get through this round as well. So Ryan Reynolds with a 34.6 to kick things off. Zac Panic with a 35.0. 35.0 also for Nick Poole. So we jump on board with Ryan Reynolds, working his way through the double-double. And to the
Ryan,
big step up.
Different Ryan Reynolds.
Different Ryan Reynolds. Not the Ryan Reynolds.
Well, this Ryan Reynolds thinks he is the Ryan
Well,
Reynolds. Yeah.
absolutely.
All right, Tim, Nick, Rob, Zach, Blair, Ashley, Steven, Stewart, and Andrew rounding it out. Lap number 1 here in group number 1, round 4. 5 rounds today at qualifying, then a whole lot of mains.
Have you ever met another Scotty Ernst?
I have not.
I've met a Mitchell Pratt before.
You have?
Yeah.
Really?
At a mud run. Where they have the obstacles and all that?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Not RC related.
No, not RC related. No.
After 1 minute 30 seconds.
You got to jump over logs and, I'm sorry,
timbers?
timbers? Timbers, right?
Yeah, logs, timbers, same. We get that. Yeah, he was, I think he beat me as well, but I think he was about 25 years older than me, so I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Ryan Reynolds out front, Nick Poole and Zac Panic, your top 3. Zach last lap, 35.2. There's 34.0 for Nick. Zac answers with 35.8. There to the back left, coming into that beautiful chicane. Good line there. Zac, nice line. Oh, trouble there. Nick gonna roll it over.
Big stack there coming through the chicane. So Ryan Reynolds leading the way. Nick Poole 2, Zac Panic 3, Ashley 4, Rob Smith in the 5 spot as we close in on the halfway mark out there at the moment.
Reynolds last lap, 33.1. Poole, Panic, Coble, Smith. That's your top 5. Panic, 34.6. That's Zac's best lap. Ashley with a 34.6. Steven with a 35.0. Andrew Carrick with a 36.4. These guys feeling the flow here, starting to do some quick laps. There's Blair Wallace, 37.0. 2:15 left to go in this one. This qualifying around number 4 here at the Pre-World Championships. Coverage here from RC Race Media presented by Team Associated.
After 3 minutes, the top
Someone
drivers
slipper
are
really
Ryan
slipping out there. Can you
Zac
hear it
Panic, and Ashley
squealing on through? So Ryan Reynolds still leading the way. Zac Panic in 2, Ashley Coble in the 3. Ryan with a good gap over Zac Panic at the moment, 10 seconds.
$1:30 on the clock. There's Reynolds that time, 35.5.
Full on board at the moment with McMahon. Did a 34.1 that time around as we caught him there. Coming into the double-double. Comes up a little bit short there. Still seeing cars struggling to get that first double. Even though the track is drying out and drying out pretty quickly, the grip coming into that first double is still quite touch and go for a lot of drivers.
1 minute on the race clock. Here's Reynolds, Panic, Coble, and Poole, your top 4. We're on a 9-lap 5:02 right now. Ryan looking to go 30th overall.
Ooh, I caught that one on camera. Stephen Argenson getting caught up in a big stack. See if we can get a replay. Here we go. Just a couple of cars coming together. Oh, they're right at the lip.
After 4
Terrible
minutes,
timing.
31 seconds, the top
3 into
drivers are
1.
Ryan Reynolds,
3 into 1.
Zac Panic, and Ashley
The other guy
Coble.
got the worst of that.
Yeah, it was about a half a second behind.
Yeah.
Usually that works out well when you're behind 2 cars battling it out.
Yeah, and then you just go on through if they get together.
Yeah.
10, 9,
Boom, because sometimes third spot's the
7,
best place to be,
6,
right?
5,
And we'll bam.
4, 3, 2.
Round number 4,
1.
Group 1, Reynolds, 9.503. Zac
Ryan
Panic on a
Reynolds
9.513. Zac having a good run. Ryan just doing fast lap of the race on his final lap, 32.3.
Stephen Hogginson done.
Very good lap there.
Rob Smith done.
33.9 as well. Zac Panic holding on to that 10-second gap behind Ryan Reynolds. Held on to that from pretty much about the 2 or 3 minute mark. Just stayed right there. Nick Poole holding on a 3rd, waiting for these guys to cross the line. Here comes Nick. 34.3 for him. And Stuart's there waiting for Ashley. Just one more car still working their way around out there. Be Ashley Coble. Maria Mountain finishing off.
Old school.
Old school.
All right, so round number 4,
All
race
drivers
1
are finished.
coming to a close. Everybody done? Ryan
Ashley
Reynolds going to
Coble
take this one.
race is
9.501. Want to give a shout out and thanks to some of our great sponsors making the World Championship possible. Campbelltown Hobbies, Hobby Wing, Team Coyote, Global Facilities, Maintenance, ProTech RC, A-Main Hobbies, Plague Bearings, Air Water Power. Big thanks to those sponsors there. Part of the many long list. People making it possible. We're going to throw it down to Scott Guide. He's got another interview here after race 1.
We're here with Zac Panic, son of experienced racer Ben Panic. Zac, nice run there. How's the day going for you?
It's been good. Just had a few mid runs in the first 2 runs, but in this this main, you know, I've been doing pretty well. Seconds mostly, just beating my personal best time. That, to be honest, that's all I'm really here for. It's the world's warm-up, so yeah.
Well, nice run there. I want to see you go out and beat your dad in Q5. What do you think?
Nah, he's just. I'm fast enough as I am. I don't need to push myself even faster and risk destroying my whole run. I want to try and get into the high bit of the E main, so see how I go.
Beautiful. All the best for the last round of qualifying a little later on.
Yep. Also, well, we're doing a regrade.
I think we are at the end of this one. They'll announce that shortly. All the best.
All right. Thank you.
That's Zac Panic. Thanks, Zac. We're going to go back to Scotty and Mitch as qualifying continues.
That was an awesome interview.
45
Yeah,
seconds
good
to the
job,
start
Zac.
of the
Yeah, good
race.
interview there. Ha, that's awesome. Are you going to be dad? Nah. Oh, there'll come a time.
They will.
There'll come a time. Ben's going to have to
Guarantee it.
accept it. Exactly.
Could be weeks, could be months.
You
I
never
don't think
know.
it'll be
You just
years,
never
though.
know.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
Won't be long, for
No,
sure.
it won't be long.
Want to keep throwing out, thanking more of our sponsors, Elkaram, RC Hobbyland, Raw Speed Australia, Dunbury Environmental, Berserk RC, Den Air, Onside
15
Hire,
seconds to the
Ma
start of
Bar
the
Graphics.
race.
Big thanks to all those folks
10,
making it possible
8.
for us to bring you the
7,
pre-World Championship
6,
and the World
5.
Championships later this year. Great to be here on a beautiful weekend. Hills Off-Road RC, getting ready to rock and roll race 2.
Aydin Young. Hugo
So out on track at the moment, heat number 2.
Lander.
Aydin Young will kick us off for this heat.
James Whitbourne.
Hugo Tsang out there as well as Riley Lander and
Trent
Chris
Johnson.
Lander. Fair way down though.
Chris Lander.
Father and son battle.
Yoshiyuki Chikuba.
All cars checking on in now. Everyone off and running. Aydin Young, first one to go across the line as he works his way around the right-hand side now. About to enter the straight. First across the loop, Aydin with a 33.5. Hugo with a 34.4. Riley Lander with a 33.7. Scotty with a 33.1 goes to the top. Ron Kirby with a 34.1 as well.
It's the name. Waiting for Chikuba to come around there, 37.7. So Scott Giles leading the way, 33.1 here out of the gate. Heat 2 in round number 4.
Second lap's coming in thick and fast now. Aydin with a 32.9. That time around, Hugo again with 32.6. Slightly better lap that time for Hugo. Scotty, though, dropping back now, 33.6. Slightly slower lap. Loses 0.2 of a second now to Aydin. Aydin out in front. We follow on board with Aydin. Working his way down the step
After
down,
1
step
minute,
up.
30 seconds. The top drivers are Aydin Young, Scott
Over the
Giles, and Hugo
tabletop.
Tsang.
Into the right-hand side. Around the Hobby Wing Havoc onto the front straight. The Hills RC off-road main straight away. Through the chicane we go with your current leader. As I say that though, Hugo Tsang goes to the top of the timing sheets. 0.6 of a second in it. Better lap that time around for Hugo at 32.141. Puts Aydin back to the 2 spot as we follow on board with Aydin. Over the tabletop, nose down, getting the power on. Around the right-hand side and onto the Hills RC front straight away.
Top 30 drivers in this round have done 10 laps. And right now, Aydin and Hugo looking to crack into the top 10 in the 10-lap run. Put him 30 and 31. Scott Giles right now in a 9.502. Needs to find just a couple seconds to get into that 10-lap.
Aydin Young that time around at 32.5. Puts his new hot lap in that time. We continue to follow along with Aydin Young leading this one out. Hugo not far behind, 0.3 of a second. They keep bouncing back and forth between the two drivers like a yo-yo. Hugo now back to the front now. Scotty now to 2. Aydin Young to 3. So slow lap that time around for Aydin Young, getting caught out there.
After 3
Ron
minutes,
Kirby up to the 4
top
spot as well with a
drivers are Hugo Tsang,
33.584 that
Scott
time around. We jump on board now with Hugo. Currently leading the way, 3 seconds in and over Aydin Young.
Minute 45 to go. Hugo Tsang out front, still on a 10. Aydin falling off that with a 35.6 there, giving up a couple seconds. Scott Giles, 33.9. Ron Kirby doing his best lap, 33.5. James Whitbourne, 34.5. That's his best lap. Chikuba just doing his best lap there, 36.0. Backs it up with a 36.3. We got a minute 30 to go. It's Tsang, Giles, Kirby, Johnson, and Young, your top 5.
Hugo will follow on board with working his way around the Dunbury drop over the tabletop. Back on himself now and coming to the front straight away. The Hills RC straight away down the straight we go. So leading the way, only driver on a 10-lap run at this stage with 1 minute left on the clock, at 32.6 that time around. Trying to get a 10-lapper in here with the only driver from the heat if he can at this stage. Scotty working his way back up as I say that. Ron Kirby puts up to P2 for a short time. Scotty steals it back off of him again.
45 seconds on the clock. 6-second lead right out for Tsang over Giles. Giles and Kirby, that's the closest battle there. Half a second. Aydin Young, 3/10 behind them. Followed by Trent, Chris, James, Chikuba, and Riley Lander. Round out your field here. 30 seconds on the race clock.
Hugo still on that 10-lap pace. Working his way through the double-double. Goes a safer line. Single, double. Working it up to the top of the track. Down the Dunbury drop. 10 seconds, drivers. We got 10 seconds left on the clock here.
7, 6.
Hugo in control, followed by Giles, followed by Kirby and Young.
1.
Time winded down. Hugo still on a 10-lap run. He's going to get it. Hitting the line here with a couple seconds to spare. Through the chicane he goes.
Everyone else will finish up on 8 or 9 laps. Hugo, the only driver, cracking it into the 10-lap runs.
Ron Kirby done.
Watching their last lap around will be Hugo leading the way. He works his way to the right-hand side. Oh, goes for a roll in his last lap.
James Whitbourne done. Yoshi
Tough luck there. He got 10. It's going to be a long 10, but he still got it. 10 lap 5:32.
The race is
Ron goes second. Aydin, Scott, Trent, Chris, James, Chikuba, and Riley.
Starting to see that groove coming up now, Scotty.
That's it. Just the back half or back quarter of the track still under shadows. Otherwise, under the bright sun here on a beautiful Saturday in Sydney, Australia. Here, coverage on RC Race Media presented by Team Associated. We're going to throw it down to Scotty G for our interview.
2WD modified.
We're live with Hugo Tsang running the Yokomo, one of only a few. Hugo, how's the car working for you today?
It's feeling great. With the first few qualifiers, the car felt really squirmy. Never been to this kind of track where it's so smooth, but it's so loose at the same time. Never had practice with the last couple days, but so far the car's feeling great with a couple of changes. I think I could make a couple more and I could go faster.
What kinds of things do you think you would change going from here into the last round of qualifying? Are there particular things you have in mind?
I think I could lower the roll center. The car feels like a good traction roll on a couple of corners, especially the hairpins. I think maybe the shocks could do with more packs. The car feels really bouncy across the straights and on the jumps.
Well, all the best as qualifying continues and into finals later on.
Thank you.
That's Hugo saying round 4 of qualifying. As we get towards our lunch break shortly, we're going to go back to Mitch and Scotty.
Peter Seckold. Kurt Wenger. 1 minute to the start of the race.
Ty Beale checking on in from, I believe it'll be a sunny day up in Brisbane today. One of the guys that runs Pine Hills Dirt Racing, where you'll be a little bit later in the year, Scotty, for ABC around number 3.
Exactly. Looking forward to getting back up there. We always have a good time. Zach and Ty and all the guys do a massive job up there.
30 seconds
Yeah,
to
always
the start
great
of the
race up at Pine Hills. Fairly high grip for an 8-scale track. Not as high grip as what they have over in Indonesia, though, eh?
Yeah, Indonesia and Philippines. Yeah, Philippines is up next for us. We go there in about 3 weeks.
15 seconds to the start of the race. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
All right, we get ready to roll here. Race number 3, round 4. Peter Seckold going to be the first to roll off.
Peter Seckold. Brad Verco. Phoenix Eggleton.
All right, Brad out there got the
Ben
old school rear motor car.
Mark Doyle. Antoni
Fairly hot
Caretti.
heat still this one.
Rob
You got a couple of big names making their way around. Peter Seckold,
Kurt Wenger.
usually very quick around here. I think he made a podium at the recent Nationals, if I can remember correctly.
Didn't he whoop us in short course too?
Yeah, he did win short course. I thought I had his number, and I should have if I maybe was a little bit more organised.
Maybe that was it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was it. I finished third, so I'm.
Yeah.
Where'd you finish, Mitch?
Second.
Yeah, second exactly. Yeah. But
Yeah.
he took me out in the final main though.
Yeah.
So.
But yes.
No, Mitch and we had a barn burner of a race. We had a good time, for sure.
So jumping on board with the Seagull, Peter Seckold, 31.3 first lap around as he works his way around the right-hand side. Onto the main straightaway here. Check the lap time, 31.3 first lap, 31.0 that time around, banking onto the 30s, trying to push it on in.
That's a good run, 5:12. That's a good start for Peter.
Absolutely. Caretti up there in the 2 spot. Looks like a slower lap this time for Caretti though, 33.9, so drops him back down from P2 up down to P4. Ben Panic up to the 2 spot. He's having a good run in this one.
After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top drivers
1:30
are Peter
quickly
Seckold,
into this
Ben
one.
Panic,
Time
and Brad
flies
Verco.
when you're having fun. Race number 3 rather. Qualifying round number 4 on the track. On a 10-lap, 5:13 right now, about 11 seconds. Off of the TQ set by Michal Orlowski. Panic on a 10. Brad Verco on a 10 with the rear motor. Caretti on a 10.
Seckold, nice lines through the double-double there, all the way to the top of the hill. Keeping the car flowing all the way around. Little whip through that tabletop as we follow on board with him. Working his way on to the front straight last time around, a 31.6. See what he can do this time by a 31 flat, new hot lap of the heat for Peter Seckold. Trying to build that gap up. He's almost built 4 seconds over Ben Panic now. Through the Campbelltown Hobbies, double-double. Gets it nice and clean.
2.5 down, 2.5 to go. Ed, Peter, Antony, Brad, Van, Phoenix, Mark, Kurt, Caden, and Rob. Rob not making a call in this one.
Yeah, saw Rob pull it off before we even got underway. Unsure what happened there. He had an issue through the double-double and just...
2:10 to go, 2:10 left on the clock of this one. Phoenix, a good lap there, 31.6. That's Phoenix's best lap. Caden Hill just doing 33.6. That's his best lap. Seckold, though, in control here. Antony Caretti, on-road expert. Former national champion, modified touring. Running some off-road, representing the Yokomo clan here.
He's got it a little bit out of shape there, heading up the hill there. Had to check on up before he made a mistake going up the step up. Kept on all 4 though, that's all that's important. Better losing a second than 3 or 4 in a Marshall. So still holding on to that 2 spot. He's now 6.5 seconds behind Peter Seckold. Seckold laying down new hot lap of the heat at 30.91 for last time around. That was Ben on his side there.
Tough luck there for Panic. Panic had a good run going 10.5.28. That's probably going to drop him off that 10-lap run. We'll see. Phoenix going to move up a spot on this one. Phoenix having a good run last lap, 31.7. Verco there at 32.3. Phoenix 31.8. Phoenix goes to P4.
Already holding on to the 2 spot. 6.9 seconds behind Peter Seckold, the Seagull. Going single-double over the front double-double section. Down the number 8, drop down. Closing in on young Phoenix Eggleton as well. 30 seconds remaining out there, so Seckold over Caretti. Brad Verco with the rear mount in the 3 spot.
After 4 minutes 30 seconds, the top drivers are Peter Seckold.
Caretti that time around, a 31.287, putting his hot lap in that time around. So still finding his rhythm out there. Young Phoenix getting it wrong through the double-double just in front of Caretti. We pick up Brad Verco now with the rear mount.
10, 9, 8, 7.
Brad, that car looking good out there. He's doing very, very well.
3.
Beating some stout racers
1.
at the old school. Brad's quite the accomplished racer through the years. Been doing it long time. Former four-wheel drive national champion from back in the day in '93.
Ben Panic done. Peter Seckold done.
Everyone finishing up their laps out there now. Peter Seckold with a 31.4 to wrap it up for his last lap. Waiting on Caretti, Verco and Phoenix Eggleton work their way around. Last 3 cars making their way around now. Verco powering it across the line with that rear motor. 33.2 for his last lap. At Caretti, a 33.2 as well. 32.4 for Eggleton. So Seckold will hold on to that one. Nice run there from Pete as well. Up to P16 from that round.
Crowd goes crazy.
Yeah.
Seckold taking a win. Caretti and Brad. So a good run there. All right, we're going to throw it down to Scotty G here. He's got somebody have a chat with after that heat. Take it away, Scott.
We're here with on-road specialist, but enjoying his off-road, Antoni Caretti. Antoni, looks like you're starting to work your way into the day. How's it coming together?
Yeah, I made probably 10 big changes for that run. Just I had a bit more time to do it because I was in the last heat. So yeah, two-wheel drive's not being my class on this track. So yeah, but we're getting there. Getting close to the Logan setup. So yeah, we're kind of working well together. It's just sort of us two, and then we've got Hugo running the car as well. So yeah.
You've got a chance now, a lunch break. Can you kind of, in a sense, throw the kitchen sink at it again? Can you try a bunch more stuff before the last round of qualifying?
Yeah, I mean, I'll try another 10 changes. It kind of worked then, I guess. So yeah, hopefully a clean last run, and then yeah, looking forward to the rest of today and especially tomorrow. So.
You don't get to do a lot of this off-road stuff. You're telling me I think the last time you ran was the Nationals here 6 months or so ago. Do you enjoy being in the dirt, having a play in the dirt?
Yeah, I mean, we don't have a dirt track anymore. So, yeah, the last time I actually drove a four-wheel drive buggy was on this track. So, kind of just cleaned it up and bring it back here. Two-wheel drive, I've been driving a little bit on Astro here and there. But, yeah, did TRTC at the start of the year. So, yeah, focus was on-road. And then I thought it was either go to Vic's or come here. And I thought, well, come here. This is an international meeting. So, yeah.
Hard to imagine more different conditions between TRTC and here. That sounds pretty wildly different.
Yes, yeah. Temperature, everything, just yeah, both sort of intense in their own way, but yeah, TRTC's a whole nother level.
Well, all the best for this afternoon, and tomorrow four-wheel drive day, your specialist day, I reckon. All the best.
Cool, thanks, Scotty.
We're going to go back to Scotty in the Team Associated booth.
All right, thank you very much. So, 4 rounds in the books. We got 1 more round to go. We got a little break going on here. I think they're going to give the racers a few minutes to maybe grab a snack and do a little wrenching on the car as the sun continues to shine here. And we're going to take a short pause for the cause. We got something really cool we're going to throw at you. We got Andrew and Aydin yesterday did the track walk, and it's very, what do you say, Mitch, entertaining?
Yeah, I'd say entertaining.
Yeah, I would say entertaining. So we're going to throw that right to you, and then we'll be back here on a short break after the track walk with continuing coverage here on RC Race Media presented by Team Associated of the 2025 IFMAR Pre-World Championships here at Hills Off-Road in Sydney, Australia.
Hey everyone, I'm here with Aydin. Is that right?
Aydin.
Aydin. See, we just met today. And I'm Andrew. We're here at Hills RC. And we're going to do a bit of a track walk with you today. I think you might have some gun tips for us around these lines here.
That's right.
Yeah, let's go. We are on the start finish. There's not much to talk about on the straightaway.
Yeah.
Although I will say the track is getting a nice groove.
You pretty much just hold it full throttle through here. But, you know, you might want to consider hitting the brakes for corner 1. It's nice to just get the Tokyo drift going right around here.
you know, you really want to just kick it out, nice counter steer around this corner, see if you can get that right front on the curbing here.
Yeah.
And maximum momentum headed into the tabletop here. But this is one of the loosest corners on the track, I'd say.
Hey,
So-
tell me, before we go on, I want to ask you a question, right?
All right.
You are used to pipes, right? In the US, it's all pipes. What do you think of the kind of F1 style ripple strip cornering here in Australia? What do you think?
Ripple strip.
Yeah, look at it.
What
F1
does
style.
that mean?
Well, ripple strip, kind of like
You mean
got
curbing?
yeah, it's curbing.
So,
Yeah,
so you're asking me if I like curbs?
yeah. As opposed to pipes in the US.
There are some tracks with curbs, like trackside, but I like curbs.
Yeah,
You know,
okay.
it lets you know if you got 2 tires on the curb, that means you're hitting a good line. So,
yeah, you can ride them, right?
You like that?
You can ride them. You can ride them.
You
Yeah,
like
so I'm with you with this one. Coming out wide here is the key. I also see a lot of people coming really close to the pipe up there. Not my style, but maybe I should.
The
Maybe
white
I should.
pipe.
The pipe down the straight. Yeah, you hitting that thing?
I've scraped it.
Yeah,
Had my fair share of rubbing with it.
Yeah, yeah. So that could be the fast line. A lot of the fast
You
guys.
don't want to hit it.
Like
It's slow to hit it.
Yeah, yeah,
You want
yeah.
to come close though.
Yeah. That's right.
Yep.
But yeah, Tokyo drift around this corner.
You want to hug onto this exit here. That way you can hit this kind of straighter.
Yeah.
So it's easier to hug onto this exit if you're wide down there. So I think that does explain kind of what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And then you want to
Super
get
critical,
in here.
this area, I think. I think you can lose a lot of speed here if you don't hug this corner and you end up here. You're slow. It's half
yeah.
a second a lap already.
Yeah, you don't
gone.
want to be putting 2 tires on this curb because you want to clear the jump. So
Yep.
maybe with a sick whip for the fans. If you see any cameras out there,
A sick whip.
toss it fat for the boys.
That's you tomorrow.
Yeah, you know how I like my sick whip.
Sick whip. Yeah, so jump this corner.
Show some chassis.
This corner here, I mean, it's fairly straightforward, but it's also not. So I know a lot of people are braking here. I am not. I try to carry the speed out wide here. What about yourself? Are you hitting the brakes here on the anchors?
Just a
quick
slight
tap.
little tap there.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Try to get close to this curb and carry some momentum out wide. You know, take the F1 lines. Shout out Lewis
F1,
Hamilton.
Ripple strip. It is an F1 track. But yeah, you can see just how hard the track is here. Let's have a look at the surface here because, I mean, I'm not a local, but this is probably the best condition I've seen the track. I know the guys, led by Pete Couper over there, has been doing a lot of work on this track at the moment. A lot of rolling during the week. A lot of water's gone into it. We had a week of rain here, or about 4 days of rain here last week. So I think that's been really, really beneficial for the track. And the grooves come right out, right? So
The groove's coming in. The groove's coming in nice. This morning it was a little bit of a mud bog, but I'd say over the past 12 hours the track has developed very nicely.
I agree with you.
You want to come out nice and
Absolutely.
wide here. Nice
Yep.
swinging line. Get kind of close to that pipe, but not too close.
Yep.
That way it sets yourself up for the chicane.
Yeah, get down low here. Yeah,
Seen
this
a lot
is.
of guys taking the jump line over the ripple strip corner.
Yeah.
I don't know if that is preferred, but you want to hit it as straight as you possibly can. Maintain maximum momentum.
Yeah.
Keep the wheels on the ground.
Yeah, you want to be touching these corners through here. Absolutely. If you're not touching these corners, you're steering, so straight line through here. I'd sometimes hit this and jump. I've also had you had a big crash here, didn't you, once? Have you crashed here today?
I've crashed everywhere today.
Yeah, okay,
unfortunately.
all right. Yeah, you can go pretty quick through here. You want to be hitting every single
You don't
corner
want
and
to
rip
hit
strip through
him.
here.
You just want to just give him a little.
We'll touch them. You want to rub them. You want to kiss
kissy.
them.
Little
Yeah,
kissy
wanna kiss
kissy.
'em. And then this is tricky, right? So let's talk about this corner because in the morning, and I don't know if you experienced this first time on the track this morning, right, for yourself. In the morning to get this jump, me personally, I had to go wide here, right? You can't really hug the corner too much and hit this jump. Personally, I don't know. Were you doing that?
I would say this is the trickiest part of the
Yeah,
track.
yeah, yeah.
Especially, it's not so difficult with 4-wheel drive, but 2-wheel drive to get the momentum to clear this double with the low amounts of traction here is pretty difficult. So it's best to kind of hang on to this right-hander here.
Oh, announcement. Something's closing. Yeah, but I think how were you through here today? Because I know you were.
So
a few little
you kind of want
tweaks
to
you
hang
made
on to
today.
this exit here.
Yeah.
That way you're somewhere out here, and then you want to cut back in because this double
That's right.
does have a little bit more lip, I'd say, between my 2 feet right here. Place no woman's
I was going to
ever
get you.
done.
Yeah, so
And,
this is super critical. Yeah, I'm with you.
maximum
Super critical.
momentum.
I'm talking 2-wheel drive here, right? 4-wheel drive, yeah, you can do it all day long, but in the mornings, yeah, you don't want to be singling if you can help it in the mornings, especially when it's slick. So, hey, tell me, what's your line through here? I've seen a lot of guys go tight. I like to come out wide, but I don't know. I love your view on this.
With 2-wheel, I'm just happy just to clear this.
Yeah, okay.
If I'm not framing this, then it's a good lap. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So whether I'm here, it don't matter. But 4-wheel, you can kind of keep some more momentum, swing it out wide.
Yeah.
You kind of want to just make everything a nice, smooth arc. If you watch F1, you know what I'm talking about. You don't see Max Verstappen up there driving it up the inside and corking the corner. So, yeah, you want to just embody your inner Max Verstappen. You know
Is that right? Okay, Max. Yeah.
That is right.
Interesting F1 weekend this weekend. Let's see how Yuki goes. Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, anywhere down here, I mean, yeah, so personally, I think the faster
Ideal
line
is
is
probably
out
right
wide.
here.
Yeah, here, so you can line up the next corner, right, and whip it. Are you whipping it?
Right.
You whipping it here?
Nice little
Whip
scrubby
it.
dub.
Yep.
Scrub a dub. Make
Yep.
sure the face of the jump's nice and clean. Brush
Yep.
off that dirt with the tires.
So if you're landing here, you can see a lot of people landed here with their shock towers digging it out. Might have
Probably
been
want
me.
to land right about. You want to be driving right about here. That way you just
Yeah.
get nice and tight on that corner here.
Yeah.
You
now,
know,
now, you don't want to get caught on the pipe here. I know I've hit the
No,
pipe a
you
few
wanna be
times here and
right
you
on
get caught up.
The ripple strip.
On the ripple strip.
is
that,
where I would
mean,
say is an
it's ripple
ideal
strip,
place
right,
to be.
Tony? Yeah, ripple strip.
Just the inner two front tires. You don't want to be golfing with the grass. You know
No,
what I'm saying?
you don't. You don't. And that's another thing with the grass this morning. The grass.
Yeah.
It was so wet.
I jumped into the infield over there, and
Yeah.
my car was spraying
You
up
needed
water.
wets on, right?
Thought I was gonna catch
Needed
fire.
wets on. Yeah, and then you get on the track, it's Disney on ice
Needed the
for at
enters.
least half a lap. You
Needed
watch
the enters.
Disney on ice? You know what I'm talking about? Disney on ice.
Not a
sliding
Disney
around.
guy.
Okay.
Is that like the Frozen Elsa?
Yeah, I don't know, but Disney on ice do donuts.
Yeah.
Now, I want your opinion on this corner too.
Yeah, probably full throttle.
Aiden's been yeah.
I would say
Now,
full throttle.
how in two-wheel drive, I like the high line because you're not drifting off. Well, maybe 4-wheel too. What do you? I don't know. Maybe I'm giving secrets away. But you
Maximum
should be giving
steering.
me
You know,
secrets.
a lot of off camber. You don't want to be on that off camber because the tires just aren't really gripping down there. You know what I'm saying? So it's a little bit more flat ground up here, straighter line, more momentum. You get better steering, and it'll just get you to that double.
So where are you
faster.
here? So where are you here then? Sorry.
Yeah, I want to be as tight as I possibly can be right here.
Yeah, I agree.
Maybe,
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm not exactly setting the pace out there. I'm looking around P12, so I don't know if
Yeah,
you really
okay.
want to take advice from me, but I'm trying to be right here.
No, I'm with you. I think that's a quicker line and less risky for drifting out.
More
Yeah.
steering. You don't
Yeah.
want to clip this pipe though.
No.
You don't want to be touching that.
Again, not as big as US pipes. They drag you in.
Oh, they sure do.
Yeah.
And then you want to just swing it out here, keep it just full throttle. Nice little scrub a dub over this bad Jimmy right here. I'd say hit it maximum speed, maximum momentum.
Yeah.
Little scrub.
You want to
Stay
have the
low
car
to the
loaded
ground.
up here, right? You don't want to be coming out backing off. Like you want it to be fairly loaded
You
up.
want to
right?
be. You want to be.
Like to jump into the corner.
Mm.
Yeah. So I like to get a bit fancy off this jump, Aydin. Like as in,
A bit fancy.
tweaking
A
it.
bit fancy.
And personally, I like to try to land on that corner. Again,
yeah. If you
might
can
be.
land it right around here, you're doing a good job.
Yeah,
I'd
you want to
say.
get up there.
You got a nice angle. You want the car to already be pointed that way. That's why
That's
you
true.
do a little whipper tail off of here. Get yourself set up, and just be just on this thing once again.
Now I notice a lot of you US guys, right? They drive a bit different to the AU guys, right? So this is my observations, right? A lot of the US guys point and squirt. So yourself, and I've seen Spencer right up close against this pipe. A lot of the locals actually going out wide. So I don't know. There's pros and cons to each.
Speed tip.
Yeah,
He's helping me out here.
Well, maybe. What's your view? I know. Yeah, I think there's pros and cons to each, but a lot of people are squirting it here. Others are coming out wide. I like to come out wide as we get down there to get the next corner. But
It's
what do
probably
you reckon?
ideal to be about center of the lane back here.
Yeah.
I more often than not end up brushing up against that inside pipe. That's not on purpose. That's
Oh,
just a skill issue. You know what I'm saying?
You know what that is? It's because, I remember the first day I spent on this track, I hit this thing all day long. So,
Yeah,
it's
that's
a
kind
depth
of-
perception thing. So this is the furthest part away from the driver's stand.
Just
right? So that's
describe
the
my
hardest bit
day.
to see.
Just mowing
Yeah,
this
yeah,
pipe
yeah.
with my wheel nuts are.
You'll be good. You'll
my
be
wheel
good.
nuts are green and black from this bad boy right here.
We'll go suss them out later on. Those wheel nuts are yours. Now, this corner, obviously down in the
You want to make sure
dip.
you're going slow enough. You want to start checking up back here, and
Yep.
then just make sure that you're not blowing the cameraman's ankles out in the outside line there. You want to just be going slow enough to just let that outer front tire just grab the dirt.
Yeah.
Just grab it.
And are you out here lining up for this corner? Or are
Yeah,
you tight?
I'd say you're standing right in the
yeah,
line.
yeah.
Good
I can
line
see
there.
your green and black wheel nuts. All right, scrub me out here.
Yep, green and black wheel nuts. You want to keep them in the middle
So,
of the lane.
yeah, you can easily lose a lot of speed, a lot of time, lap time on this corner if you go wide, right?
I'd say,
Just you
I'd
come
say
out
it's
wide.
ideal.
Yeah.
Inner two wheels up on this pipe. You know,
Yeah.
if Angara
Ripple
was
strip.
here,
Ripple strip, mate.
he'd be just.
You'd be here. That's
Mm.
right. So yeah, that corner's good. You got to just back to this corner. You got to be careful. You don't want to. I'm not going to say traction roll, but come in too sideways.
Traction roll.
Come
you're
in too
a funny
sideways.
guy. You're actually hilarious. Traction roll.
Oh, you know, come in sideways and in the boondocks into the camera
This guy
grass.
must not
and
be
the-
running the spec tires in his traction
yeah,
roll.
yeah. Oh, yeah. That's another secret. I'll tell you about that one off camera. So yeah, you do need to have the car fairly straight here. So you don't, not traction roll, you
can catch some rim
roll.
fly into the bamboo out
Rim
there.
roll.
You don't want that. Take
Yeah.
out the tripod. Those things are expensive. Come on now.
Yeah. Now, if you get the power down well here, you can kind of jump out of this corner and pull a little bit of a wheel stand. I don't know.
Wheelies.
My
You're
can, I got grip.
traction rolling and
Yeah, I
wheeling.
got grip. What about you?
Wow, this guy's
You need,
saucy.
you need the
Tech
right
him.
shirt, mate. You need the right
DQ
shirt.
him.
Yeah.
DQ him.
No, you can pop a bit of a wheelie out of here, and I think this corner is a lot of fun. Downhill.
This is
Yep.
the most amount of traction, I think, on the
Yeah,
corner. This is
that's
the
fun.
highest grip corner.
It
This is
is.
the only corner that you can kind of power through,
Yep.
and the car will just take it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We can really load the suspension up on this. There's a little bit of elevation here. I don't know how much justice the camera is doing, but there's a little bit of downhill elevation, and yeah, you can kind of weight the suspension, and the tires are seeming to grip in this corner more than
Yeah, I
any other
agree.
corner.
And you can give it a good squirt mid corner too. I feel.
You just love to
you
give it a
can be
nice good
confident.
squirt.
Because yeah, everyone loves a good squirt through this corner. So, all right, let's move on. Now, so this jump here, right?
Yeah, it's got
There's-
some different spots on the takeoff.
Yeah.
For sure. Not
Yep.
all the same. There is a bit of a low line on the
Yes,
inside.
I was gonna. Yep.
I have
You
learned
tell
that
me.
today.
Yeah.
And if you can,
No
if-
more
if you
insider
got-
knowledge for you.
If you got the balls for it, then you can hit this bad Jimmy like right
Yep.
here, and it shoots you nice and low.
Yeah.
But you could easily get some more black and green wheel nuts and
So,
do a backflip 360.
Aydin, you've just worked out the locals line, mate. That's it.
and I don't think
Yeah.
that is the way to go. But,
So it depends. There's two ways you can take this. Yes, that is a lower kind of the lower lip, right?
You
so
have
you don't
to
jump as
risk it
far.
for the biscuit.
You do.
as
If
they
you hit,
say.
and if you have this right, you can jump to the corner.
I don't know if that's ideal.
No,
'cause
but
if
it can
you-
be done.
If you jump way out there, there's about a 50% chance that your chassis is going to smack the ground and you're going to do some donuts.
That is possible, and there's a risk you take
So
for the,
it-
risk
it
for the
is,
biscuit.
a
Yeah.
lot of biscuits to be risked it for in this section, this
Yeah.
40-foot stretch.
Yep.
But foot, or you guys don't use feet out
Meters,
here, do you?
centimeters, millimeters. Yep.
Yeah,
you know
you
the
guys
real
drive
way.
on the wrong side of the road anyways,
Nah,
so.
yeah, no. It's the way to measure things. Is in,
Yeah, I mean, I'd say it's the safest to land back here, where there's a little bit of
Yeah.
downslope.
Agree.
And
Yep.
then get a nice little drift going. This is one of the loosest corners on the track, I'd have to say. I'm definitely doing some counter steering in this corner. You know, it's some drifting, Tokyo drift, like Han.
Don't count me. Hey, just come step back a minute. Don't count me out with jumping to the corner because I think sometimes it can load the car up a bit. Another secret maybe. Load the car up in the corner and actually get a bit more grip. It's tricky to do, but there is a way you can jump to this corner.
Maybe that'll get me
you,
up to
you can try.
P9.
You can try that one again. Again, a little bit of risk, but there is reward for this corner. So yeah, this is quite a critical corner to get right because it does set you up for the next hairpin onto the straight.
Yes.
And we'll head that way now.
Yes,
Is that
we'll
all right?
head that way. So in the morning, you got
Oh,
some
yeah.
dew on the grass, and you don't want to be jumping into this grass here. Because
Why is
took
that?
my four-wheel drive through the car wash. Luckily, the radio electronics are still gripping. But, you know, could have been bad. Could have been detrimental.
How long were you in the grass for?
Whole run.
Oh, right.
Just spin around.
Right, okay, cool. Yeah, it's dry now in the mornings. Oh, sorry for yelling there. It is quite moist in the mornings, as is the whole track. So we're on to the last corner of the track. Now
you can
again,
power it into this face
yeah.
here and break up the face. That'll set the car up nice for this corner. And get yourself a nice little drifty around this bad boy. It's ideal to
Drifty.
get that right front up right here and just be like
Yep.
almost wheeling around the corner.
Yep. This is a tricky spot in two-wheel drive to get right, I think. Are you feeling your car's light and unloading a little bit here? Because
yeah.
I've been watching a lot of
Yeah,
cars around here
'cause-
today. We've been marshalling.
Because you could kind of almost jump into it a little bit.
Yeah, you can jump to it.
So,
You can ride a corner.
You can definitely overload the tread on the tires
Yeah.
quite easily there.
Now, another thing I noticed is the US guys versus the AU guys will say how they take this corner. So I like to power down here. I mean, most of us do to get quicker. Personally, I'm coming out wide onto the straight here, but I know coming off this jump, a lot of the US guys are like hugging tight, jumping close to the pipe and gassing down the straight. What do you think's the quickest line around here?
You know,
What do you think?
still 12th, so I couldn't tell you what exactly
I know you've
is
only
the
been here a day
quickest.
as well, so you know.
But I think it's probably ideal to land. Well, I will say I've had my fair share of jumping too far on this thing,
Yeah.
flying into the woods on landing. So there is some spots on here that you can grab some rim. You don't want to be grabbing rim.
Yep.
You want straight tire
There's
here.
been a lot of rim grabs here. Check it out. Check out those
Yeah, a
grooves.
couple of those are from the orange car, Aydin Horne out there.
Oh, yep.
So yeah, you want to kind of almost just shortchange this just to be safe. You know,
Yeah.
yet another biscuit to be had for the risk it.
Because if you over jump it here too, I find the car wants to unload, like hits, unloads, and yeah, is that what you did, right? Spin off into the Hills Off-Road RC sign.
Took out a Marshall, actually.
Yeah? You check on him? Is he okay?
Nope.
Okay. He's fine. Yeah, here we go. So this is back to the straightaway. Aydin here loves to go, just miss the pipe. I'm not ballsy enough for that. But you know what? I might try it. So yeah, this is where you're on the gas as early. It's key to get on the gas as early as possible. And as you can see, it's quite a long straightaway here at Hills RC. Fairly big compared to the straightaways you're used to. In a smaller track, same?
I wouldn't say so. I'd say this track is about just right on size. Just right.
Yeah,
Not too big, not too small.
Yep.
Just enough to send you home happy.
So are you using a bigger motor here compared to back home? Bigger gearing?
Oh,
to
definitely
get
not.
Straight? Okay,
Definitely not,
same.
because back home there's traction. So
yeah, okay.
You can kind of pull the gas.
But
a
you're
little
using
bit
more turbo down the straight? No, not necessarily.
No.
Okay.
Definitely
I'll
not.
wound my thing up for the straight because you want that thing to sing.
Maybe that's how you're doing wheelies.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, here we are coming back down the straightaway. Got the 10-car grid already all painted up. And that's a lap, Andrew and Aydin, of Hills RC. I hope you enjoyed that and we didn't talk too much
That's right.
non-business.
And
Hope you enjoyed.
I hope you're having a good day, mate.
G'day everyone, well I hope you enjoyed the coverage here from the pre-Worlds warm-up. We're in a lunch break. Got about 8 to 10 minutes before we get underway with some on-track action. Round 5 of qualifying coming up. We're going to have a bit of fun with some of our international visitors. We've got Chris Stanley from Mob Boss Graphics. He's helping look after the drivers with all their stickers and stuff this weekend. He's going to help us out. A few people commenting about the shirts. Send a message to the club. If you want to get one of the shirts, they will be able to ship them out and get them ready for people around the world. So let's go see who we can find for a fun game that we'll reveal very shortly. So let's jump in here. We'll kick it off with what's going on here, a bit of a burger comparison.
We're actually delivering.
Your burger's bigger than his?
We cook the food. I'm not going anywhere near my burger. Not only do we cook the food, but we also deliver. So
Right.
with a smile.
Beautiful. Well, Michal, can we interrupt you for a minute for a quick game? Michal Orlowski, this is a fun game. Now we're going to go. Yeah, you need your hands free. This could be a total train wreck. This is my style. So we're going to put a blindfold on you. We're going to give you a little toy. It won't hurt you, I promise. Yeah. You've got to guess what it is in the fastest time possible. We know you guys like to compete. So we'll blindfold him up. All right, so the blindfold goes on. These are all Australian-based animals or creatures.
Animals?
Yeah, they're not like. Put your hands out.
Oh my God.
Put your hands out. It's not. It's okay. Trust me. All right, ready? Your time. You got the timer ready? Your time starts now. Have a feel. What do you think it might be? Got to guess what it is. Iconic Australian animal. Quick, time's on the clock.
Koala.
Bingo, got it. You can take the blindfold off. Congratulations, you've won yourself a koala. And the time is 6.89. We've got Matt back in the...
Is that for me?
That's for you.
Oh, nice. I'll give it to my girlfriend.
Beautiful. All right, who else can we pick on? They're all going to run away now. All right, finish your mouthful, jump up. Daniel Kobbevik, jump up and have a game with us. All right, spin around. We're going to blindfold you up. There's people running away from me now. They're all, yeah, all different animals. All right, so spin around this way. Okay, put your hands out. You've got to guess what the animal is in the fastest time possible. Stopwatch ready. On your marks, get set, go.
Crocodile?
Correct. Oh, that was a good one. 6.8 seconds. What was the fastest time? You're current TQ in the animal guessing competition.
Thank you. That's cool.
Well, did you get back to lunch? Good luck in round 5.
I enjoy it here. It's good. Thank you.
All right, let's jump up here and jump in with the X-ray crew. Excuse me, Martin, can we interrupt you for a quick game? There we got the people watching. Martin Bayer, we're going to blindfold you up. You've got to guess the iconic Australian animal. Won't hurt you. It's not going to kill you, I promise. All right. So we're going to dig in here to the... It won't hurt you, I promise. All right, put your hands out. It's up the other way so you can hold it. You got to guess it in the fastest time possible, okay? On your marks, get set, go. It's an iconic Australian animal. Any thoughts?
No idea. What is it?
It lives in the water around rivers and creeks. Has a bill like a duck. Lays eggs.
Lays eggs? I don't know. No idea.
No idea? All right, take your blindfold off. It's what we call a platypus.
Wow.
You ever seen one of those before?
We don't have this in Europe.
Excellent. That's yours to keep, mate. Thanks for coming and thanks for playing.
Thank you very much.
He doesn't want the platypus. Yeah, Bartek, your turn. Jump on over here. One minute.
So you've got 5 minutes and 30 seconds.
We'll come back if you like. You want to come back?
Got everything done?
Are you ready? We'll come back. We're going to get Chase. We'll come back. All right, we're going to jump around. Chase, do you want to meet us on the other side? Have to get a good one for Chase. He's already quite friendly with our local kookaburras, for those who have seen the video from the Nationals. And also the RCTV. Mate, you went a bit viral with the kookaburra on RCTV. Have you seen your mate, Wally, over here this trip?
Yeah, I took a quick peek at him this time, but I don't know if I was a little afraid this time. I didn't pet him.
You seem a bit nervous. We're going to blindfold you up. You've seen how it works. You've got to guess the iconic Australian animal. And it won't hurt you, I promise. All right, put your hands out. Time starts now. Any ideas? There's lots of them around here today.
It is a parrot.
Oh, close. It is a bird. Do you remember what it's called?
No, kookaburra maybe?
No, close. Starts with cock.
Peacock? I don't know.
Cockatoo. Cockatoo. Have it. All three. There you go, mate. Congratulations. Thanks for playing.
Thank you.
That's yours to keep. Your good luck charm for Q5.
Thank you.
All right, who else can we quickly jump onto? What are we time-wise? A couple minutes before we get underway. So who are we going to go for? Okay, a couple of guys are up. Let's see who we can... Jason, Heroes up for a fun game, mate. Come and have a bit of fun with us. Jason Ruona, we're going to blindfold you up. You've got to guess the iconic Australian animal, but we promise it won't hurt you. It's not living. Okay.
You got to guess what animal we put in your hand. Okay.
It's not alive.
It's not live, so put your hands out. And you've got to guess this. Ready? Your time starts now.
What is it?
I don't know. A scorpion.
Nope. Not a scorpion. Keep guessing. You're on the clock. Fastest time wins.
It's a J Concepts Double D V2 tires.
Is that the secret product you're developing that you told Scott Guide about?
It's a rat.
Oh, very close. It does have a rat-style head.
It's a rat-style head.
Iconic Australian animal. What do you think of? It jumps? Has a long tail?
About a kangaroo?
It is a kangaroo.
Why didn't I guess that first?
Not sure. That's yours to keep. Thanks for playing.
Oh, can I keep it?
You can keep it. That's yours.
Can I get it autographed?
Sure. Who are you going to get to autograph? The winner?
All four, yeah.
Oh, no, not us. Thanks for playing. All right, who... They've got it. Spencer, you got a minute to play a fun game with us, or are you in the zone?
No, we're good.
You're good?
I was just...
You're just trying to stay out of the limelight. Didn't want to be part of it. So we're going to blindfold you up. You got to guess the iconic Australian animal. All right, it won't hurt you. It's not alive.
Not yet.
All right, so we're going to put it in your hand here, and you got to guess what it is. All right. Time starts now.
A bird.
It is a bird. Yep. You have a feel. Squid. Try and guess the shape. What it is.
I played with this in the bathtub before.
It is a bird. Iconic Australian bird. It doesn't actually fly.
Big one.
Large.
Oh.
It's on our crest. It's on our crest of arms.
I'm totally not the person to be asking this.
You don't know what our birds
I
are?
do, but I don't know the names. I can barely remember half my teammates' names.
Looks like an ostrich, yeah.
Is it an ostrich?
We call them we call them an emu.
I don't know.
All right, let's take this off. There you go.
I've been looking at it. I have no idea what it is. What is it?
Emu.
Yeah.
Emu. That's yours to keep, mate. Thanks
Are you
for
serious?
thanks for playing.
All
Good
right.
luck in Q5.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, let's see who else we can have a bit of fun with. We're going to come back a little bit. Yeah, we'll head back a little bit closer to the range. How much have we got before? 41, I think. Yeah. Okay, so I think we're going to run out of time here. We'll try to do a bit more tomorrow. We're going to throw it back over and get ready for round 5 of qualifying. Thanks for having a bit of fun with us. We'll see you shortly.
Hello, everybody. We are back as we are getting ready to rock and roll here. Qualifying round number 5. It's good to have everybody following along. My name is Scotty Ernst. I'm here with my tag team partner, Mitch on the mic. Mitch, we've had a good day so far.
We have. We have had a very good day so far. And we're going to kick things off for this round. Top heat.
As you said, we got big dogs here. This is looks like our B sort is going to start us off here. We start race 5, then we go 6, then we go 1, 2, 3, 4. Want to shout out to everybody watching online. We got the one and only Abe Froman, Sausage King of Chicago online. What's up, Abe? I see you're splitting your time between PNB and us, Abe. I saw you on the chat room yesterday on PNB.
Lachlan Munday.
Off and running here now. So heat 5 of 6. Top dogs coming up.
Tom Rinderknecht.
Want to give a shout out to some of our sponsors here. We want to go thanks out to Campbelltown Hobbies, Hobby Wing Technology, Team Coyote, Global Facilities Maintenance, ProTech, A-Main Hobbies.
Plague Bearings, Air Water Power, AWP, Elsram, RC Hobbyland, Raw Speed Australia, Dunbray Environmental, Berserk RC, Denair, On-Site Hire, Mob Boss Graphics, and of course, can't forget it, Team Associated. Getting our media box up and running.
Exactly. Big shout out to Team Associated, making it possible for me to make the trip here, and Mitch and all the RC media here. We appreciate it. RC Race Media, official media provider here, the World Championships, as we got Logan Toia at the top of the board here on lap number 1, followed by Tom Rendernick, Davey Bada, Martin Payer, and Chase Lemieux, your top 5.
Toia having a rough run through the chicane coming down the hill there, ending up on the grass. It's going to cost him a bit of time from this lap, I would say. He's working his way to the line now. We'll be able to see how much it did cost him. So out front from the first lap was Toia, coming around for his second lap. Drops him down to P8 from his second lap with a 31. Didn't cost him that much time, but position-wise, dropped him right on down.
Yeah, he was all the way down the board.
The top drivers
So Tom Rinderneck straight to the top of the timing sheets now with 30.6. Lee Grace earlier calling 29 flats from this round to see how we go. We won't have to wait too long to see if that pans on out. Leading the way is Tom. Bartels now to the lead with a 30.3 that time around. Bayer with a good run in this one so far, 30.4 as well.
Bartosz Galewski, the young man from Poland rocking the X-Ray. Talented young racer that has grown through the ranks of racing in Europe. Started racing when he was, I don't know, got to be 8 or 9 maybe with us at the EOS. Now grown to be one of the top young guns from Europe. Making a trip down to Australia. Renderneck from the United States. Rocking a Schumacher out front, top of the board here, 10.505. That's a very good pace there. 5:05. Does that mean we're going to see 11? What do you think?
Yeah, I'd say it's right there.
I don't know if these guys, they can go 5 seconds faster, though, the A group. Ooh, I don't know. That's a big call.
I'm going to call it.
Ooh.
I'd say 2 drivers for an 11 up run.
Wow, there you go.
Tom Rinderneck now down to a 30.337 that last time around, banking right on to those 29 second laps as well.
After 3 minutes, the top drivers are Tom Rinderknecht, Martin Bayer, and Aydin Horne.
So down around the back straightaway, we follow on board at the moment. Tom last time around that 30.3. See if he can better that from this time around. Bit of chaos coming onto the front straightaway. Everyone comes out pretty clean on the other side. I think Tom involved in that with a 32 second lap. Drops all the way down to P5 from that lap now. So Martin Bayer now to the top of the timing sheets with a 30.5 last time around. He's got 0.02 of a second over Zaleski. Davey Bader in the 3 spot. Chase Lemieux in 4, Tom Rinderneck in the 5, Lockie Munday in the 6, Chase Lemieux now into the 29s. Here come the 29s, the B sort, finding their way into the 29s now. 1 minute left on the clock out there. Still time left in this one.
All right, Bayer out front, 30.4. Good to see Martin Bayer now getting things sorted out. How about Chase Lemieux? First time here at the top of the board, 10.505. Davey Bada, 30.0. Tom Rennick, 30.1. Hot lap of the race, though, into the 29. Lemieux, 29.889. 30 seconds left on the race clock.
After 4 minutes, 30 seconds, The top
Chase
drivers
Lemieux
are
leading the way out there. He's got 2/10 of a second over Bayer there, so 20 seconds left to go. Chase, the only driver out there into the 29-second lap bracket. Does a 30.3 that time around as well with 10 seconds remaining now. 10.505, not too far off those 11-lap runs. I think we may see it. Martin Bayer that time around with 30.311.
Chase out front, into the back, step down, step up. Lemieux needs a good run here in this one. Bayer right now 0.2 back. So the X-Ray boys running 1 and 2. As time winding down, Chase on his 10th and final lap. What does he got across the line? It's going to go 5:05, but Bayer now in front. So if Martin Bayer can go faster by a 10th of a second, he needs a 30.7-second lap if he can do it. 30.5, that is going to do it. Going to give Bayer this one over Lemieux, Renderneck, and Bada.
Good finish there from Bayer, rounding it up in the last couple of laps, getting in front of Chase Lemieux. Those two X-Ray drivers finishing off strong there. Tom Renderneck fighting his way back with this Schumacher as well, a 30.053 on his last lap, almost cracking into those 29s as well. So Chase Lemieux, only driver from that heat, cracking the 29s. See what we can get into with the A seed now. So we're going to chuck it over to Scotty Guide, who is going to have a chat with Munday.
Heat 6 of 6.
Wonderful to have a chat with Martin Bayer. Nice run there in round 5 of qualifying. Let me start with checking in on how you're enjoying the event and the track in particular.
I mean, it's really, really good. I'm really enjoying it. I like how the track, the side is. I like the facility. Everything is just really, really good. I really enjoy it.
And how's the car coming along? Because that's probably the most comfortable I've seen you look today in qualifying, but it looks like you're kind of getting to grips with the car as you get used to the track.
I mean, it's getting better. I'm trying to read, the track, the situation, because every time we go out, it's a lot different. I mean, the track is evolving every run, so you never get the same one. So it's hard to read the condition, but I'm slowly getting understanding and getting to know which probably direction we have to go. So
I'm guessing that'll give you a little bit of confidence tomorrow too as we go into four-wheel drive, where the grip of the car is a little bit less important than it is in two-wheel drive.
We'll see. I mean, the direction for the four-wheel drive for sure will be again different, so there will be again some surprise, but we more or less know what to do, so we will see tomorrow how it goes.
Well, the best for this afternoon and for tomorrow. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much.
That's Martin Bayer going quickest in that B group in round 5 of qualifying. We're going straight back onto the track, straight back to Mitch and Scotty as we continue through qualifying round 5.
Better. Yeah.
Our top dogs out on track now. Top seeded heat number 6 of 6. Qualifying round number 5, our 5th and final qualifying round here at Hills RC for the World's Warm-Up. So a massive thank you obviously to all of our sponsors for the event. Kicking it off with Campbelltown Hobbies, Hobbywing Technologies, Team Coyote, Global Facilities Maintenance, ProTech RC, A-Main Hobbies, X-Ray Australia, Plague Bearings, AWP Air, Water and Power, Elsaram, RC Hobbyland, Rossbeat Australia, Dunbray Environmental, Berserk RC, Den Air, On-Site Hire, and Mob Boss Graphics. And don't forget, Team Associated.
9, 8,
Let's get racing for our top heat.
Big thanks to all those sponsors making it possible. Couldn't do it without them. And as Mitch said, we got the top dogs here getting ready to rock and roll. A-Main about to be decided.
Michael Orlowski.
We got
Lachlan, Donnelly.
a couple different TQs
Ari
so
Bakla.
far.
Spencer
Ari,
Rivkin.
Lachlan, Michal, all having good runs.
Jared Mint.
Orlowski going to
Marcus
roll out
Carra.
first. Donnelly going to roll out
Daniel
2.
Kobbevik.
Bakla going to roll out
Matthew
3.
Couper. Christopher
3 different
Sturgeon.
manufacturers. Schumacher Associated and X-Ray. Cool to see.
Bit of a breeze coming through here, Scotty.
It is, yeah.
That's the
nice.
first breeze we've noticed.
Got the doors open here in the Associated Broadcast Studio here, looking good. Here's Orlowski. Oh, Michal bringing the heat out of the gate. 29.9 on opening lap. And we haven't seen that at all today.
Jumping on board with Miguel Orlowski leading the way. Did get a little bit out of shape after that first lap on the first turn. Managed to gather it all back up, though. Didn't lose too much time. Working his way through the tabletop. Gets out of shape again there over the tabletop. Think he clipped the inside pipe. Gets away with another one, though. So maybe a slightly slower lap this time around. But Spencer Rivkin coming around with a 29.9 as well.
Rivkin came out swinging a faster opening lap than Orlowski with a 29.9. How about Donnelly in lap 2, 29.99999 lap. Goes to the top of the board. Marcus Careb, 30.1. So it is so close here in the opening 2 laps here of our top heat qualifying round number 5.
Minute 30 down, 3.5 to go. Donnelly out front, Rivkin, Careb, Orlowski and Bakla, your top 5. Very tight out there as they work their way again. Michael Orlowski, 29.710, new hot lap of the heat. Donnelly betters it though. Woof.
Just as you say, a 29.7 there. Lachlan Donnelly goes 29.4, hot lap of the day right there for Lachlan. Rivkin answers with a 29.7. Marcus Careb, 29.8. Ari Bakla joining the 29 second club there with a 29.9 for Bakla.
Lee Grace called an early 29 flats he was looking for. We might even see a couple of lower 29s out there still in this one. We got 3 minutes left to go as Rivkin goes at 29.740 that time around. 29.6 for Donnelly. Michael Orlowski with a 29.7.
3 guys on an 11 lap run right now and 2 guys on a 10.5 flat.
Donnelly leading the way at there, 0.5 of a second over Rivkin. Michael Orlowski now with a 29.635. That's his PB lap out there with 2 minutes 20 left on the clock. Rivkin at 29.7. Donnelly still holding on to the lead of this heat. Kuki Kato at 30.1, still trying to find his feet out there, trying to get into the 29.2.
An absolute fabulous qualifying heat round number 5. Many of these guys trying to get some runs in to lock them in into the A main. It's Donnelly, Orlowski, Rivkin, Bakla, Careb, your top 5. Koki Kato going fast lap right there, 30.1. Sturdy at 30.3. Menta 30.2. Couper at 30.5. Kobbevik 30.6. Right now the top 7 drivers ahead of Bayer and Lemieux's time.
Rivkin at the 29.284. Hot lap of the heat.
That is hot lap of the day now there for Rivkin.
1 minute 30 left on the clock. Still time to make up here. Donnelly leading the way. He's got 0.2 of a second over Rivkin at the moment. Orlowski in the 3 spot. Bakla 4, Careb in 5. Bounces around a bit now. Rivkin now to the top of the timing sheets. Backs it on up with a 29.229.
Fantastic qualifying heat. Fast for sure. These guys trying to lock into the 2-wheel drive A main. Qualifying 5 on the track right now. We're going to take the driver's best 3 of 5 rounds. It's Rivkin, Donnelly, Orlowski. Orlowski, new hot lap for him, 29.5 that time. Koki Kato now into the 29 second run with a 29.9 lap there. Puts him up to 6. 45 to go. It's Rivkin, Donnelly, Orlowski, Careb and Bakla, your top 5.
Rivkin looking for his first TQ round. He's trying to get it done in the final round of qualifying here. 30 seconds remaining. He's got 0.04 of a second over Donnelly. Michael Orlowski not far behind as well as Careb and Bakla. Less than 30 seconds on the clock now. No hot laps coming in this time around. Maybe Ty's getting a little bit too warm even. Rivkin at 29.6. Donnelly at 30.2. Drops off of Rivkin's tail just a little bit. Orlowski really closing in here as well. Final 10 seconds left on the clock.
10.
Ari needs a good run here with this top 5. Ari had a 0, 4, and an 11 so far. Kobbevik not having the best one in this one. But this one winding down. Rivkin 0.6 over Donnelly. Now Rivkin stepping it up. Rivkin, well, bam, 29.1 new hot lap, setting it there. Rivkin rolls it here on his last lap. Donnelly was 1.6 second back. Orlowski 2.1 back. Bakla finishing there with a 10.502. Careb done with a 5.02. Koki Kato a 10.502. Rivkin, Donnelly, Orlowski going to race this one here to the finish line. Who's going to be faster? Is it going to be Rivkin, Donnelly, or Orlowski? Orlowski done with a 28. Donnelly across the line. Where's Rivkin? That is time. 0.8 the difference taken right now. Round number 5, Spencer Rivkin, 11.526. What a run there, Mitch.
Yeah, Rivkin finally getting it done there. He's been right there all day long. Second, all throughout qualifying. He finally gets his top spot. Took 5 rounds, but he's there.
Race number 1.
Absolutely. So numerous TQs in the course of this one made it very interesting to see. We're not going to be able to figure out who the overall TQ, but we're going to throw it down to Scott Guy, and here's he's got a chat with some of our racers.
That's a wrap on two-wheel drive qualifying here at Hills Off-Road RC for the world's warm-up. Spencer Rivkin going to the top of the charts for the first time today. Man, that's close out there.
Yeah, we're all the best in the world racing each other, so it should be close. I thought it was pretty fun out there. I thought that was the cleanest drive that I put in. I didn't realize, the last lap, I was like, I think we're going to go the extra lap. And then I kind of milked the curbing a little bit. I did like a tumble on my wheels. But I know Lachlan and Michal kind of also had a mistake like that same lap before. So it was like we all three kind of did a little tap out moment. Yeah, with the world's warm-up only having 6 heats, the track's kind of not changing that dramatic for how many times we're hitting the track. So, yeah, we're all taking that under consideration. It was a good drive. I don't really know where that puts us on the grid. I mean, like I said, we're doing a lot of learning. I think it's good repetition for when it kind of matters in October. And, yeah, Lachlan putting on good pressure with everyone and, Michal finding some good pace. So that's been fun.
Well, all the best for this afternoon. Should be some fun finals as you continue learning.
Yeah, for sure.
We're going to grab a quick chat with Lachlan Donnelly as well, because by my maths, Lockie, that puts you, TQ, in front of 2-time world champion Spencer Rivkin and Michael Orlowski. No pressure this afternoon, but how's the day been? You've been really consistent all through practice and all through the day today. Car's feeling good. You feeling good?
Yeah, pretty comfortable. We've been fighting for the TQ and been in the top 3 every run. That run was super close. I had one little mistake. That run, I knew I had good points on the previous runs, so we decided to scrub a new set of tyres in, so I had an extra set for the mains. And I mean, surprisingly, they didn't take as long to come in as I thought, but it's good to have that ready for the triple mains. And yeah, feeling comfortable, should be good.
Well, all the best. We'll better let you go, Marshall. We don't want to get in the way of those results. This is Lachlan Donnelly, our TQ for this afternoon, two-wheel drive.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Back to you, Scotty and Mitch. Let's get round 5 continuing on.
Heat number 1 of 6 now out on track. Still got to finish this round of qualifying out. Still got a few heats left to go. So out on track at the moment, we've got Zac Panic. He should start us off for this heat.
15 seconds to the
So I
start
heard
of the
there as
race.
well, Lachlan Donnelly scrubbing in a set of
10,
tyres. So getting
9,
prepped for the
8,
finals already.
7,
So we're already
6,
looking towards the
5,
finals. He's already secured the top spot coming into finals. So scrubbing in a set of tyres, getting ready for the finals is Lachlan Donnelly.
Planning. He's got a plan.
Zac
Game
Panic.
plan.
Yoshiyuki Chikuda.
But TQ not locked down
Poole.
yet. Still got guys that still got to
Ashley
run.
Koval.
Never assume.
Stuart McMahon.
Maybe Zac Panic pulls
Smith.
out an 11-lap run. Never know.
Blair Wallace. Andrew Cara.
Well,
Stephen
this guy
Hogginson.
got it all worked out already? Yeah.
So out in this one, Zac Panic will have started us off. Nick Poole, Ashley in the 3. So they work their way around for their first laps. Zac Panic with a 33.9. That's a solid first lap. Young Zac Panic. 34.3 for Nick Poole. 34.4 for Ashley. So good first lap for young Zac Panic there. Rob and Stuart making their way around on 35s as well with 1 minute down. We've got 4 minutes left on the clock. Pretty much the entire fence surrounded then by 6 spectators as we went into the top dog heat.
It was pretty awesome to see. We
Expect
talked about it
more of
earlier.
that, yeah.
Come World Time, it's just going to be lined up. I mean,
Yes.
there's going to be probably, close to 1,000 people here probably. It's going to be absolutely epic.
2 deep, 3 deep along the fence all the way around.
correct. That 1,000 deep, that's just your fan club. Imagine how many spectators are going to be here for the race.
After 1 minute.
Are you going to have an autograph signing during the Worlds?
I was thinking about it.
Yeah, for sure. We need to post that ahead of time. And I think they got some more room that we can kind of rope off an area, get some security for sure.
Might have to charge for it.
Maybe. People will pay top dollar, though. Signing people's foreheads and stuff like that.
Kissing babies.
Yeah. Panic out front, Poole, Coble. Nick just doing his best lap there, 33-1. Stuart at 34-8. Blair 35-0.
Ooh, mistake there from Zac Panic, getting it wrong coming into the Campbelltown Hobbies double-double. Got it on his wheels and didn't need a marshal though. Factory roll, as they say. Down the Dunbray drop down.
Zac looking good down the straightaway he goes. Zac last lap 33-6. Zac, Stuart, Blair, Steven, and Nick. Oh, watch it in the chicane there. Trouble. Oh, Cato's there to marshal all three.
Oh, it's still going.
Whoops. Sorry. Oh, I got one in the back by the camera back there. Ari back there. He can't hear me. Why am I yelling at him?
After 3 minutes, the top drivers are Zac Panic, Stuart McMahon,
2
Blair
minutes
Wallace.
to go. Sorry, race director and me. I just,
Yeah. Hive mind though, isn't it? Where you can, you can read someone else's or thoughts or something like that. Hive mind. We all think the same. We're all RC people. Surely
Yes.
we have hive mind.
Zac, Blair, Steven, Andrew, and Stuart, your top 5. Ashley 6, followed by Nick and Rob. Steven that time 37-9. 34-8. Zac still on point. Zac now going to be coming a little bit of traffic. Comes down the short chute in the back into the chicanes. Oh, nice line there. That looked better than his dad going through that section. I know Ben's right outside the Associated Studio. You're listening, so I can pick on him. Minute 15 to go. Zac, Stuart, Nick, and Steven. The best part of the hobby for sure, being able to share it with our kids. And Ben and Zac doing a lot of racing together. 1 minute on the clock, 1 to go.
So Zac holding on to the top spot at the moment. He's got a good gap as well over Nick Poole. He's got 14.5 second. Ashley in 3. Stuart in 4. Steven in the 5 spot. Final 40 seconds left on the clock. Now, it's probably unlikely that anyone beats the TQ time from this round. But you never know.
Just a little bit off.
Never
Just
know.
a little bit. Need a couple of pretty amazing laps here to reel it in. But Zac on a good run. 9.505. I think one of his, maybe his second best run of the 5.
Solidly into the 9-lap run, looking for a 10. Needs a couple more seconds to crack a 10-lap run, but not bad at all.
Ben just stuck his head in the studio here. That's better than my run.
7, 6.
Zac out front, gonna go 9.506.
1.
Last couple of seconds ticking on down, time expiring. So Zac looking to wrap this one up. He's got a great lead over the rest of this heel. Look,
there you go.
Comes across the line with a 34.8. 9-lap run. 5:06.8. Great run there from Zac Panic. Everyone coming across the line now on their last laps around. All but Zac still to finish. Nick coming home there in a strong P2. Has a good, comfortable gap back to Ashley in 3. Everyone cycles on through over the line for their last laps around.
Blair Wallace done. Stuart McMahon done.
So top 4 done. Rob's done. Waiting for Andrew and Steven.
Garrett done.
One more car to finish up. Here he comes down the straightaway.
All drivers are finished.
And that time, Zac Panic going to take this one. Goes 9.506. A very good run there for Zac. Nick Poole is going to go second. Ashley Coble going to go 3. So race number 2, excuse me. Race number 2 coming up. Round number 5 of qualifying. Good run, Nick. Yeah, no, I thought the same thing.
Up next.
Nick
race
was busting
number
my
2.
chops about announcer's curse. During the lunch break, I was over there talking to him and Stuart, and he was saying announcer's curse. So, all right, we're going to throw it down to Scotty G.
We're here with Stuart McMahon. Stuart, first of all, tell me a little bit about that run for you. It looked okay out there?
That run was okay, a little bit loose still, just changing a couple of things on the car, trying to find that sweet spot, as they say, and we'll see how the next one goes.
And you're part of the Campbelltown Hobbies crew, one of the event sponsors. What does it mean to you guys to be a part of an event like this?
Part of an event like this is amazing to be a part of. Like we got the trackside store, everything that goes with it, help the clubs out. Definitely.
Fantastic. Well, thanks for your support and all the best for the rest of the weekend.
No worries. Thank you very much.
All right, more shout-outs to some of the folks checking us out online. BJ Williams, what's up, BJ? BJ is a brilliant statistician. He knows a little bit of everything about RC. Much like Scott Guide, he just knows like everything about everything. So BJ, good to have you following along. Broccoli, how are you? Welcome. Saw Abe Froman is still with us. Good to have you along, Abe. Good to be here. Beautiful Saturday afternoon here in Sydney, Australia.
To the start of the race.
And one of the nicest tracks, if you're a 10-scale buggy fan, this is about as good as it gets. Outdoor, under the sun, little park atmosphere. Cockatoos flying around, kookaburras, drop bears, brown snakes, a little bit of everything. Just had a nice interview there with Stuart and Campbelltown Hobbies. A big shout out to them. They helped me out big time when I came down here in October. I came down here as a racer, and I had the time of my life. For sure, the most fun I ever had running 10 scale. It was a blast. And so a big shout out to Campbelltown Hobbies for their support of the World Championship, but just racing in general. Mitch, you live the RC life down here. You're probably #1 commentator down here, going around all over doing things. And Campbelltown, they help out like everywhere. Every race I see that Campbelltown Hobbies names on it, they really give back a lot.
Yeah, 100%. They are literally everywhere at the moment. They're helping out the community down here and down under. A lot of events. Sponsoring a cone in Speedway in Perth.
Oh, they're the sponsor of the starting cone?
Yeah. So Chris Mitchell's cone. Yeah.
Oh, that's right, Mitchell. So Chris Mitchell is going to help us announce come for the World Championship. That's right. He announces at Perth Motorplex. Correct. And he drives the cone. Yeah, drives the cone around the speedway during the intermission.
Ryan
All right, off and rolling here. Race number 2, round number 5.
Ron Kirby. James
Coney actually has his own Facebook page as well. Posts up his own videos and stuff. He I believe he was pretty well round a couple of years ago, and he copped a bit of a hit, and it took him a while to get them back up and running, but he's back. So it is good to see Coney back on track by Chris Mitchell.
Wow. Yeah, and of course Campbelltown Hobbies, sponsor of the Coney. All right, Hugo, first across the line here, leading the way. Scotty Giles right behind him, Ryan Reynolds.
A lot of these guys been together pretty much the whole day long through all the seeding. Hugo, Scotty, Ron, Ryan, all those drivers. Chris and Riley Lander, those guys have all been stuck together all throughout seeding and qualifying.
Glad you guys are enjoying the show. That's what we're trying to do. Everybody be behind the scenes here trying to bring you great coverage of the pre-worlds. Give us a chance to kind of shake the bugs out, learn what works, what we can add. Always tough when you go to a new venue and figure out what you're going to do.
Check all the spiders and snakes out, is that what say down here?
Yep. Haven't had any yet.
Not yet.
Nope.
After 1 minute,
Team Associate Broadcast Studio is clear of snakes and spiders, so it'll be good.
Wenger.
Out front, we got Hugo Tsang leading the way at 31.4 previous lap. Backs it on up with a 31.778 that time around, waiting for Scotty and Kurt making their way around. Kurt that time with a 32.6, finding his feet. Scotty Isles with a 31.643, sitting in P2 for Scotty. Hugo still holding on to that lead with 2 minutes down. 3 minutes left on the clock.
Following Wenger here to the backside. Over to short shoot. Down to the step off. Looking good. Over that tough tabletop. I crashed many a times when on that tabletop. You just hit it wrong. You think you got it lined up right. Yeah, but no. All right, here's Wenger across the line. Wenger from America. Formerly engineer at Associated. And he branched off, started his own shell company. And still helping out. Made the trip down here to give some help to the Team Associated team. Doing a little bit of racing himself. 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. Still Hugo Tsang out front. Scotty Giles in the 2, just separated by 2 seconds. Then it's Kurt, Chris, Ron, Trent, James, Riley, and Ryan Reynolds.
So a comment before, Scotty, asking where you were now. So I'm sure you were over in Europe just recently.
Yeah, I've been, I've been around and about.
After
Was in
3
New
minutes,
Zealand last
the
week.
top drivers are
Then we
Hugo
had
Tsang, Scott Giles,
what
and Kurt
Antarctica
Wenger.
the week before that, and then Europe the week before that. So it's been a busy couple months for me for sure.
Just like Pitbull, Mr. Worldwide.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I do.
Pitbull.
Same haircut.
Oh yes, that I got that going for me. Exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a perfect face for radio, so I'm dialed. Hugo, Scott, Kurt, Chris Lander just doing his hot lap there, 32.2. Backs it up on a 32.5.
But Hugo's really running away with this one now. I've got over 4 seconds over Scotty. Kurt in the 3. Chris Lander in 4. Ron Kirby in the 5. Riley Lander not quite getting over his dad in this one. He's had a couple of good runs getting in front of his old man. Down this one, and he's currently in the P7 spot, working his way back up. Last time round for Riley, they were 33.4. Not too far off the pace as we pick up with Scotty Giles, working his way through the Campbelltown double-double and up to the big step up.
Officially, Corsa gray color, but I just say bleh. That step up, step off. Down the hill he comes, up to that tabletop. Well, you see how you just hit it. If you hit it too aggressively, really throw you sideways. Onto the straighter, let's see. Good tight line, center of the track. Cross the line this time by 32.5, puts him in at 10, 5.24, about 5 seconds behind Hugo. Scotty looking good, long time. A veteran, a legend in the world of RC racing here in Australia, probably more than 3 decades, and he's raced everything. If it's got wheels and a radio, he's run it. On-road, off-road, everything. He's been doing it for a long, long time.
10,
Loves the hobby.
8, 7.
Final 10 seconds ticking on down out there now. Hugo looking to wrap this one on up. Scotty in the 2, Kurt in 3, Chris 4, Ron Kirby in the 5. Kurt, that time around, a 31.914 out of nowhere.
Giles with a 32.4. Giles, a police officer.
Yes, sir. Don't run from him.
No, don't run from him. He's fit.
He is fit.
Oh, yeah. He'll chase you down. See, announcer's curse. Our fault, Scott, when you watch this back.
Ryan
Sorry
Reynolds
about that,
done.
buddy.
Trent
Hugo
Johnson
still out
done.
front. 3
Hugo
seconds in
done.
front.
Everyone making their way around on their final laps, looking for Scotty coming across the line here. Kurt comes across the line there with a 32.6, getting caught up a little bit on that as well. Well, Scotty Giles, 34.2, drops behind Kurt. So Kurt actually takes it off of him on the last lap. Ouch, Kurt. Last couple of drivers making their way around now, looking forward. Rob, there we go. So all drivers done there.
The race is completed.
That is heat 2 done here for round number 5, final round of qualifying. Up next will be heat number 3. Hugo Tsang taking that one. Good run there, putting him 21st overall so far. Still got a couple more heats to go as we filter our way back up to heat 4. So we're going to go chuck it down to Scotty G. He's going to have a chat to Scotty Giles.
From one Scotty G to another Scotty Giles. Nice run there to wrap up qualifying.
Yeah, thanks, Scotty G. That was a good run. It was probably my best of the day. A little bit of a bobble on the last lap, but other than that, mistake-free. So really happy with that, and the car was probably the best in these track conditions as well. So happy.
Have you been enjoying being out here on the track at Awards warm-up? You know, some of the best in the world here. Conditions kind of all time. Like the whole place looks amazing.
Yeah, the whole place is fantastic. This is probably my third visit to Hills with state titles and nationals last year, and wanted to do this warm-up event. Great to see some of the other drivers. I actually got out to watch a race of the A heat last round, which was great to see. The likes of Orlowski and Rivkin and those people going around, and Lachlan, Donnelly and Manton locals matching it with them. So that's great to see.
Glad you could be here. All the best for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you, you guys too. Thanks.
1 minute to the start of the race.
All right, we're back here, ready for race number 3. More shout-outs, everybody watching online. Good to have you follow along. Good to have you enjoying the show.
Aydin Young.
That's what we're trying to do, give you a taste of what's to come later this year in September, October.
Ben Panic.
Are the World Championships, 10-scale buggy. Last World Championship was at Hobby Action 2 years ago. A beautiful, beautiful facility, probably arguably one of the nicest in all of America. Indoor, just a beautiful. And now it's cool to do a completely 180 degrees from the indoor facility to this beautiful park setting that we have here at Hills Off-Road in Castle
45
Hills,
seconds to the start of
Australia.
the race.
About 45 minutes from the Sydney airport. How far from downtown, Mitch?
Oh, jeez.
I kind of threw the bus over you there.
Yeah,
'cause you're from up north.
I'm
so.
not from around here.
Tony,
I'm a long way
far
from home.
like
30
downtown
seconds
Sydney?
to the start of the race.
45 minutes, okay. So 45 minutes from everywhere in Sydney.
Can take a long time to get from one side to the other, though.
It does. Well, they got
15 seconds to the start of
they
the
got
race.
the new freeway now, so it makes it, to go to the
10,
airport anyways. They
9,
opened that up, last
8,
year?
That was a
7,
lot better getting here this
6,
morning.
way better.
Yesterday. Out on track at the moment, heat number 3 of 6. Got a couple more heats to go before we finish up our final round of qualifying here. Before we get into the mains action,
Antoni Caretti.
cars making their way
Brad
around,
Burko.
checking on in here.
Phoenix Eggleton.
Got Andy Cook
Caden Hill.
starting us off here.
Ben Panic.
How good does that car look?
Aydin Young.
It looks awesome. Old school for
Maycock.
sure.
Mark
Got a little bit wrong over that double-double. Tried to send it over that first double, and it cost him big time because you're going to have to go single for the next double as well through the Campbelltown Hobby double-doubles. So we'll see how they get on for their first laps around.
All right, this is race number 3 of qualifying round at number 5 here at the Pre-World Championships. Taking the best 3 of 5 for these guys. As lap number 1, the young gun Phoenix Eggleton moves to the top of the board. Followed by Brad Verco. Ben Panic going to go into the 2 spot.
Young Eggleton, Grafton local, charges home track though. About a 3 to 4 hour drive in between those two places. Up the top of the moment though, 31.6 first lap from Eggleton. Brad Verco running the rear mount, old school as well, up in P2. Currently following on board with Andrew Cook.
Andrew, the king of old school here in Australia. Would that be fair to say?
I would say so.
Andrew, follow him along, kind of that Masami-esque retro paint job and retro car. Andrew, part
After
of his
1
company
minute, 30
GP3D.
The top
He's running the
drivers are Phoenix
RCX
Eggleton,
3X.
Ben Panic and Brad Verco.
Getting pretty busy out there. They work their way towards the front straight. We continue to follow along with Andrew. Couple of quick drivers closing in behind him. So Phoenix Eggleton still leading the way. Ben Panic now up to the 2 spot. Phoenix there, nice moves. Everyone giving each other plenty of room. Getting a little bit wrong though for Phoenix. Managed to get away with it. Didn't cost him too much time. Kept the wheels on the ground. That's the main thing. Caretti just in front of him.
Phoenix, a great young gun, 11 years old. He'll be celebrating his 12th birthday come World's time. I think I met him when he was maybe 9 years old, a couple years ago. Just keeps getting faster, and taller every time I see him.
Yep.
Rocking the orange and white through the chicane nicely.
Much better line through the double-double that time by. Didn't have as much traffic to contend with. So now can try to hunt down Caretti on track, but he is still leading out there on the time slot. Got 1.8 seconds over Aydin Young. Caretti in the 3 spot. Caretti putting down a hot lap last time around at 30.990.
Following Phoenix here. These young kids, they upset me, Mitch. You know why? Because I'm watching these 11-year-olds whip it out here like this. I've been racing for 40 years. I can't whip it.
Yes, I think video games. Video games, mate. It's not fair.
I try to whip and I wreck. You know what I mean?
Top drivers are Phoenix, Eggleton, Antoni, Caretti, and
Good to
Aydin
see.
Young.
Phoenix out front. Annie Caretti, on-road racer extraordinaire, former modified touring national champion. Supporting the Yokomo customers here. Looking good here in qualifying round number 5. Aydin Young behind him. Ben Panic. Talked about Ben many times today. Him and his son, Zach, running. Brad Verco, another old school, former four-wheel drive national champion.
Continuing to fall along. Oh, Phoenix now still holding on to the lead out there at the moment. So we jump on board with Ben Panic.
The legend.
Putting down hot lap overall so far. 30.850, fastest lap of the heat. Trying to work his way into this one.
His goal is to beat Zach.
Yep.
Yep, because Zach's been faster than him, so.
How's
It's
he looking
inevitable,
so
Ben,
far?
when you watch this back, there will be a day where you won't be able to beat Zach. You have to accept it and embrace it.
Less than a minute on the clock now, so Phoenix Eggleton still holding on to that 2-second gap over Caretti, Ben Panic, and Aydin Young. Verco running that re-amount in P5.
45 seconds ago, 2.4 second. Caretti, 31-0, chipping into that lead from Phoenix. Phoenix late to the line there, 33-2. Caretti now 0.4 back. Caretti in that purple and white. Kind of fits into the whole Donnelly Rivkin paint scheme.
Continuing to fall along with Ben Panic with a 31-1 that time around, working his way through the chicane.
Oh, nicely through there for Panic.
Down through the double. He goes. He's only a couple of seconds behind these top two drivers, trying to work his way back in, using every bit of the track. They're going right over the curbing.
Yeah, keeping it tight.
7.
Over the tabletop, down the hill, getting on the hard on the binders. On to the Hills RC straight away as they working their way around for their final few laps. Ben will get another one into the 10 lappers.
Ben having a good run here. Brad Verco right behind him. Say with Aydin Young, but it's still fabulous. Phoenix out front. He only got 1 second over Caretti. We'll see what Phoenix has got. If Andy's going to be able to go faster. Andy with a 31.002. What has Phoenix got? Phoenix 31.0. Phoenix going to get the edge on this one.
Tied between the two of them on the last lap as well. 9/10 of a second between them. Almost identical lap times for their last lap, making sure that Phoenix held on to that top spot. Ben Panic a couple of seconds behind in the 3 spot. Brad Verco, re-amount. We've got a re-amount double for 4th and 5th. Andrew Cook in the 5 spot, rounding out the top 5.
Nathan Marsh, he is running the GP3D car, is what Brad Verco is running from Andy Cook. All right, we're going to throw it down to Scott Guide. He's going to have a chat. It's a surprise. I don't know who he's going to be with right now. Take it away, Mr. Guide.
As we get near the end of round 5 of qualifying, it's Phoenix Eggleton having a nice run there. Phoenix earlier this morning looked a bit tough, but that's a really nice run this afternoon.
Yeah, it's definitely my best run I've had so far. It's really confidence boosting to have a clean run in and just generally feel what the track's got for use.
What does it mean to you to be here on the same track as people like Orlowski and Rivkin and Rinderknecht and these kinds of people we only see on the internet?
It's crazy, like it's so real, like all of this crazy racing in the A main, it's crazy. Like it's something I can only dream of doing at the moment.
Does it fuel the fire in you to get to the very top in the world to be able to race with these guys in a couple of years' time?
Yeah, definitely. I'll give it my best crack.
Well, all the best for this afternoon and through the rest of the year. We look forward to seeing you at the Worlds in September and October.
Thank you.
I got to find out. I got to talk to his dad, Peter. If Peter's going to let him off of school for the Worlds, Peter, you going to let him out of school for the Worlds?
Absolutely, yeah. His school have been awesome. They've been really supportive.
That's good. That it should be. This is a good thing, and it really a positive thing for kids in a world today with everybody only using keyboards and their phones and playing video games. This is the best thing for kids for sure.
Ben Priven, Carter Sims, Camden
So,
Camilleri.
yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Jaden
It is.
Edmonds.
How long has Phoenix been
Andrew
running?
Gillott.
I'm guessing I've known you guys,
Gavin
what,
Webb.
I think 3 years now,
Samuel
probably,
Hubbard.
since I first met you guys?
Yeah, so he's 11 now. He started racing when he was about 6. He first picked up a radio when he was 3. So yeah, he's been wheeling a while.
All right, well, good to see you guys, and best of luck. All right. All right. Well, hey, I saw Peter walking by the Team Associated studio here. I had to try to do a quick little interview. I wasn't expecting him when I started talking about it, but there he was. So, but yeah, that's cool. It's cool is embracing this part of their life for sure.
Yeah.
I get a lot of parents where the schools, they like, no, they don't understand it and everything, and they just.
Fuma Saito. Andrew Gillott.
They just don't get it when, you know, the good side of this for
Ben
kids.
Criven.
All right,
Jaden
race
Edmonds.
4 off and running.
Camden Camilleri.
Two-wheel drive modified
Lachlan
qualifying round number
Gavin
5.
About to wrap
Scott
things
Hill.
up around here. Final round of qualifying. Fuma Saito will be our first car off the rank and will be making his way around to the line for our first time as well. Down across the line, check the time. This time around a 30.5. Good first lap there. 31.1 from Gillott.
That is very good.
That's
for
a quick lap.
Fuma Saito rocking the Kyosho. Making a trip here from Japan.
See what he can back it up with as he works his way around the track. Quick catch up with Lockie Williams making his way through the chicane into the Campbelltown double doubles. Goes single, double. Safe line as the car was crashed just in front of him. Good awareness there. Working his way down the back straightaway. Fuma still leading the way. Second lap around for Fuma. 30.0.
Ooh, that is a quick one. Man.
Getting that Kyosho worked out by the looks of it.
Man, he is on a top 10 run out of the Seasword here for Fuma. And he struggled. He missed a round because he wasn't aware of the resort that they did. So he came in trying to, in the race control when I was in there, asking exactly what heat he was in. But, man, he's having a great one there. 10.503 up to 7th overall.
Another 32nd lap, that time around a 30.456. So we jump on board now with Fuma working his way around the Dunbury step down. Over the tabletop. Hard on the binders. Car looking good out there as well, that Kyosho. I know what they've changed through the last couple of heats, but that car is looking very smooth out there as he works it into turn 1. That time around a 30.089. Once again, cracking on almost into the 29 for Fuma.
Man, he is on a great run of 5.02. Man, he gets another half a second. He's going to move up to top 4. Fuma Saito in the Kyosho looking strong here. Got a bit of traffic in front of him, so we'll see how that plays out. Big launch there over the tabletop. Bringing it, leaving nothing on the table here for qualifying 5. Tight line here. You see him shaking it loose there. That time 30.3. Traffic yields him. He's on a 5.029 right now.
Through the chicane he goes once again. Gets a little bit out of shape there. Has to go single. Rolls out of the throttle. Really smart driving there.
It was.
Didn't send it. Could have ended up right on his roof. Ruined the whole run.
That was brilliant drive in there. Sometimes to go fast, you got to go slow.
Over the tabletop again. Nice, clean air jump there. Straightened it out whilst he was flying through the air. Onto the front straight away. The Hills RC main straight across the loop. That time around a 30.7. Didn't lose that much time even with that single over the doubles. Coming up on a whole heap of traffic now. Working his way through the chicane over the double. Nice and clean. Catching right up to the tail of a couple of buggies now. Hopefully gets a clean run. Great driving from all the drivers around here. All working together out there, which is awesome to see.
Jaden Edmonds just doing his best lap there, 30.2. Edmund, known for his 8-scale exploits, took the win in New Zealand last week in our A final, the Asian Buggy Championships. A great duel he had in a 45-minute final. He was at the top of the board at the end of that one.
Fuma now, clear track out in front of him. Comes up to the slightest bit short there on the doubles. Gets away with it though. Didn't end up on his roof. That's the main thing. Down the Dunbury, step down he goes. Into the tabletop, down the hill. Sending it long again. Big jump on the anchors. Getting the tail out sideways. Down the front straight. Check the lap time this time around. A 30.062. So close to the 29s once again with less than a minute on the clock.
I think we only had, maybe 7 of the pros from the A sort go to 29? Maybe the top 8 or so. So this is a stellar run right now. 5:03. He needs to pick it up. Needs a couple more 30.0 laps. And if any luck to get into the 29s, again, sends it over that right side tabletop. Bit of traffic coming up in front of him with 30 seconds to go. Down the line he goes in front of him. He's going to be Lachlan Williams. 30.0 again, back-to-back identical lap times. He's on a 10.503. Going to go 7th overall. Fantastic run going on. Hopefully traffic it yields. Well done from Lachlan Williams there.
Fuma coming up a little bit short again on that first double. He got away with it once more. This should be one more lap for Fuma as he worked his way around into the right-hand side. No, won't quite get through for the next lap. Coming down the line, see what he can finish off with here. A 30.961, a great run there for Fuma. Puts him into P7 overall for the round so far. Shouldn't change from here, though.
That is a great run there for Fuma Saito going at 10.503. Andrew Gillott at 10.512. Carter Sims going at 10.513. Jade Edmonds, hot lap for him on the last lap there, 30.1. Going to move Jaden up to a 10.512. Simmons goes 5.13. Muffin Man with a 10.515 for Samuel. Ben goes 10.520. Lachlan Williams 10.521. Waiting for Gavin, Scott, and Camden to come around as they cross the line. There's Camden, 31.6, his best lap, 10 laps. Gavin going to go 10.529. And Scott Hill, 10 laps across the board. Fuma Saito taking that one. Excellent run, 10.503.
What a run.
That was stellar.
Incredible.
Out of the seesaw here. Man, excellent run there for Fuma. All right, we're going to throw it down to Scott, who's got Mr. Scott Hill for a little chat.
It's round 5 of qualifying. We're making there a theme this time where we chat to all the Scots. Scott Hill, one of the team really heavily involved here, mate. How's the day going from your perspective? Let's start with your racer hat on.
Oh, the racer hat. Like, obviously, I'm very distracted with the running of the race speed. I'm only running a stock. Normally run stock, so I didn't bother throwing a mod in. So as the group's coming up, it's definitely harder to stay with the big boys. But probably punching above my weight being in the C group. But having a ball, everyone's enjoying it, and that's what it's all about.
So you said everyone's enjoying it. Let's talk about that with your club hat on now. How's the event going, and how exciting to kind of, take this big step on the way to the Worlds?
Oh, definitely exciting. Everyone's enjoying the place. Obviously, we've got a few niggles in just formats and how we're running things, like new computer this weekend. But this is what the event's about: trialling everything. We've lower number of entries, but we've got quality fields, so we've got more time to work those out. Impound's been running smooth. So can't complain.
Well, all the best for you for finals this afternoon, and hope everything runs smoothly through the rest of the weekend.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we'll get the X-ray up there where we can. Thank you.
Thanks, Scotty. We'll go back to the other Scotty and to Mitch for a quick wrap-up while we move into this post-qualifying break.
Thank you very much, Scott. So that wraps up qualifying round number 5. And if we now can go to our top 10 and see how that is going to score it out. Waiting for the refresh here to see where we got. So 3 of 5. The top 10 is official. Overall TQ two-wheel drive, Lachlan Donnelly, local hometown boy, showing he can make it happen. Spencer Rivkin going to go 2. Michal Orlowski, who wants to forget the first 2 rounds of qualifying today, Mitch. And he had a good rounds 3, 4, and 5 to grid up in the 3 spot.
Yeah, Orlowski really pulling it home towards the end of the qualifying there. As soon as the track started to dry out, right on the piste. After that, so after Orlowski, we'll have Ari Bakla. Once again, another hometown hero down here. A long-time racer. P5, Marcus Kerrip. In P6 would be Jared Ment. Kuki Kato in the 7th spot. Another strong run from one of the Japanese drivers there.
Very good. Then Daniel Kobbevik moves up to P number 8 with 2 4 places and a 7. And then Matthew Couper, a great run for him. He had a 5, a 6, and a 9 result to give him 20 points. And 10th and final locked into two-wheel drive. A good run there for 12-time Australian national champion Christopher Sturdy. Had a 5th place and 2 8s to give him 10th. BQ, that's a tough one to swallow always when you're BQ.
Always.
Aydin Horne going to grid up in the 11. So it's going to make for a very, very good race. Great to see a bunch of internationals in this one, battling with some of the Australia's best. It's going to make for an exciting run here. So we're going to take a short pause for the cause here. We got a video, but don't go away because we got a very, very good interview coming up. Scott Gillott is going to interview the team manager of Team Associate Brent Telke. Made the trip here from California. So BT going to interview with Scott here as we come back after a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Continuing coverage of the Pre-World Championships presented by Team Associated here on RC Race Media from Hills Off-Road in Sydney, Australia. We'll be right back.
Live here with Brent Telke, catching me mid-conversation. Brent, first of all, welcome back to Australia. Your first time since 2018 Perth Worlds. How was the trip? How's the couple of days been so far?
It's been good. We had a little delay getting out of LAX, which you probably already heard about, but you know, American Airlines took care of at least me. I got a free upgrade, so I was in the business class for my first time, which was a much more enjoyable experience for us tall guys. But yeah, got here. Missed out on a little bit of potential track practice, but with the weather that you guys had, they had closed the track anyways. So we really missed out on nothing other than being in Australia for 12 hours. So we landed 9 o'clock at night, got to the Airbnb, got straight to bed and trying to get on time as best we can.
You've been to plenty of World Championships and big races. Your first impressions here as you rolled in Thursday morning to kind of have a look around and, you know, your feeling about coming here for the Worlds a little later in the year?
Yeah, it just feels like the root of RC, you know? It's just like dug deep down into the culture of what RC racing is. I really love the racing that we're doing now in the States with the glue track and the big jumps and the high speed and stuff, but this is what people think of when they think of RC off-road, you know, outside of the competition side. So it's enjoyable to see a different presentation of an event like this, and you know, the hospitality's been great. Your coverage has been great. I watched a lot of it from the Nationals last time Spencer was down here. So yeah, just excited to continue the event and come back in a few months.
It's a big investment for Team Associated to come down with some drivers, but also yourself and Kurt. Tell me a little bit about what the team, you know, why are you guys here? What's the kind of purpose of this visit ahead of the Worlds?
I mean, I think the biggest thing is just to get the feel of the atmosphere of the track, the organizers. Everybody's a little bit different as far as you know, just their perfect rules and procedures and all that different type of stuff. So I like to say it's, you know, being able to get on the driver's stand, get a view for the way the track's built, the way the curbing's built, and just kind of learn as the track goes along. You know, all these guys are so competitive that sometimes it's hard to have that type of perspective when you want to be at least racing for the win. You know, there's a thing out there where people don't want to win the warm-up, you know, because it's bad luck, whatever you want to say, but I wouldn't say it's bad luck, but it, you know, it maybe sets the bar for the rest of the team and the rest of the competition. So, you know, just getting out here and learning every time you're on the track and taking advantage of every time you're on the track and really understanding the evolution, especially in a natural environment that we have here with the trees and the cloud cover and temperature changes, making good notes and understanding how your driving has to evolve, the car has to evolve, and yeah, not getting too up and not getting too down.
Yeah. So tell me a little bit, and for those watching at home who've not been a part of the team environment, what's your role? So as team manager, what does a weekend like this look for you across the few days we're here?
I mean, you've heard the term herding cats, right? So we got a lot of personalities in the team, which is great. That's what makes our team great, and we work really hard as a team, share information. So my role is to really try to keep as calm as we can in the pits, get the information to everybody that needs it, wants it. There's plenty of times that I've made mistakes where somebody doesn't get the information, whether it wasn't the correct information. It's usually not that. It's usually like, oh, I didn't know Spencer was running 27 weight. I thought he was running 30. Well, you got to kind of ask too, right? So a lot of my role is kind of coaching and, as the term says, managing the personalities and the information, and just trying to keep everybody focused on what the end goal is here for this particular trip leading into the next one.
I want to just talk about that next one because Team Associated has such a rich history in World Championship racing. You do it better than anybody, and you have over a long time. 32, 33 are we up to at the moment? I've lost count. What does the next kind of 4 or 5 months look like from a team perspective to prepare to be here in September, October?
I think it's going back with the information that we gather here. That's part of the reason that I'm here and Kurt's here from a high-level management engineering status. We'll have multiple meetings with the guys that are here and participating, along with some of the people that aren't here, like Angaro, and just kind of get him up to speed, and some of the other guys up to speed of what to expect if you're not able to come. And it's mostly just trying to put all the information that we gather together, formulate a game plan of any parts we may need to make, any prototyping we might need to do, modifications, all that type of stuff, and then really getting a timeline together to get that all completed. We only have a couple people at the shop that are able to do that type of stuff, but with 3D printing coming along as it has in the last few years, that's really helped accelerate some of that, which is nice. Curtis Husting had to do a lot of hand fitting and hand machining of cars all the way back to probably the last prototype-ish type setup we had was 2019 in China, where we did the layback transmission, and he had to make all those different transmissions. That takes a lot of time, and he has other responsibilities in the company, so a lot of it's just getting that time management right and the communication.
So just quickly we'll ask you, speaking of prototypes, I don't know if you've had a chance to look at Andy Cook's kind of retro prototype. It's based on an old RC10 kind of rear motor, a lot of 3D printed parts. He's running it here this weekend. Have you had a chance to have a look at that? What do you think about someone who's so creative with kind of old school associated stuff but bringing it into a modern era?
Yeah, I mean, the whole industry is kind of vintage happy right now. Anything that has that vintage feel is really popular. My role in the company is at the sharp end. I have a joke that I'm creating future vintage vehicles. So it's a lot to take on to try to do it all. So that's where I kind of pull back a little bit and let the rest of the company handle more of that side of things. Obviously bring back the information that I hear. You and I have talked a little bit already about just kind of the vintage feel, especially down here in Australia. We got our event coming up at the end of the year that is going to be awesome. So I enjoy looking at it, but to get into it and really analyze and all that type of stuff, it's not really my gig. I started with an RC10. That was my first car, short arm RC10. But ever since that time, I've always been trying to make it better, and still trying to make the B7 better.
So we're talking about trying to make things better. Last question, I guess, is what have you learned so far this week about what might set you some directions for? You talked about prototyping, you talked about handmade things, but where do we think we're heading in terms of your cars between now and September?
No comment.
Very smooth. That's Brent Telke. Thank you so much for the chat. Thank you for being here. Look forward to seeing how this weekend unfolds, and you'll be here for practice next week, but particularly when we come back in September, October.
For sure. Thanks for the hospitality. Check it out.
That's Brent. Facebook viewers, we're going to reset the stream right now. We're running into that time constraints that we know so well with Facebook. For everyone else, we'll take a little break and we'll come back with finals action in just a little bit. Thanks for sticking with us. We'll be back for finals shortly.
And we are back underway here. Finals time, though. Changing things up now. We're going to have cars on the grid to kick things off for these races. Still 5 minutes, but line them up on the front straight away, and let's get under racing conditions for the first time here at the IFMAR Pre-Worlds here at Hills RC Off-Road. Massive thank you once again leading into our finals to our sponsors, Campbelltown Hobbies, Hobbywing Technologies, Team Coyote, Global Facilities Maintenance, ProTech RC, AIM-Main Hobbies, X-Ray Australia, Plague Bearings, AWP Air, Water and Power, Elsram, RC Hobbyland, Raw Speed Australia, Dunbray, Berserk RC, Dead Air, On-Site Hair, Hire, Mob Boss Graphics, and of course, Team Associated for bringing you the commentary booth between myself and Scotty. We also have Scotty G doing the interviews and the RC Race media crew all over the live stream. Thank you very much for jumping on board in the chat here, guys. We're about to go racing here with F main number 1.
Triple finals for everyone, which is kind of cool. So everybody's going to get lots of racing today. And now the sun is completely covering the track, except one little corner in the back.
Just a little patch, eh?
Yeah, little patch.
So yeah, F main up first. We'll have 3 mains all the way through, as you mentioned there, which is going to be great for racing. We're about to get underway here. And we are underway. F main number 1, Nick Poole to lead us out. Oh, it gets chaotic there.
Ashley with a good pass going over that little hip jump.
Out of shape as they work their way through the chicane. In through the Campbelltown Hobby double-double. Oh, chaos at the end of the double-doubles there. A lot of rear mount motor here in this race. 2 out of the 5 cars, I think, out there on track. We got another car coming out on track a little bit late to the field. So coming around for our first time. Watching them as they work their way down onto the front straight away. We'll see who has first lap honours. It'll be Nick Poole with a 2 to the 1. Leading the way from the get-go. Drop back early, but puts it back onto the top spot. Into the Campbelltown Hobbies double-double A go. First, second, third. Bit of a gap back after that to 4th and 5th.
Got 1 down, 4 to go. Nick Poole out front on lap number 1. As they come across the line, here they go, gripping and a ripping. Rob completing his first lap. Having a tough opening lap there.
Nick once again leading the way. Ashley that time around though, a 33.7. Better lap that time for Ashley. Trying to close that gap back on in. The rear mount that time around a double-double for your leader, Nick Poole. Ashley trying to close on in as they work their way through the back straight.
After 1 minute 30 seconds, the top
down the hill they go. Nick leading the way. 33.8 last time around. Check it this time as they work their way to the front straight away. Hobbywing Havoc corner up the top there. Down the front straight, the Hills RC main straightaway. That time around a 33 flat for Nick Poole. Ashley with a 34.4 drops off the back of Nick a little bit that lap time around.
2 down, 3 to go, 2 down, 3 to go. Nick, Ashley, Andrew, and Steven. Cross the line that time for Andrew, 38.2. He's quite a ways back there. Nick got a 3-second lead over Ashley. There's Stuart and Steven across the line. Nose to tail battle. Going into the back short chute they go. Across the line, there's Rob, but it's still Nick out front leading the way. Triple finals for everybody. Nick extending his lead. Here comes second on the straightaway. There's Ashley. There's Ashley across the line. 7.4 second lead for Nick. Nick through the double doubles nicely. He's got clean track for him. 2.5 down, 2.5 to go.
Second place of Ashley working his way through the double-double. Campbelltown Hobbies onto the step up. Gap really starting to extend out now, so Nick putting down the pace. Third place of Andrew working his way through the Campbelltown Hobby double-double as well. Checking the gaps this time around. Nick Poole with a 34.5 gets a little bit out of shape on turn 1 as second place of Ashley works down the straight now into turn 1. Gap remains at about 6 seconds.
Nick with a little mistake coming out of the double-double. Ashley got that rear motor car working well. Struggling a little bit that time through the 4-pack. Still Nick in control. 6 seconds to the good. Andrew goes 3. Stuart goes 4. Stephen and Rob. We got 1:40 to go here in F. Main number 1. F for fantastic, fabulous, phenomenal. Wait, that's not what F. Minute 30 to go.
Nick Poole holding on to the lead out there. 38 slow lap that time again. Looking for Ashley, not too far behind now. Through the double-doubles they go as we follow along with Ashley. Up to the double step up. Starting to close in here for a race for the top spot. Going to come into a little bit of traffic at the same time as well.
Poole losing that big lead he had on Ashley. After that long 38-second lap, Ashley 2.8 seconds back. Here, Nick, they're coming up a little bit of traffic here. We're working through it. Ashley in that orange and white. Reason it's working so well because of the yellow rims. White rims, it'd be slower. So yellow rims are faster. 35 seconds ago. Nick stretching it back out. Ashley having a long lap there, a little bit sideways coming out of that 4-pack. 30 seconds to go in this one. Nick trying to bring home the win at F main number 1.
Yeah, final 20 seconds left on the clock. Nick comes across the loop that time around a 35.3. Ashley with a 36.2, so loses a bit over a second that time around. Working their way through chicane. Ashley on the roof there. Around turn 3, so going to cost a bit of time. Your leader now starting to stretch out. Nick Poole. Last time with a 3.7 second gap, it'll stretch right out to about a 7-second lead now. Nick looking to run away with this one on his final lap.
Time is finished, guys. These guys are racing to the finish line. There's Stuart. Stuart wrapping his run up with the 8. There's Nick across the line. Stephen across the line. So good run here for Nick Poole. Going to take the win here in final number 1. A couple more cars to finish up.
Andrew yet to finish working their way down over the timing loop on final lap. There we go. That is all cars done now. So that was our F main. First race of the pre-worlds going the way of Nick Poole.
All right, we're going to throw it down. Mr. Scott G. Going to have a chat with your winner, Nick Poole. Take it away, Scott.
Race number 2.
We're here with Nick Poole taking the first win of the final series this afternoon. Nick, talk me through that race for you.
I was on eggshells going through the whole track. I was too scared to make a mistake. Scotty's jinxed me 3 times in qualifying, so I could hear him talking, and every time he shouted my name, I'm like, I can't listen, I'm too scared.
It's funny, isn't it, that we've been racing for so long, but we still get a little bit nervous. How have you enjoyed the experience of racing here today at the World's Warm-Up?
Oh, look, everyone who's been involved in setting up this event's done a fantastic job. And, you know, the weather that we had last weekend was atrocious, and to see the track in this condition is amazing. They've done a really good job. Thank you.
Well, all the best for finals as we continue into the afternoon.
Thanks very much. Good luck to everyone.
Thanks, Nick, and back to you, Scotty and Mitch.
I got Nick called me out there on the live stream there. Thanks, buddy. Saying that we got the announcer's jinx on him.
We tried.
Exactly.
He pulled through, though. Came home strong.
He did. That was good. So greetings to everybody watching online. Good to have you following along. Todd, glad you're enjoying it. Nathan Marsh, welcome.
James Whitbourne.
Hobby
G'day,
Zen Life, welcome.
Yoshiyuki Chikuba.
We're enjoying it here.
Panic.
A beautiful.
Trent
Zach
Johnson.
Ryan's online. What's up, Zach?
Rob Maycock.
Oh, he's probably gone by now. That was a little
Scott
bit ago.
Giles.
Yes, I'm going to get my
1 minute to the
Australian
start of the
citizenship.
race.
I'm going to apply for dual citizenship. I don't know if you can do that.
Can. I think you have to eat a lot of Vegemite, though.
A lot of Vegemite. Ooh, that might be a trouble. I don't know if Tony makes it for me on some toast with butter. It wasn't so bad.
Yeah, there we go.
That first time, I just took a big scoop of it out of the jar. Ooh, that was bad.
Why is it spicy?
What?
Maybe come on, you just can't be too old for that one. Why is it spicy?
No.
No.
All right, so again, thanks to everybody watching here. We are going to get ready to rock and roll here. Race number 2, E main number 1. All right, we got our cards getting gridded up here. E-main number 1, E for excellent. Final number 1, triple finals for everybody. Got Rob Maycock starting on pole. Looks like looks like we're missing some. 2, 4, 6, 8. I see 9. There might be a 10 back there behind the marshal. Can't see from our spot here in the Team Associated broadcast studio. I get a thumbs up from Mr. Gillott. He says all 10 are there. Lachlan Donnie setting the grid for us.
Should be a good run this one as well. We got Rob out front, Scotty Giles in the 2,
Brad.
Ron Kirby in the 3, James in 4, Chris Lander in the 5. So should have a good little battle on our hands, I'd say here. Rob, if he has a good start, I think it'll be hard to catch up with him.
Who you picking?
I'd go with Rob.
Rob?
Yeah.
You can't take TQ.
Oh, okay.
Giles. I'll take Scott.
10, 9.
All right, here's the countdown.
7, 6, 5.
Oh. Up. Yeah, all right. No, they should restart that. They should restart that. That should definitely restart. Oh, that'd have to be a. Well, you tell him. You tell him. You're the chief. I'm just an online announcer here.
Oh, chaotic start to that one. So we're going to have a re-grid up here as we reset the grid. So we're just going to have a quick pause here as they set everything up and chuck it on over to our run-in video. And we are back here. The cars lined up, ready to go. Still might be a very short little break here as we sort a couple of settings out. Got Scotty Ernst, the man himself, in the booth at the moment, sorting a few things out. So, too many beeps, yes. And weather is looking decent over here. We haven't got a cloud in the sky, so I think if you can say that that's decent, I'd like to see good weather. But just doing a little test on the track here as we talk. Weather absolutely beautiful here in Sydney at Hills RC for our pre-world warm-up. Located at the beautiful Castle at Hills in Sydney. About 40 minutes from the airport here. If you are looking to get to the world, it's a great opportunity for you to also explore a bit of Australia. We have wilderness just about surrounding us here at the track, as well as footy fields, soccer fields, depending on where you come from, depending on what you call it, as well as cricket. So one of our home sports here in Australia, obviously being cricket. So beautiful surroundings here, as you can see on the stream. Surrounded by forestry area, beautiful gum trees, eucalyptus trees. Looking for a koala out there. Try and find us a koala, Matty. Bird life galore around this part of the world as well. You will hear and see all kinds of bird life around there. Cockatoos, rainbow lorikeets, kookaburras. So we haven't seen our friendly kookaburra yet, have we? I haven't seen him so far.
Race number 2.
He was here yesterday? Okay, well he's must have been all full from stealing people's meals from yesterday. Ah, there we go. So you just have to be early to see him. I'm getting word in the ear from Tony. G'day, Dan Collar. Great to have you on board here, watching along for the pre-worlds. Would have been even better if you were down or up here. So Dan checking in from down in Melbourne.
30 seconds to the start.
All right, we're getting a 30-second call now before we get back under racing conditions now. So they have changed the starting procedure. They've gotten rid of the ticks, and it'll be a direct start.
15 seconds to the start of the race. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
There we go. We are back under racing conditions now. Oh, bit of craziness on the first turn there for our E-main number 1. So Rob out to a Hursley lead, goes for a roll on the first. Lot of doubles though. It's going to cost them at least 2, 3, 4, maybe more spots out there. So a whole gaggle of cars working their way down the back straight away. We pick up with the action now. Over the tabletop, Scotty Giles will lead things away after that. We'll check it as they work their way around. Ryan Reynolds up in the 2 spot. Rob still hanging on in P3, looking for a way around there. Gets around the outside. What a move. Through the chicane they go. 2 and 3 battling it out at the moment. Through the Campbelltown Hobbies double to the top of the hill. Scotty getting out of shape there as he worked his way to the top of the hill. Through the Dunbury, drop down. Round towards the right-hand side, the battle for the lead at the moment. Scotty starting to come under pressure here. Into turn 1. Into the Protect hip jump. A-Main Hobbies shoot down the back straight into the Campbelltown Hobbies double. Battle on our hands now between Scotty Giles and Rob Maycock. Those two working their way over towards the tricky tabletop. Down the hill, Scotty getting it out of shape there. Rob looking for a way around, looking left, looking right. Nowhere to go at the moment.
Cross the line they go. Giles and Maycock nose to tail. Maycock with the better lap. Into that short shoot. Oh, Maycock taking a look going into the chicane. Nose to tail. Scott going to have to single. They both. Single.
Both taking a safe line there once again. Down the Dunbury drop. Into the step up and into the tabletop once again. Scotty under all kinds of pressure. Rob looking for any way around he can. Not giving him an inch though.
Excellent battle here. Good tight line. Swings out wide. Down the line. Giles having the advantage that lap. Over the hip jump they go. Rob's airing it out. Here they go into plays. Bearing chicane. Perfect line. Single on the out. Third spot a little bit back is Ryan Reynolds. No, not that Ryan. The other one.
Ryan's
2.5 down. 2.5 to go.
Ryan coming back at this one as well. Don't count him out. He's been slowly but surely chipping away at these two's gap.
Oh, man, our leader rolls it over. Luckily, rubber to the dirt. He's going to lose a whole lot of ground there. Down the straightaway. Across the line, the gap. 1 second there. Scott, Rob, Ryan, James, and Chris Lander, your top 5. 2:05 to go through the chicane again. Perfect lines by both.
Ryan Reynolds now really working his way into this one. Last lap around at 31.853. Starting to close in on the tail of Rob Maycock now. Down the Dunbury, drop down they go. 1, 2, and 3. Starting to check on into each other. Around the Hobby Wing, Havoc corner. And onto the Hills RC straight away. Scotty still with the lead at 32.0 that time around. Rob a better lap at 32.0 as well. Ryan Reynolds with a 32.4 dropping off just slightly that lap as they work their way into the Campbelltown Hobbies double.
Reynolds continuing to close on the leader. About the same gap first to second. Oh, Scotty getting it wrong. That's going to get Rob the inside. Rob now to the point. Down the hill they go, coming up to that tabletop. Both of them good lines there around that left-hander. A little step up. Here they come onto the hills, off-road main straight. Across the line, Rob now to the point, 1:05 to go. Scott Giles second, Ryan running 3, Chris Lander is 4. Oh, trouble there for Maycock. Marshall is on it. That is going to move Ryan Reynolds now up to second. He's up on 2 wheels. Here comes Rob, going to try to go to the inside. They're side-by-side through the 4-pack. Oh, my. Trying to go for the same piece of airspace. Not going to do it there. Ryan going to hang on to the 2 spot. Meanwhile, out front, Scott Giles trying to stretch it out a little bit as he comes up on traffic. 40 seconds to go.
Yeah, Scotty's starting to pull away in this one. So the battle between Rob and Ryan continues. They clang into each other as they make their way onto the straight there. Rob holding on to P2 over Ryan Reynolds. Onto the short shoot. To the chicane. Who can get a better line into the double-double as any of them go for it. Up the inside, looking any way you can get around as Ryan Reynolds there. Rob holding off onto that 2 spot. Up the tabletop they go into the Dunray drop down.
Man, Rob is all over him, looking at numerous lines this lap. Trying to find, oh, there it was. Back and forth, side by side, wheel to wheel, door to door if they had him. It's a race to the finish line, drag race across the line. Rob going to take it there. Going to take that second spot. Ryan Scott on his own lap out there. He's got the window net down, waving at the fans. He can take as long as he wants. But time is important for the tiebreak.
Riley Lander done.
Scotty working his way around on his final lap, lapped all to himself out there. Love a good victory lap. Sending it around the last couple of corners here, still looking for a good time, as Scotty just mentions there. Making his way to the line here. Scotty, only driver on the 10 lappers from that race, a 33-4 to check things up for that race.
A good race there at the E-Main. Battle for the lead up front. Reynolds worked his way back into the fight.
Yep.
And a good battle between him and Rob. Zac having a good run. Good run, Zac.
So we're going to chuck it over to Scotty G to have another chat to another Scotty G.
We spoke a little while ago. You were all chill and relaxed. It was nice and calm, having a good time. How's the heart rate? A bit of a pressure drive there?
Yeah, I was just trying to follow Rob around, and he made a mistake very early on, so I just tried to consolidate and keep my lead. I made a little bobble up the back, but recovered well, and then gapped him a little bit as Ryan and he fought it out. So, yeah, great to bring home a win in the E. Hopefully translates to a D or a C next time, so we'll see how we go.
E for excellent. All the best when we roll around again in an hour or so for part 2.
Absolutely. Looking forward to it.
That's Scotty Giles, our E1 winner this afternoon. We go back to Mitch and Scotty in the Team Associated booth as we continue finals racing here at the World's Warm-Up.
Man, oh man, what a great race. Now we got another one coming up here. D-Main number 1. Well, Brad Verco will be starting off that top spot, running the old school rear mount. Phoenix Eggleton, Andrew Cook, Ben Panic, Hugo, Scott, Mark, Kurt, Caden, and Aydin rounding this field out. About to kick things off here for the D-Main number 1.
See, I love racing like that. It doesn't matter if it's the A-Main or the Z-Main. If you can have good racing like that, Mitch, it's fantastic for sure.
That is A.
Yeah, exactly. To those guys, that's their A-Main.
Yep.
So, you know what I mean? They're giving 110%. That was good racing.
Scotty's still got a smile on his face over there, or else he's out there marshalling.
Good run, Scott.
Ben Panic.
I think I got to get me an Australian-looking hat for the Worlds.
Like
you know what I mean?
The corks hanging down, keep the flies off. Not that Australian. The crocodile tooth on the hat.
Yeah, with the crocodile tooth.
Okay,
Yes, exactly.
crocodile tooth. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I need. Or the cool, Tony was rocking a bucket hat a while ago. That looked really good. Maybe I should maybe get that. Get RC Race Media on that. That'd be styling and profiling, right? You could see me walking around with a alligator tooth hat. Crikey. Good night, mate.
Big bow and arrow in the pocket. So up now on track. D-Main number 1. Kicking next one off will be Brad Verco, rear mount, baby.
45 seconds to the start of the
Phoenix
race.
Eggleton in the 2, Andrew Cook in 3. Looking for a good race here. About to give the thumbs up to get under racing conditions for the first time for these guys.
30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race." 10,
League race cheering
9,
on
8,
Eggleton, Phoenix.
7,
All right,
6,
grid is set. Countdown's beginning. All right, here we go. Good start at the end of the front straightaway. Very nice. Oh, a little trouble in the backside. Brad Verco out there running a rear motor. Oh, Phoenix doing the double over the top. Oh, a beautiful move there from Phoenix, going big on the backside of the double over the top of Brad. Nothing Brad could do. Luckily, he tucks back in behind. See if he can reel in the young gun.
We can start there from young Eggleton, working his way over the top of the rest of the field. Down the front straight away, the two orange cars starting to break away from the pack here. Maybe orange is a thing to look out for.
I'm thinking Brad's got some big motor in there. He closed up on Phoenix. Phoenix, good line there, right? The little shake. Oh, beautiful move there from Old School. Oh, they lock horns there. Brad had the inside line. A beautiful move on the exit to chicane. Phoenix getting shuffled down the mix. Phoenix got to regain his composure. He's definitely can make it happen. He's right there with these guys. As now we got a new leader. Oh, going big over the tabletop, using a curbing. That was a beautiful pass. Down the line they go. Fantastic move there. So it is Hugo to lead. Ben Panic using all of the racetrack, the curbs, everything up to P2.
Oh, we got a side-by-side battle with the rear mounts going on at the moment. Phoenix Eggleton now the meat in the sandwich of the rear mounts. Working their way to the top of the track. Phoenix looking for a way around again on Brad Verco. Those two coming together through the Campbelltown Hobbies. Double before. Trying to work their way back into the lead now. Hugo with a slight mistake there. Ben looking for a way around. So top four drivers all working their way down the front straight in a freight train into turn one.
Oh, beautiful line there for Verco. Sitting back in third, using the curb. Getting that right front up in the air. There, nose to tail through chicane. Verco again, that tight line. Oh, Phoenix trying to go to the inside. Contact there. And good sport.
Hugo Tsang still leading the way out there. Under pressure though from Ben Panic. Brad Verco holding on to three, not anymore though. So down the front straight away, the battle for the lead. Hugo and Ben, 1 and 2. Oh, Ben getting the piping on the inside there. It's going to cost him a spot, maybe 2 it is. Marshall back on track.
Hugo out front, followed by Panic, Cook, and Eggleton. This has been a fantastic start to this one. Oh, man, carnage going through the front side. Double. Panic on a Campbelltown Hobbies banner, trying to get it back up to speed. Halfway there, 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. Hugo Tsang leading the way.
Eggleton now up to the 2 spot once again. Not far behind is Andrew Cook. Watch out for Andy. Trying to close in on the young gun here of Phoenix Eggleton. They're working their way through the chicane. Phoenix trying to close in on Hugo for the lead at the same time with just 2 minutes remaining on the clock.
Don't count out Phoenix yet because he's still got time to do it. Hugo out front, just doing his best lap there, 32 flat. Last time by 3.4 seconds to gap. Here comes Hugo. Down the front straight he goes. We'll check the gap. Last time by 3.4 seconds. Here comes Phoenix across the line. 2.6. Hot lap right there from Phoenix going down. 30.8. Making up time. We got a race. Into the front side. Double. It's Hugo, Phoenix, Mark, Brad, and Caden.
Phoenix really trying to reel Hugo in here. You can see the body language of the car sliding around almost every corner. Getting on the gas early. Trying to punch that hole. Right on, closing in on Hugo Tsang now. Check the gap this time by. Last time around a 2.6 second gap from Hugo to Phoenix. A 31.4 new hot lap from Hugo. A 30.6 new hot lap from Phoenix. They got in the gap down to 1.8 seconds now as they work their way through chicane.
Back-to-back fast lap there for Phoenix. Phoenix, nice line, a little whip coming out of the 4-pack. Coming up to the backside, they go. To the step off, good line there from Hugo. Phoenix right there. Hugo looking in his rear view mirror. He sees that orange and white dot growing larger because Phoenix bringing the heat. On to the front straight they go. We got 42 seconds to go that time by. 31.3 and a 30.6. 1 second to gap. Phoenix airing it out, trying to reel in Hugo.
Through the chicane they go once again. Phoenix really reeling him on in now through the Campbelltown Hobbies double underneath the rear wing now of Hugo is young Phoenix Eggleton, the young guns. Battling it out there through the Dunbray drop down. Working their way around into the tricky tabletop. A little bit of curbing there from Phoenix. Eggleton gets away with it though. Looking up the inside there from Phoenix. They make contact still side by side as they work their way onto the front straight. Hugo holding off young Phoenix there.
That was awesome. Hugo putting the elbows out, standing his ground as Phoenix tries to throw it to the inside. We're at 5 seconds to go. It's going to be a race to the finish line. Phoenix trying to go over the top. Hugo opens the door. Phoenix, they wheel side by side. Oh my. getting together there on the backside of the double there. Phoenix going to the front.
Yeah, Phoenix getting through there, a little bit of contact made. So Hugo coming out the worst of that one as they work their way to the line to finish this race off. Our D main number 1, Phoenix Eggleton getting the win in that one. Hugo coming home in a very strong second after leading most, if not all, of the race. Brad Verco coming home with the rear mount in the 3 spot.
What a race there. Phoenix and Hugo, fantastic race. Hugo opened the door a little bit on the backside of the 4-pack, though. Phoenix jumped to the inside, a little bit of contact. One of them racing deals, a great run there from Phoenix and Hugo. Brad brings home 3. Mark 4. Caden, Kurt, Scott, Ben, Aydin, and Andrew round out your 10-car field. We're going to throw it down to Scott Guyot here for our interview.
Phoenix Eggleton taking the win, a heart-pounding race. You dropped back a little bit and then you came hard after Hugo over those last minute and a half.
Yeah, that was a crazy race. That was definitely one of the lengthiest comebacks I've had to do for quite a long time. It was really fun though.
You got right up on the inside of him coming onto the front straight for the last lap. I thought you were going to get it done, but he hung on around the outside. What's going through your mind as you start that final lap, knowing that's your last chance to get to the lead?
Just try and get the clean pass option and just try and find an opening wherever you can and take it. If it's clean, then take it.
Well, beautifully done. Look forward to seeing you guys go at it again a little later. All the best for this afternoon.
Thank you.
One of the great things about this sport, if you're old enough, you are good enough. If you're good enough, you are old enough. 11-year-old Phoenix Eggleton taking the win there in D-Main number 1. Scotty, Mitch, does it get any better than that?
No, I don't think it does get any better than that. That was incredible racing between the young guns out there.
It was a tough situation there. You know what I mean? Hugo went a little bit wide there, so obviously Phoenix to the inside. Hugo came down there. You know, it's a tough thing, and nothing's ever easy when contact's made. You know, I wish it's tough. So that's a tough call for sure. But yeah, good run for both of them. You great to see Hugo. Now I've watched him race now a couple times, and he's getting better. Just like we talked about Phoenix. You know, it's good to see these young kids. And I don't know how old Hugo is now. He's probably 16, 18, I don't know.
Younger,
is he?
I think he's about 6.
Remember.
No, older than
His
16.
dad was around here. I don't know. I don't remember. We'll have to ask him. But
1 minute to the start of the race.
David Snell. No, these races ain't boring. Oh no, I love it. Hey, guys, can you guys all move for us, please? Thanks, guys.
So up now, we got our C main number 1. Big names in this one as well. Peter Seckold will be starting from that top spot, followed by Andrew Gillott, Carter Sims, Jaden Edmonds, and Samuel Muffet, your top 5.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
You know, I don't ever remember being in the studio and getting heckled.
Yeah, by kids.
Yeah.
15 seconds to the start.
We want to big thanks to Team Associated for sponsoring our live broadcast here and our great digs here in the Team Associated broadcast studio as we get ready to rock and roll. C Main. We just watched an awesome race in the D Main. It's only going to get better, Mitch. And we're down and away here. Peter Seckold on a curbing.
Really pushing it around that turn 1 there. Gillott not quite getting away on through. He's pulling up the pack a little bit as well. All through the Campbelltown Hobbies. Double. Bit of chaos there. Everyone seems to come out pretty straightforward, though.
Andrew came up short on both doubles. He still pulled it out, though, only losing a spot. Peter Seckold.
Sims now up to 2.
Seckold now in front, coming around for lap number 1. Down the straight, there he goes, swinging it out wide. There's Peter. Second spot, Carter moving up, then Andrew, Sam. Muffin Man going from 5 to 4, Edmonds. Then Lachlan Williams, followed by Caretti, Cribben, followed by Webb and Camilleri.
So Peter the Seagull Seckold out leading the way in this one. Carter Sims now bumping up to the 2 spot over Andrew Gillott. Gillott running the solid yellow all around. Yellow wheels, yellow paint scheme. Only thing that's not yellow missing out is the wing. Get onto a Gillott. Now down the front straight away they go. Seckold leading the way. Gap that time around 1.4 seconds. Equal lap times between Peter Seckold and Carter Sims. Andrew Gillott a 31.8. Samuel Muffet not far out of it as well as Jaden Edmonds have got a freight train working their way through the Campbelltown Hobbies double-double. We follow along with that battle going on at the moment, side by side up this tabletop.
Brilliant driving there. Gillott had it sideways coming off at its second double. Gave it up, but took it into that fast right hand, climbing up the hill. Able to take it back to the front though. There it is, Seckold, Sims, and we follow this battle across the stripe. Andrew, Jaden, and Samuel Muffet. Oh, no, contact there. And Edmonds going to get the better of that. It's Edmonds over the front side, double-double. Andrew Gillott going to tuck back in. Bit of contact between those guys. We got 2 down, 3 to go. It's Seckold out front, leading away. So he brings it on to the front straightaway.
So the Muffet man just in front of Edmonds, coming on to the front straight away for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. That battle pack now. Lockie Williams not far out of it. He's worked his way into this one as well. 1st and 2nd starting to clear out from these guys, battling it away for 3rd, 4th, and 5th down through the chicane. We follow on board with them. Samuel Muffet holding off Jaden Edmonds, working their way to the top of the track. The Muffin man down the Dunbury drop down with Edmonds hot on his heels now.
As our leaders come around at the halfway mark, 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. It's Seckold and Sims. Coming onto the straightaway right now. We're following Muffin and Edmonds. Here separated by just 7/10 of a second. Oh, no. Sideways there he goes.
Jane just catching the lip there of the concrete corner. Going for a roll. Ended up rubber side down. Away he went. Didn't lose too much time, luckily there.
After 3 minutes.
2 minutes to go, 3 down. Peter Seckold out front, stretching out that lead now. Last time by 2.1, this time by 2.7 seconds. Get another half a second here on Sims. Muffet, followed by Edmonds. Following our leader here into the front side 4-pack. Double-double he goes. Fast right-hander behind them is going to be Carter Sims in the second. Down the hill they go. Up over the tabletop nicely. Around the hobby wing corner, they come on to the front straight. Seckold, 1:20 left to go. Stretching out the lead even more over Sims. 4.2 seconds is the gap. Seckold out front, got this one in the sack right now.
Carter starting to come under a little bit more pressure now. Carter, oh, as I say, that goes for a quick roll through the double-double. Oh, it is now turned into chaos out there. All 3 drivers, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, starting to clump right in together. Sims somehow holding onto the 2 spot under pressure from Jaden Edmonds with the Muffet man right there as well. As they work their way to that Hobby Wing Havoc corner. Working their way onto the Castle Hill main straightaway. Into the Protect Whip corner. Into the chicane they go. Carter Sims, son of Paul Sims from Berserk RC. One of the sponsors for this weekend as well.
30 seconds on the clock. Seckold, Sims, and Edmonds leading away. Peter out front, coming around to start his final lap. See cross the line 21 seconds ago. Second spot is Sims. Meanwhile, the battle here. Gillott now back in this fight. Chaos erupts behind these guys as they come around when 10 seconds ago. They're going to go one more lap across the line. Here's Andrew finding his way back to the 3. Lachlan, Williams, Cribben, Muffet, and Edmonds here. As time has expired, they are racing to the finish line. They're racing to the line. Let's see how this one's going to wrap up.
Lockie Williams looking for a way around on Gillott at the moment into the top of the track. Lockie looking a bit quicker than Gillott, but just can't find his way around. They got a whole pack coming up behind him as well now. The Muffin man right there, Ben Crimmon looking for a race pass as well. They're working their way onto the front straight away. Gillott looking to try and wrap this one up in P3 and will do so under immense pressure from a whole pack behind him. Everyone coming around to finish this one up. Peter Seckold, the Seagull, taking the win in C-Main number 1.
Good run there for Peter. Carter is second. Andrew goes 3. Lachlan 4. Ben, Sam, Jade, Anthony, Gavin, and Camden. And we're going to throw it down. Scotty G going to have a word with Peter Seckold.
It is sometimes the way that qualifying doesn't go how you want. But, mate, that was a pretty nice runaway from the front win in that first final.
Yeah, car's really good now. We've been working as a team to get kind of what we want out of the car. Tried something for that one. Not sure if it's quite the way to go, but car was still fast and easy enough to drive, so can't really complain.
What's it like to be a part of the? I mean, you're used to working as a team here in Australia, but now you've got the international contingent as well. Barton Bayer's here, Zalewski's here. What's it like to have those guys around you this week?
They just have a very different perspective on setup in general. They're not used to running on this sort of stuff, so when they do, they have very different ideas of how to get the car to do what we want. So it's good kind of being able to evaluate all those options.
Well, that was a pretty nice start to the afternoon. All the best as we continue through this afternoon's finals.
Thanks, Scott.
Up now, B-Main number 1 starting to hit the track for their warm-up lap. Some big dogs in this one, Scotty.
Absolutely, there are quite a few stacked field here, and these guys
Lachlan Munday.
showing you how tough it is. I mean, you see Aydin, Lachlan, Davey, Chase made the A here at the Nationals, but struggled a bit here. Tom Rennick, first time running in condition like this, so still good result to make the B. For sure, they're learning a lot. They're going to stay and get some practice laps in after the event this week.
Got to mention Fuma Saito into the B heat after that wicked performance in the final round of qualifying.
It was, because he would have been back in the C group for sure, but he pulled I think it was a 7 or 8 he ended up with, and that was quite the drive. But I think a 30.0 fast lap, so yeah, pretty great run there for Fuma Saito in the Kyosho.
Making it into the B main in position 9. Definitely one to keep an eye on. Consistent, quick laps. Just looking for that 29 the whole race.
See, wiggling wheels.
30 seconds.
I learned
to the start
about
of
that.
The race.
The Australian rules, that's a penalty, right?
With 10 seconds left
10
on the clock.
10-second penalty. I almost did that. The Australian rules, if you're at the grid, I think less than 30 seconds.
Less than 10 seconds?
Less than 10
and
seconds.
It's a
Did you move your wheel? Penalty. I
race.
almost did it when I was here racing. Yeah,
10,
it's weird. Yeah.
9, 8, 7.
I
6,
always turn my wheels and make sure
5.
my car's ready to go. All right, here we go. Ready to go. Aydin Horne from USA bringing the field around here from the number 1 starting spot. Lachlan Munday behind him. Davey Bada behind him. It's all changed around. Looks like Lemieux going to get by. He shorts that one. Bada trying to go to the inside. They lock horns there. Lemieux tucks in line.
So we've got Aydin Horne out front. He's running an interesting paint scheme. It's definitely not his usual paint scheme. That'll be a Savaggi paint scheme on his car at the moment. We got Lachlan Munday. Went for an early pass around the inside of Aydin Horne. Couldn't quite get it done. Davey Bada not too far behind in the 3 spot as they work their way around for the first lap. Little gap back after that.
All right, Horne, Munday, Bada, your top 3. Bartek Zalewski, the youngster from Poland, up to the 4 spot from the number 8.
Aydin Horne going for a quick roll there. Lachlan Munday managed to work his way through. So Munday now leading the way out here in front of the 2 US drivers. Aydin Horne and Davey Bada to follow him around now. Lachlan Munday trying to show him the lines through the Protec hip jump. Oh, mistake again there from Aydin Horne. Davey Bada now looking for a way through on Horne. The 2 US drivers going through the chicane. Under pressure now is Horne. Davey gets up a little bit short on the first double through the double-doubles. They battle their way to the top of the track. We're a bit behind Lachlan Munday now.
Excellent run here right now for Munday, leading the way. Bringing the field around onto the front straight. 3.5 minutes to go. It's about a full straightaway lead for Lachlan. Across the start-finish line goes Horne, followed by Bada. Jordan up. How about Logan Toia moving up 5 spot? How you doing? Keep it moving from P10 to P5. Oh, my fault.
That was a big old commentator's curse on that one. Toia dropping right down the order there after a mishap on the hip jump. So Lachlan Munday still holding that top spot. 2nd and 3rd still battling it out. Will be Aydin Horne and Davey Bada. Jordan Izagin trying to work his way into this battle. He is not far behind those 2 as well. Only a couple of tenths of a second in between. Aydin Horne and Davey Bada. Jordan in through the double-double just behind them. Oh, as I say, that slight mistake as well from Jordan. Gets away with it, though. Leaders starting to close all in now. 30.7 from Aydin Horne, 30.3 from Davey Bada, 30.4 for Lachlan Munday.
Munday
tight.
last time by had a 2.4 second lead. We'll check the gap this time. 31-2. He's going to lose some of that as Horne throwing down his hot lap. 30.5 that time by 1.77 is the gap between first and second. Into the front side 4-pack they go. Double and double. Jordan now starting to close in as we got a 4-car freight train. In the back step off they go. We got 3 down, 2 to go.
Still plenty of time left in this one for some racing. Aydin Horne trying to close that gap in on Lockie Munday, working their way onto the front straight this time around. Check the gap, 1.7 last time, down to 1.3 now with 30.3 from Aydin Horne. He's closing that gap on quick. Davey Battle running with him as well. Freight training their way back into the lead. Lockie Munday still holding spot at the moment, working their way onto the back straight. Down the Dunbrace step down they go. Into the tricky tabletop.
Leading the way right now, Munday and Horne. Horne closing the gap, having a double steer in that left hand hairpin. On to the straightaway they go. The gap tightening up here. 9/10 of a second. Horne bringing it 8. It's Munday. Horne, Bata, your top 3. Into the chicane, straight line there from Horne. Horne maybe a bit quicker, but he gives it up all. Sideways there, over to double-double. That's going to cost him a couple spots. Davey Bata now going to the P2. Istergen going to move up to the 3 spot as Horne moves to P4.
Davey Batter, home track of Coyote Hobbies. Father runs and operates that hobby store and track. He's made his way up to P2 all the way from California now. Try to close that gap on down. Lockie Munday now with 2.2 seconds in hand with 45 seconds left on the clock. Through the Campbell Hobbies double-double they go as we watch the freight train through the chicane there. Into the double-double. Everyone getting down nice and smoothly. Davey Batter starting to come under a bit more pressure now from behind with Jordan Isergen starting to close that gap on up as well.
25 seconds to go. Here come Munday. Going to start his final lap here in B main number 1. The battle hot and heavy across the start finish line between David and Jordan. Advantage that lap to Davey. Into the short chute they go now through the chicane. Davey straight line. Jordan a bit faster. Yeah, Jordan comes up a little bit short that time by. Going to give Batta some breathing room here. 5 seconds to go in this one. Munday trying to bring it home.
Munday putting his best foot forward on this previous lap at 30.1, giving himself as much room as possible. Time has expired, crossing the line. Lachlan Munday, the Aussie, will take home the B main number 1, followed by Davey Batter in 2, Jordan Isergen in 3, Aydin Horne in the 4 spot, and Zalewski coming home in 5, all the way from Poland.
Followed by Lemieux, Bayer, Renenek, Toia, and Fuma Saito round out your 10-car B-main. A great run there for Lachlan Munday, making it happen in B-main number 1 as the mechanics walk by the Team Associated Broadcast Studio here as these guys ready to rock and roll. A-main number 1 on deck. We're going to throw it down to Scott Guyot here for our interview.
Lockie, I'm hearing international stars being called behind you in 2 and 3 that whole run. How were you feeling when those guys were right with you?
Feeling, it's a bit nerve-wracking when you're up there. They're quick, they're aggressive on the track. Their language on the track, it's like it really, it's hard not to let it get it to you. But no, I kept it smooth, kept it clean, and I was pretty happy.
You really did break away with a good sort of, I wouldn't call it comfortable, but a bit of a gap over the last couple of minutes. And so talk to me about how the car is coming alive this afternoon in these conditions.
It's pretty good, yeah. I mean, we've got our car pretty quick in these conditions. Still looking for a few extra bits here and there, obviously just always working on stuff. But no, it was feeling good in that run, good corner speed, pretty good out of the corners. I was happy with it.
Well, all the best for the rest of those finals this afternoon. We better let you get out to Marshall. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. Have a good one.
Let's go back to Scotty and Mitch because it's time for the big boys. Let's go, Scotty. Let's go, Mitch.
Big boys indeed. Lachlan Donnelly, our top qualifier here for the IFMAR Pre-Worlds. Australia's own, Sydney's own local here. Looking to try and take things away here. Taking the TQ already. Spencer Rivkin hot on his heels. Orlowski in the 3. Ari Bakla in 4. Marcus Caretti in 5. Jared Ment will be starting off 6. Cookie Kato in 7. Kobbevik in the 8. Matthew Couper in 9. Rounding out your top 10 starting positions. Christopher Sturdy. That's a big order.
That is a stout field here at our Pre-World Championship. Hello to everybody that's watching online. Online coverage courtesy of Team Associate and all these great sponsors: Campbelltown Hobbies, Hobby Wing Technology, Team Coyote, Global Facilities Maintenance, ProTech RC, A-Main Hobbies, X-Ray Australia, Plague Bearings, Air Water Power, Elsaram, RC Hobbyland, Raw Speed Australia, Dunbury Environmental, Berserk RC, Den Air, Onside Hire, Mob, Bar Graphics, all making it possible for us to bring you the pre-World Championship and the World Championships. As the field is set here, 10-car field set to go here in A-Main number 1. Quiet hush along the crowd here as the cars are on grid.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, that's the 15-second call here. We'll get the 10-second countdown starting here in just a few seconds as we get ready for A-Main number 1. And here we go, Lachlan, Donnelly bringing the field around.
The two purple cars, first and second, Donnelly and Rivkin. Over the double they go, brought to you by Campbelltown Hobbies. To the back of the track, all nose to tail, first through to 10th. Freight train their way down the straight.
A beautiful start for these guys. The associated teammates and paint job almost identical here. Hometown boy Lachlan Donnelly bringing the field around. Two-time world champion behind him, Spencer Rivkin. Spencer getting it sideways there. Michal Orlowski going to go by. Rocking the Schumacher to P2.
Orlowski looking quick out there. Lachlan Donnelly coming up a little bit short on that first double through the double section. So Orlowski trying to close that gap on in. Rivkin making that mistake, allowing only one spot on through. Still in the hunt. Donnelly over Orlowski. Rivkin in 3 after that. Bakla, Caretti, all still right there. Freight train their way down the front straight away they go.
We got 1 down, 4 to go. It's Donnelly, Orlowski, and Rivkin here coming into the chicane. Perfect line there for our front runners. Into the double they go. Orlowski a little bit short, Rivkin a little bit short. They punch the throttle and save it. It's still Donnelly leading the field in his short shooting out of the step off in the back. Now down the hill, squaring up here to the tabletop. Big send there from Donnelly, everybody. Full send going into that hairpin. Coming around, completing lap number 3. It's Donnelly still in control with Orlowski, Rivkin, Bakla, and Marcus Caretti, your top 5.
Top 5 drivers all looking very similar pace out there at the moment. No mistakes from any of these 5 drivers last few laps. Rivkin using all the curbing there. Landing perfectly in through the double section. Trying to close in now on Orlowski as they work their way down the back straight away into the Dunbury drop. Around into the tricky tabletop. Donnelly trying to pull a little bit more of a gap now over Orlowski and Rivkin. Working their way onto the Hills RC main straight away. Around they go. 30.2 that time from Donnelly. New hot lap of the race.
Top 3 drivers doing their best lap right there. All behind Lachlan Donnelly. Over the front side, 4-pack, double nicely there for Donnelly, Orlowski, Rivkin. Caretti still 4, Bakla 5, followed by Ment, Kobbevik, Kato, Couper, and Sturdy is your 10-car field. We're halfway there, 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. Lachlan Donnelly out front, bringing the field around from pole position. Across the line they go. You see the gap between him, first and second right now, 1.0. Again, fast lap from Donnelly, Orlowski, Rivkin throwing down a 30.0. Hot lap at a race from Spencer.
Rivkin right under the rear wing now of Orlowski, looking for any way around with Donnelly making a mistake there. We've got a 3-way fight for the lead. On the back straight away they go. Spencer looking up the inside, didn't quite make it work there. Around the sweeper into the tricky tabletop. Down the hill on the binders hard for our top 3 drivers. Making their way to the sweeper and onto the front straight away. Drag racing all the way down the straight. Top 3 separated evenly by about 0.4 of a second in it between all of them.
Donnelly hanging on to the lead after that small mistake. Orlowski behind him, followed by Rivkin. A 3-horse race out front. 4th spot is still Caretti. Caretti needs to get on his horse here, really in the leaders. Orlowski trying to wide line there. Nothing there. Nose to tail they come. Down the hill to the tabletop. Donnelly out front. We got 1:30 to go to that left turn hairpin. Now, coming on to the straightaway, they go across the line. Last time the gap was a half a second, 0.7 of a second. New hot lap at a race. Boom! 29 seconds. 0.9 there from Donnelly. And Sharon Ment goes faster. 29.9 back in 5th spot. It's still Donnelly in control.
Donnelly getting a better line there through the double-double. Both Orlowski and Rivkin cutting up a little bit short onto the knuckle of the double-doubles there. So a little bit of an advantage now towards Lachlan Donnelly. Working their way around the front straight with less than a minute now on the clock. 29.9 last time around. Lachlan Donnelly backs it on up with a 29.8. Michael Orlowski, though, a 29.798. He's not out of this fight yet. Trying to close back on in on Lachlan Donnelly. Coming up a little bit short that time around through the double-doubles. Orlowski now closing back on in.
It's your top three qualifiers here. Going to race this one out. 35 seconds on the clock. Donnelly, Orlowski, and Rivkin as they bring it on in the straightaway here. They're doing 29 to 30-second laps across the line. 26 seconds ago. This is the final lap. Main number one, Lachlan Donnelly in control. A mirror full of Orlowski and Rivkin. Into the front side, double-double, the four-pack. They go. Orlowski tries the outside. Lachlan sideways there. Orlowski not to the point. Rivkin trying to throw it in there as they are wheel to wheel, nose to tail. It's going to be a race to the finish line. Main number one. To the tabletop they go. A left-hander and right-hander. Left for these guys. Main number one coming to the line here. Two-wheel drive across the line. Orlowski going to take main number one. Donnelly brings home two. Rivkin three. Track still hot there. Still racing to the start-finish line as main number one coming to a close. A great drive there between Donnelly and Rivkin, but it's Orlowski at the top of the board here in main number one.
Wow, oh wow. What a finish to that race. Orlowski pulling it out on the last lap. Donnelly and Rivkin all getting together on that final lap. Orlowski just pulling on through that mess, getting it in the end.
Marcus Carrick going to bring home the 5. Jared Ment went 4. Daniel Kobbevik 6. Koti Kanto 7. Matthew Couper goes 8. Ari Bakla goes 9. And Christopher Sturdy round out your 10-car field in main number one. What an epic race. A great run there. main number one. We're going to throw it down to Scott Guide here. He's going to talk to Orlowski.
If that is a preview of a World Championship later on in the year, 3 cars head-to-head, nose-to-tail the whole run. I can't wait for it. Michael Orlowski getting to the front on the last lap. Just talk me through that run from your perspective. We'll talk about the race first, then we'll talk about how the day is unfolding.
Yeah, it was a fun race. It's a warm-up event, so the result is not very important. So it's fun to race. I don't know exactly if Lachlan made a mistake. I don't remember. I was very concentrated, so I saw I was really close to him on the first doubles, and I thought, okay, I'll just send it, see what happens, and got lucky. I don't know if it was fair or not. I don't know if I touched him. I'm not sure, but it was a fun race. It's nice to race with 2-drive buggy on dirt, because we're in the corner for very long, so so you can really race very closely. Like 12-skill touring car, it carries so much speed for the corner. It's so hard to judge how close you can get to the guy in front. Here you can be so close, but a small touch unsettles the car in front a lot. So you need to be careful not to touch the car in front. But it was very fun. I don't get to do that a lot, so.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about, I mean, you get to race with Spencer maybe once or twice a year, but you never get to race with someone like Lachlan Donnelly. So what's it like to go head-to-head with someone who you don't know so well? Maybe you're not used to how they race. Is that kind of in your mind, or are you just playing what's in front of you?
Yeah, it's more difficult to race someone unknown to you. You know, racing some guys, there's a style of driving they have, so you kind of learn throughout the years. But I'm not really thinking about racing here. We're testing the car every run, so I'm just taking every run as a practice. And here we just started on the grid together and raced. So it was fun, yeah.
So tell me about that last question. I guess, you know, how's the car unfolding through the day? As the grips come up, as the car come alive, or have you guys been able to really chase and explore different ways of setting the car up to work here at Hills?
I mean, it's only been 2 days, almost 2 days, not a full second day. So we're learning about how the track develops over the day, what to do with tires and setup. Yesterday we struggled a lot with the 2-drive, and we sat down in the living room in the Airbnb yesterday night, changed a lot of things, and it's been working really well today. So I'm really proud of that, and we'll have plenty more time to test. And every day is just about learning about tires and car setup to adapt to the conditions, that it changes so much from the first run to the last run of the day.
So the other last question then, after the race meeting this weekend, you're sticking around for a few days. Is there a complete test plan for the week, or is it a matter of sitting down maybe tomorrow night and going, all right, what have we learned so far? Where do we go from here?
There is no testing plan yet, but we're making notes every single run. We have a note in the iPad, and every single run is written down, what changes, the feedback, and we go through that when we have some time. Like yesterday evening, I went through all of that and see what we've done, see what it did, and then we developed an opinion what to do next. So we'll do the same at the end of each day, and we'll have plenty of things to test throughout the next week. And then I'm sure when we fly back, we'll have hundreds of more ideas on the plane back.
Well, nicely done so far. Good start to the afternoon. We'll let you go sit down with Tris and work through what just happened there, and we'll look forward to seeing you on track in another hour or so.
Thank you.
That's Michael Orlowski getting the win in A1. How fantastic to see Lachlan Donnelly going head-to-head with Orlowski and Spencer Rivkin. I mean, it's a fantastic preview. Whilst it may be practice, whilst it may be a learning opportunity, that's the quality of racing we look forward to when we get back here in a couple of months' time. We're going to continue through our finals this afternoon, but before we do, we'll throw you to our little video package, and then we'll be right back to continue in our finals here at Hills RC Off-Road.
Well, Mitch, I guess if you're going to call it amen, that's how you want it. Thrilling finish there, coming down to the last lap. Great drive for Lachlan. Obviously, pressure on. You know, two of the best. You got two world champions behind you, but still to be in that conversation, that's still tip of the hat for Donnelly.
Yeah, Orlowski was actually saying that he has not raced around, Lachlan Donnelly obviously in the past, so it's sort of hard to judge what he's going to do and stuff on track, but it wouldn't surprise me if sooner or later he's going to end up racing against Lachlan Donnelly. So good starting point here from the pre-Worlds, and hopefully a precursor for the actual Worlds themselves.
Oh, yeah, absolute stellar run there. Great race. I didn't see what happened to Ari. He's kind of into the back of that one. I didn't see what happened, but he'll be back, I'm sure, in final number 2. But well done to Michal Orlowski in that one. That was a great one. Hope everybody's in the chat room enjoying that one. That was definitely thrilling on what is a picturesque Saturday afternoon here in Sydney, Australia. Want to thank all our great sponsors for their support. Obviously, Team Associated make it possible for us here on RC Race Media to bring you the Pre-World Championship. Big thanks to Team Associated and Reedy. And then to our event sponsors, Campbelltown Hobbies. We talked a dozen times about all their support of all racing things here in Australia, to Hobby Wing, Team Coyote, Global Facilities Maintenance, ProTech RC, AMA Hobbies, X-Ray Australia, Air, Water and Power, Alcaram, RC Hobbyland, Raw Speed Australia, Dunbury Environmental, Berserk RC, Den Air, Onside Hire, and fine folks at Mob Boss Graphics. Exactly. Got us a cool looking hat. Got some cool decals. I got World Championship stickers. Pretty cool. Got it already on my laptop. So. Yeah. So big shout out to Mob Boss. We got second round of finals getting ready to roll here. Looks like they're getting the drivers to drivers. Damn, marshals are out there already.
Yep.
So these guys ready to rock and roll.
So first race around was Nick Poole taking the win in the first F main, first race here at the Pre-Worlds. See what he can do in the second race. See what anyone else can do. Ashley, Stuart, Andrew, see what they can get up to. Cars now entering the track for their warm-up lap.
Andrew Carra, Blair Wallace, Stuart.
We're talking about that whole wiggle your wheel rule that you have in Australia. I'm like,
to the start of the race.
Why is that? That's just staggering to me. I don't know why that.
My belief is that I guess that if a servo might make a noise, people might think that is the start, maybe?
Maybe 20 years ago.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, our rules are probably about that old.
When I was here in October, I don't know, I think I qualified like 8th or 9th in the A, wherever it was. And I just, normal habit, I always, adjust my wheels. But I remember, like, earlier in the days, hearing somebody say that, and I'm like, oh, wait, you can't do that. And I'm like, how embarrassed would I have been if Scotty Tezek, I've been like, what did I do?
You can't be that embarrassed. I got disqualified 3 times. So.
Well, yeah, but you knew that going into the heat, though.
Oh.
You're like, oh, yeah, I know. That just disqualifying me. I'm going to run.
One was weight. One was underweight. First time I've been underweight in a long time.
Race.
All right. We are ready to go back up into racing here
9,
for the F main
8,
number 2.
7, 6, 5.
All right, here we go. Nick Poole bringing the field around. Nick took the win in final number 1. A win here would seal the deal. But I can't talk about him because I've jinxed him numerous times today. We got to call it. We can't see what happened on the backside of the double, but Nick is not in the lead.
Ashley coming out front. So Stuart in the 3 spot. See where this all ends up. Oh, Ashley has waited for Nick to get on past. So must have been a bit of contact there after the double-double. So good sportsmanship there. They come out nose to tail now onto the front straight away. So Nick holding onto the lead once again. Ashley into Andrew up to the 3 spot.
Ashley running that rear motor car.
Oh, 3 wide through the double-doubles. They make it work as well.
I thought Nick was going to be able to jump back to the inside as they went in the exited the 4-pack, but it's Ashley out front leading away.
Now rear mount getting all the grip coming out of each corner out there at the moment. Just putting the power down, away it goes.
Got 1 down, 4 to go, 1 down, 4 to go. All right, leaders down the straightaway they go. Ashley, Nick, Andrew, Steven, Rob, and Stuart. That's how they grid up here and roll out. 2 laps in the book. Ashley a little bit sideways there. Nick going big on the backside of the double. Can't make it happen.
Ashley looked like making the chicane extend another about 3 or 4 corners there going into the double-double. It's still snaking the way down into the doubles. Did a hot lap last time around at 33.8. Trying to hold on to the lead here over Nick Poole. Andrew in the 3. Much better finish that lap for Ashley. Still come away with a hot lap, even with that side-to-side movement down the chicane.
2 down, 3 to go, 2 down, 3 to go. Ashley, Nick, Andrew, your top 3. Hot lap of the race, the last lap, 33-1 for Ashley. Ashley in the orange and white, yellow wheels. On to the front straight they go, a little bit sideways. Cross the stripe, the gap. Going to be a little bit more this time by 1.5 seconds. Ashley and Nick, Andrew, Rob, Steven, and Stuart.
Ashley using all the track there, ending up in the outside pipe. Oh, mistake by first and second out there. Here comes Andrew.
Oh, good backup marshal in there from Jeremy coming from left field. Nice.
Andrew looking for a pass now as well on Ashley. Nick dropping right back to the 3 spot, about 3 or 4 seconds behind now the lead battle. They work their way over the tricky tabletop. Good jump there from Andrew, trying to close right on in on Ashley. Down the front straight away we go. Oh, mistake there by Andrew, though. That's going to give Ashley a massive amount of room on track.
3 minutes. The top drivers
Ashley out front, 3 down, 2 to go. Into the chicane goes Nick and Andrew. This one far from over yet, though. Ashley a little bit sideways coming out of that section. Nick with a better line. Nick going to close up. Gap was about 3.1 seconds.
Man, Nick is closing up quick as well.
Oh, yeah. Ashley, a little bobble there coming down the hill. Onto the straightaway they go. We'll check the gap this time by. Here's Ashley across the line. Here's Nick across the line. From 3.1 to 2.1. Nick closing up 1 second that lap.
Through the chicane once again into the double-doubles by Campbelltown Hobbies. Both drivers letting go single into that double. Nick really starting to close up here. Seems to have a better line through the center of the track before the straightaway. Then you see Ashley start to pull back away just that little bit. Check the gap last time around, 2.1. We'll see as they come across the loop this time by.
Gap this time, 2.2 seconds. Almost identical lap time, 33.7, 33.8. Ashley still in control. Orange and white, yellow wheels, followed by the green, gray, and white. On white wheels there, Nick. Andrew Carrick in the 4, Rob, Steven, and Stuart. 30 seconds to go, lap and a half left.
Nick pushing hard out there, trying to close right on in. Ashley with a whole heap of power under the hood, still pulling away on the straight. Builds that gap back on up, 33.7 from Ashley. Nick Poole with a 32.9 gap to 1.5 seconds with 10 seconds left on the clock. Onto their final lap now. Through the double they both go.
Nick with a hot lap on the last lap of the race, trying to reel in Ashley. They're going to race to the finish line. In the back, Dunbury step down and step up. Here they go down the hill, coming to the tricky tabletop. Nick Poole closing the gap. He is running out of time. It's going to come down to a drag race down the straightaway. Ashley and Nick down the line. Ashley Coble going to take final number 2. This one's going to IFMAR number 3.
Great battle there all the way to the line. Saw Nick just reeling that lead on in on from Ashley. Couldn't quite get there. Time running out just before he made it. Andrew coming home in a strong P3. Rob in 4. We're going to chuck it on over to Scotty Gillott, who's going to have a chat with Ashley. Take it away, Scotty.
Ashley Coble getting a win. I saw you fist pumping your way down the driver's stand. There's got to be a little bit of adrenaline there.
Yeah, I started in 1988 and I finally won my first race.
You're running that rear motor car that we've been talking about a little bit throughout the day. I think you just told me it's got a Yokomo donor, the one you're running. What's the car like to drive around here?
It's really easy to drive. It's a lot easier than Knox, and you can slide it, but it's still very controllable, heaps of grip, very easy to drive. It's all car.
I think that makes it one apiece. You guys get to go head-to-head again in another hour or so. All the best.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
So up on track now. E-main number 2. Scotty getting the win in the previous race. Rob Maycock and Ryan Reynolds rounding out your top 3. See what changes in this one. Looking for a couple of marshals out there to help us out. Get things back underway here.
All right, the E-main number 2 coming up. E for excellent. Excellent. Big shout out, Abu checking in from Romania, joining us in the chat. Welcome to Sydney, Australia. Beautiful Hills Off-Road RC on a picturesque Saturday. Not a cloud in the sky all day.
Yoshiyuki Chikuba.
Just an absolute beautiful
Trent
day.
Johnson.
Couldn't write it better.
James
I
Whitmore.
think we're, what do we got?
Ron
77
Kirby.
degrees American, so that's
Ryan
what?
Reynolds.
25?
Yeah, it feels about
Yeah,
24.
about 25, okay.
Lander.
I'm getting my Celsius
Zac
down,
Panic.
getting it figured out.
Scott Giles.
Oh, someone ended up on off the track there.
Ooh. All right, these guys bringing
1
cars to
minute to the
grid
start of the
as we get
race.
ready here for E2.
So out on track, getting them gridded up now. We got E2 main. Rob Maycock will start things off once again. Scotty Giles taking the win in the first race for the E-main. Ron Kirby in the 3, James in 4, Chris Lander in 5, Ryan Reynolds in 6, Riley Lander in 7, Trent Johnson in 8, Zac Panic in 9.
Looks like
and
we're
Yoshiyuki
missing a marshal at the start.
in the 10 spot.
Couples, yeah. I don't know if I can't. Well, we got a couple marshals missing.
15 seconds to
I don't know
the
if
start
Jerry
of the
sees it.
race. 10, 9, 8, 7,
Got no marshals.
6, 5.
And here we go. We're rocking and rolling. Rob and Scott. They had a great fight. Scott took the first one. See if Scott's got another one in him. I think Rob got something to say about that, though. Any of you spectators or racers, if you got time, we need some marshals at the start of the straightaway. Anybody want to step up and help us out? We need some help. We got 2 marshal spots open. If anybody, take your time. Don't all run at once. Single file. Looks like we got one. Coming onto the straightaway, there you go. I'm multitasking there, Mitch. All right, we got Robley. Oh, no, trouble in the chicane. That is the Corsa gray or the blue color of Scott G.
Scotty getting it wrong there through the chicane. Going all the way back into the pack there.
Peter Eggleton down there marshalling. Thank you, Peter.
Once again, Pete, long-time traveller. Travels absolutely everywhere. Usually drives as well. They will drive from place to place. 6-hour drive, not a problem. That's a standard for them. Rob Maycock leading this one away at the moment, making his way up to the top of the hill through the Elserum, step up into the Dunbury drop as they work their way around the tricky tabletop. Down the hill, hard on the anchors, pulls it on up nicely though. We've got Ryan Reynolds in 2, Chris Lander in 3, Ron Kirby in 4, Scotty Giles trying to work his way back into this race in the 5 spot.
Excellent run here for Rob and Ryan. Ryan from the 6 up to the 1.
Battle going on down through the chicane there into the Campbelltown Hobbies tabletop. Oh, mistake there. Believe it was Ryan Reynolds going for a roll. So now he bumps back into the pack here. Rob Maycock checking out. He's gone in this one. We'll have Chris Lander, I believe, up to the 2 spot now as they're working their way onto the front straight away. 2, 3, 4, 5. All the way down the straight they go. Chris Lander, yes, in the 2 spot. Oh, move there from Ryan Reynolds up the inside of Ron Kirby. Down the chicane into the Campbelltown Hobbies. Double A all goes. Single file order. Working their way up the Elseram step up. Into the Dunbury drop they go. A step back up again into the tabletop. Chris Lander looking good for the 2 spot. Got a whole heap of traffic right behind him at the moment as Rob Maycock running away with this one.
6.3 second lead. That is a huge lead right now for Rob. Lander, Reynolds, Kirby, and Scott Giles. The battle through the chicane goes Lander, Reynolds, and Kirby to the front side. 4-pack they go.
Ryan Reynolds with the inside move over the hip jump there up the inside of Chris Lander, getting the job done. Great move from Ryan. Ron Kirby now not too far behind Ryan as well, getting in front of Chris as well.
Minute 40 left. Rob Maycock out front, in control of this one. Lander, now Reynolds moving up. Again, another good run here from Ryan. Started mid-pack, back in P6. Scott Giles took the win in final number 1. He is well deep in the field right now, so this one looking to go to final number 3.
Mistake there by Ron, getting it wrong as he worked his way down the chicane. So Ryan Reynolds trying to put on a bit of pace here, trying to close in on the leader of Rob Maycock. Slower lap this time around for Rob. A 35.1, Ryan Reynolds was about 7 seconds behind before. Now down to 4.5 seconds. So Ryan Reynolds pushing hard to try and close in on the gap.
1 minute, we got 1 to go in this one. 4.5 second lead from Rob over Ryan over Chris.
45 left on the clock. Oh, we got chaos coming down the chicane at the moment. All clears itself up. 4.8 seconds a gap last time by as Rob heads over the line once again. Here comes Ryan Reynolds. Over the line that time by 32.4 for Rob. Ryan with a 33.2 gap extends back out to 5 seconds. Rob looking good in this one. All top three drivers separated fairly evenly out there at the moment. Final lap's about to tick off.
15 seconds ago, Zac Panic just moving up a spot, moving up to P5, but it's Rob out front. 5.5 second lead right now. We're down to the final 5 seconds. It's Rob. Rob going to get one extra lap.
Ryan Reynolds.
That is time. Drivers race to the finish line. Finish the lap you're on.
Ryan getting caught just at the loop there. He does his hot lap at 32.0, but just getting caught right on the line, allowing Rob Maycock a victory lap for himself out there.
Scott Giles done.
Rob working his way around final couple of corners. We follow on board with him. Last corner into the sweeper down the main straightaway. A better run this time around for Rob Maycock. That will take us to a decider as well for the E2 main.
Excellent run there for Rob. Ryan Reynolds go 2, Chris Lander 3, followed by James, Zach, Scott, Riley, Ron, Trent, and Chakuba. He's going to wrap up race number 8. If I could have Jared Ment come to race control. Jared Ment, could you come to race control, please? Jared Ment to race control. Thank you. All right, we're going to throw it down to Scotty G.
Somehow they conspired to crash behind you, giving the gift of that win and a solid, beautiful drive, Rob Maycock, all the way start to finish, wasn't it?
Tone to tone, yes, mate. Very good. It was good. It was enjoyable. But, yeah, it doesn't mean they would have caught me, even if they did crash or not. But, no, it was a good race, good fun with the boys, good banter. Yeah.
How's the weekend been going for you? Like, it's kind of cool to come and do a race like this. It's not home turf for you, but you have been here once or twice before?
I've been here once. I still dislike it in two-wheel drive. Four-wheel drive, I don't mind. Yeah, I'm struggling in two-wheel drive. And low grip, it's not suiting me.
Well, all the best for tomorrow. Four-wheel drive when there's a little more traction to play with.
Yes, more traction. Let's see if we can go maybe C-main. Yeah, maybe C-main. Let's give it a crack.
Beautiful. All the best for tomorrow.
Thanks, Scotty. This is the highlight of my day. Talking to you, mate. Cheers, boys.
Rob doesn't say that about me when he talks to me.
Wow,
that's a real shame.
That's highlight, yeah.
Up
Good
now
job, Rob.
we have our D-main number 2. Brad Verco will try to lead things off. Phoenix Eggleton taking a win in D1.
Andrew Cook.
Hugo Tsang getting P2. Brad in the 3 spot from the previous race. Phoenix going to try and wrap this one up early.
Hello to everybody that's watching online. Got lots of people checking in. How you doing, Ian? Followed by RC Racing. Gavin still checking us out. Albu checking on. Gene checking in. How you doing? Good to have you following along. Hey, Gene. Hope all is well. This one, our D-main, number 2.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
Phoenix had a great fight in the first time, him and Hugo.
Yeah, looking forward to something similar in this one. 15 seconds till start. Brad Verco will lead them away with the rear mount motor.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
And we are off and running. Our D-main number 2. Oh, wheel gone lost there. Believe that's Hugo. Losing a wheel from the get-go. A real shame there.
Tough luck there for Hugo. He had a brilliant first final.
Mistake there from Brad Verco. Phoenix Eggleton goes right underneath the racking of Brad. So Phoenix now back into the lead. He wants to win this one. Wrap it on up in the second main. Brad trying to fight it back though. Down the front straight away with a whole heap of gas under that hood. Over the hip jump they go. Brad looking for a way around on Phoenix. Through the chicane they go. First, second, third, fourth. All right there. Andy Cook in the 4 spot with another rear mount.
Excellent start here for young Phoenix. Brad in the orange and white behind him. Ben Panic followed by Andrew Cook. Then Kurt Wenger followed by Doyle. Then Young, Hill and Hill. Cross the line they go. Phoenix out front. Phoenix with the win in final number 1. A win here would seal the deal.
Eggs trying to pull a bit of a gap out there now, putting down hot lap of the heat. 31.503 from the previous lap, trying to pull that gap out over Brad Verco. Ben Panic now into the 3 spot. Just on his tail though, the re-amount of Andrew Cook.
After 1 minute 30 seconds.
Ben Panic trying to close in on Brad Verco. He's got past Andrew only a lap or so before. Trying to close back in onto the lead of these boys, battling it out front.
Phoenix, Brad, Ben, and Andrew.
Phoenix still pulling that gap out of 31.5 last time around. Brad Verco with a 31.6. Ben Panic with a 32.6. Cookie with a 32.3. Closing back in on Ben Panic from the previous lap a little bit.
Phoenix out front, but not pulling away from Brad. Brad looking strong. Cross the line goes Phoenix. Oh, hot lap of the race right there from Phoenix. But Brad goes faster with a 31.3.
Equal lap time, slight advantage to Brad Verco as they make their way through the Campbelltown Hobbies double-double. Brad gets it wrong though, comes up short on the second knuckle. Manages to get away with it, doesn't end up needing a marshal, so slight advantage for this lap going towards Phoenix. Eggleton down the hill, hard on the anchors and away he goes. Around the Hobby Wing, Havoc corner and onto the Hills RC main straight away. Gap looking exceedingly bigger this time around. Waiting for Brad to hit the loop, out to 2.4 seconds that time around.
Third spot, Ben Panic. Ben, back-to-back hot laps for him. 32.0 and 31.7 that time. Ben right now 1.7 seconds behind Brad. Brad 2.4 behind. We're at 3 down, 2 to go. It's Young Phoenix, your leader, orange and white, coming on to the straightaway right now.
Ben Panic's really starting to reel in Brad Verco here as they work their way down the main straight. Closing right on in, Brad Verco with a 31.8, Ben Panic with a 31.4, takes another 0.4 of a second out of Brad's gap. Phoenix Eggleton starting to pull away now with 1 minute 30 left on the clock. Phoenix trying to wrap it all up in the second main, just needs to keep a rubber side to the dirt and he'll have it wrapped on up. Slight mistake there from Ben Panic, allowing Brad Verco to pull a little bit more of a gap over him now. It's going to be a tight battle coming towards the end of this race.
Phoenix, Brad, Ben, Andrew, Aydin, Mark, Scott, Kurt, Caden. Here's the order with 1:10 to go. Hot lap, back-to-back hot laps from Phoenix. A 31.0 and a 31.0. Identical lap time to the thousandths of a second there from Phoenix as we got 1 minute to go. Phoenix out front over that tricky tabletop to the left-hand, right-hand combination. Bring it on and straightaway. But Ben Panic now starting to close it. Ben, big send there, closes up right on the rear wing of Brad.
Down the front straight away they go, almost side by side as they enter the straight. Brad under pressure from Ben Panic now. Through the Protec hip jump, Brad goes on his route. Ben Panic, easy pass on through there. Brad going for a roll. Ben just snatching it straight off him. Didn't need to work for it. Less than 30 seconds on the clock now. Phoenix with a beautiful lead out front. They're going to check out. Gone in this one.
Phoenix down the line, he goes. Starting his final lap, 15 seconds to go. Ben second, Brad. We're at 10 seconds to go. They're going to go
10,
one more lap.
9, 8, 7.
30.803, new hot lap from Phoenix that time around. He'll enter his last lap, working his way around. Just needs to keep it rubber side down from here. He's got it in the bag. Phoenix leading the way in our D main. Final couple of corners for young Phoenix Eggleton. Down the main straight away. Young Phoenix will take the overall in the D main.
Excellent run there for Phoenix. Ben having a good run from the 4. Going to bring home a 2. Brad going to bring home a 3. Andrew Cook just setting his best lap there on the last lap there as Cookie brings home the 4. Good run there for fabulous Phoenix.
Another good run there from Phoenix Eggleton in the D main, race number 2 for the D main drivers. We're going to chuck it over to Scotty Guide, who's going to have a chat with Ben Panic.
Ben Panic, second there. By the time you got through, Phoenix was a bit far down the road, but a solid, tidy run for you.
Yeah, probably the best run today. Was fairly ugly this morning. Was questioning why I got out of bed for a fair amount of the day. But yeah, decent run there. But yeah, Phoenix was a little bit too quick and too far up the road.
I think you got out of bed to share this experience with your young fella. Like, what's it been like to, do a world's warm-up with your son here and kind of having a race together?
Yeah, it's great fun. He's driven a lot better than I have. I was having mistakes in every run, so he was doing really good, and it's just good to see him enjoy it. I said to him, come out, do it. I did it in 88. I think I'm the only one here, we were talking before, that raced the World's warm-up in, I think it was the 88 Nats for the 89 World. So, yeah, I've got to race both in my home city, which has been amazing. And I said to him, just come out and enjoy it, have fun, try and do better each run. And he loves this place, so it's good.
Good. Lovely to be able to share that. And nice run there, and all the best for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you, Scotty. Appreciate it.
There you go. That sums up RC racing right there. Ben hasn't had the greatest weekend, but it's been great because he's racing with his son, having his son have a good time. I mean, that's what this hobby's all about. So tip of the hat to Ben, the right attitude, and you got to take the good with the bad. But when your kid's having fun, hey, it's a win.
Yep, absolutely. Started this hobby for myself with same sort of ideas and intentions at least. Dad got me into this hobby. He used to race a lot as well. We started off on road, and we had the same sort of dealio where Dad used to race and helped me out a little bit, and then I got a little bit quicker, and he sort of focused on me a bit more, and the whole works. And then, just went our separate ways a little bit and started doing my own thing, where I got slower.
But you still enjoy it.
Yeah, still loving it. So out on track now, we got our C main number 2.
Got Camden Camilleri. Where's Camden? Camden on his way.
Camden is coming.
Howdy up, howdy up.
We're going to see him sprint past any second.
Yeah, really.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
There's the 10-second call. I think it's, did he say 10?
I think 30.
30? Okay.
Still got time. Going to see us get his wheels on now. Literally.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
Hurry up, hurry up. Just grab his car and let him go in the driver's stand. Up. There you go.
They're all lined up and ready to go now.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
All right, here we go. Peter Seckold bringing the field around here from the number 1 starting spot. Peter with the win in final number 1 here of our C group.
Yeah, Peter looking to wrap this one up early in this one as well. Not far behind him though, Gillott hanging on to that 2-spot. Carter Sims looking pretty quick out there. The moment Gillott just holding up the pack a little bit. It's allowing Peter Seckold to run away early in this one. Already building up about a 1.5 to 2 second gap over the rest of the field.
Nice start to this one. Excellent.
Oh, mistake there from Seckold. Gone for a roll. Right over the curbing as well.
That's one way to do it. Just make a double out of it.
Quick line. Gillott now under pressure up the inside. Carter Sims, move of the day so far. Saw the gap, saw the opportunity, and took it. Great inside line there from Carter Sims over Gillott. Gillott didn't give him an inch, but he took it anyway.
Well done, well done. A good battle there. Down the straightaway, so Sims now to P2. Andrew followed by Jaden, then Ben, Sam, Lachlan, Antoni, followed by Gavin and Camden. Seckold, your leader in the front side. Double he goes. Carter in the red and white, followed by the all yellow on yellow Andrew. The cap right now, 1.4. Second for Seckold, leading the way. 3:30 left to go.
Battle to watch at the moment between Jaden Edmonds and Andrew Gillott. Jaden putting pressure on Andrew left, right, and center, looking for a way around anywhere he can. Down the front straight away they go, 3rd and 4th. Jaden looking left, right, and center. Through the short chute into the chicane. Jaden going right over the curb. It's going to cost him a bit of time as well. He had to go single through the Campbelltown Hobbies double. Drops back a little bit from that mistake. So Gillott with a little bit more breathing room. Gillott actually closing in a little bit on Carter Sims in that last lap as well. We'll check the gaps between the top three. Seckold out in front. 30.7 last time around. He has a 3-second lead back to Carter Sims. Gillott now 3.6 after that. So 0.6 of a second between second and through third. Edmonds another a second after that as well. So Edmonds dropping a little bit off of Gillott. Meanwhile, Gillott really starting to close in on Carter Sims. Working their way around the tricky tabletop. Falling off of the lead a little bit. Peter Seckold out to about a 4-second lead now. Coming across the line that time around with a 30.6.
Sims with a 30.7. Gillott at 30.9. Edmonds 30.7. But it's Seckold out front leading away.
Jaden Edmonds looking to try and close that gap back up on Gillott once again. Meanwhile, Gillott is closing back up on Carter Sims once again. It's ebbing and flowing back between these three drivers. Mistake there from Peter Seckold. He's needing a helping hand. Here comes Carter Sims. Back to an even gap between the first four drivers. Separated by 0.9 of a second now between first and second. Carter on a push now. He sees light at the end of the tunnel, as I say. That goes for a roll in the double-double.
Tough luck there for Carter. It's going to cost him 3, 4, maybe more as he flips over. That's a huge break right now for Seckold. Peter now going to have a big gap between him and the all yellow on yellow of Andrew Gillott. We'll check the gap. Here come Peter across the line. Peter with a 31.1. The gap right now, 2.3 seconds with 1:15 on the clock.
Jaden Edmonds closing right on in on Gillott once again. Pushing as hard as he can. Through the double-double they go. Under the rear wing of Gillott now is Jaden Edmonds, the yellow against the red. Down the Dunbury drop they go into the tricky tabletop. Nose to tail racing between second and third. Gillott and Edmonds working their way to the right-hand side with less than a minute on the clock now. Drag racing down the front straight away. Gillott holding him on up, keeping those lines nice and tight. Over the Protect. Whip jump they go into the chicane. Second and third meanwhile. Peter Seckold charging away once again.
Excellent battle, the final 30-second. Seckold's got this one in the sack right now, the battle, Andrew and Jaden. Andrew keeping that door shut. Jaden looking to the high side. They're sliding around to the tricky table. Jaden takes it short. Oh, coming in hot. Contact made. Andrew going to hold on. They're still going to go one more lap. 15 seconds to go. Seckold out front, 3.5 seconds to the good. We follow the battle here between Andrew and Jaden. Coming into the chicane, they go. Using the curbing, both of them there. Right side, left side. Into the front side, 4-pack. Double-double nicely. Time has finished. Race to the finish line. Finish the lap you're on. Oh, man. Jaden getting it wrong. That's going to cost him a couple. Oh, man, they're wheel in the backside. Elbows out in this one as they race to the finish line. Trying to send it there over the tricky tabletop. To the final corner they go, using the curbing. Drag race down the line. This one coming to a close. Peter Seckold, the winner. Andrew holds on to the 2. Third goes to Edmonds, Cribbins, Sims, Muffin, Williams, Caretti, Camilleri, and Webb.
All of them sending it quick to the line there, trying to find an extra position right at the line. So Seckold will wrap up the C main, gets 2 from 2, finishes it off in the second race for the C's. Gillott coming home at P2. We're going to chuck it over to Scotty G. He's going to talk to another old head of Andrew Gillott. Take it away.
He's been holding his nerve in races since the mid-90s or the early 90s. He's done it again. Andrew Gillott, wheel to wheel right through that one. Felt like the battle never stopped.
Yeah, Jaden and I had a good run then. He was on my tail, catching me, pull back, catching me. Just tried to keep my nerve and race the track, Scotty. You race the track, not the car. So I just tried to focus on my car and the track. And it went all right, went well. Car was better that one. I went back to something I knew. So, yeah, good race.
It's doing my head in seeing not only the yellow paint job, but the X-ray stickers on it. I mean, you've been around for such a long time. Fun to try something different?
I know the body shell was delayed by Australia Post. Yeah, so anyway, went to Tamworth. So I did have painted shells for this meet, and I was using my old shells. Anyway, that's the story behind the yellow shell. I hate running it, actually. I'd rather run my colours, but I will next week when they're here.
Well, all the best for the rest of today and for Driver Day tomorrow.
Thanks, Scotty. Cheers, mate.
Jordan Isergen. David Bada.
Up to our B main now. Race number 2 for B main here on two-wheel drive day at the Pre-World here at Hills RC. A great race in the first race between Lachlan Munday, Davey Bada, Jordan Isagen, Aydin Horne, all battling it out to the line. Expecting another good race here. Aydin Horne starting from that pole position. Everyone getting one gridded up now. So Lachlan Munday taking the win in the first one, looking to try and wrap it all up in the second race. Everyone squared up on the grid, ready to go racing. Marshall's given the thumbs up. About to get underway here. Two-wheel drive modified B main number 2.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
Crowd starting to gather around the track as well as we get closer and closer to our A main final number 2. 15 seconds till start.
15 seconds to the start of the race. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
And we are underway. Aydin Horne will lead them away from their first time around. Into the chicane they go, nose to tail all the way through the field. Into the Campbelltown Hobbies double-double. Nose to tail, freight train through the double-double, working their way to the top of the hill. Into the Dunray drop they go. Nice and clean start from all drivers here. Into the tricky tabletop down the hill. First lap, a beautiful start for all drivers out there. Not a change. Aydin Horne leading the way. Lachlan Munday, Davey Bada. Order remains same all the way through until you get to Toia. Through the double-double we go again. Nose to tail. Everyone keeping a clean nose all the way through. Lachlan Munday under pressure from Davey Bada right on his tail now. Into the Dunray drop they go. That is the closest battle to look for at the moment. Right behind them will be Chase Lemieux running the X-ray in the 4 spot at the moment. Down the front straight away. Aydin Horne starting to pull a bit of a gap out now. He's out to a 8/10 of a second lead.
Into the chicane goes Horne, followed by Munday, Estrogen, and Renderneck. Davey Bada round out your top 5. Through the front side 4-pack they go. Double-double, good lines by both. It is Horne out front. Lachlan Munday took the win in final number 1. Aydin had a 4 spot in final number 1. So we needs to bring this one home
After
here.
1 minute,
Take this one. Across the line goes Horne leading the way. His gap 1.1 second over Lachlan. Then a bit of a gap there, about 1.2 to Jordan and Tom. Davey, Chase, Fuma, followed by Logan, Martin, and Bartek Zalewski. We got 3:15 to go in B main number 2.
Jordan Isagen, the big mover out there at the moment, a 30.0 last time around from P5 up to P3. Closing right on in on Lachlan Munday now. Looking for a way around. Aydin Horne starting to pull a bit more of a gap as they come down the front straight away. The race to watch second and third. Jordan looking for a way around on Lockie, looking up the inside. Couldn't quite get it done there. Under pressure as well from behind with Tom Rinderneck right on their tail. Davey Bada not too far behind after that. Through the Campbelltown Hobbies double-double they go. Up the step up. Around the back straight away. Under pressure is Lachlan Munday. Got a couple of quick drivers right on his tail. He's holding them off very nicely though. Holding those inside lines left, right and centre. Down the front straight away they go. Second, third and fourth. The battle to watch at the moment as Aydin Horne starts to pull away. Out to a 3.3 second lead down the chicane. Lachlan Munday with a bit of an advantage that time around. Jordan under pressure from Tom Rinderneck. Second, third and fourth working their way once again to the back straight away. Good line for all 3 drivers there as Aydin Horne really starts to pull that gap out now. Round the apex to the Hobby Wing Havoc corner. Down the front straight away. Over the line this time around. The gap between first and second out to 3.6 seconds now.
Excellent battle here through the chicane. They go 2, 3, and 4. As Aydin Horne out front to a 3.5 second lead. Lachlan hanging on. He's got a mirror full of Jordan and Tom in the factory white. To the step off they go. Good patience there, keeping it clean. To the tricky table they go. Full send by all. To that left-hand, right-hand combination. Oh, good look to the inside. Nice move there across the start-finish line there. Jordan going to slide up to P2.
Jordan putting his hot lap in that time around as well. A 30 flat. Not quite into the 29s. Aydin Horne, the only driver in the 29s from this race so far. Jordan now with clear track in front of him. Let's see what he can do. He needs to find 4 seconds to catch back up to Aydin. 1 minute left on the clock. Going to be a hard task. Aydin Horne working his way down the front straight. Clear air all around. No pressure with a 29.8 as well. Jordan Isagen that time by a 30.0. Lachlan Munday right behind a 30.6 with Tom Rinderneck a 30.9.
Excellent battle the front side. Double A go. 42 seconds. Got about a lap and a half left to go. Horne checked out gone in this one. The battle for that 2 spot. Jordan, Lachlan, and Tom. A win here from Horne would take this in to final number 3, and that's what we want to see. Cross the line goes Horne, a full straightaway plus with 23 seconds to go. Here's Jordan across the line. Munday right behind him, followed by Renderneck. Then it's Davey, Fuma, Logan, Chase, Martin, and Bartos. We're down to 15 seconds to go.
Good line for our 3 drivers battling it out in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, working their way through the chicane into the Campbelltown Hobby double. Time starts ticking on down. Aydin Horne working his way down the line. He's going to take this one. Head of steam from that one, a 30.0 to wrap things up. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th coming across the line. Isagen coming home in 2nd, Munday in 3rd, and Rinderneck in the 4th spot. So they work their way through the field. Batter coming home in 5th, Toia in 6th, Lemieux in 7th, Martin Bayer in the 8th, Fuma Saito in the 9, and Zaleski in the 10 spot. So taking this one to a decider. Aydin Horne taking the win in that one with a great run. We're going to send it on over to Scotty G, who's going to have a chat with Aydin Horne.
Up next, Rick.
Aydin, I heard you on that track walk last night dropping some F1 lingo. That's what we call a lights to flag win. How was that for you?
Well, you know, what you didn't see is we actually had another track walk after the first set of mains, so we were able to get that dialed in, learn some more lines. But no, yeah, I mean, I'm learning every time I hit the track, getting a little bit more knowledge, a little bit more data, and just getting things dialed in with the team. So the more running we can do, the better. It's nice to have a triple B because that first one would have been a rough way to end it.
Can you take too much? How much information and knowledge and confidence can you take from 2-wheel drive into 4-wheel drive day tomorrow? Different car, obviously, but reset and go again?
Yeah, just it's the repetition. You know, the more laps, the better. And I think everything is going to help. You know, more running, the better.
Well, congratulations on that win. It was a really nice one, and all the best as we go into tomorrow.
Thanks.
Thanks, guys. Back to you. We're getting set to introduce our A final driver, so we'll throw it back to the booth.
1 minute to the start of the race.
Okay. All righty, it is time for A main number 2 of 2-wheel drive modified. We will start with our driver's introduction. We will start with your 10th qualifier. Driving a team associated chassis, drive for factory team. One Up Racing, Plague Bearings, Speedy RC, Berserk RC, J-Spec Stickers, Gaza Motorsports. He is starting number 10 on a grid from Brisbane, Australia. Give it up for Christopher Sturdy. Moving up to 9 on the grid, driving the X-Ray chassis, driving for X-Ray Australia and RC Hobbyland. Your number 9 qualifier from Sydney, Australia, Matthew Couper. Starting at number 8 on the grid, driving a Schumacher chassis, driving for Schumacher, Hobby Wing, Team EAM, Power HD, One Up Racing, MR33, Elefun, Sanwa, 33 Graphics, Trish Bit, Fast Style, and a special huge thanks to Trish for all the help. Starting 8th on the grid from Moss, Norway, give it up for Daniel Kobbevik. Moving up to position number 7, driving the Team Associated chassis. Drive for Team HJ, Sanwa, Hobbywing, Sun Padal, Square, T-Works, ISDT, TD Paint, Deca Plus, and Radio Gaga. Wants to give a big, huge thanks to all his sponsors. Making a trip here from Tokyo, Japan, your 7th qualifier, Koki Kato. Your 6th qualifier, driving the Team Associated chassis. Drive for Hobbywing, Gen Ace, J-Spec Stickers, DRC, Factory Team, Bradley Fine Line Designs, and Plague Bearing. From Sydney, Australia, your 6th qualifier, Jared Ment. Moving up to 5 on the grid, driving the Associated chassis. Drive for Team Associated, Hobbywing, Team EAM, Hot Race, RC Congen, Rude Dog, RDRP, Energy Fuel, Sanwa, TKR Graphics, T-Works, and VP Design. He wants to give a big, huge thanks to Andrew for all the help. Let's go racing. Hashtag WeAreAE. From Odense, Denmark, your number 5 qualifier, Marcus Karup. Number 4 on the grid, driving the X-Ray chassis. Drive for X-Ray, Hootie, Nosram, Futaba, RS Speed, J-Spec Stickers, James Ainley Design, RC Maker, Berserk, and rchobbyland.com.au. From Sydney, Australia, your 4th qualifier, Ari Bakla. Moving up the 3rd on the grid, driving a Schumacher chassis. Drive for Schumacher, El Saram, Team Coyote, J Concepts, Power HD, Toolkit RC, MR33, Tony Sport, Sanwa, Core RC, Trishbit, Double O'Neill, 33 Graphics, and VP Design. Your number 3rd qualifier from Warsaw, Poland, Michal Orlowski. Starting number 2 on the grid, driving a Team Associated chassis. Drive for Team Associated, Hobbywing, J Concepts, Savox, Reds, A-Main, Protec, Futaba, StickIt1Racing.com, Factory Team, Hobby Action, Makita, Kicker, and Live RC. He'd like to thank his parents, his sponsors, and everyone who's helped him get to where he is today. Your number 2 qualifier from Chandler, Arizona, USA. Give it up for Spencer Rivkin. And starting on the pole position, driving a Team Associated chassis. Drive for Factory Team, Berserk RC, J-Spec Stickers, and JA Design. He is from Sydney, Australia. He was your 2-wheel drive top qualifier. Give it up for hometown boy, Lachlan Donnelly. All right, Jerry, you got it. Take it over. Sorry.
Marcus Karup. Matthew Couper.
All right, so there are gladiators here ready to do battle here in our 2-wheel drive main number 2. We had an exciting first round, Mitch, with Michal Orlowski taking it there at the end. It was a 3-horse fight to the end. Orlowski able to grab it.
Incredible race. Looking forward to another one here. Oh, as we say, the Ari Bakla losing a wheel.
Oh, wheel nut. Somebody got a wrench. Somebody got a wrench. Where's Stoney?
Stoney running towards
Keep the car here. Keep the car here on this side. Somebody got a wheel nut wrench.
So Ari's car getting worked on at the moment. We see it picked up on the stream. Ari starting out
check
of
them
the 4th
all.
spot.
Check them all.
Who did those nuts up?
Don't worry. Nobody saw that, Ari. Don't worry about it.
So big thank you to all of our event sponsors for this weekend. Coming off with Campbelltown Hobbies, Hobbywing Technologies, Team Coyote, Global Facilities Maintenance, ProTech RC, A-Main Hobbies, X-Ray Australia, Plague Bearings, AWP Air, Water and Power, Elsaram, RC Hobbyland, Ross Speed Australia, Dunbray, Berserk RC, Den Air, On-Site Hire, and Bob Boss Graphics. We are ready to rock and roll here, Scotty.
We got the grid set here for A-Main number 2, Michal Orlowski from the number 3 spot on the grid. Took round 1, and we are getting ready to rock and roll here in A2.
20 seconds till start. Looking for another good start, just like the B main. Nose to tail racing, at least for the first lap or so before we really start getting into the action.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
And here we go, off and running. A main number 2, two-wheel drive modified here from Hills Off-Road RC 2025 IFMAR two-wheel drive pre-World Championship being led by your top qualifier, Lachlan Donnelly. Excellent start for him with Rivkin behind him and Orlowski. Those three went at it nose to tail for 5 minutes. It came down to the final couple laps here. And now 30 seconds in already here. Down the line they go. Lachlan Donnelly doing what he needs to do. Keep these guys behind him. Lap number 1 in the books. It's Donnelly, Rivkin, Orlowski, Bakla, and Caretti, your top 5.
A great start from our top 3. Starting to pull a little bit of a gap over Ari Bakla. Donnelly with a great start. Spencer Rivkin's coming under pressure from Orlowski now as they work their way down the Dunbury drop. Into the tricky tabletop they work. The right-hand side now, Rivkin under pressure. Orlowski looking for a way around any way he can underneath the rear wing of Rivkin. Down the front straight away they go.
Excellent battle here. Donnelly, Rivkin, and Orlowski running 1, 2, and 3. Then a bit of a break here, but not too far back is Ari Bakla. Marcus Caretti in the 5, followed by Matt Kobbevik. Oh, trouble on the backside of the double there. Looks like it all sorted out.
Ari not far out of this now. He's right in the hunt. This is going to give a lot of room now to Lachlan Donnelly. A great opportunity now for our young local Lachlan Donnelly working his way down the front straight over the loop. We'll have about a 1.5 advantage over Spencer Rivkin in the second spot. Orlowski in 3. Oh, Ari getting it wrong on turn 1.
He just took that spot from Orlowski coming onto the straightaway, but he gave it right back at the end of the straightaway. So Orlowski back to P3. He's got to put his head down to try to reel in Rivkin and Donnelly. We got a minute 5-0 complete. 3:10 left to go. Lachlan Donnelly last time by a 1.8 second lead as he brings the field around here to complete lap number 4. Lachlan across the line, 2 down, 3 to go.
Rivkin putting in hot lap of the he's closing right on in. 29.2 to 29.80 for Lachlan Donnelly. Gap down to 1.3 seconds. Rivkin bringing the heat out now. Fastest lap of the day, I believe, that we've seen. Rivkin really pushing hard from here. Into the tricky tabletop they go. The 2 purple cars. Donnelly out front. Rivkin right behind. Michael Orlowski definitely not out of this one, left with 2 minutes 30 to go.
Lachlan across the line. His best lap, 29.7. Here, 29.8. Orlowski down in the 29 now. 29.8. He's 1.8 behind Rivkin. So it's the 2 associated purple and whites right now, Donnelly and Rivkin. Behind him, Orlowski rocking a Schumacher, followed by the associated Caretti and the X-ray there of Ari Bakla behind him in car 4, position number 5. We're at 2:05 to go right now. Lachlan out front, Rivkin trying to close the gap. 1.4 the gap last time by, this time by 1.2. 29.8 to Rivkin's 29.5.
Rivkin with a great line through the chicane last time around. He's going to double it up again this time. Has a great line into that double-double Campbelltown Hobbies. Up to the top of the track. Lachlan Donnelly pulls away a little bit last time. He keeps it about the same this time around, though. Rivkin trying to close back in with 1 minute 30 left on the clock. The gap last time by 1.2 seconds. Looking a little bit closer this time by as we hit the loop. Gap down to 1 second with Rivkin putting down a 29.3. Donnelly with a 29.5. Orlowski still not out of this, but falling back a little bit now with 1 minute 20 left on the clock.
Fantastic fight here. Lachlan and Spencer over the backside. Double A go. Line that off to step up. Downhill they go to the tricky table. A tough section here to the hairpin. There, right on the curbing there is Rivkin trying to use every inch possible to reel in Donnelly. Across the line, 1 minute to go, 1 minute to go. That time by Donnelly and Rivkin, both hot lap, but a 29.11 hot lap of the weekend right there for Rivkin. Bringing the heat, closing in on Lachlan. We got 45 seconds to go.
Down the back straight away into the Dunbury drop. Rivkin starting to apply more and more pressure with only 35 seconds left on the clock. Round up to the hobby wing. Having mistake there from Donnelly. Spencer Rivkin on through. Down the front, straight away they go. Now in Donnelly's hand to try and close back on up. Rivkin has closed it up multiple times. It is now Donnelly's time to try and get back on past.
We're at 21 seconds to go. They hit the line at 29 seconds to go, so it's going to be very close for another lap. We're at 15 seconds to go. Rivkin in control right now. Donnelly in second. Orlowski third. We're at 8 seconds. We're at 7. We're at 6. We're at 5. It's going to be close. Keep going. The time is running down here in A-main number 2. Time has finished. Race to the finish line. Finish the lap you're on. Spencer Rivkin, Lachlan, Donnelly, you're done. A-main number 2 in the books is this one coming to a close. Spencer Rivkin taking the win. This one going to A-main number 3.
Jared meant done.
Donnelly gonna go second. Orlowski 3, Caretti 4, Bakla 5, Kobbevik, Kato, Couper, Ment, and Sturdy.
2 seconds now going the way of Lachlan. Donnelly just couldn't quite close that one out either. It's going the way of Spencer Rivkin after a late race mistake from Donnelly. Tight race once again from our A-main. We're going to head on over to Scotty Guide, who's going to have another chat, this time with Spencer Rivkin.
We're with A2 winner Spencer Rivkin. That's perhaps an exercise in pressure telling right on that last lap was when you finally got by.
Yeah, I mean, you can't definitely give up at all out there. You definitely don't know what's going to happen until the tone goes off and you cross the line. So, yeah, my start was a little bit slow. I got a little squirmy on the double-double, and me and Michal kind of, I don't really know if it was just a racing incident. It just kind of squirmed me on the jumps. So, yeah, A3 will be fun, I think, like you were saying. It's just good repetition of just kind of learning the pressure of just like driving with other cars on the track. Obviously, with the track being kind of loose, there's more squirming going on, and you have to use the brakes in different spots that you wouldn't traditionally do if you had free air. So, yeah, I mean, obviously, Lachlan basically led the whole race to the last lap. So, I definitely think in general, qualifying, if you're not first, you basically have to keep the pressure on. I thought I didn't do a really good job at that at the beginning. So, yeah.
So last time we had the opportunity for an extended chat, you were here for the Nationals. Track's been a bit different this week, but what different things have you learned this week than you learned on the last trip? What's been the kind of value in being here a second time around?
Honestly, the restaurants. I definitely know where all the good food is, so I definitely think that's a pretty big key there. Yeah. The restaurants, the cafes, that's the biggest upgrade.
Are you keeping those restaurant identities secret, or is that something you're prepared to share with drivers from other teams, or is that specifically an AE kind of situation?
I'll be more than happy to share my Yelp favorite list. So definitely good restaurants, hanging out with the local guys here. I got to give it out to the Andrew Slavegy, Ray, and his family, the Munday family, the Mints, the Donnellys. They've been making it really welcoming for us from the States. So as far as our team goes, huge round of applause to those guys, because ultimately it's those guys are local here, and they're giving us opportunities to improve our stuff and showing us the good restaurants.
Yeah. Fantastic. Well, that's our A2 winner, Spencer Rivkin. I think by my maths, we're going to have 3 drivers in it to win this afternoon in terms of this being a race meeting in and of itself. We know that it's really about preparation for the Worlds, but it could be a pretty fun A3 later on.
For sure. Absolutely.
All the best for that one and tomorrow.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
That's Spencer Rivkin taking A2. We're going to get set and go into a third round of finals, of course, as we work our way through two-wheel drive day here at Hills Off-Road RC for the World's warm-up. All this is just an entree for what lies ahead a little later in the year. For now, let me throw it back to Mitch and Scotty back in the Team Associated booth.
All right, we are ready to rock and roll here in round number 3. Looks like they're opening it up for warm-ups here. And Mitch, it has been an exciting couple rounds of finals. We got one more round to go, and most of the mains are still open.
Yeah, I think there's only 2 races or 2 heats.
That are solved.
Yep.
This one is open. Ashley with the first and a second, Nick with the first and a second, Andrew with 2 threes. So anything could happen. Andrew still got an outside chance to be able to do this. We shout out to everybody watching online. How are you, Drew? Thank you very much. Glad you're enjoying it. At work watching. Not getting much work done then, Drew, I'm assuming. A2 was thrilling. Spencer Rivkin took the win in that one, so it's going to come down to the final for these guys. Zach Ryan checking us out. How are you guys? All joining us. Coming to you here from beautiful Hills Off-Road RC in Sydney, Australia on a beautiful picture and absolute perfect day. I mean, you could not ask. A light wind blowing, 0 clouds in the sky. It's been 24, 25 degrees, 75, 78 American, and it's just been absolutely beautiful. And we hope you're enjoying this coverage here from RC Race Media presented by Team Associated. My name is Scotty Ernst. I'm with Mitch on the mic.
Yeah, yep.
Nobody knows your last name. It just knows you by Mitch on the mic.
Yeah, that's my last name.
Yeah.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
Middle name of On and the.
So Mitch is the voice of RC at most big races here down in Australia. Great to have him as my tag team partner this weekend. We're down to 15 seconds to go. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Nick or Ashley?
10,
or is Andrew going to sneak this one out? We're going to find out here in 10 seconds.
7, 6, 5.
And here we go. Nick Poole bringing the field around. Ashley being patient there. Oh, Ashley sends it. Marshall's on it.
Costly mistake there.
Oh, rut-roll. Ashley from 2nd to 7th. Nick Poole having trouble. He gets it sorted out.
Oh, real rough start there from Ashley, dropping way, way down the order now. Getting 1 spot back, I think, on Stephen. Nick Poole leading the way through the chicane. He goes. Blair in the 2 spot. Stuart in 3. Those 3 separated by about a second each. Over the tricky tabletop goes Nick Poole, getting a little bit nose heavy there. Good battle going on for 2nd spot as they come together there. Blair and Stuart working away down the front straight away. That's a battle to watch at the moment. Oh, mistake there coming into turn 1. Comes to grief. So Andrew working his way back into this race now. Back up to P3. Nick trying to run away with this one. He's already got 1 win to his name. Looking to double up here in the 3rd and final race for our F main.
3:30 to go in this one. Coming around a complete lap, number 3. On in the front straightaway across the stripe. Nick Poole out front with a huge lead. Massive lead here, 4.1 and 3 laps in. Through chicane goes Poole.
Andrew looking for a way around any way he can. Ends up getting into the back there of Stuart. Gentleman racing there. Andrew going over the top, gets it done. Stuart takes it back off of him side by side as they go into the Elstrom step up into the Dunbrae drop. They still coming together out there at the moment. Up the inside for Andrew.
Excellent battle here for that 2 spot. Nick Poole out front, even with the lead, just doing a hot lap of the race on lap 4. Cross the start finish line, the battle hot and heavy. Andrew Carrick from the 4 to the 2 now. Stuart 3. And Andrew, he has 2 threes so far. Every spot's so important, trying to make the top 3.
Oh, slight mistake there from Stuart. Managed to catch it though. Didn't end up on his roof. Comes down pretty hard on the knuckle from the 2nd double in the double-doubles. Got away with that one though.
Cross start finish line goes Poole. Poole leading the way. Andrew second. Stuart, Rob, Ashley, Stephen, and
After
Blair.
3 minutes, the top drivers are
2
Nick
minutes
Poole,
to go.
Andrew
It's an
Carra,
8.1
and
second
Stuart
lead for
McMahon.
Nick. The battle, Andrew and Stuart. Andrew sends it full over to Kirby. Same with Stuart. Stuart doing his best lap, 33.5. Ashley Coble, 32.8. Hot lap of the race. Ashley trying to get back in this fight after a tough start.
Nick really starting to stretch his legs out there now. 8 seconds to lead last time around. Down the front straight away comes second spot, so almost probably about 2 straight lengths in it. Out to 9.5 seconds between Nick Poole and Andrew. After that, Stuart not too far behind, only about 1.5 seconds between second and third as those drivers working their way through the double-double brought to you by Campbelltown Hobbies. Into the Elserum step up. Oh, mistake there from Stuart. It's going to allow him to fall into the grips of Ashley Cobble now. 1 minute left on the clock.
Poole out front, Carrick, McMahon, your top 3. Ashley trying to come back after that tough start up to P4. 45 seconds ago, Nick trying to lock down the overall, a win in final 1, a second in final 2, and a W here would seal the deal and give him the win of the F final.
Battle going on over the Campbelltown Hobbies double-doubles there on side by side in the entry to that. Still cranking it out with a great battle going on. Coming into this race is Rob Smith now. So a 3-car battle between third, fourth, and fifth. 20 seconds left on the clock. Mistake there by Andrew coming onto the straight.
36-second lap, so loss of time. Now across start-finish line. Stuart, Ashley, and Rob, a 3-way fight. 7 seconds ago, Nick Poole on the way here to the overall.
Last lap around as everyone making their way to the line. Time expires. Cross the line, these drivers will be done. Nick Poole coming to the line here. Taking the win in F main. Number 3 will take the overall top spot in the F main. That battle's still going on between second, third, and fourth. Spread out a little bit as they work their way to the line. Andrew will bring it home in the 2 spot. Coming home in P3 with the rear mount. Ashley Cobble. Stuart McMahon coming home in 4th. Rob Smith rounding out the top 5. Stephen and Blair rounding out your overall field.
So the overall win going to go to Nick Poole. Second overall goes to Ashley Coble. Third to Andrew Carrick, followed by Stuart, Rob, Stephen, and Blair. Round out your field. We're going to need a couple volunteer marshals for this one as we get ready for our E-main number 3.
Blowers getting around the track once again. Track has changed from marbling getting pushed off the track to dry dust. So that is how the track changes throughout the day. Nice beautiful blue groove really starting to poke its head through, as you can see from that high cam there. You can see the racing line all the way around the track.
You know, it's going to be interesting, Mitch, tomorrow with only 6 or so heats with 4-wheel drive, if the track dries much quicker. Now with, you know, more tear and wear on the track from 4-wheel drive cars. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
I'm going to chuck it over to Scotty Guy now. We're going to have a good chat. Take it away, Scotty.
We're here with Andrew Carrick. Nice run in F3 this afternoon. How's the rest of the day been for you?
It was, pretty sketchy this morning. Yeah, I think it was for everyone, but I struggled, big time.
Pretty difficult conditions to drive a 2-wheel drive buggy this morning, but this afternoon the grips come up, and you get a really nice run then.
Yeah, no, I quite enjoyed that one. That was really, really good. Best one I've had so far, I think.
Well, are we seeing you on track tomorrow?
Yeah, definitely, 100%.
Well, all the best. Hope you have a great day in 4-wheel drive.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Up now is E-main race number 3. Wins going in the way of Rob Maycock.
Riley Lander.
Scotty Giles with a win to his name as well. So Ryan Reynolds, a bit of a meat in the sandwich there with a second and a third. We could expect to see cars on track any second now. Looks like we got our marshals out there. A couple of volunteers helping us out with this one. Looking for 1 or 2 more, I think.
We could use a couple more.
Yeah.
Oh, at the start. Thanks, Peter.
Greg Garcia watching on from Vancouver, Canada.
Hey, Greg, how are you? Welcome. John Moore.
Ryan
No,
Reynolds.
that word's not even
James
coming up on this
Whitmore.
broadcast. That is a
Trent
DNC talk
Rob
only.
Maycock, Yoshiyuki Chikuba. Zac Panic.
Have you ever listened to
Scott
DNC when
Giles.
you talk about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't talk about it.
All right.
Yeah, that one also, yeah. That's my mate.
So Rob once again will lead us away for our third and final E-main. Once again, wins go on a piece to Scotty Giles and Rob Maycock, with Ryan Reynolds at second and a third, currently sitting second overall. Needing a good result in this one, otherwise could very easily get jumped. Okay. Respect.
Might be.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
So we are getting ready to go here for our E-main number 3. Final 15 seconds before we get back
15
under
seconds
racing
to the start of the
conditions.
race. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
And here we go. Rob Maycock bringing the field around this one. Another one wide open. Here, Rob with a 2 and a 1. Scott with a 1 and a 6. Ryan with a 3 and a 2. Chris Lander with a 4 and a 3. All those guys got a chance here to take the overall win in the E-main. E for excellent.
Bit of chaos through the field there. It's going to allow a bit of a breakaway pack. Top 5 drivers looking to have broken away from the rest of the field. Top 2 drivers themselves even starting to create a bit of a breakaway as well as they work their way down the front straight away. Rob Maycock with Scotty Giles. What colour is that cast?
That is blur.
That is
Color.
blur.
Blur.
Top 2 drivers through the chicane. They go into the Campbelltown Hobbies double-double. After that, a bit of a gaggle pack working their way around as well. We got Chris Lander, Ryan Reynolds, and James Whitburn all battling it out for 3, 4, and 5. Mistake there from Rob Maycock. Here comes Scotty Giles. Scotty gets it wrong as well. Rob takes it back off of him.
That was Scotty just trying to grip too much throttle there. Broke it loose. Rob takes advantage of it, but the battle right there continues on. Chris Lander is 3, Ryan Reynolds 4. James followed by Chikuba, moving from 10 to the 6 through the chicane. Goes Rob, single, Scott, single. All these guys, single.
Rob Maycock, a fellow short course enthusiast, multiple time national champion in short course truck here in Australia. Doing well out front. Scotty with a slight mistake there is now coming to the grips of Chris Lander and Ryan Reynolds right behind. So mistake again by Scotty Giles, running a little bit wide. Chris not quite having enough room to get past. Checking up there is Ryan Reynolds, having to slow it down on the main straight.
Yeah, hard on the binders there. Saw the brake disc glowing as he checked up.
Rob Maycock still leading the way out there at 31.8. New hot lap of the heat going towards Rob Maycock that time around. Into the tricky tabletop. Scotty trying to close that gap back on down. It's a big gap to close in though. Going big there. Ryan Reynolds trying to look for a way around on Chris Lander. Good battle going down the straight at the moment. Closing in on the halfway mark here with Rob leading the way.
Rob last lap 32.0. Got a 3-second lead right now over Scott. Both these guys in a chance for the overall win. Scott's going to have to put his head down, reel him in. Rob going over the tricky table. Here comes Scott now, down the hill over the tricky table. Gap last lap 3.0. Looks like it's going to be a little more. It's going to be a lot more now as Giles is upside down. My fault.
That allows Ryan Reynolds now into the 2 spot. Chris Lander in the 3, not too far behind. It's giving all the more room to Rob Maycock now. Out front going up the Elstrom step up into the Dunray drop towards the tricky tabletop over towards the right-hand side. Meanwhile, second and third working their way around the same sections now into the tricky tabletop. Your leader works his way down the front straight last time by. Gap was 5.4. Check the gap as your second and third drivers making their way down the straight now. 4.9 to Ryan Reynolds putting down a hot lap of the heat that time around.
Bringing it there, trying to make this a race. He's got a long way to go. It's Rob, Ryan, Chris Scott, and James Whitbourne, your top 5. We got 1:30 to go here in E-Main number 3. Rob Maycock in control.
Rob making his way through a bit of traffic there, staying nice and patient as he gets another driver on through. So down the front straight away goes Rob. Ryan Reynolds working his way down the straight this time around at 31.1, closing in by almost a second from that lap alone. He needs to find another 4 of them though, with 1 minute left on the clock.
Rob in control of this one. He got a little over 4 seconds, but Ryan Reynolds doing all he can. He's just running out of time.
Fair bit of traffic coming up here for Rob Maycock to navigate. Your leader working his way onto the front straight as we pick up with him on camera. Down the front straight over the loop, that time by Rob starting to feel the pressure. Needs to lay down some laps of 31.6 for Rob, at 31.9 for Ryan. Knows what he's got to do. Heap of traffic now in front of Rob.
Oh man, the seas part for your leader.
The top drivers are
But
Rob
then
Maycock,
gets
Ryan
collected
Reynolds,
again.
and Chris
Rob
Lander.
makes it through. 20 seconds ago for Rob to bring this one home.
Ryan Reynolds getting caught up there. Elstrom step up, catching out Ryan Reynolds. Final 10 seconds on the clock. Rob Maycock looking to get a victory lap in here once again. Down across the line he goes with 5 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be tight here for Ryan Reynolds. He's going to push. Keep on going, keep going. Ryan makes it on through. Chris Lander does not though. So both Ryan Reynolds and Rob Maycock on a lap out there at the moment. Rob with plenty of room in hand, just needs to keep it rubber side down from here on. Clean track in front of him. Ryan with a couple of cars separating him between the leader. As your leader makes his way down the front straight away, give it up for Rob Maycock. 31.4 to wrap it up here. Ryan Reynolds coming home in a very strong second place, starting from the 6th place on the grid. Will secure him second place overall. That's a good bump up spot there from P6 to P2.
Good run there for Rob, taking a 1, 2 and a 1 and a 1. So is Rob going to take the overall? Ryan Reynolds second, Scott Giles goes 3, Chris Lander 4, James Whitbourne 5. Zach going to go 6, Ron 7, Riley, Trent, and Yoshiyuki Chikuba going to round out your 10-car field.
Race number 15.
Good run there for the E group. Time for the D-Main coming up. D-Main's up next.
Scotty G's ready for an interview with Chris Lander. Take it away, Scotty.
I've been waiting for this moment all day, the opportunity to chat to an old mate, Chris Lander. Nice run there to P3 in that last final for the day.
Yeah, it was fun. It was a little bit slow, but the guys are really clean, and it's good racing with them.
Any messages for the little brother up in Brisbane, who's I'm sure watching on this afternoon?
Oh, I've got Riley. It's all that matters. As long as I beat Riley, it's all that matters. And he's been egging us both on, and yeah, I've still got it for the time being. It won't be long, but for now I've still got him.
Great to have you here this weekend, mate. Hope you've enjoyed the running so far.
Yeah, it's fantastic. You know, have an event like this in your own backyard is just fabulous, and seeing the best of the best just do their thing is, it's always wonderful to see that. So yeah, so cool and awesome track, awesome weather.
Beautiful. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Eggleton, Scott Hill, Caden Hill, Ben Panic.
All right, so we got D-Main coming up. All these mains have been really good.
Every race.
Wenger.
All right, we need Hugo to have some good luck now.
Yeah.
I'm sure they double check the wheel nuts.
Hopefully. So Brad Verco will lead him out once again. Phoenix Eggleton already with this one wrapped on up. Took the win in D1 and D2. Still going to have a run, Pete? Still having a run? Yep. Phoenix is still going to show up and try to dominate all three.
Dominate.
Still a bit of time till we start this one off. So Brad Verco, Phoenix, Andrew Cook, Ben Panic, Hugo Tsang your top 5. Final couple of modifications to the grid as we get ready to go racing here. Thumbs up from the marshal. Looks like we are ready to go.
45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race."
All smiles up on the stand for now.
Oh, yeah, everybody having a
wait
good
till we
time.
get into racing action. 20
Brad is
seconds
to your
now.
left there. That's old school. Long time racer. For decades been running.
15 seconds to the start
All
of
right.
the race.
Coming up on a 10-second
10,
countdown.
9,
See if Phoenix can clean this one out,
7,
take all three, or
6,
Brad got something to say about it. And here we go, off and running. Phoenix mixed it up, changing bodies, got the silver bullet out there.
Fairly clean start out there for this race. So I say that starts to go on the opposite side
your
of things.
fault.
I said something.
Yeah. All right, Brad from pole. Good start. Oh, man.
Phoenix pushing up hard on Brad that time around. It's really closed on in now. Over the Protec. Whip jump they go. Into the chicane. By plague bearings to the Campbelltown Hobbies double. Phoenix looking for any way around on Brad. He can't do it that way though.
Good.
Leary lives the spot. Here comes Ben Panic now.
Good job there by Phoenix. Addressing that. A little bit of contact there. It happens. Best way to do it just like that. Ben gets a little bit crossed up there. Going to let Hugo Tsang go by. Hugo had a great run in final number one. Some tough luck in turn one, lap one. Driving the wheels off it. See if he can overcome that.
Ben Panic and Hugo going wheel to wheel there. Ben really getting on the anchors late there. Sliding on wheel to wheel action with Hugo. Hugo hot lap of the heat so far, 32.1. Phoenix still just behind Brad. Virgo looking for any way around he can once again. That is on into the back of him. He's going to have to wait for that one. And he does so as well. So that allows Hugo now into the lead. See what Hugo can do with a bit of fresh air in front of him. Through the chicane they go. First, second, third, fourth. Ben Panic definitely not out of this one either. Oh, Hugo up on his lid he goes.
Phoenix takes advantage of that. Goes to the front. Brad and then there Ben.
Ben looking racy out there at the moment.
Up on the curbing is Ben. Nice line there. Putting pressure on Brad. Down the straightaway they go. It's the silver bullet there. Phoenix leading the way. Orange and white Brad rather. Ben behind them in his pink and yellow. Oh, Brad just sends it over the curb. Phoenix a little bit short. Contact there. Ben Panic says, thank you very much. I got to go. I'll see you when I see you. But he gets taken out there. Trouble from Hugo. Hugo waits. Very nice sportsmanship there. It happens. But terrible luck for Panic.
Oh, rough there for a couple of drivers. Seem to all just come together all at the same time, just in different spots. Out front, though, Phoenix Eggleton, line astern, back into the lead. He goes 34.4, so slow lap for all of our top five drivers. Phoenix with a slight roll there, manages to catch it, though. Keeps it just in front of Brad Verco. Through the Campbelltown Hobbies double they go. Into the Elsa room, step up. First, second, and third. Ben Panic still not out of this one with 2 minutes left on the clock.
I'm thinking Ben's going to take it.
Looking quick out there. He is.
Ben wants some redemption. All right, down the line. Phoenix looking so good. Oh, Brad, hot lap of the race, 31.002. Rocking the orange and white. 31.2 there for Ben. That's Ben's hot lap.
Man, that rear mount car looks so good through some of these corners.
It does.
Getting on the gas, just about popping the front wheels off the ground. There we go.
There you go.
That's a great example of it.
That was nice.
Now onto the front straightaway we go. Eggleton, Brad Verco. Ben with a slightly slower lap this time around, losing a little bit of time to these guys. Out to 2.8 seconds the gap between Brad Verco and Ben Panic in the 3 spot. Eggleton, your leader, putting down hot lap of the race, that time by 30.501.
Ben with a little traction roll there as he rolled it. Oh, Brad getting into the grass. That's a big break there for Phoenix. With just under 1 minute to go in this one. It's our D main. C main's up next. Ben Panic third. Kurt Wenger now to the 4, followed by Hill and Hill. Hugo, followed by Andrew, Aydin, and Mark. Oh, Verco gets it wrong. Here comes Panic to the inside. And Ben was waiting. I would have said go on. Brad had got it wrong coming on. Brought it back in line.
They race on now, though. So Brad right under the rear wing. Oh, Ben looking for a way around. Gets up the inside on the gas.
The traction of the rear motor. Took advantage. Oh, pile up behind.
It's chaotic out there at the
poor
moment.
Ben. Ben cannot buy a break today.
10, 9,
Marshall.
7.
So your leader at the moment, Phoenix Eggleton, looking for the clean sweep. Won't quite get a victory lap out there as Brad gets on through. Scott Hill, Kurt getting a good run there. Coming home P4. Your leader out there at the moment, coming his way through traffic. Phoenix Eggleton with a couple of corners to go, going right over the top of Aydin Young. Last corner here, Eggleton winning the first one and winning the second one. D-main victory all round for Phoenix Eggleton.
Phoenix taking a sweep here to the D final. Brad going to bring home a 2. Scott, Kurt, Ben, Andrew, Mark, Caden, Aydin, and Hugo. Good run there for young Phoenix. 11 years old. Great run, great sportsmanship. Really good. Brad Verco is running the GP3D car from Andy Cook. All right, and we are going to try to get Brad Verco here in an interview. And we're going to throw it down here to Scott G. Going to have a chat with Brad.
We're live with Brad Verco after that final. Brad, I've got to tell you that that car that you're driving is the only one here today that I really want to wheel later on. It looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's really good actually. I sort of been a bit disillusioned lately and I wasn't sure what cars I wanted to run, or maybe I'll even run at all this weekend. And Andrew Cook reached out and suggested maybe I should have a play with one of his after having a drive. Here he is. I had a drive of Andrew's car down at Knox a few months ago when I went down there for the state titles, and I quite enjoyed it. And when he said you're not very happy, he said have one of these, and so I built it last week. I had one battery pack on it last Friday before the track was closed, and yeah, it's been great. Not quite where I would have liked in the D final, but probably only a few spots back from where I would have been otherwise. So really happy, and I've had enjoyment every time. Coming out of the corner, pulling the wheel stands, old school, chucking us sideways out through the first corner. It's really enjoyable to drive compared to the modern cars. So yeah, really enjoyed it.
Love to see a smile on your face at the end of Saturday. Glad you've had a good time. Thanks for being here today.
Great, thank you.
Lachlan Williams, Samuel Muffet, Gavin Webb, Peter Seckold, Andrew Gillott.
So out on track now, C-main number 3.
Jaden Edmonds.
Everyone checked on in. Great to see. So Phoenix Eggleton taking the 3 for win, win, and a win. Clean sweep.
Good run there for Phoenix. We got C-main. We got 3 to go.
Everyone making their way around to the grid. C-main racing will be at its best for this one. I feel a good race coming on here, Scotty. Seckold's had a win and a win.
Sure.
So he has the opportunity for a clean sweep as well. He's also out there having a race. Let's see what Andrew Gillott has to offer in this race.
Oh, Tony taking a Jaden Edmonds. Tony making a call here. That 15-second call. We get ready to go. Think Seckold's going to sweep?
9.
I don't think so.
8.
I think he might.
Think
6,
so?
5.
Curtis Sims. All right, here we go. Oh, man. Coming in hot to the corner, piled up the field. All right, Peter, with a good start. Andrew and Carter.
Seckold pulling away early in this one. Gillott trying to keep that gap down. Carter Sims right there as well. So after that, Jaden Edmonds looking really racy once again. Onto the front straight away, the Hills. RC main straight goes your leader of Peter Seckold, a 31.5 to kick things off. Quick first lap there for Seckold, trying to build that gap early on through the plague bearing chicane. After that, second, third and fourth, freight training through the Campbelltown Hobbies double-double.
Excellent start here for this one, Peter. Andrew Carter and Jaden Edmonds, top 4 roll out in qualifying order. Then it's going to be Williams, Cribb, and Gavin moving up 3. Then by Anthony, Samuel, and Camden. 1 down, 4 to go across the line. Seckold 29.9. Seckold in the 29s here in the C group.
Oh, Jaden Edmonds around the outside there. Carter Sims cut him off as he got to the apex. Beautiful move there. Don't see that too often around the outside. Replay rolling of Jaden around the outside, just taking the apex away from Carter.
That was
what a
nice
move.
Excellent move there around the outside.
So Jaden now right hot in the heels of Gillott. Everyone's been struggling to get past Gillott. Gillott just running those nice, smooth racing lines, not giving anyone an inch out there. So Jaden might have to really push the point here. So they work their way through the double-double. Around backing themselves and into the Elsram step up. Jaden right under the rear wing of Andrew Gillott now.
Edmonds definitely looking good here in final 3. At will he goes by. Oh my, Andrew, nothing he could do. There was a car whip. Edmonds took it. Edmonds now 30.4 on the way to the front. Peter Seckold, he has a 3.2 second lead. Andrew going to try to take it back. Edmonds, nice little whip there on the backside of the front side double.
Gillott had a couple of looks there. Edmonds making a couple of slight mistakes through turn 1, 2, and 3 complex and couldn't quite get it done. So Edmonds holding on to that 2 spot for now at least. Trying to pull a gap over Andrew Gillott to close that gap up to Peter Seckold as Seckold goes 29.921.
Excellent lap there for Pete. Pete, that's pro lap times right there. Edmonds 30.3, Gillott 30.7.
Oh, Gillott having a rough lap in this one as his second roll.
Watch out, Zach. Look out. Oh, Zach trying to get there in and out in time.
Everyone ended up on their wheels somehow.
After 3 minutes, the top drivers are Peter Seckold, Jaden Edmonds.
Cross the line goes Seckold. Edmonds second, 3.5 second back. Peter trying to make it a clean sweep. A little hot there coming into chicane. Able to muscle it over the front side double. Same with Edmonds. Following Peter Seckold out front, trying to bring home the triple trifecta here and clean sweep of the C mains. Here comes Seckold across the line. Edmonds with 1:25 to go. Edmonds 29.6 hot lap, bringing the heat there as Edmonds made up a second that time on your leader. So this one far from over when 1:15 to go. Seckold down the back chute he goes.
Edmonds really on a push out there now. Gap closing right on in, 2.6 seconds that time around with 1 minute left on the clock. Seckold pushing it down the straightaway now. See what he has in return. A 30.181. That's not slowing down at all either. A 30.0 for Jaden Edmonds takes another 10th out of Seckold's lead. Needs a bit more out of it though with only 45 seconds left on the clock.
Our leader getting through some traffic. He does. Seckold over that back short chute there he goes.
Ooh, getting caught on the pipe just slightly there. Would have only lost a couple of tenths. Got away with it.
Oh, Edmonds is bringing it. 30 seconds to go. We are going to go one more lap. Seckold across the line.
Oh,
our leader going to be coming up. Oh, man. Edmonds 29.9. Seckold trying to bring it home here.
Edmonds getting all the way out to the pipe there. 2 wheels all the way onto the PVC piping. Keeping him on the track there.
10,
getting away pretty lucky there. Seckold trying to hold on here. Gap down to less than 2 seconds.
4,
looking pretty good from here. Just needs to keep a rubber side down to the dirt. Last corner. Peter Seckold's going to bring it on home. Jaden Edmonds making his way around. Slow last lap. It brings it home around MP2 with Carter Sims rounding out the top 3.
Very good run there for Peter Seckold. Holding on to the pressure.
Andrew
James a good
Gillott
run.
done.
Carter goes 3. Ben
Antoni
4.
Caretti done.
Andrew, Anthony, Samuel,
Samuel
Lachlan,
Muppet
Gavin, and Camden is the
Lachlan
order
Williams
here.
done.
And our C
All
main
drivers
number
are
3
finished.
complete. Overall,
Gavin
Peter
Webb
takes
done.
it. Jaden goes second. Andrew
race is
Gillott
completed.
3. Get ready here for race 17. Big shout out to everybody watching online. Chime in, let us know where you're watching from. Love to have a little shout out here. Let us know where you're watching from. As we got our B main coming up, then our A main number 3.
Going to chuck it over to Scotty Guide with a chat now with Jaden Edmonds.
B3 main.
Standing here with Jaden Edmonds. Jaden, you and I chatted about lunchtime about how your car was a little bit tough this morning, but it really came alive this afternoon. Looked really good towards the back end of that third final for you.
Yeah, we basically went back to where we were yesterday, so maybe chased it a bit too much this morning and should have just left the car and waited for the track. But it's all learning, you know, new platform, and this is what this event's for, building up into Worlds, which is a big one, yeah.
Tell me what it's been like for you to have the opportunity to work with some international teammates. That's the first time you've been able to do that with the Shoemaker team. Has that been a good experience?
Yeah, working with all the boys has been really good. Me and Tom sort of started with the same setup, and the other two went their own way. And so we're finding the balance between where we should be. And I think, yeah, it's been really good.
Good stuff. Well, all the best for tomorrow, four-wheel drive day. We'll see you go at it again.
Thank you.
Tom Rinderknecht. Logan Toia. Fuma Saito. Jordan Iserton.
All right, B
Lachlan
main
Munday.
coming up. Mitch, and this is
Martin
another
Bayer.
one wide open. Lachlan with a 1 and a 3. Aydin with a 1 and a 4. Jordan with a 2 and a 3.
Horne.
David Bada 2 and a
Chase
5.
Lemieux.
So all these guys absolutely in the hunt for the B main. And granted, a B main win not as good as an A main win, but hey, a win's a win, right?
Win is a win in racing. Yeah, Aydin Horne starting off the top spot, looking for a good result in this one. He had a win in the last race and looked very comfortable once he got out in front and had a little gap. So Lachie Munday wanting to close that gap up and try and get in front early on. Lachie having the win in the first race.
1 minute.
Backing it up with a P3 last time around.
There's a great shot of the driver's stand. On the left, that's Dan Marr. He's the referee. Martin Bayer behind him. Lachlan Munday. Is that
45 seconds to the start
Bartek
of the
next to
race.
him? Is that Toia then, I think? Next to him. Then Fuma Saito. Then looks like, is that Renderneck? That's
30
That's what I
seconds
got.
to the start of the race.
One to watch out for again, and this one will be Jordan Iserton having a great finish to that last race. Keep an eye out for Jordan, getting more and more familiar with that associated car. Got 15 seconds till start. Gonna go racing
15
with our
seconds to the
B
start of the
main number
race.
3, all open here.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
And here we go, Aydin Horne bringing the field around from pole. This one wide open. What do we count? 3, 4 guys having a chance. Aydin, Lachlan, Jordan Davey, all in the mix for the overall win in the B group. Final number 3. Oh, trouble in the back. Marshall's on it.
Davey going for a roll there.
Tough start there for Davey. He was in the mix. He had a chance for the win. He had a 2 and a 5.
Still plenty of time in it though. Never
That's
know
right.
what can happen.
You got time.
So your leader out front at the moment, Aydin Horne leading the way, trying to pull that little bit of a gap out over Lachie Munday once again. Once he had a little gap last time around, just kept extending it. Slight mistake coming up a little bit short there for Aydin. Didn't cost him almost any time though. Lachie Munday in 2. After that we got Chase Lemieux. Jordan Iserton now up to the 4th spot. Jordan looking very quick out there once again. See what Jordy can do.
As they come on to the straight here for lap number 2. Aydin out front, leading the way. Good start here for Chase Lemieux. Chase has had some bad luck. Going to try to salvage here a good third final if he can. Chase with a 6 and a 7 so far. The battle up front. Oh, no, trouble there. My fault.
Lachie Munday actually coming up a little bit out of shape through the chicane there, having to check up Chase. And we are getting stuck in the double there, so unlucky there for Chase.
Across the start finish line, we pick up Aydin Horne across the stripe. Aydin hot lap of the race right there, 29.5 on lap number 3, trying to lock down the win here. Horne had a 4 in the first one, a win in the second. He's got nothing but racetrack in front of him, and 3:15 left on the clock.
Flying under the radar a little bit at the moment. Fuma Saito up to the 3 spot from P9, the big mover on the grid, running the Kyosho. Actually closing in last few laps on Lachlan Munday. Really moving out there is Fuma Saito down the front straight. Gap between second and third this time around as Fuma puts down a 29.9 against Lachlan Munday's 30 flat. Gap between those two is 2 seconds. Another one to keep an eye on in this race. Top 3 drivers equally separated by 2 seconds, first, second, and third.
The Kyosho guys, they found something there in Q5 as he threw down a top 10 run. And now looking good here in final number 3, trying to bring it to close in on Munday. We follow Horne across the start-finish line. The gap, 2.7 seconds that time on Munday. Followed by Saito. Lemieux just doing a hot lap of the race there, 29.5 for Chase in the X-Ray.
Right behind Fuma as well, so third and fourth, the battle are heating on up. Going up into the Elsaram, step up into the Dunray, drop. Third and fourth, Fuma. So Fuma starting to come under more and more pressure from behind now. Some quick drivers right behind him. Fuma running the Kyosho vehicle down the front straight away. Right behind him is Chase Lemieux in the 4, Davey Batter. After that, Martin Bayer right in the race as well, not out of it. Davey Batter trying to work his way back into this race after an early mistake. He's coming back now with 1 minute 30 left on the clock.
Munday with his hot lap at 29.8. Sato with a 29.8 that time. Bayer doing his hot lap, 30.0. Here comes Horne across the line, 29.6. Second spot, Munday, 29.7. There's Fuma Sato, 29.3. Hot lap of the race there for Sato from Japan, rocking the Kyosho. He's in the red with the black wing.
Chase Lemieux still trying to hunt him on down. Slight mistake going into the double-double there for Fuma. Didn't cost him too much time, though. Gets away with rolling a single into the double. Fuma really pushing hard, trying to close in on that 2 spot of Lachlan Munday. They work their way down the straight.
Martin Bayer just doing his best lap, 29.3 that time for Bayer. Jordan at 29.8. Almost all the field in at 29. They all drivers hitting the 29 second mark, but it's Aydin Horne in control right now. A 2.8 second lead, a 4 in the first round, a win in round 2. A win here will seal the deal for Aydin Horne, bringing home the B. 35 seconds to go.
Fuma really pushing hard out there, trying to close that gap on Lachlan Munday. Those two working their way down the straight as Aydin Horne starts to pull that gap right on out now. 29.6 for Lachlan Munday, though, against Fuma's within 29.9. So gap remains relatively similar with only 15 seconds left on the clock. Aydin Horne looking strong from here.
Horne, Munday, Sato, Lemieux. David Batta just doing his best lap there, 29.5. We're at 7 seconds to go here at B name number 3. Across the start-finish line, Aydin Horne going to get the victory lap. Time is finished. We'll finish the lap you're on. Munday's done. Saito done. Lemieux done. You're going to be done when you cross the line. But it is Aydin Horne making the best of what he's got. Starting on pole here in the B main, a 2-wheel drive, a 4 in round 1, a win in final number 2. And as you come around to the final 2 corners, taking a win here in the B main, Aydin Horne.
All drivers are finished.
Lachlan Munday going to bring home 2. Fuma Saito goes 3. Chase Lemieux, hot lap of the race on the last lap from Lemieux, 29.2. Bada, Bear, Essergen, Zalewski, Toia, and Renderneck.
Going to chuck it over to Scotty Guide once again for another interview. Take it away, Scotty.
We're standing here with Chase Lemieux. It hasn't been probably the day you would have hoped for, but hot lap 29.1 in that last final, in that chase after Fuma. I mean, talk to me a little bit about how the car is this afternoon.
Progress has gone like throughout the day, gotten better and better and better. Yeah, I started off pretty rough. The track was really loose and just struggled with rear traction. But it's gotten a lot better. Made a lot of changes throughout the triple Bs here, and Yeah, I'm glad that we're having the opportunity around Triple Bs, get more track time, and that's what we're here for, is the track time. And we're going to be here next week also. Yeah.
You here right through till the end of the week? You got a few days on track?
Yeah, we're going to be here until, I think, Friday. I think we'll be here almost every single day, putting in the work and trying to give ourselves the best chance for the Worlds in about 6 months.
Let me just quickly ask you, do you start the week, the week we're going into, with a testing plan, or is that something you work out maybe tomorrow night, sit down and kind of work out where you are and what you want to look at over the next few days?
Yeah, I definitely have a few things that I brought from home that I want to try. But, yeah, just kind of waiting for the practice days to test them, because in qualifying it's difficult because the track changes so much throughout every single run that it's hard to tell what you changed was better or if the track got a lot better, so it's just really hard to tell. So with practice, you can come off the track, go to the pits for 2 minutes, go back on the track, and really be able to tell what you tried and how it affected the car.
Well, that's what it takes, folks, to do the work to get ready for World Championships. Chase Lemieux, thanks for the chat and all the best for tomorrow, and have a great week.
Thank you.
One more A final to go. Scotty, Mitch, let's go back to you in the Media Centre, the Team Associated Media Centre.
All right, it is time for A main number 3. And if you're a spectator watching or commentators, you want it to come down to the end. And Mitch, we've had a barn burner for sure here in the first 2 finals with Rivkin, a 3-1, Orlowski a 3-1, Donnelly a 2-2. This one absolutely wide open.
Yep, I can't wait for this one. It is going to be another classic. You can see it coming. It's ramping up. Massive thank you to all of our sponsors of this event. Major sponsors of Campbelltown Hobbies, Hobby Wing, and Team Coyote. 10 seconds on the clock.
8,
Let's go racing.
7, 6, 5.
Time to kick the tires and light the fires here to A main number 3. It's all in the line. IFMAR Pre-Worlds here at Hills Off-Road RC, Sydney, Australia, on a picturesque Saturday afternoon here. We are going to find out here in the next 5 minutes who's going to stand on the top of the box here in two-wheel drive as Lachlan Donnelly, your top qualifier, brings the field around for lap number 1.
Great stuff for both Rivkin and Donnelly. Donnelly leading the way out there. Slight gap back to Orlowski now. Not much in it between the top 10 drivers, all right there. Very slight gap back to Ari Bakla after Orlowski. Orlowski just tapping the inside pipe there over turn 3. Getting away with it though as they go through the Campbelltown Hobbies double-double. Rivkin starting to put a little bit more pressure now on Donnelly as they work down the Dunbury drop.
It is the Lachlan out front, followed by Rivkin and Orlowski. Very, very close here at the start of this one. Down the straight, there they go. Lachlan, hometown boy, earning the TQ spot. Rivkin behind him, and there we go. Lachlan Donnelly, 28.7, hot lap of the event right there from Donnelly, the first driver into the 28-second mark. What a lap there from Donnelly.
Rivkin trying to follow him around, does a 29.0, would have been the hot lap of the event had Lachlan Donnelly not done at 28. Absolutely flying out there at the moment is Donnelly, trying to build up a little bit of a gap as Rivkin gets onto the grass just slightly on the inside wheels. Backs it on up as well with another 28.947 for Donnelly.
Into the chicane, Donnelly just straight through, making it a double-double through that section right there. It's the purple and white Team Associated guys on white wheels, running 1 and 2, Donnelly and Rivkin, followed by the Schumacher there of Orlowski. Orlowski just doing his best lap there, 29.8, but it's another 28-second lap for Donnelly. Donnelly's got it, but Rivkin now starting to close the gap. A good lap here for Rivkin, 28.9 for Rivkin. So these two guys into the 28-second mark, nose to tail through the chicane. It's Donnelly and Rivkin.
These two starting to pull away from the rest of the field. Orlowski getting dropped out there at the moment as Donnelly and Rivkin really starting to build that gap up. The two associated purple and white vehicles making their way around. Donnelly leading the way. Rivkin hot on his heels right underneath his rear wing. Making their way onto the Hills RC straight away and into turn 1. That time around 29s all around for our top 2 drivers. Nice tidy lines through 1, 2 and 3 working their way to the chicane.
Halfway there, 2.5 down, 2.5 to go to the front side, double-double. It's Donnelly and Rivkin, nose to tail. Excellent battle up front. They've been going at it each and every final throughout the course of the A-Mains.
Caretti going for a roll in P4 there, just caught up to the back of Orlowski, drops right down the order there now. So Orlowski in no man's land, nowhere, anyone before or after him. Got clear track all around, puts down a 29.5, so Donnelly still leading the way. Got hot on his heels, will be Spencer Rivkin. Looking for a way around now, right under his rear wing.
We got a minute 45 to go in this one. It's a 2-horse race out front. Orlowski away back 3.5 behind these guys. It's Lachlan Donnelly out front, leading Spencer Rivkin. Down the straightaway they go across the stripe. We got a minute 33 to go. Donnelly and Rivkin separated half a second apart. Into the chicane they go. Lachlan and Rivkin, perfect lines. Into the double-double they go. We got a minute 20 left.
Clean lines all around for our top two drivers. Not a foot wrong for either of them as they work their way into that tricky tabletop over the right-hand side. Big whip there from Donnelly, getting it down on all four. Around the final corner onto the sweeper to the straight they go. Cross the loop with just over a minute remaining. Tidy lines for both drivers here as they work their way through the first three corners. Into the plate-bearing chicane. Two wheels, back wheels for Lachlan Donnelly as he gets on the gas through that chicane. Less than a minute now on the clock.
50 seconds to go. It is Donnelly and Rivkin, their teammates, their friends, but it is all on the line right here as we are now 42 seconds to go. Coming on to the start-finish line as they hit the stripe. 35 seconds to go. We got 2 laps left to go. Donnelly and Rivkin.
Rivkin still looking for a way around on Donnelly. Final 30 seconds left on the clock. All in Donnelly's hands here. He's keeping his lines nice and tidy. Making sure that Rivkin doesn't have a way around. Looking good here for Donnelly. Can pick up the overall win if he takes this one. Final 10 seconds left on the clock. These drivers will get one more lap.
Down the straightaway they go. Across the stripe, 6 seconds to go. This is the final lap. It's showtime right now with Donnelly and Rivkin. Nose to tail through the chicane. Time has finished. It's a race to the finish line. Perfect lines through the double-double. Rivkin's going to have to try to come up with something. Donnelly keeping it tight. Right around the corner he goes. Rivkin, where's he going to try it? Here to the tricky tabletop they go. He looking high, looking low. Nowhere to go. Donnelly trying to bring it home. It's a drag race down the line. Donnelly bringing home the win here in A main number 3 to take the overall here. It's a tie, both drivers with 3, and it is Lachlan Donnelly taking the overall.
An 11-lap run there from Donnelly, sealing the overall win over Spencer Rivkin and Michael Orlowski. A 1-2 to his name, taking the win in the final race, getting it done.
Going into that run, Rivkin had the faster time with a 10.5 flat. Lachlan Donnelly needed to bring the heat. He did it with the pressure on. Still, Lachlan Donnelly did not falter, did not fold. A brilliant drive, Lachlan taking the tiebreak with the best triple final there. The win here in final 3 earns him the overall. We're going to throw it down to Scott Guyett.
Don't tell me this is a warm-up event that doesn't matter. That was a great win, a beautiful drive. Lachlan Donnelly, I mean, we'll talk a little bit about the whole day, but tell me right now about that race itself. Spencer Rivkin parked on your rear bumper for 11 laps.
Yeah, that was probably the most intense race I've ever had in my life. You know, I had 2 twos going into that one. I knew if I won, I had to win with a good time, so I had to keep it clean but also go fast, and track conditions were really fast in that run, so that helped. And yeah, I'm super happy after I'm making mistakes in the first 2 mains. I was pretty bummed, but yeah, I'm super happy with that race.
It was a beautiful drive. I mean, it's a race in and of itself, but this is also a learning opportunity, right? So for some of the other guys, they've come to learn the track, the venue, all of that. You know that, but what have you been learning? Is it about how to race with these kind of guys that you don't get the opportunity all that often?
I mean, yeah, the competition this weekend was super, super intense. Spencer and Michal, I mean, yeah, it was nothing like I've ever experienced before, and it's a good learning experience ahead of the Worlds to race with some of the best in the world, or the best in the world, and also just learning the track conditions because the track's been prepped the same way as it will be for Worlds, and getting the car sorted, and yeah, I'm pretty happy.
Tell me a little bit about, too, what it's been like for you to have the US international team here, not just Spencer, he was here last time, obviously, but Brent's been here, you know, Jason Ruona's been here from J Concepts. There's been a kind of a whole lot of team support around this week. What's that been like as an experience?
It's great because, we're all here to develop setups and develop new stuff for the Worlds. That's the main goal, is to do well at the Worlds. This is just a warm-up race. Although everyone wants to do well, that's the main focus, is the Worlds itself. And having a really big team here is really good because, we'll be able to hit the ground running at Worlds.
I'm going to let you go in a second, go do some high fives and debriefs, if I can spit my words out. Yeah. But before we do kind of wrap up and move on towards Worlds, there's another run tomorrow, four-wheel day tomorrow. How was the four-wheel drive yesterday, and how are you kind of feeling heading into four-wheel drive day?
Four-wheel drive was pretty comfortable, just looking for a bit more lap speed. But, I mean, I'll see how we go. But I was pretty happy with how the car felt on the Friday practice. We'll just start with what we had, and then we'll see how the track evolves. I'm sure it'll evolve a bit quicker than it did today. But, we'll try and keep on top of things and hopefully have another good day tomorrow.
Do you get to stick around and practice with the crew this week, or are you going to go back to work or school or something?
I'll probably do a couple days here after the event, test some stuff that we weren't maybe willing to test during race day, do some extreme stuff, and see if we can find any more speed.
Well, we'll let you go do some high fives and start that debriefing process. Congratulations, beautiful drive. Our two-wheel drive winner, Lachlan Donnelly.
Thanks guys.
It was a fantastic performance. I'm sure you'll agree. He led the first two finals, A1 and A2, almost throughout, losing the lead only on the last lap in both those occasions. But it really was a spectacular drive, A3, nose to tail with Spencer Rivkin all the way through. You felt like he always had it under control. He's done a million laps around this racetrack. He knows the place inside out. And as we talked about there, the learning experience for him at a pre-Worlds, at a Worlds warm-up, is not necessarily about what it takes to go fast at this track, but what it takes to race with these kinds of drivers. So that's been the experience for Lachlan Donnelly. The high fives, the photos being taken over there. I'm going to have a little bit of a chat with Scotty Ernst. Scotty, don't tell me it's just a warm-up at a practice event. Get some competitors on the track, and that matters, right?
Oh, absolutely it does. There's no doubt about it. The level of competition at this race is at the highest level. Sure, there's some guys not here, but that really, for them to put on this show, for Lachlan to earn that win with world champion, throwing everything he had on him, that's as big as a win you can get. Sure, a world's title, sure, of course, more prestigious, but to be able to do that was absolutely a stellar run from him.
I do want to take you back to the start of the day and maybe think a little bit as we wait for setting up for some presentations here about what we've learned through the day, because at the start of the day the track was really moist. There's a lot of moisture in it. We saw Ari Bakla come out of the blocks really fast with that local experience. Completely different situation than we've had this afternoon. But come Worlds, we're going to run some qualifiers in those damp conditions, so that matters, doesn't it? Who's fast in those early conditions?
Absolutely, it will. And I think the evolution of the track we're going to have there is going to be different than what we have here, because we only have 6 heats. So what do we got? 60 some drivers here. But for Worlds, we're going to be at 150. So we're going to be at 15, 18 heats, something like that. So more laps are going to be turned, things like that. So if you had the same weather conditions, I think the track will evolve quicker and maybe get to these drier, faster conditions even sooner than we had this weekend.
We've also seen some of the international drivers start to kind of really come into their own today, and that's just a matter of track time, isn't it? They've had one practice day yesterday, another day today. We'll probably see that evolve further tomorrow. Some of the guys in four drive we think will be right up front.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. If you talk about a track having home field advantage, this track for sure. There's unarguably, because the Americans, we're not used to conditions like this, loose dirt. We've been talking about how this is awesome. This is old school, where it's not, how much boost and motor that you put in your car. It's your slipper adjustment setting and how you drive it. So it's definitely, these conditions are changed. But now we go to four-wheel drive. It's going to be damp in the morning for sure. But now you're going to have cars with four-wheel drive, things like that. Same amount of entries. So I'm curious, Mitch and I were talking earlier, if the track is going to evolve a little quicker with four-wheel drive cars on it. It's going to be interesting.
Possibly. So I want to pick out a couple of people and just ask you about one that I've really been keeping an eye on today, Fuma Saito, running that Kyosho, the RB 7.5. I think he popped up 7th in round, maybe one of the qualifiers. Really strong B final run just there at the end. It's really nice to see Kyosho preparing for a Worlds and being down here for this warm-up event.
Absolutely. Kyosho, one of the big names in the history of RC for sure. And they struggled that a bit, as a lot of teams did at the start with the wet condition. But man, in Q5, he just came out of nowhere, and it was a solid run, top 10 run, as he said. And then there in that last run, he was really, really good. He missed a qualifier because they weren't familiar. I think maybe a little language barrier. He missed it because of the resort of regrouping, so he missed a round, and but it's still great to see him. And Chikuba here, he's been part of Kyosho for decades, so yeah, really good to see them doing well.
You probably want to see somebody like Jared Tebow pick up the phone and come and do the
Mitch and I, we joked about it. You know, if we get Jared to come here and see if he can do it again. Now that he's kind of back to racing and everything like that. But you know, you and I, we go way back in this, you know, the history of RC, and you know, Kyosho was always a big name and a staple in the industry, whether of course in nitro, but also in electric two wheels. So it was good to see him and you know another team in the conversation.
It is a learning experience here, and so the other one I wanted to ask you about is, I guess, the way we've seen Michael Orlowski and Shoemaker work their way into it. They, you know, really struggled this morning for pace, but have worked their way through. What's that experience of learning going to do for those guys, not just in terms of what goes into the car, but the confidence that they can get to grips with an unfamiliar kind of a surface in a situation?
I think their experience, even though Michael's, you know, still relatively young in life, but he's got so much experience. And the key, I think, is having Trish here. Trish, the engineer, he's brilliant, you know, and he's got a real calm, relaxed attitude when he tackles things. And I think they're looking at the big picture. Sure, it's good to be, you know, on top here at the pre-worlds, but I think they're in the long game. Much like Chase Lemieux said, you know, in his interview, you know, they're here to do well here, but they're here to learn for October. And I think they're the same thing. Michal, during his interviews with you, you know, kind of said the same thing. It's a learning every time. They're going to have this week to stay and learn, and I think they're going to take all that data that they have and, you know, really use it to their advantage.
Maybe we need to come back Wednesday or Thursday and have what's developed between now and then, do you think?
Yeah, I kind of wish that I wasn't flying. I'd love to be a fly on the wall here and just observe and watch and see. But yeah, all the teams they're leaving nothing to chance, and they're doing everything they can.
In terms of this race meeting itself this weekend, this warm-up event, we're only halfway through, of course. We turn around tomorrow morning. We'll be back at 8 a.m. local time to do it all again, four-wheel drive. The competitive order, the balance of power was a little different in practice yesterday between two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. In two-wheel drive, we saw so many fast Australians, you know, who are familiar with these conditions.
Right.
In four-wheel drive, we saw some of the internationals be really strong. Today, the A final was 5-5. Are we thinking maybe we'll see a few more of the internationals run up front in four-wheel tomorrow?
I think so, yes. You can't say that it's easier to drive four-wheel drive because they're faster and they're pushing to a whole nother level of racing. But I think with these conditions, the international drivers have less of a, if you would call it, its disadvantage, less of a, you know, the home field advantage is going to be at a little less benefit for the locals. So I think that'll play out where the international guys will be a bit more successful in the early qualifiers.
Yeah, I think that's probably what we'll look forward to see tomorrow, and particularly in those damp early conditions, as you just spoke about, the four-wheel drive driving situation, not quite what we used to, or what we've seen this morning with two-wheel drive being really difficult conditions. Scotty, last question before we take a little break as we move towards presentations. I mean, what have we seen today that gives us something to think about and look forward to in September, October? I mean, the track's produced some pretty impressive racing this afternoon, right?
It absolutely has, and it's only going to get better. You have a pre-worlds, you know, for the race, but it's also for all the logistics, the organization of the club here, you know. So they're finding out what works, what doesn't. Same with us for the broadcast. You know, we're trying a lot of different things. So I think that is only going to enhance the experience that everybody has come October when we come back for the World Championship. Obviously, the teams are going to have a lot of data that they're going to take back and get everything ready for the World Championship. So I think on all levels of this event, it's really going to make it an enhanced experience come October.
That seems like a good spot for us to just take a small break while we get set for presentations. We'll be back tomorrow morning, you and Mitch, to do it all again. Get some honey or something on the vocal cords tonight. It's been a fantastic day of racing here at two-wheel drive. Lachlan Donnelly getting the win over Spencer Rivkin. Michael Orlowski will be third. I think that's the way it will play out. Right. And we'll do it all again tomorrow morning.
I look forward to it, man. And we look forward to having you folks stay with us. We're going to do trophies, so that's always going to be interesting. We're going to bring it to you live. And with these characters, who knows? I don't know if they got champagne to spray or if they're going to be drinking out of the shoe, or who knows. But to take a win here at the Pre-Worlds, a huge thing. So make sure you folks stay around and check it out. It's going to be exciting.
We'll be right back, folks, after a short break for those presentations. Stick with us.
All right, as we begin to wrap up the two-wheel drive festivities, we're going to announce our top 10, take a group photo. We have awards for the top 3. So all A-main drivers, we ask you to please come to the award area, and we will start with 10th place goes to Matthew Couper. Matthew, come on down. Just come over here for take a photo. All right, you're going to go on that side over there, Matthew. That side, thank you. Ninth play goes to Christopher Sturdy. Christopher. Thanks, Christopher. Thank you. Good job, mate. All right, you'll go on this side. All right, 8th play, Jared Mann. Come on down, Jared. Jared. Thank you very much. Good job. On that side, please. 7th play, Daniel Kobbevik. Good job, Daniel. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming. Congratulations. On this side. All right, 6th play, Koki Kato. Good job. Congratulations. Thank you. On that side, please, Koki. 5th play goes to Marcus Carup. Good job, buddy. All right, on this side, Marcus. All right, 4th play goes to Ari Bakla. Good job, buddy. Well done. Thanks for everything you do for the race. Thank you. All right, to our podium. 3rd place goes to Michal Orlowski. Thank you. 2nd place goes to Spencer Rivkin. Good job, buddy. Thank you very much. All right. Yep. There you go. Thank you. Yep. And it is my honor to introduce your two-wheel drive pre-world champion and TQ. Give it up for Lachlan Donnelly. Well done, mate. Congratulations, buddy. Thank you. You want to absolute brilliant drive, a great, great day. Yes? We're putting the pressure on him. So you got a hot mic here, buddy.
Okay,
go ahead.
I'll do it.
All right.
The first thing has to go, a big thank you to my dad. We both put in so much work here, and he does everything, and I mean everything that he can do, so that I can be as fast as possible. So thanks, Dad. As much as we may argue, whatever, thank you. The club, obviously you've gone to another level again for this warm-up event. I'm super impressed, and I'm really looking forward to what you guys are capable of doing for the Worlds, because I think it's going to be crazy and something like we've never had in Australia before. To my sponsors, thank you, Team Associated, Hobbywing, J Concepts, Team EAM, Berserk, Power HD, James Ainsley Designs, and JPEG Stickers. Yeah, thanks to the whole Associated crew, and trying to think if I missed anything. Thanks to the entire field. It's so cool to have so many international fast drivers at your local track that's only 20 minutes from your house. So yeah, I'm really keen for Worlds, and thank you, everyone.
All right, words well spoken right there from your champion. All right, coming up in front of the pipe. Oh, you got it, Tate. Take control. So the podium is wrapping up here. What a great display of driving these three drivers have done. All right, Tate, you good? Everybody, one more big round of applause. Lachlan Donnelly, your winner. Well done, everyone. So as that brings the two-wheel drive to a conclude, what a fantastic day today. We thank everybody for being here. Well done to all the people in scrutineering, to tires and everything like that. We thank you very, very much for all your hard work, the dedication behind the scenes. That one makes it all possible. So everybody, thanks for a great day. Tomorrow, same plan. Going to kick it off at 8 a.m. with race number 1. We'll have the heats posted here in just a little minute. Everything will be online, but thanks for a great day. Thanks to all the viewers who have stuck around, joined us all day. You've watched some amazing racing in two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. It's even going to get better tomorrow as we're expecting another beautiful day here in Sydney, Australia. So thanks, everybody, for joining us. Have a good night, everybody. Good afternoon, wherever you are. We'll see you tomorrow.